Like organizations, they showed almost no apprehensive insight into the repeated miscarriage of human purposes that has resulted from the early practice of reducing men to the status of machines. To build up human autonomy, to control quantitative expansion, to encourage creativity, and, above all, to overcome and finally eliminate the original traumas that accompanied the rise of civilization. Of these fundamental needs there is no utopian hint. Almost to the end of his life Wells naively pinned his faith for radical collective improvements upon a dedicated dictatorship of technicians and aviators at that. 220. 6. The literature of utopias shades gradually into that of science fiction, and at first glance their likenesses are more striking than their differences. Both elaborate fantasies that are largely extrapolated from known contemporary or historical realities, both picture a possible future, both entertain the possibility of new social arrangements and new inventions. Even to say that science fiction is more shamelessly fictional than most utopian literature hardly points to a difference, because science fiction has often come strikingly close in advance to the actual achievements of our own age. Arthur Clarke, the dean of contemporary writers in this field, still regrets his mistake in selling a story describing radio communication via Telstar, instead of getting out a United States patent on it. No, none of these facile discriminations will do. The true criterion of science fiction is that the perfection it seeks rests exclusively within the realm of conceivable scientific knowledge and technical invention, and that there is no attempt by most writers to show that this has any viable connection whatever with human welfare or further human development. The term science fiction is by now unfortunately so loosely applied that it covers old-style magical achievements, even black magic and psychotic wishes, and some of these psychological corruptions and morbid obsessions are present, as C.S. Lewis was aware, in many technically advanced fantasies. By no means the least interesting example is one that shows the human race threatened by the invasion of super-intelligent ants, capable of using graphic symbols. But in the main, science fiction only carried further the dark Nordic anticipation of the triumph of the giants and the dwarfs over the gods of love and wisdom. So far from presenting its utopia as a beautiful dream, its effort terminates all too often in a caketopia or realizable nightmare. Though Kepler even more than Poe must be looked upon as the hallowed ancestor of modern science fiction writers, Professor Marjorie Hope Nicholson has shown, in her admirably exhaustive study of Voyages to the Moon, that the literary antecedents of science fiction go back much farther into the human past and cannot be disentangled from the scientific and technical interests that tended, in time, to supersede them. In fact, they continually interacted, and it would be naive to suppose that the scientific rationale has been protectively sterilized against wanton suggestions from the unconscious. But the 17th century marks a new starting point for this genre, and the two voyages to the moon that were described in 1638, Man in the Moon by Francis Godwin and Discovery of a New World by John 221. Wilkins. Both, perhaps significantly, Bishop's repeat with variations Kepler's Dream. Both center on the possibility of human flight, both are addressed to exploration, both seek to escape earthly limits, and though they seek the help of birds or of mechanical contrivances, they do so not to enjoy the freedom of the air, a truly human aspiration, but merely to conquer abstract distance and to satisfy their curiosity, in terms already set by the mechanical world picture. This all came out plainly in Wilkins' crowning work. 10 years after the first edition of The Discovery of a New World in the Moon, he published his Mathematical Magic. This consists of 2 books, Archimedes, or Mechanical Powers, and Daedalus, or Mechanical Motions. Within that general framework, science, technics, and fantasy advanced hand in hand. 2.5 centuries later, H.G. Wells, who had probably never read either Kepler's Dream or Wilkins' Discovery, wrote his first Men in the Moon, and discovered the same gruesome creatures and the same underground habitations that Kepler had pictured. In passing from flight by means of sleep, to flight with the aid of birds, to flight in a mechanical contrivance, notably L. E. Foley's first electrical flying machine. Only the technological expedients changed, the dream and the impulses that motivated it remain the same. There is no need to range over the entire literature of science fiction to bring out the point that I am making, namely that, like utopias, its best present use is not to show what modern civilization has still to seek and achieve, but to demonstrate, in advance, malign possibilities that we must take precautions to anticipate, in order to control, redirect, or forefend. So far from dismissing these confident probings of the future as empty fantasy, I hold that we have an obligation to take them seriously, not, as so many of the science fiction writers themselves believe, so that we may push at a more furious pace toward their projected futures, but so that we may overcome these compulsions and plot a radically different destination, more compatible with the nature of organic development and the needs of the human personality. Not the least significant aspect of the classics of science fiction, even when they do not in themselves picture monsters like Kepler's prevolvins and subvolvins, is that they bring, seemingly from the deepest levels of the unconscious, premonitions of disaster. Even in H.G. Wells' early story of The Days to Come, with its confident presentation of a wide array of new technical processes, efficient machines, and large-scale organizations, his pessimism is as deep as E.M. Forster's, in a similar fantasy of a sealed, mechanized world in the machine stops, the machine being the universal air conditioning mechanism whose sudden silence becomes absolutely ominous. Most of the technical devices Wells invented in fantasy proved ME 222 eminently practical: the airplane, the armored military tank, and the atom bomb, likewise the standardized teaching film and television. But the planetary Great Society that he hopefully forecast, as being the rational byproduct of this technological progress, now seems farther away than ever, mainly because of his neglect of the human factors that were left out of his conscious original forecasts. Against his will, against all his hopeful conscious beliefs, Wells kept on saying under his breath, "No good can come of it." Perhaps nothing so sharply reveals the underlying pessimism of the writers of science fiction as the confession made by Arthur Clarke at the end of Profiles of the Future, a book that lovingly describes and extols the new feats of techniques he still confidently predicts for the next century. Suddenly the rapturous dream of the all-conquering, scientifically fabricated, world-embracing, sky-searching technology fades out, and Clarke comes back to strangely archaic symbols, expressing desires, fulfillments, states of mind not even momentarily entertained by the high priests of megatechnics, or by himself as science fiction prophet. At the end of the chapter Aladdin's Lamp, Clarke says, "So we may hope that one day our age of roaring factories and bulging warehouses will pass away. And then our descendants, no longer cluttered up with possessions, will remember what many of us have forgotten, that the only things in the world that really matter are such imponderables as beauty and wisdom, laughter and love." One hardly knows whether to mock the sentimentality of this passage, made hollow and ridiculous by all that preceded it, or to weep over the poverty and futility of all the lives that have been, on Clarke's own confes, Zion, so extravagantly misspent in bringing to pass one technological miracle after another. Certainly both mockery and tears are in order. Beauty and wisdom, laughter and love, have never depended for their existence upon technical ingenuity, though they can be easily eliminated by devoting too much attention to the material means of existence, or attempting to play a game that subordinates all other human possibilities solely to the cultivation of abstract intelligence and to the electromechanical simulation of organic activities. What Clarke was virtually saying at this point is what H.G. Wells, his most persuasive forerunner, uttered in a final wail of despair at the point of his own death: mind is at the end of its tether. Mind itself, taken at its full range of activities, shows no ground whatever for Wells' shattering confession. But the new kind of technically conditioned intelligence, cut off from the whole organism and trained to pursue no other purposes than power and control, is indeed at the end of its tether, dehumanized, obsessed, manic, heedlessly self-destructive, without even an animal's instinct. 223. Toward self-preservation. Wells' unconscious had told him true, while his eager rational intelligence had betrayed him. The fact is that the extraordinary facilities now at the disposal of scientists, inventors, and administrators have inflated their most sinister technological fantasies and given their projectors a freedom from sensible inhibitions hitherto enjoyed only in the form of nocturnal dreams. As a result, their acutest exhibitions of intelligence are not to be distinguished from the addled productions of pop artists and their equally ephemeral successors. That such randy pentagonal fantasies are now open to relatively instant materialization in successful working models makes them all the more dangerous, for they are untouched by any other realities except those included in their own life-defeating ideology. Only Swift's satiric description of the projects pursued at the Laputan Grand Academy of Lagadu does justice to current technological exhibitionism. Plainly, the ability to translate mathematical theorems and subatomic or molecular forces into new inventions, without encountering either technical delays or sobering human inhibitions, has turned our dominant technology itself into the equivalent of science fiction. Whatever appears in scientific fantasy the night before may appear next morning or next year in actual life. As Harvey Wheeler has put it, instant information creates instant crisis. This practical triumph does not make the fantasies themselves less disturbing to their victims, that part of the human race enthralled and endangered by them. Here is a situation without any parallel in human history. In the past, every invention passed through a long period of probation between its first appearance in fantasy, its intermediate stages of composition and invention, and its final materialization as a working apparatus or machine. The more audacious the conception, the slower the process, since often the necessary tools and intermediary mechanisms had first to be invented. Against the abrupt, often cataclysmic introduction of an invention, society heretofore was secured by a heavy crust of habit, custom and traditional wisdom, supplemented by natural mental sluggishness. The probing and testing of an invention gave time, not only to overcome its internal flaws, but to make the community ready to accommodate it, though even here we know, from the flagrant evils which once attended the factory system, that these barriers did not always offer sufficient social protection. Now we are faced with just the opposite situation. The obstacles to immediate acceptance have been broken down, and the latest technical proposal, instead of having to establish its right to be recognized and accepted, rather challenges society to take it over at once, and at any cost. Whilst any reluctance to do so immediately is looked upon as reprehensible. Or, as Ogburn once naively put it, a cultural lag. That technics has often lagged behind culture, that the efficiency of the assembly line, for example, 224, might be, humanly speaking, a mark of social backwardness, seems never to have occurred to the exponents of unqualified technological progress. But, be it noted, the universal society sketched out by the Chinese philosopher Moti waited more than 2,000 years for the technical agents radio, television, and air transport that would make it realizable. The lag of present-day technology behind superior moral insight should now be notorious. Thus, at the moment that the actual powers of technical invention have become unbridled, its compulsions and obsessions remain untempered by reality, since the only reality the society fully accepts is that which embodies these materialized psychoses and fixed ideas. On those terms, technics becomes licensed irrationality. 7. For a summation of all that has been touched on in the concepts of a new world, of progress, of utopia, and of science fiction, one must turn to Aldous Huxley. In Brave New World, he spoke the final word of the sentence whose opening clause was uttered by Johannes Kepler. Though Huxley's book was published in 1932, at a moment when the economic institutions of the Western world were in a state of panicky bankruptcy, verging on total collapse, every part of his anti-utopia was already visible, in token amounts and inchoate form, for the kind of knowledge on which it was based had gained in momentum and power and mass, like a gigantic snowball rolling downhill since 1543. Brave New World was conceived as an uproarious satire, whose farcical anticipations would serve to puncture the technocratic faith embodied. Strangely enough, it now seems in the Ford motor car assembly line, then deemed praiseworthy because the ordinary workman was paid as much as $5 a day. Such satire can be effective only if there is a contrast between the actual world and a norm of human life to which everyone more or less subscribes. But so insistent and rapid have been the technological transformations of the last 40 years that shortly this book ceased to have any impact as satire. Huxley's seemingly gross caricature had become a reality. The contrasting norm had almost disappeared. At the time Aldous Huxley wrote, the manic-depressive cycle of capitalist economic activity seemed to have reached an ultimate downward point, even in countries like Germany and England, where various measures of social insurance had been installed during the previous half-century. 225. Turi. The impossibility of maintaining a high level of productivity without a more equitable distribution of both income and goods stared everyone in the face. The only alternative to this in terms of the current power ideology was either pyramid building one or preparations for war. In the United States, those who clung to the old assumptions of automatic progress were still desperately hoping for some new invention, some new corporate enterprise, that would set the wheels revolving again. By turns prefabricated housing, trailer houses, cheap safe airplanes, or tom-thumb golf courses, were put forth as a means of bringing the depression to an end. Meanwhile, so desperate was the situation that many abandoned for the moment all hope of further technical progress. They turned instead to ancient modes of handicraft production and subsistence agriculture. There were even mining communities where only the Stone Age techniques of hunting and fishing helped families to evade starvation. In short, the national economy was bankrupt, at least in the United States, and was lapsing into a more primitive form. In more than one industrial town, barter and locally issued scrip took the place of money. At that moment, Huxley's Brave New World still seemed too remote to be frightening. Yet so far from foreseeing this civilization's returning to tribal anarchy, parochial isolation, and small-scale handicraft production, Huxley confidently carried the older scientific fantasies many centuries further, into their own special millennium. He pictured a highly centralized and disciplined world order, in which every aspect of life was controlled and regimented. Fixation and conformity, not dynamism and expansion, were the new goals. But Huxley advanced far beyond the older projects for space voyages and interplanetary encounters and wars. The monsters that inhabited this technocratic utopia were not such as Kepler imagined on the moon. They had, rather, been deliberately fabricated for the purpose of keeping every part of existence, above all human potentialities, under centralized scientific control. Huxley was imaginative enough to realize that the ultimate dream of power is not merely control over the external environment, but control over man himself, not only by the genetic reshaping of his body, but by the biochemical conditioning of his whole organism, not least his mind, from birth onward. The deliberate destruction of man's organic inheritance begins in the central hatchery and conditioning center with extrauterine pregnancy. By a combination of chemical injections and shock treatments, even before the embryo emerges from the incubating bottles. From the careful choosing of the spermatozoa and ova onward, the purpose of the scientific manipulators is to create a rigid caste system, a biological hierarchy, graded downward from the highest intelligences. Alphas, bred to exercise control, descending by stages through betas to epsilons, increasingly lower in intelligence, all bred to the docile acceptance of a scientifically perfected world. 226. In which nothing, not even creativity, is autonomous except the system itself. In portraying this world, Huxley took for granted those aspects of the environment that were mere extrapolations of current tendencies, skyscrapers many times the current height, air taxis for travel, and 100 other devices, gadgets, luxurious utilities. And he realized that the most fatal fact about these triumphs of mechanical and biological control was that they would produce a completely boring and meaningless mode of life, which in turn would call for further counter-treatment on the same lines. Huxley understood that radical genetic intervention might extirpate many traits undesirable to those who sought to establish complete human subordination to the mega-machine. But he also saw that further adaptive measures would be necessary, thus potential mothers, deprived of the mammalian experience of pregnancy, would need a hormone pill to counterfeit this experience, and in addition, a whole series of sedatives, tranquilizers, and aphrodisiacs would be called for to keep the system in equilibrium. Some of these would be of a chemical nature, others, like the feelies, would provide a more sophisticated, mindless equivalent of the movies. In a feelie representing sexual intercourse on a bearskin rug, Huxley notes, every hair of the bear is reproduced. But he could hardly guess that by the 1960s such feelies would be in mass production for public entertainment. While Bulwer Lytton and Wells could imagine a low-grade population kept in place only by force, Huxley saw that this was the weakness of most earlier forms of absolutism, and that an even surer mode of control would be achieved by parasitic surfeit, supplemented by tactile stimuli and frequent orgasms. The pornographic fare. In the past, a few successful absolutisms had taken some advantage of this weakness. Did not Augustus Caesar ensure the popularity of his imperial regime by restoring the Saturnalia? And did not Lorenzo de' Medici stage delirious carnivals through whose sexual indulgences the citizens of Florence could forget the loss of their freedom? Huxley, anticipating Hitler, saw that such corruption might be made more systematic and universal, with a gain in effective power to those who directed the system. So sexual promiscuity becomes a duty, and in lieu of the still uninvented pill, every girl goes about with a visible cartridge belt of contraceptives, ready for instant copulation. Except for their work duties, everyone is reduced to an infantile dream state, and even the superior alphas, the governing class, have a duty as already today to be infantile whenever possible. By the daily administration of soma tablets, and by hypnopedia electronic teaching while asleep, docile conformity and obedience are ensured. The unforgivable sins are to wish to be alone, to be selective, to be different, to be self-governing. Even alphas may not depart from their prescribed pattern. 227. So far-fetched did this fantasy seem to Huxley himself that he pushed his brave new world into the 7th century after Ford, a dating that now seems quaint for more than one reason. But to his own consternation, as he confessed in Brave New World Revisited, some of the most obnoxious features of his dehumanized, indeed, decorticated commonwealth were already in existence, or were undergoing serious experimentation, before a single generation had passed, and many more have come about since. In the ensuing years, the outlines of the system have become more unmistakable, and the sort of pseudo-life that awaits mankind once its total surrender shall have been effected has become more clearly defined. Beginning with artificial insemination and extrauterine pregnancy, Muller, the automatic conditioning of the infant will start in his isolated and enclosed crib. Skinner, thenceforward learning machines, Skinner and others, operating in isolated cells without direct human contact will teach the growing child. One set of electronic apparatus will record dreams for computer analysis and personality correction, while another will provide programmed information. Constant bombardment of meaningless messages will massage the tribalized mind. McLuhan, large-scale automated farm operations under remote control will supply food. Rand, central station computers with the aid of robots will take charge of all domestic Operations from menu planning and marketing to housework, cyborg, while cybernetically run factories will produce an abundance of goods, Wiener, and private motor cars under automatic central control, MIT. And Ford, will transport passengers along superhighways to underground cities or alternatively to asteroid colonies in space, Dandridge Coal, while centralized computers will take the place of national decision makers, and a sufficient supply of hallucinogens will give every vestigial human being the ecstatic sense of being alive, Leary. With the aid of organ transplants, Barnard and others, we shall successfully extend the pseudo-life by a century or two. Finally, the beneficiaries of the system will die without for a moment having realized that they have never been alive. Meanwhile, a single detachable space capsule, the first perfect environment, Fuller, will serve each individual successively as a crib, a schoolroom, a housing unit, or a component of a fast-moving vehicle, automated motor car or rocket, until, at the end, both the capsule and its occupant are removed to a super crematorium to be volatilized or taken to a deep freeze center to be preserved for surgical use, if not kept for future resuscitation on Mars. The other tempting alternative now being considered would be to retard all the natural processes of organic deterioration sufficiently to make this barely humanoid nonentity immortal. One further step alone remains to be extrapolated, for Huxley strangely overlooked it, though Samuel Butler and Roderick Seidenberg did not. And 228. This is that the controllers who set up the super mechanism will themselves serve as its final sacrificial victims, for when the planetary megamachine reaches its terminal point of soulless perfection, the originating human intelligence will have become completely absorbed and thus eliminated. So man's final achievement, at the summit of his progress, would be to create an ineffable electronic god, the deity for whom his chief contemporary prophet, Marshall McLuhan, has already composed an appropriately incoherent and frantically meaningless holy writ. Long before reaching this terminal stage, however, a planetary interchange of hydrogen bombs or scientifically contrived plagues will, far more probably, bring on an equally vacuous conclusion by an even speedier method. This immense, still impending total human sacrifice cannot be appraised in the rational or scientific terms that those who have created the system favor. It is, I stress again, an essentially religious phenomenon. As such, it offers a close parallel with the original doctrines of Buddhism, even down to the fact that it shares Prince Gautama's atheism. What, indeed, is the elimination of man himself from the process he in fact has discovered and perfected, with its promised end of all striving and seeking, but the Buddha's final escape from the will of life. Once complete and universal, total automation means total renunciation of life and eventually total extinction, that very retreat into nirvana that Prince Gautama pictured as man's only way to free himself from sorrow and pain and misfortune. When the life impulse is depressed, this doctrine, we know, exerts an immense attraction upon masses of disappointed and disheartened souls. For a few centuries Buddhism became dominant in India and swept over China. For similar reasons it is reviving again today. But note, those who originally accepted this view of man's ultimate destiny, and sought to meet death halfway, did not go to the trouble of creating an elaborate technology to accomplish this end. In that direction they went no farther, significantly enough, than the invention of a water-driven prayer wheel. Instead they practiced concentrated meditation and inner detachment, acts as free from technological intervention as the air they breathed. And they earned an unexpected reward for this mode of withdrawal, a reward that the worshippers of the machine will never know. Instead of extinguishing forever their capacity to feel pleasure or pain, they intensified it, creating poems, philosophies, paintings, sculptures, monuments, ceremonies that restored their hope, their organic animation, their creative zeal, revealing once more in their erotic exuberance an impassioned and exalted sense of man's own potential destiny. Our latter-day technocratic Buddhism can make no such promises. Let me sum up. Such visions of endless mechanical progress, such totalitarian utopias, such realistic extrapolations of scientific and technical possibilities all played a more active part in practical day-to-day changes. 229. Than has usually been realized. These anticipatory subjective promptings were always in advance of actual experience, insistently beckoning, pointing ahead to the next step, breaking down resistance by suggesting that any attempt to reduce the tempo of change or to alter its direction was doomed by the very nature of the universe, by which those who took this view meant the obsolete mechanical world picture. Only by understanding the role of this ideological preparation can one appreciate the ease with which the new mega-machine finally came into existence. Both the mechanical world picture and the visions of ever more rapid mechanical and material progress, yes, even the horror stories of a scientifically ordained future, under the control of an officious bureaucratic elite, made it easier to accept the new mega-machine as an inevitable and inescapable reality, perfect by definition, since all its dehumanized components conform to the requirements of the system. There has been no blessed interval, as Aldous Huxley had hoped, between too little order and the nightmare of too much, for the latter is already waiting just around the corner. Now that we have reached this far from jolly corner, we must have the courage to confront that ghastly nightmare before it fatally envelopes us. Chapter 9. The Nucleation of Power. 1. A letter to teachers of history. In so far as human progress can be related to the facts of technological change since the medieval period, the best interpretation remains that of Henry Adams, who saw the import of this change well before there was an adequate history in either department. More than half a century ago, he perceived that there had been a constant increase in energy and an accelerated use from the 13th century on, and that this had been a main factor in transforming Western civilization. Already, by 1905, Adams realized that this was not an unqualified gain, for the quickening of the tempo might destroy the entire social structure, whose shakiness was already noticeable to him in advanced nations like England and France. So far as anyone might, greatly daring, undertake the task, he addressed himself to preparing his contemporaries to understand this situation, and get ready to make appropriate changes in their habits of thought and their institutions. Though his failure to awaken even a flicker of response should temper the expectations of anyone who would follow in his footsteps, this very fact demonstrates one part of the theme of the present chapter, the existence of ancient customs and compulsions attached to archaic fantasies that incapacitate the victims of the myth of the machine from taking the necessary countermeasures to slow down the automation of automation and control the forces that threaten man's very being. Not the least claim of Henry Adams to our respect is that he was led to understand the radical changes in store for the 20th century by reading backward into the past from the contemporary applications of electricity. 230-231. And forward into the future from the probable consequences of radium. Amazingly, he was almost alone in realizing the importance of the latter datum, for the radical transformation of our whole conception of the physical world, which derives from the discovery of the properties of the radioactive elements, was for long passed over by most of his scientific contemporaries. Highly competent physicists, not least Lord Rutherford himself, who shares with the Curies high distinction as both experimenter and theoretic physicist, remained indifferent to both the technical potential ideas and the social consequences of exploiting atomic energy. Even before historians of technics had put together the evidence for the increased utilization of energy after the 12th century, Adams had, in outlining this change, quietly abandoned the misleading notion of the 18th century industrial revolution. He shrewdly hit upon the nodal points on the curve of increasing energy in Western Europe. His inexact knowledge and his dubious mathematics were more than compensated by his extraordinary intuitive insight. What is more, he coupled the rate of increase in energy with the shortening of the time period for each phase. As a result, he even anticipated the present swift change from the electrical phase to one based on nuclear energy. If his dates require a slight correction, his general picture nevertheless stands. Here, in terms of energy alone, was a curve of genuine progress, all the clearer because it could be translated into mathematical terms on a Cartesian graph. The curve, as it hit the nuclear phase, alarmingly headed steeply upward off the paper. Though Henry Adams sought scientific aid for his interpretation, he was unable to enlist it, so unfortunately, in search of some sort of theoretic scaffolding, he attached his observations to a quite irrelevant physical principle, Willard Gibbs' phase rule, which at best provided him only with a vaguely suggestive metaphor. What the phase rule did was to call attention to the fact that each definable stage in the expansion of energy brought about an unpredictable change of character, comparable to the change from solid ice to water, from water to steam. Since Lloyd Morgan's penetrating analysis in emergent evolution, one would now call each succeeding phase an emergent. As Henry Adams put it, the analogy was crude and misleading, all the more because it gave to this accelerated production of energy the independent status, it would seem, of a law of nature, whereas it was, instead, an observed fact in a particular movement in human history, the composite product of human inventions like the watermill, the windmill, gunpowder, and coal mining, of human activities in commerce and exploration and war, and of scientific interests, political ambitions, and financial drives that served directly and indirectly to widen the province of the machine. In short, the new power complex. The increase in energy was, accordingly, not an expression of natural 232 forces alone, like a stroke of lightning. But Adams' uncorrected Calvinism caused him to treat historic changes as if they were predestined, originating entirely outside man and as much beyond his control as was his damnation or salvation in Calvinist theology. This residual theology reinforced the bias of contemporary science, with its dogmatic determinism. Intellectually, Adams was not at home in a world where human intentions counted. And human actions, though quantitatively insignificant, might sometimes, as J. Clerk Maxwell believed, be decisive. But if Henry Adams failed to give an adequate account of the dynamics of the social organizations, monastic, monarchic, and capitalistic, which had favored this enormous and constantly accelerating increase of energy from the 12th century to the 20th, he was far in advance of his contemporaries in tracing out the imminent consequences. As early as 1904, Adams perceived the psychological malaise that already accompanied the gains in power thus far achieved. Writing to a friend he said, "Prosperity never before imagined, power never wielded by man, speed never reached by anything but a meteor, had made the world nervous, querulous, unreasonable, afraid." In a still more striking letter to his fellow historian Henry Osborne Taylor, written only a year later, Adams made an even more astonishing prediction, as follows. The assumption of unity, which was the mark of human thought in the Middle Ages, has yielded very slowly to the proofs of complexity. The stupor of science before radium is a proof of it. Yet it is quite sure, according to my score of ratios and curves that, at the accelerated rate of progression since 1600, it will not need another century or half-century to turn thought upside down. Law in that case would disappear as theory or a priori principle and give place to force. Morality would become police. Explosives would reach cosmic violence. Disintegration would overcome integration. Those who may have followed my writings since 1940 will already have read these prescient words, later published in the collection of Adams' letters. I do not apologize for repeating them more than once though. Now, I trust, for the last time. What Adams foresaw in this passage was the social consequences of increasing physical power without a commensurate increase of intellectual insight, moral discipline, social awareness, and responsible political direction, a need that was all too belatedly recognized only by a handful of nuclear scientists at the moment that bombs of cosmic violence were finally invented. What made this prospective transformation socially dangerous was not the expansion of energy by itself, but the coincident release from moral inhibitions and life-conserving taboos, practices that had proved essential to human survival from the earliest stages on. The proof of Adam's profound understanding came even before the A Letter to Teachers of History 233. Invention of the atom bomb, for in the development of monopolistic political power in all its various totalitarian forms, terror, torture, and mass extermination had been reintroduced as normal instruments of government. In the very act of resisting fascism by war after 1940, the constitutional democracies abandoned the moral standards and laws of war hitherto respected by civilized nations and copied the abominable fascist practice of indiscriminately exterminating civilian populations. This sinister breakdown of morality antedated, and thereby justified, by establishing the precedent, the use of the atom bomb as a cheaper means for effecting the same result. The other name for this explosive increase of energy, then, was totalitarian demoralization, the same animus that since 1945 has led the chief garrison states to develop nuclear bombs in quantities sufficient to annihilate all life on this planet. Power on the scale Adams predicted made paranoia respectable, by giving scientific and technological backing to infantile ambitions and psychotic hallucinations. The year after Adams died, his hazardous generalizations were confirmed, since it was in 1919 that Rutherford's work had gone far enough to suggest the theoretic possibility of breaking up the atom, and thus ushering in the final phase that Adams had fixed at 1917. At this point Rutherford's chief assistant, Frederick Soddy, in the fourth edition of his two-volume work on radioactivity, observed, "The problem of transmutation and the liberation of atomic energy to carry on the labor of the world is no longer surrounded with mystery and ignorance, but is daily being reduced to a form capable of exact quantitative reasoning. It may be that it will remain forever unsolved. But we are advancing along the only road likely to bring success at a rate which makes it probable that one day will see its achievement. Should that day ever arrive, let no one be blind to the magnitude of the issues at stake, or suppose that such an acquisition of the physical resources of humanity can be safely entrusted to those who in the past have converted the blessings already conferred by science into a curse." Soddy's own acute sense of social responsibility caused him to turn from research in physics to the problem of expressing the energies now available in appropriate economic terms, but his training as a scientist, or rather his lack of a background in other fields, caused him to center his thoughts on the national control of money and credit, and the distribution of income, thus losing his broad objective by clinging to this insufficient single-factor analysis. His anticipatory insight nevertheless remains highly creditable. Before Soddy, then, Henry Adams had departed from the traditions of orthodox scientific history by taking two radical steps. And first, he had flouted the canons of historic scholarship by carrying his data on the AC 234 seal-rated production of energy from the past into the future. As a determinist, he assumed that the ideas and forces long in motion would continue along the curve he had traced, though it was already mounting so steeply that it indicated either an abrupt termination or the entrance into a new phase, admitting new factors not yet visible in any earlier historic development. But Adams' second step was even more significant, for it contradicted his determinist faith. He proposed a deliberate initiative in thought, leading to a course of counteraction appropriate to the threatening situation he had described. In what should have been a mind-shaking, if not a world-shaking, letter to teachers of history, in 1910, Adams called the attention of his colleagues to the changes that were then in process, and suggested that they should address themselves to understanding the forces that were at work, and pool their collective intelligence in an effort to devise the institutional changes necessary to turn these immense forces to human advantage, since, if uncontrolled, bombs of cosmic violence might bring civilization itself to an end. Nightmare anticipations of just such eventualities had previously been registered in the Western mind, from the recorded dreams of Leonardo da Vinci onto the equally ominous fantasies, also published in the 1880s, of Madame Blavatsky, even Edmond de Goncourt, according to a letter of Oscar Wilde's, had thrown out the possibility, doubtless picked up from one of his scientific friends, of extracting hydrogen from the air to make a terrible machine of destruction. Oscar Wilde's Letters. 17. December 1891. In groping his way to these conclusions, Henry Adams had been unable to obtain any effective help from the physical scientists, most of whom were still too firmly anchored in the seemingly stable world of abstractions derived from 17th-century mechanics. So it is hardly to be wondered at that his closer academic colleagues, in history and philosophy, were equally unaroused by his dire predictions, and regarded his patent alarm as quite unwarranted by any realities they recognized, or were professionally qualified to handle. Their inertia was no different, indeed, from that of many distinguished physicists, down to Millikan, who were sure, despite their new insights into the structure of the atom, that nuclear fission could not be artificially induced. Even the actual designers of the atom bomb had reservations about their possible success. Yet Adams' failure to command attention from the scientific world implied no lack of cogency in his historic arguments. The potentialities he had opened up were simply too unpleasant for his contemporaries to face. This resistance only adds to Adams' merit. As a competent generalist, he had put together all the pieces of available technical and scientific knowledge, in a fresh pattern of great significance. But no specialist in any. A letter to teachers of history 235. Field, even had he been aware of Adams' proposal, was as yet prepared to see the whole picture, or to admit that, if this emerging pattern was meaningful, he could no longer cling to his dualistic 17th-century ideology or practice without revision the purely quantitative and objective procedures that had so far proved so successful. That this mechanistic 17th-century cosmos would disintegrate suddenly, under the impact of nuclear explosions, and produce 20th-century chaos seemed too unlikely to be taken seriously. But if Adams was right, the historic situation called for a new outlook, new methods, and a deliberate assumption of grave new duties, a change of mind more urgent than that which took place in science after Copernicus. Unfortunately, these were requirements he himself was unable to fulfill even in Baconian outline. If Adams' scholarly colleagues greeted his appeal with an embarrassed silence, even the free, open-minded William James turned a deaf ear. It was because Henry Adams' guiding idea was even more radical than he realized. By his stress on the potential future, he had moved from the world of serial time and causality which his 19th-century training made him equate with reality to the organic order of temporal duration, of phylogeny and social inheritance, memory and history, in which both past and future intersect in the present. In this organic world, purpose superimposes itself on process and partly transforms it. Here the succession of events is determined, not by external forces working in isolation upon isolated objects, but by reactions in a more complex field modified by the organism's inherited nature and by lifetime accumulations of experience in an environmental field teeming with other organisms. Here, finally, organic continuity absorbs novelty and determines whether it is consistent with the organism's own persistent nature and its tentative gropings and projections toward the future. Adams himself was unfortunately so committed to the deterministic atomism of orthodox post-17th century science, dealing with abstractions and isolates, that he did not see that the problem he propounded could not be answered on the basis of his own ideological premises. He evaded that issue by taking refuge in the waiting arms of the Virgin Mary. Though Adams had attributed the constant acceleration of energy solely to the physical instruments that effected this transformation, he had actually stumbled upon a new factor whose tremendous and fatal significance has even now not been fully grasped. This is the fact that the gradual disruption of the whole system of social inhibitions, religious restraints, and communal customs that had prevailed in early societies had amplified human efforts through releasing an immense output of non-human energy, a process that recognized no limits to its own increasingly automatic expansion. Society, awed by its indisputable success in mechanization, had 236 nucleation. Begun to obey its own automatic system, and every kind of activity was geared to an accelerated quantitative expansion, the expansion of territory, the expansion of population, the expansion of mechanical facilities, the expansion of production rates, capital gains, incomes, profits, and consumable wealth. Behind all these subsidiary phenomena stood the expansion of scientific knowledge, as the prime mover in this whole process. The automation of automation had begun. To most of Adam's contemporaries, these escalating automatisms, these deliberate departures from the restraining social norms of earlier communities were infeasible signs of progress. Adams alone had the courage to follow that seemingly beneficent development to its menacing negative conclusion, power on a scale that could no longer be controlled. Except by a profound reorientation of human habits, efforts, and goals. Failing that transformation, Adams foresaw an appalling human debacle. Though Adams could propose no remedy for the threatening disease, his prognosis proved remarkably accurate. Within a generation after Adams' death, both scientific progress and human regression had taken place on a scale that he alone had been able to imagine. 2. Old Mega Machine. N. Henry Adams' prediction, for all its remarkable prescience, was handicapped by being confined to a single factor, energy. Before the events he foresaw could come to pass, the components of a new mega-machine had to be discovered and invented, tested and organized, and finally assembled into a single unitary organization. As with the original mega-machine of the Pyramid Age, this assemblage could be brought about only under the fusion heat of war. Adams correctly anticipated a major part of the radical change that was about to take place. But he could not foresee that a more massive integration of these forces might occur in a fashion that would establish an even more formidable system of control. Yet up to the point where the implosion of these forces actually took place, so many of the necessary components were lacking, or were so deficient in quantity, and so many surviving institutions were so resistant to radical change, that Adams' prediction could be treated disdainfully as the aberration of an aging mind. Up to 1940 it was still possible to regard the continuation and acceleration of modern technology as, on the whole, old megamachine and new 237. Favorable to human development, and so firmly has this conviction been implanted, so completely has the myth of the machine taken hold of the modern mind, that these archaic beliefs are still widely regarded as well-founded, scientifically accredited, indubitably progressive, in short, practically unchallengeable. Not that anyone, at the beginning of the 20th century, could have been unaware that profound changes were being made in every aspect of daily life. These changes were invigorated and abetted, not merely by a great access of energy, but by a network of transportation systems and communication systems that had never existed before on anything like the present scale. The growth of capitalism, however uneven in its distribution of benefits, nevertheless appeared to many observers as the necessary preparation for a more equitable, socialized system. The seemingly ordained extension of political democracy, through responsible party government, at least in industrially advanced countries, supposedly guaranteed a smooth transition, by an accretion of measures that provided for social security and social welfare. Though the separate components of the mega-machine were already in existence, indeed, the great industrial corporations and cartels were working models, the system as a whole had only begun to coalesce. The notion that mechanical progress was in itself a liberating influence had remained unchallenged, on the whole, throughout the 19th century, except by romantics like Delacroix, Ruskin, and Morris, or more backward-looking thinkers. Many separate acts of liberation had indeed accompanied technical innovations and partly justified them, even during periods that saw the brutal degradation of the industrial worker in one new industry after another. Vast voluntary migrations of peaceable unarmed peoples took place, from Europe to America, and under more authoritarian pressures of punishment and political exile, from Russia to Siberia. Travel anywhere was possible, and permanent migration, too, in many countries without any governmental authorization or restriction. Until 1914 no passports were required anywhere for travelers beyond military age, except in the two surviving major despotisms, Russia and Turkey. For the first time in history, as the Italian historian Guglielmo Ferrero pointed out, freedom of the seas prevailed everywhere, freedom and safety. Even imperialism, however harsh in its handling of conquered populations, had helped establish that basic law and order and personal security, on which all real freedom is founded. Meanwhile, during the 19th century, the number of self-governing societies, organizations, associations, corporations, and communities had markedly increased, and regional entities, once suppressed by the national state or the despotic empire, were beginning to reassert their cultural individuality and their political independence. Small wonder that 238 nucleation. Hardly anyone suspected that a new megamachine was already in process of formation, and that it would be brought into existence and magnified in every dimension by fresh technical advances. During the last half-century this whole picture has changed, much more than anyone born after 1910 could realize from his personal impressions and memories. And what seemed at first like a series of unrelated and often contradictory tendencies has turned out, not to be an entirely new phenomenon, but one that had first taken place at the very inception of civilization, largely as the result of a parallel constellation of forces operating under similar ideological premises and cycle drives, and bent upon achieving similar objectives, the domination of nature and the subjugation of man. In Volume 1 of The Myth of the Machine I associated this implosion with the birth of a new religion, the religion of the sky gods. And in my treatment of the scientific and technical transition after the 15th century, as the reader must be aware, I have steadily kept an eye on this approaching consummation. When one puts together the scattered, seemingly unrelated components of both systems, the likeness between the two ages becomes striking, all the more because what were once impossible wishes, vain hopes, and empty boasts in the mouths of the ancient gods and kings have now become actualities, and herald even more wanton expansions of both irresistible power and unrestrained irrationality. Let us assemble these necessary components in the order of their appearance. And first, there was the cosmic religious preparation, which I have already described as the rebirth of the sun god, or, to put it in more commonplace terms, the heliocentric system of Copernicus. The exponents of this religion, once called natural philosophers, later scientists, for long bore themselves with such modesty and self-effacement, and brought forth such an abundance of useful knowledge, applicable in mining, hydraulics, navigation, war and eventually in medicine, agriculture, and public health, that no one suspected that their methods might also become a prime instrument of dehumanized authority. Along with the new universal religion of the sun god came with a deceptive air of independence the centralization of political power, first in the emerging race of tyrants and despots and kings, who subverted both feudal obligations and municipal freedoms in order to exert unqualified command over private wealth, by taxation, expropriation, and downright conquest and robbery of weaker peoples. Out of this personal sovereignty of the king by divine right, openly proclaimed as such, rose the impersonal sovereignty of the state. Under oligarchic or republican rule, this collective agency claimed all the prerogatives and powers that the king had originally claimed in person, indeed more sweepingly than any monarch had yet dared to do. As with Egypt, the commands of the super-sovereign could old megamachine and new 239 not be carried out without the training and disciplining anew of two ancient orders, the bureaucracy and the army. Up automatism, down autonomy. None of these institutions had, it is true, entirely disappeared during the intervening 5 millennia. In some respects, they had benefited from time to time by technical improvements in the media used for keeping the permanent record, in weapons and tactics, in functional hierarchic organization. Both had been kept in being, carefully nurtured by old traditions, in the army and in the ecclesiastical organization of the Church of Rome, an etherealized megamachine which had endured for some 1500 years. The new absolute rulers, like Peter the Great of Russia, Frederick Wilhelm of Prussia, and Louis XIV of France, commanded permanent armies installed in permanent barracks, governed by a permanent bureaucracy all capable, even before telegraphic communication, of exerting more or less effective remote control over distant enemies and scattered populations. This modern centralized mode of organization was incomparably more powerful than that of dispersed medieval communities, with their loose feudal or municipal armies, fitfully trained and sporadically assembled, or their municipal government by amateur officials, exercising limited powers for a single year of office. These transformations only emphasize that there is no component of the modern megamachine that did not exist, in fact or in dream, in the original model. What is distinctly modern is the effective materialization of archaic dreams that had hitherto been technologically impracticable. With the coalition of political absolutism, military regimentation, and mechanical invention came the reintroduction of an ancient institution that had long been in abeyance, forced labor and compulsory national service for war. The first took the form of slavery and wage labor, under threat of starvation and imprisonment, a system that, like slavery in the United States, flagrantly eroded the pious professions of the current libertarian ideology. But compulsory national service, introduced under the banner of democracy, went even further. It came in as an instrument of national survival in the heat of fighting the wars of the French Revolution, and was continued by the audacious, self-made emperor who liquidated that revolution. Thus the chief military innovation that made the Egyptian megamachine possible was reintroduced for the first time since as a permanent auxiliary of large-scale government. Even at the height of the Roman Imperium, no such total organization of large populations for work or destruction had been feasible. The significance of national conscription, politely called universal service, as an essential instrument for mass control, has been passed over by modern political and historical scholars with incredible frivolity or equally incredible blindness. Though no other factor has done more to add 240 to the destructiveness of war, and to condition large populations to the rituals of human massacre, the scholarly literature on the subject is negligible. The word conscription does not appear in the index of the Cambridge Modern History in the volumes dealing wholly with the French Revolution and with Napoleon. The one notable exception is an article by Colonel F. N. Maude in the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1910, for he noted that there is perhaps no law on the statute books of any nation which has exercised and is destined to exercise a more far-reaching influence on the future of humanity than this little-known French Act cf. 1798. That judgment has still to penetrate our political consciousness up to this point. Forced labor, as for road building and fortifications, and compulsory military service, had been general, but local and sporadic. Now they became systematic, regular, universal. The national army became, in effect, an educational institution for conditioning its human units to the unthinking, obedient, automatic execution of orders. Even allowing for its occasional generation of resentment and recalcitrance, there is no doubt that this systematic regimentation of a whole population found its way back into the bureau and the factory, and in fact imposed machine-like docility on a scale never before conceivable, all the more because the appropriate ideological doctrines and emotional responses supplemented the physical drill. The effect of this regimen has become plain. What social reformers like Condorcet, Saint Simon, An Augusta comment learned from the Napoleonic era was the efficacy with which military technique can be applied to social behavior. These prophets envisaged a revolution so final and complete that it would render all legal and political institutions absolute. That goal identifies the new mega-machine, and this revolution is now in process. Let me make clear, at this point, a difference between the state as a mere unit of political administration and the activated mega-machine. This difference is brought out in the changing definition of the word power in English. The New English Dictionary traces the definition of power as possession of control or command over others back to 1297, it then in 1486 shifts to legal ability, capacity, or authority to act, but in 1727 power takes on a technological role as any form of energy or force available for application to work. Finally, with the construction of the mega-machine, all the modes of power became available for work, both constructive and destructive on a colossal scale otherwise unattainable. The mega-machine, accordingly, is not a mere administrative organization, it is a machine in the orthodox technical sense, as a combination of resistant bodies so organized as to perform standardized motions and repetitive work. But note, all these forms of power, one reinforcing the other, became essential to the new pentagon of power. New Coalition 241. Unlike machines that perform partial operations for specialized purposes, the mega-machine by its very nature can be used only in collective, large-scale operations, which are themselves components of a larger power system. By increasing the range and number of such operations from the archaic jobs of canal building, highway building, and urban demolition, to the entire industrial process and thence into the organization of education and consumption, the mega-machine exercises more effective control over large populations than any merely political unit can profess. Nietzsche once described war as the health of the state, but more than this, it is the body and soul of the mega-machine. The extent of the mega-machine's activities can be judged by the fact that, once a large war comes to an end, it takes from 3 to 5 years before the organizations and industries the mega-machine absorbs can recover, even with aid from the central authority, the ability to carry on as quasi-independent units. All the properties of individual machines' high energy inputs, mechanization, automation, quantity output are increased by their inclusion in the mega-machine, but so likewise are the disadvantages of such machines: their rigidity, their irresponsiveness to new situations, their detachment from human purposes other than those embodied in the design of the machine. The chief of these embodied purposes is the exercise of power. Even before absolute weapons were invented, automatism and absolutism were firmly coupled together in the constitution of every military organization. Hence war is the ideal condition for promoting the assemblage of the mega-machine, and to keep the threat of war constantly in existence is the surest way of holding the otherwise autonomous or quasi-autonomous components together as a functioning working unit. Once a mega-machine has been brought into existence, any criticism of its program, any departure from its principles, any detachment from its routines, any modifications of its structure through demands from below constitute a threat to the whole system. 3. New Coalition. I have left to the end the one institutional prerequisite of the mega-machine which, so far as one can analyze the mega-machine at its point of origin, did not exist in the ancient model, namely, a special kind of economic dynamism based on rapid capital accumulation, repeated turnovers, large profits, working toward the constant acceleration of technology itself. In short, the money economy. 242. The coalition of money power with political power was one of the decisive marks of monarchic or despotic absolutism, and the more dependent the military machine became on technical inventions and mass production of weapons, the greater the immediate profits to the national economic system, even though in the long run succeeding generations would find these putative gains offset by the cost of reparations, repairs, and replacements, to say nothing of human wretchedness. Though the moral onus for promoting war has made the munitions manufacturers the scapegoats, The fact is that the paper profits of war equally enrich every other part of the national economy, even agriculture, for war, with its unparalleled consumption of goods, and its unparalleled wastes, tempo, rarely overcomes the chronic defect of an expanding technology overproduction. War, by restoring scarcity, is necessary on classic capitalist terms to ensure profit. In turn, this economic dynamism, through bellicose destruction or the building up of military capability for this eventual use, depends upon a vast transfer of credit to the government, and the need for both capital and current income to cover national military expenditures gives sanction to what, from the standpoint of orthodox free enterprise, is an odious imposition, a national income tax. This is a measure that even absolute monarchs introduced with grave misgivings. Louis XIV did not dare to impose it without getting from the theologians of Paris the reassuring dictum that such an imposition could be justified since, as a ruler by divine right, all land and property in the country belonged to him, and could be distributed at his pleasure. It was only during the Napoleonic Wars that, in a relatively free constitutional monarchy like England, the income tax was introduced, though conscription, in the inequable and arbitrary form of navy press gangs, had preceded it, and without the introduction of the constitutional change that legalized the income tax in the United States, in 1913, the vast sums needed to create the new mega-machine after 1940 would not have been available. By now it should be plain that the extravagant largesse derived from national taxation has become a substitute for the profit motive in fostering the economic dynamism of the modern economy. Neither profit and loss nor cost-benefit accountancy reduces effectively the operations of the mega-machine, for the costs are magically converted into benefits, and the prospective losses through military obsolescence and outright destruction are the source of fresh corporate profits. Through war, actual and prospective, the mega-machine increased its scope and expanded its power, and incidentally removed the one form of feedback the capitalist system had developed to regulate and rationalize its operations, namely, close accountancy of profit and loss, with ultimate bankruptcy as the penalty of miscalculation. It was not through effecting 243 major changes in the capitalist economy, which remained in a general state of semi-paralysis in the 1930s, but through rearmament and war that an economic revival was effected, and it is by war alone that the system was temporarily saved from self-destruction through its radical weakness, its failure to achieve distributive justice. Not merely does the money economy, then, overexcite every part of the already expanding power technology, but it makes the continued extension of the mega-machine into every area imperative in order to ensure the surplus needed for the negative enterprises of war, planned extermination, and mass control. What is more, as the state extends social security and technical services to the country as a whole, a growing part of the population, despite the fact that the income tax is habitually rigged to favor the rich, has a stake in this centrally directed mode of production, distribution, and collective destruction. In this combination of technological, financial, political, and military dynamism, no one agent was more essential than the other, but all were needed before the mega-machine could be reconstituted in an efficient, up-to-date model, with most of its historic defects repaired and its traditional limitations removed. By the beginning of the 20th century, the main components of the new mega-machine were already in existence, though some were still in half-formed state. Only two things were lacking: a symbolic figure of absolute power, incarnated in a living ruler, a corporate group, or a super-machine, and a crisis sufficiently portentous and pressing to bring about an implosion of all the necessary components. The crisis arose and the implosion took place, but before that happened, older and cruder models of the mega-machine, energized by new mechanical equipment, had come into existence and opened the way for the final explosion of absolute power. 4. Transitional totalitarianism. The reinvention and expansion of the mega-machine was in no sense an inevitable outcome of historic forces. Indeed, until the end of the 19th century, it seemed to many able thinkers that the major changes in Western civilization, even in technology, were favorable to freedom. Such a detached mind as Ernest Renan's, echoing Comte's earlier dictums, could observe, in the 1890s, that belligerent nationalism was on the wane, and the animus against war was so widespread the armed services could be maintained only by conscription. During the earlier part of the 19th century, with the abandonment of serfdom and the suppression of slavery, strong counter-forces had seemed to be rising, leading to the universal reign of law, self-government, and cooperation on an increasingly worldwide scale. Even in militarized countries like Germany, as late as the Zabern affair in 1912, the government could be censured in the Reichstag for the brutal conduct of a single Prussian officer who had arrogantly pushed a lame cobbler into the gutter and struck him. Political oppression, brutal economic exploitation, preventable disease, and starvation all seemed on the wane. Admittedly, these brave expectations were arrested periodically by ugly outbreaks of collective barbarism, such as the Armenian and Macedonian massacres, the British Opium War in China, and the Boer War in South Africa, with its concentration camps, to say nothing of the infamous conduct of the Western armies that put down the Boxer Rebellion in China. Yet until the outbreak of the First World War, reason and compassion seemed to be gaining the upper hand, along with democratic understanding and cooperation. But the balance in favor of such constructive developments was shaken by the First World War, and the faith that had equated technological with human improvement was undermined, indeed, badly shattered by the realization that all the potentialities for evil had been augmented by the very energies technics had released. The first intimation that a new mega-machine was in fact being assembled came only after the First World War, with the rise of the totalitarian states, beginning with Soviet Russia and Italy. This reversed the trend toward representative government and popular participation which had been the dominant note even in Russia of the previous century. The new form of the fascist or communist dictatorships was that of a single-party organization, based on a self-appointed revolutionary junta, and headed by a flesh-and-blood incarnation of the old-time king by divine right, one no longer anointed by God, but, like Napoleon, self-crowned, a ruthless dictator, Lenin, a demonic Führer, Hitler, a bloody tyrant, Stalin, proclaiming the lawfulness of unqualified power, unlawfully seized. That doctrine was as old as Thrasymachus' statement in Plato's Republic, while the example itself was of course thousands of years older. But the new mega-machine did not grow up overnight, and it was only a sanguine liberal illusion of the 19th century to have ignored in contemporary life what it also ignored or minimized in its reading of history, the continued existence of slavery from the beginnings of civilization down to the last half of the 19th century, along with war and conquest and human exploitation, accepted as normal prerogatives of the sovereign state. Though Herbert Spencer had made a colossal error in his one-sidedly optimistic picture of social evolution, by equating industrialism 245 with peace, he deserves retrospective honor for being the first to deduce from the revival of imperialism in the last quarter of the 19th century a decisive reversion to barbarism, the coming slavery. In coupling this slavery with the welfare state, Spencer was in advance of both Hilaire Belloc and Friedrich Hayek. The shock was later to discover that the new barbarism was fortified, almost imposed, by the new technology. The reassemblage of the ancient invisible machine took place in three main stages, at considerable intervals. The first stage was that marked by the French Revolution of 1789. Though this revolution deposed and executed the traditional king, it reinstated with far greater power his abstract counterpart, the national state, to which, on Rousseau's pseudo-democratic theory of the general will, it bestowed absolute powers, like those of conscription, powers that historic kings would have envied. Sir Henry Maine, one of the most astute political observers of the Victorian age, saw clearly through this device. He pointed out that the despotic sovereign of the contrat social, the all-powerful community, is an inverted copy of the King of France, invested with an authority claimed for him by his courtiers. The second stage came in 1914 with the First World War, though many of the preliminary steps had already been taken by Napoleon I, and carried further by the Prussian military autocracy under Bismarck after the Franco-Prussian War in 1870. This included the enlistment of scholars and scientists as an arm of the state, and the placating of the working classes by universal suffrage, social welfare legislation, national elementary education, job insurance, and old age pensions, measures that Napoleon, despite his high esteem for law and science and uniform education, had never carried so far. Had Napoleon succeeded in his conquest of Europe, and had he had time to consolidate his military bureaucratic regime, the mega-machine might have emerged, at least halfway toward its modern form, by the middle of the 19th century. Indeed, even the bedraggled ideological aftermath of Napoleonism conjured up in the mind of young Ernest Renan a future not unlike that which we are now facing, dictatorship by a scientific elite. Before the First World War was over, the main features of the new mega-machine had been roughed in. Even nations that had already achieved a large measure of political freedom, like England and the United States, introduced military conscription, and to meet the exorbitant demands for war material, England established industrial conscription as well, though under somewhat different conditions than those sought by Bellamy. In order, further, to prosecute the war without falling into bankruptcy, an outcome that orthodox market economists had once thought would make any long war impossible, the British government imposed a heavier in 246 cum tax than it had ever before dared to inflict, while the services of scientists were marshaled in every country to devise more destructive weapons, like TNT bombs and poison gases, to hasten victory. Thus collective power on a scale never achieved before heightened the pace of technical change in every department, and the control of information by the government, with the feeding of officially selected and favorably colored information to its own people, as a means of maintaining morale, that is, quieting disillusion and opposition, gave modern democratic governments their first taste of thought control, on a more efficient positive basis than antiquated organizations like the Russian autocracy had employed. This provided the mega-machine with a valuable supplement to physical coercion and military discipline. Curiously, the first attempt to modernize the oppressive mega-machine came about in Russia through the Bolshevik Revolution. But despite the fact that Lenin and his collaborators were conditioned by their Marxian premises to favor Western science and industrialism, it happened that in taking over the Tsarist state they inherited in the bureaucracy the most perfect surviving example of the ancient mega-machine, untouched by economic competition and industrial efficiency. Though that system was now in a state of utter corruption and dissolution, it had imposed habits and responses upon the masses that up to a point favored the succeeding centralized bureaucratic organization. Much of the population was already conditioned to servile compliance and to the worship of a single, supposedly all-powerful ruler. Though the democratic objectives of the social revolution were soon savagely suppressed, if not forgotten, the dictatorship survived by utilizing the bureaucratic social apparatus and the psychological conditioning of the antiquated mega-machine. The state took over the most brazen assumption of rule by divine right, the king can do no wrong, and even succeeded in translating it into a more absurd positive form, the party is always right. Those who oppose the party line, no matter how wildly it zigzags and contradicts itself, no matter how unscrupulously the new rulers, the apparatchiki, work to preserve their own privileged position, must be condemned as heretics, hooligans, counter-revolutionaries. Once this new autocracy was seated in power, rival institutions, the local Soviets or agricultural communes, the cooperatives, the trade unions, nonconformist national or religious groups like the Orthodox Christians and the Jews, even the gypsies, were harried, suppressed, or destroyed. The mega-machine is an elephant that fears even the smallest mouse. This system of coercion, ruthless enough under Lenin and Trotsky, became absolute under Joseph Stalin, whose paranoid fears, suspicions, and murderous malevolence were in part signs that the new mega-machine still lacked an essential feature that the old one possessed, an awe-inducing. 247. Religion and a ritual of divine worship that would gain by mass suggestion a more complete submission and more abject obedience than terror alone can achieve. As with Hitler later, Stalin's methodical madness resulted in the deliberate slaughter on a wholesale scale not only of peasants, but of the informed groups and classes, the trained technicians and creative minds, upon whom such a complex fabric as a mega-machine, even in its primitive state, depends for its existence. For a while, indeed, Stalin through sheer terrorism almost succeeded in turning himself into a divine king in the image of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. He could be addressed, Russians have pointed out, only in the form that was used exclusively in the past in addressing a Tsar. Stalin's solemn pronouncement on every subject from the mechanism of genetic inheritance to the origins of language were fatuously hailed as the voice of omniscience. So they became the ultimate guides to scholars and scientists who had spent their lifetime on research without ever reaching such ultimate and irrefragable truths. The same tendency later became magnified even to the point of gross caricature if that were possible in the pronouncements of Mao Zedong. In its extreme Stalinist form the Russian mega-machine betrayed, even before Hitler, the most sinister defects of the ancient mega-machine, its reliance upon physical coercion and terrorism, its systematic enslavement of the entire working population, including members of the dictatorial party, its suppression of free personal intercourse, free travel, free access to the existing store of knowledge, free association, and finally its imposition of human sacrifice to appease the wrath and sustain the life of its terrible, blood-drinking god, Stalin himself. The result of this system was to transform the entire country into a prison, part concentration camp, part extermination laboratory, from which the only hope of escape was by death. The liberty, fraternity, and equality of the French Revolution had turned, by a further revolution around the same axle, into alienation, inequality, and enslavement. Unfortunately, long inurement to the Tsarist mega-machine had trained the Russians in forms of docile conformity that could hardly be distinguished from willing cooperation. Here and there a minority discovered little niches and hideouts where, silently, some portion of untrammeled life could be maintained. But woe to prouder souls, who dared open defiance. The writer Isaac Babel, who demanded the privilege of writing badly. That is, not in conformity with the party line, and who proclaimed that silence, too, might be an effective mode of expression, was soon put out of the way and executed. Even silence could be provocative. Because this revolution, like its bloody predecessor, devoured its children in a methodical Saturnalia of violence, it was long before the mega-machine could produce in sufficient numbers the new elite, whose views and whose way of life 248 conformed to its requirements, the technicians, the bureaucrats, the scientists. Fortunately the indispensable scientists, aided by orthodox sciences, methodical divorce from moral and social issues, continued to provide the system with the quotas of new knowledge necessary to accelerate the operations of the mega-machine and effect the transition, via nuclear energy, from the archaic to the modern form. By the time Stalin died he had rehabilitated and magnified all the most repulsive features of the ancient mega-machine, while his scientific and technical collaborators, both voluntarily and under compulsion, had already begun to construct the principal components of the modernized mega-machine. Because of its head start, the archaic form even now still dominates the Soviet system, though powerfully reinforced by the new agents. The fact that Stalin, like Lenin before him, was treated at death to the ancient Egyptian process of mummification, and was put on view for public worship, makes the parallel almost too neat to seem anything but contrived, as if invented by me to support one of the major themes of this book. But so it actually was. 5. As it turned out, Adolf Hitler was destined to become, even more effectively than Joseph Stalin, the chief agent in the modernization of the mega-machine. This is not because he was less psychotic, for delusions of grandeur and fantasies of absolute power are an essential motive power for this peculiar mechanism. Hitler's model, assembled in a scientifically advanced country, was a base hybrid, partly archaic, on the Assyrian model, and partly improved, on the mechanized, but still clumsy 17th century model, Louis XIV Napoleon, partly modern, utilizing aspects of the available science, plus the latest behaviorist advertising techniques, to condition the entire population, but likewise adding psychotic components derived from Hitler's own autistic fantasies. Albert Speer, the architect, finally placed in charge of war production under Hitler, pointed out the singular merits of the Nazi megamachine in a speech made at the Nuremberg trials. Hitler's dictatorship, Speer noted, differed in one fundamental point from all its predecessors in history. Through technical devices like the radio and the loudspeaker, 80 million people were deprived of independent thought. Earlier dictators needed highly qualified asses. 249. Tense, even at the lowest level, men who could think and act independently. The totalitarian system in the period of modern technical development can dispense with such men. It is possible to mechanize the lower leadership. As a result of this, there has arisen the new type of the uncritical recipient of orders. One can take exception to Speer's analysis in only one respect: the uncritical acceptance began at the top, as he himself demonstrated. Now the leaders of the Nazi Third Reich regarded war as the natural state of human society and extermination as a desirable way of establishing the dominance of their national organization and their ideology over rival systems. The enslavement or extermination of inferior groups or nations thus became the appointed duty of those who accepted their doctrine of Aryan superiority. Only in the atmosphere of constant war could totalitarian leaders command the absolute obedience and unqualified loyalty necessary for the smooth operation of such a megamachine. In conformity with these aberrations, systematic violence, brutality, torture, and sexual corruption were treated as normal, even desirable accompaniments of the new order. And though all these features were openly present from the beginning, many otherwise decent people, in other countries besides Germany, openly hailed this regime as the wave of the future, though when one examines either its doctrines or its acts, one can find in Nazism only the sewage-laden backwash of the past. The need to establish quickly the permanent supremacy of his megamachine drove Hitler to seek to achieve by war what he could probably have accomplished, with a little patience, by terror and corruption alone, with or without the connivance with Stalin that seemed guaranteed by the Nazi-Soviet Pact in 1939. Far more effectively than Stalin, indeed, Hitler had secured the cooperation of the intellectual classes and the established churches. Without serious opposition he restored the most virulent forms of racialism, existentialism, blood and soilism, by attaching them cunningly to reputable sentiments and genial emotional needs that had been left out of the mechanical world picture and more or less disparaged by the more rational utopian proposals of the previous century. In the subjugation of Austria, the enslavement of Czechoslovakia, the annihilation of Poland, and the conquest of France, Hitler demonstrated his understanding of the ancient malpractices and misuses of the megamachine far better than its positive potentialities. Hitler, like Stalin, had by 1939 come as near to presiding over his people in the role of the divine king as it is possible to do in the present age. He did so, not merely with the blessings of the ancient German nobile, the great landlords, and the officers' corps, along with the magnates of Essen, Hamburg, and Berlin, but he likewise had the faithful support of a considerable part, possibly a major part, of the ecclesiastical and the 250 scientific establishment, to say nothing of such obscurantist soothsayers as the existentialist philosopher Martin Heidegger. To ensure undeviating uniformity, writers, artists, musicians, psychologists were enrolled in official organizations and obliged to wear the same mental uniform. Similarly, the Nazi cure for unemployment was on the best pharaonic pattern, the uniformed labor army. Meanwhile, the military spirit of brutal drill and mindless obedience was carried into the schools and universities, where, as had been proved during the First World War, it had never been entirely absent since Fichte's day. In short, the Germans not merely enlarged the dimensions of the ancient megamachine, but made important innovations in the techniques of mass control, innovations that later corporate megamachines are now perfecting with the aid of spying devices, opinion polls, market research, and computerized dossiers on private life. In the background, the torture chamber and the crematorium, if not planetary incineration, are still ready to complete the job. But every totalitarian system brings its own nemesis, to the very degree that the system is closed and self-sealed, incapable of self-criticism and self-correction. With poetic justice, the first victims of the system were the leaders themselves, whose effective control was undermined by self-induced phobias, hallucinations, and prefabricated lies that they themselves had come to believe. Witness Stalin's stultifying stubbornness in rejecting authentic information about Hitler's approaching attack on Russia, a calamitous misjudgment that caused untold suffering and military humiliation, indeed, almost lost Russia the war. At the end of the conflict, the Nazi megamachine had equally become the victim of its leaders' ideological perversities and emotional aberrations. They wasted on the occupation and greedy exploitation of peripheral countries' military forces that should have been concentrated in combat. Likewise, they undermined military and industrial effort by exterminating millions of non-combatant Russians and Poles for the mere gratification of their pathological hatred and contempt, while the regime further deprived itself, by starvation, torture, and death, of some 6 million Jews, many of whom, until they faced their incredible fate, had remained patriotic Germans, whose labor might have been used efficiently to increase production. With all these screaming errors of judgment and miscarriages of military effort, one might think that both the Russian and the Nazi megamachines would have passed completely out of existence, more discredited than the invisible machine that had flourished in the Pyramid Age. But unfortunately, the errors committed by the Nazis did not prevent them from at first achieving a series of astounding military successes, and these feats brought about a similar recrudescence of the megamachine in Britain and the United States. By the curious dialectic of history, Hitler's enlargement and refurbishment of the Nazi megamachine gave rise to the Kindi 251 for creating those counter-instruments that would conquer it and temporarily wreck it. So far, then, from the megamachines being utterly discredited by the colossal errors of its ruling elite, the opposite actually happened. It was rebuilt by the Western Allies on advanced scientific lines, with its defective human parts replaced by mechanical and electronic and chemical substitutes, and finally coupled to a source of power that made all previous modes of power production as obsolete as Bronze Age missiles. In short, in the very act of dying, the Nazis transmitted the germs of their disease to their American opponents, not only the methods of compulsive organization or physical destruction, but the moral corruption that made it feasible to employ these methods without stirring opposition. Hitler, even more than Stalin, had proved himself a master of demoralization, for he was able to release in others the most destructive forces of the unconscious. In the course of a dozen years he had popularized every mode of human debasement. He even employed physicians who had taken the Hippocratic oath to perform loathsome pseudo-scientific tortures upon human beings, such as none but psychotics could entertain even in fantasy. On the world stage, Hitler turned the original theater of the absurd into a theater of the cruel, and the avant-garde theaters that now glorify these psychotic manifestations are so many vulgar testimonials to Hitler's overwhelming success. During his brief ascendancy, Hitler and his agents succeeded in debauching human values and breaking down salutary inhibitions it had taken civilized peoples thousands of years to build up in order to protect themselves against their own destructive fantasies. None of the perversities Huxley had anticipated in his Brave New World was out of order in the Third Reich. The first military triumph of the Nazis in the Second World War, the total destruction of Central Warsaw, followed by that of the center of Rotterdam in 1940, carried out a technique originally established by the first megamachines. The Germans had caught the essential spirit of the original models, as in Ashurne Zirpal's recorded boast, I cut off their heads, I burned them with fire, a pile of living men and of heads against their city gate I set up, men impaled on stakes, the city I destroyed and devastated, I turned it into mounds and ruin heaps, the young men and maidens in the fire I burned. It remained for our progressive age to sanctify these psychotic acts and normalize this criminality. Even before the Nazis, this poison was already working in the progressive technical military mind. The policy of mass extermination of civilians from the air was first advocated by the American General William Mitchell, then by the Italian General Douwerhet, as a cheap, quick substitute for the slow kind of victory achieved by armies assaulting other identifiable armies. Mussolini's boasted triumphs over the helpless Abyss. 252. Sinian villagers commended this principle for general use, and the Germans followed up their first easy demolitions in Warsaw and Rotterdam by more massive assaults against British cities, beginning in September 1940 with London. As an effective strategy for achieving military domination, this demoralized method has repeatedly proved costly and futile. Even when deployed against whole cities, not military targets, official inquiry revealed that only 20% of the bombs dropped during the Second World War by the American Air Force fell on the designated areas. From London and Coventry to Hamburg, Dresden, Tokyo, and Hanoi, the minuscule military results were hugely disproportionate to the industrial effort needed. Unfortunately, partly because of Britain's desperate position in 1940, Churchill, influenced by the mischievous advice of Professor F. A. Lindemann, retaliated against the Nazis by adopting the same totalitarian method, and in 1942 the American Air Force followed suit. This was an unconditional moral surrender to Hitler. Again, with poetic justice, this reliance upon extermination bombing, once sanctimoniously called area or obliteration bombing, delayed the democratic victory, for that was actually won by orthodox military methods, backed by the tactical air arm, which destroyed bridges, railroads, and other planes. But an even more fatal consequence followed from the very successes achieved up to the surrender at Stalingrad by the combined Axis forces in Europe and Asia, the threat of a Nazi victory through technological superiority in long-distance rocket bombing, with the further threat of absolute superiority through the possible release of atomic energy, brought about in the United States the long-imminent implosion of a mega-machine on an advanced 20th century model. Under the stress of war, the missing component of the mega-machine, the form of energy whose coming Henry Adams had predicted, was finally unlocked and utilized: bombs of cosmic violence. The very organization that made this possible itself enlarged all the dimensions of the mega-machine and increased, by an incalculable factor, its capacity to work wholesale destruction. This vast transformation took place in secret, with the aid of secret funds, supporting secret groups of scientists whose work was unknown to each other, utilizing secret knowledge, for a purpose that remained secret however close the guesses might come until the first atom bomb was exploded. The very conditions under which this weapon was created brought the scattered components of the mega-machine together. As with the first mega-machine, the new model threw off hitherto firmly established limitations, scientific, technical, social, and moral, and like the ancient mega-machine, it gave unqualified authority and power to those who, on the evidence of history, had never shown any capability for using even more limited power wisely and humanely. Implosions and explosions. 253. One germane problem now remained, a problem towering over all others: how to prevent the human race from being destroyed by its demoralized but reputedly sane leaders. That problem has still to be solved. Meanwhile, another one has become almost as pressing: how to protect mankind as a whole from coming under the complete control of the new totalitarian mechanism, without also destroying the scientific insights and the technical capacities that help to bring it into existence. Well did Emerson observe in 1832, as if in anticipation of our present terrors and tribulations, "Don't trust children with tools. Don't trust man, great God, with more power than he has, until he has learned to use that little power better." What a hell we should make of the world if we could do what we would. Put a button on the foil till the young fencers have learned not to put each other's eyes out. 6. Implosions and explosions. To effect the implosion of ideas and forces that finally produced the atomic reactor and the atom bomb, more than 3 centuries of preparation had been needed. But even then no proposal of this magnitude could have been broached, with sufficient authority to overcome the peacetime inertia of business as usual, had there not been a direct military challenge from the old-fashioned mega-machine, with the vivid possibility that German fascists would soon place within Hitler's hands an absolute weapon, by means of which he might blackmail all other nations into submission. Such a threat of worldwide domination by the totalitarian Axis, Germany, Italy, Japan, and prior to June 1941 Soviet Russia brought about a similar concentration of physical power on the part of the democracies, even before the United States had been dragged into war by these enemies. At that time it was plain, though the memory of this reality has unfortunately faded, that no compromise with the victory-intoxicated Axis, still less any mode of passive or nonviolent resistance, such as that practiced by the Hindus against the British government in India, could have halted their accelerating program of enslavement and extermination. If proof of this were still needed, the fate of the Jews and other national groups under the Nazis, a total of some 20 million massacred, demonstrated this. The sedulous efforts of A.J.P. Taylor and his followers to conceal this situation by turning Hitler into a reasonable statesman, pursuing limited national aims, is a disgraceful travesty of historical scholarship. Once the 1939 war enveloped the planet, the necessary components of 254 nucleation. The megamachine were not merely enlarged in scope but brought into close coordination and cooperation, so that in each country they functioned increasingly as a single unit. Every part of the daily routine was placed directly or indirectly under governmental control: food rationing, fuel rationing, clothes production, building, all obeyed regulations laid down by the central agency. The system of conscription applied in effect, not only to the armed forces, but to the entire country. Though industry at first moved reluctantly into this new orbit, the growth of cartels, trusts, and monopolies which had taken place during the previous century equipped these organizations for active collaboration under government control, lured naturally by the huge financial incentive for accepting such integration, namely, costs plus a large guaranteed profit. This ensured both maximum production and maximum financial return. As the war progressed, this megatechnic assemblage functioned increasingly, despite corporate jealousies and local antagonisms, as a single working unit. But 2 additional components were needed to effect the transition to the new megamachine. One of them was already in existence, an absolute ruler. As it happened, the President of the United States was equipped with emergency powers written into the American Constitution in direct imitation of Roman precedent. Under wartime conditions, the President had unlimited authority to take whatever steps were necessary to safeguard the nation. No absolute monarch could have exercised greater power. Even the mere threat that Hitler might possess a superweapon enabled President Roosevelt, with the budgetary consent of Congress, to draft the manpower and brainpower that resulted in the invention of the nuclear reactor and the atom bomb. In order to produce this result, all the classic components of the ancient megamachine were made over on a pattern that took full advantage of megatechnic organization and scientific research. No small concentration of the power complex could have produced the critical transformation of the military-industrial scientific establishment. Out of this union, between 1940 and 1961, the modernized megamachine, commanding absolute powers of destruction, emerged. Instead of a single Archimedes, ingeniously destroying a Roman fleet, 10,000 replicas of Archimedes were put to work to multiply the engines of war and counteract those of the enemy, and for one quick-wit exponent of handicraft, such as the American soldier who devised a simple method for cutting down the matted hedges of Normandy, which had obstructed the deployment of American tanks, there were now thousands of exponents of the new technology, at work on radar and sonar, on jet planes and rockets, and above all on the atom bomb. Only under the intense pressures of war could such a coalition of forces, almost a coalescence, have taken place. Implosions and explosions. 255. The production of the atom bomb was in fact crucial to the building of the new megamachine, little though anyone at the time had that larger objective in mind. For it was the success of this project that gave the scientists a central place in the new power complex and resulted eventually in the invention of many other instruments that have rounded out and universalized the system of control first established to meet only the exigencies of war. Overnight, the civilian and military leaders of the United States were endowed with powers that hitherto had been claimed only by Bronze Age gods, powers that had never actually been exercised by any merely human ruler. Thereafter, in the order of precedence, the irreplaceable scientist technician stood highest in the new hierarchy of power, and every part of the megamachine was made over in consonance with the peculiarly limited type of knowledge, deliberately sterilized of other human values and purposes, that their refined mathematical analysis and exact methods had been designed to further. In view of the cataclysmic changes that followed, it is significant that the initiative in bringing about the release of nuclear energy, the central event in the recrudescence of the megamachine in modern form, was taken, not by the central government, but by a small group of physicists. Not less significant is the fact that these advocates of nuclear power were themselves unusually humane and morally sensitive people, notably, Albert Einstein, Enrico Fermi, Leo Szilard, Harold Urey. These were the last scientists one would accuse of seeking to establish a new priesthood, capable of assuming autocratic authority and wielding satanic power. Those unpleasant characteristics, which have become all too evident in later collaborators and successors, were derived from the new instruments commanded by the megamachine and the dehumanized concepts that were rapidly incorporated in its whole working program. As for the initiators of the atom bomb, it was their innocence that concealed from them, at least in the initial stages, the dreadful ultimate consequences of their effort. Certainly the physicists who were alert to the immediate threat the splitting of the atom held if this knowledge were in the hands of a totalitarian dictator, drew unsound political and military conclusions, against whose hasty application their scientific training had given them no adequate safeguards. Fearful that the Nazis would gain an overwhelming advantage by manufacturing an atom bomb first, Einstein and his associates placed before the chief executive the case for the United States developing such a weapon, without their prudently canvassing various possible alternatives. Their fears were well grounded, their alertness was admirable. But their initiative unfortunately came half a century too late. Had the scientists in their corporate capacity taken heed of Henry Adams and Frederick Soddy's warnings a generation earlier, they might have 256. Addressed themselves in time to the critical underlying problem, how to mobilize the intelligence of mankind to prevent such potentially catastrophic energy from being prematurely released. Unfortunately, their training had conditioned the scientists to the idea that the continued increase of scientific knowledge, and its speediest possible translation into practice, without regard to social consequences, was nothing less than a categorical imperative. While a concerned contemporary can understand the initiative taken by Einstein and ratified by President Franklin D. Roosevelt, very possibly the present critic would under the same circumstances have made the same tragic mistake. It is now plain that this proposal was made within a far too limited historical context. It was a short-term decision to effect an immediately desired result, though the consequences may disastrously undermine mankind's entire future. To propose creating a weapon of cosmic violence without at the same time providing, as a condition for scientific aid, the coordinate moral and political safety measures shows how unused even these moralized scientists were to considering the practical consequences of their vocational commitments. But the facts are now clear. The preparation for this misuse of power preceded the explosion of the first atom bomb. Well before the first atom bomb was tested, the American Air Force had adopted the hitherto unthinkable practice of the wholesale, indiscriminate bombing of concentrated civilian populations. This paralleled, except for distance from the victims, the practices employed by Hitler's submen in extermination camps like Buchenwald and Auschwitz. By using napalm bombs, the American Air Force had roasted alive 180,000 civilians in Tokyo in a single night. Thus the descent to total demoralization and extermination was neatly plotted well before the supposedly ultimate weapon, the atom bomb, was invented. Once the plan to make an atom bomb was sanctioned, the scientists who gave themselves to this project were caught by their own erroneous ideological premises into accepting its military use. Their original error could not easily be repaired, no matter how their consciences might pain them, nor how strenuous the efforts of their more sensitive and intelligent leaders to awaken mankind to its plight. For something worse than the invention of a deadly weapon had taken place. The act of making the bomb had hastened the assemblage of the new mega-machine, for in order to keep that mega-machine in effective operation once the immediate military emergency was over, a permanent state of war became the condition for its survival and further expansion. Though for 20 years after the atom bomb was dropped only two modern military mega-machines came into existence, those of the United Implosions and Explosions 257. States and Soviet Russia, they both carry the prospect, through their dynamic expansion, their insensate rivalry, their psychotic compulsiveness, of drawing into their orbit every other national unit. Ultimately these two systems must either destroy each other or coalesce with other similar mega-machines on a planetary basis. In terms of further human development, the second possibility, alas, seems hardly more promising than the first. The only rational alternative is to dismantle the military mega-machines. All these results might have happened, one must grant, as long as science and megatechnics continued on the converging paths they had taken in the 19th century, even without the stimulus of war and the deliberate invention of the atom bomb. But it would probably have taken more than a century to get to the same point that was reached in less than a decade. The medium of war had proved an ideal broth in which every kind of lethal organism could multiply. Once again, as in the original implosion of civilization, the same set of factors had, by expanding energy and human capability, unleashed forces of destruction that counterbalanced those of construction, and fostered a degree of collective irrationality that counteracted the marvelous positive gains in rational intelligence. And, once again, too, I must ask, as I did in the prologue to Volume 1, is this association of inordinate power and productivity with equally inordinate violence and destruction a purely accidental one? The parallel between the Pyramid Age achievements and those of the nuclear age force themselves upon one, however reluctant one may at first be to admit them. Once again, a divine king, embodying all the powers and prerogatives of the whole community, supported by a revered priesthood and a universal religion, that of positive science, had begun the assemblage of the mega-machine in a technologically more adequate and impressive form. If one forgets the actual part played by the king, wartime American president, by the priesthood, secret enclave of scientists, by the vast enlargement of the bureaucracy, the military forces, and the industrial establishment, one would have no realistic conception of what actually took place. Only in terms of the Pyramid Age do all the seemingly dispersed and accidental events become polarized into an orderly constellation. The construction of the modernized totalitarian megamachine, fortified by the invention of mechanical and electronic agents that could not be fully utilized until this assemblage had taken place, proved to be Hitler's most sinister, if wholly unintended, contribution to the enslavement of mankind. Thus, one of the supreme feats in modern man's understanding of the ultimate constituents of the physical universe, culminating in his unlocking of the very energies that the sun god commands, came about under the pressure of a genocidal war and the threat of wholesale annihilation, a 258. Condition that paralyzed all life-conserving and life-promoting efforts. The continuation of that state, with the deepening and widening of the crisis in the ensuing Cold War, has greatly increased the malign possibilities that Henry Adams foresaw. 7. We are now in a position to compare the ancient and modern forms of the megamachine, but before doing so, let me make plain that the ancient machine was not identified, indeed remained quite undiscovered until the new one had taken form. As we shall see, their differences are as significant as their resemblances, yet the underlying similarities throw a fresh light, I submit, on the wide span of intervening history, and even more on the age that has just opened. Both megamachines can be identified by their similar technological capacities. They are mass organizations capable of performing tasks that lie outside the range of small work collectives and loose tribal or territorial groups. Yet at every point the ancient machine, since it was composed mainly of human parts, lay under human limitations, for even under the harshest taskmaster, a slave cannot exert much more than 1/10 of a horsepower, nor can he keep working indefinitely without lowering his output. The great contrast between the two types of machine is that the modern machine has progressively reduced the number of human agents and multiplied the more reliable mechanical and electronic components, not merely reducing the labor force needed for a colossal operation but facilitating instantaneous remote control. Though human servo mechanisms are still necessary at nodal points in the system, the modern machine escapes spatial and temporal limitations. It can operate as a single, largely invisible unit, over a wide area, with its functioning parts operating as a whole, through instant communication. Thus the new model commands whole regiments of diversified mechanical units, with superhuman power and superhuman mechanical reliability, and not least with lightning speed. Though the ancient megamachine would hardly have been conceivable without the invention of writing, earlier totalitarian regimes fell down repeatedly because of slowness in communication. Indeed, one of the chief concerns of older megamachines was the improvement of road and water communication, with relays of runners and horses, or with galleys pulled in machine-like unison by slaves. 259. Once the telegraph was invented, followed by telephone and radio, these limitations on effecting long-distance control were abolished. Theoretically, any spot on Earth can now be in instant oral communication with every other spot, and instant visual transactions anywhere are only a short distance behind. An almost equal acceleration in speed has taken place in transporting the human body. The winged messengers that once carried commands from heaven to earth are in effect now available at any airport, and in a short while transportation at a speed of Mach 2 should enable our up-to-date angels to appear at any point on the planet in less than half a day. Power, speed, and control have been the chief marks of absolute monarchs in all ages. The doing away with previous natural limitations in these areas is the common theme that unites the ancient and the modern megamachine. For the mass of men, the ancient megamachine had operated with only minimal rewards but with maximal punishments, and so universal were these practices that even the highest officers of the state were frequently subject to similar abasements and coercions. Thus punishing labors were periodically performed by the whole community under threat of even worse punishment if the workers fell down in meeting their quotas. The documents that testify to these practices are abundant in every land exploited by the megamachine. In addition to those I have already cited, let me here add a Hobbesian passage from the Laws of Manu, quoted by Karl Wittfogel. If the king did not, without tiring, inflict punishment on those worthy to be punished, the stronger would roast the weaker, like fish on a spit. Punishment alone governs all created beings, punishment alone protects them. From such evidence, one has reason to infer that the megamachine was originally the creation of the same weapons-bearing minority that invented organized warfare, and imposed unconditional obedience and regular tribute upon the passive, non-aggressive, compliant Neolithic peasants. Peasants who throughout all succeeding history have in fact formed the larger part of the human population. Though the modern megamachine is equally the product of war, it has, as we shall presently see, partly overcome the need for overt coercion by a more subtle kind, which substitutes rewards, or seeming rewards, for punishments. On the other hand, this system carried with it special penalties of its own. It not merely wasted manpower by requiring an excessive number of Slave drivers and overseers, one for each squad of 10 men, but it produced friction, sullen resentment, lowered outputs, and it tamped down the energies of superior minds that might have engaged in free inventions and spontaneous creativity. One cannot even guess how many potential Imhotep's or Josephs were sterilized as in Soviet Russia or China today by terror. What was worse, these repressive routines, these savage 260 meant spread beyond the province of work and corroded many other human relations. Historic evidence indicates that conspiracies, uprisings, poisonings, slave revolts lowered the working efficiency of the earlier mega-machines. Obviously there was room for plenty of improvement even in the non-mechanical units of the mega-machine. We shall examine some of these major improvements in the next chapter. 8. Human sacrifice and mechanical salvation. The ideology that underlies and unites the ancient and the modern mega-machine is one that ignores the needs and purposes of life in order to fortify the power complex and extend its dominion. Both mega-machines are oriented toward death, and the more they approach unified planetary control, the more inescapable does that result promise to become. In the gross form of war, everyone is familiar with this constant historic drive for military violence as distinguished from sporadic minor forms of animal aggression is the historic product of a special form of social organization, developed in certain ant societies roughly 60 million years ago, and recovered, with all its sinister institutional accomplishments, in the Egyptian and Mesopotamian communities of the Pyramid Age. All these ancient features were restored during the 19th century, above all, the collective dedication to death. During the last half-century alone, between 50 and 100 million people it is impossible to make precise calculations have met premature death through violence and starvation, on the battlefield, in concentration camps, in bombed cities and agricultural areas that have been turned into mass extermination camps. What is more, we have been repeatedly informed by official authorities in the United States, indeed they boast about it, that in the first nuclear strike between powers as well equipped as the United States and Soviet Russia, between a quarter and half the inhabitants in each of those countries would be killed on the first day. With foxy circumspection these official predictions refrain from estimating further losses by the other means of genocide they have perfected, during the second day, the second week, the second year, and even the second century, for this would involve incalculable factors of astronomical dimensions, whose unforeseeable consequences might be permanently irreparable. Scientists so pathetically vain as to suppose that they have the human sacrifice and mechanical salvation 261 ability to foresee these incalculable effects count among the trusted advisors of the American government. As with all modern technical performances, the mass infliction of death has been both expanded and speeded up. But so far, nuclear explosions and rocket explorations, both directly issuing from war plans, have been the most conspicuous manifestations of these lethal facilities, along with the communications systems upon which they depend. The fact that no human purpose, present or prospective, would be served by these modes of extermination, no matter how successful in overkill, only demonstrates the deep underlayers of psychotic irrationality upon which the fantasies of absolute weapons, of absolute power, and of absolute control have been laid. Freud made a parallel between the magic rituals of many so-called primitive peoples and the behavior of neurotic personalities in our time. But there is no practice in these arrested cultures, neither headhunting, nor cannibalism nor voodoo murder, that is comparable in superstitious savagery and mental corruption with the current plans of highly trained scientists, technologists, and military men to inflict collective death on the scale that modern technological agents have made possible. One of the many concrete proofs of this officially sanctioned insanity comes to light at the very moment I write. In order to dispose of the deadly poison gases that the American Air Force has been experimenting with, the agency involved bored a hole 1,500 feet deep into which to dump the canisters of this horrible poison. But in addition to the hazards of merely transporting this gas from the place of origin to the bore, This area near the city of Denver, once esteemed as a health resort, has lately become subject to a series of earthquakes, possibly the direct result of introducing this artificial fissure. Thus the ingenious perpetrators of this new form of genocide must decide whether to risk an earthquake that may release the gas they have carelessly disposed of, or fill up this hole, and in case of a serious earthquake risk the blame for having created the same result by their further efforts. In our present death-oriented culture, the official stamp of approval, justified as a scientific advance or a military necessity, is supposed to cover up, or if exposed, to completely excuse, these dehumanized plans and these criminal acts. The willingness of modern nations, Sweden no less than the United States, to countenance this strategy, which is potentially as fatal to their fellow citizens as to any putative enemy, is a sure indication of both our moral degradation and our defective, or paralyzed, intelligence. No wonder some of the best of our younger generation regard their acquiescent elders with unutterable horror and justified rage. Compared with this pervasive dedication to death in our own culture, the Egyptian cult of the dead, developed during the Pyramid Age, with its magniloquent pyramids, its magic rituals, and its elaborate techniques of 262 nucleation, mummification, was a relatively innocent exhibition of irrationality. Actu ally the destructions that accompanied the wars of the early military machines were so limited by their necessary reliance upon mere manpower and hand weapons and hand tools, that even their most extravagant efforts were reparable. It is our present removal of all limits, made possible only by the advances of science and techniques, that reveals the true nature of this culture and its chosen destiny. Yes, the priests and warriors of the mega-machine can exterminate mankind, so, once again, if von Neumann is right, they will. No mere animal instinct of aggression accounts for this growing aberration, but something more than the animal instinct for self-preservation, an immense increase in emotional alertness, moral concern, and practical audacity, will be necessary on a worldwide scale if mankind is finally to save itself. Chapter 10. The New Megamachine. 1. Secrets of Temple. In the act of inventing the atom bomb, the essential human components of the new megamachine were not merely brought together in space but given critical roles, and not by accident. The generalissimo was Robert Oppenheimer, a physicist. This novel conjuncture gave the participants powers that as individuals they had never before had either the incentive or the opportunity to exercise, while their liberties as men and citizens were curtailed by the need for maintaining military secrecy. Their scope and authority as specialists were immensely increased. For the first time scientists were able, with the government's support, indeed at its urgent invitation, to draw virtually unlimited funds of money for their apparatus, and probably never before had such a large number of qualified practitioners been assigned to a single task. Only a populous territorial state, with huge material resources and an almost unlimited capacity for commanding taxes and human services, could have promoted such a collective effort. Thus sovereign power of pharaonic dimensions was secretly re-established at the heart of a constitutional government of limited powers, supposedly under constant public surveillance and control. At the same time, never before had scientists been compelled to work under conditions so unfavorable to free intellectual intercourse. They were not merely prevented from communicating with the outside world, but even from speaking freely about their several tasks among themselves. Though these precautions had the wartime justification of military secrecy, secrecy itself became valued as a badge of authority and a method of enforcing control. This practice was pushed to such a point that the discoverer of heavy water, Professor Harold Urey, whose research had contributed that 264 essential element, was not permitted to learn the methods the DuPont company used to produce such water. Now the secret of every totalitarian system is secrecy itself. The key to exercising arbitrary power is to restrict the communications of individuals and groups by subdividing information, so that only a small portion of the whole truth will be known to any single person. This was an old trick of political conspirators, and it now passed from the core agency, the so-called Manhattan Project, to every part of the militarized national establishment, though ironically even those at the top of the hierarchy lacked sufficient information or intelligence to put all the pieces together. The difficulty of maintaining such sealed-in knowledge might have proved greater but for the fact that each department of science had already become, in effect, a secret agency in its own right. The sciences are now so specialized in their vocabulary, so esoteric in their concepts, so refined in their techniques, and so limited in their capacity to communicate new knowledge to non-specialists even in closely related fields, that non-communication has become almost a badge of vocational superiority among scientists. When the members of my department meet once a week at luncheon table, a physicist recently told me, we never talk about our own work. It has become too private for words. We take refuge in gossip about the latest car models or motor boats. The success of the Manhattan Project in the face of these limitations probably indicates that the capacity to bring together in close working cooperation such a diversity of theoretic and practical talents more than outweighed the unfavorable conditions of intellectual isolation and non-communication. The fact that the physicists, chemists, and mathematicians whose brilliant work made nuclear fission realizable were an international team, drawn from every advanced country, revealed the latent potential. Ideas for worldwide cooperation that Baconian scientific exploration, plus neotechnics, had brought into existence. The drawing together of the Hungarian Szilard, Wigner, and Teller, the Dane Bohr, the Germans von Neumann and Fuchs, the Italian Fermi, the Americans Oppenheimer and Urey gave the American team an advantage that the Germans, who relied upon the superiority of their self-isolated Aryan culture, lacked. The kind of group that speeded the invention of the atom bomb was, accordingly, in some ways a model for any higher kind of organization, which, if liberated from wartime secrecy, would seek to transcend the megamachine's original limitations, the pattern, indeed, for a still unborn United Nations organization, assembled to provide the maximum interchange of knowledge or of energy, and eventually to exercise moralized control over the demoralized, premature applications of half-baked scientific knowledge. This open secret of international cooperation and free intellectual interchange held far more promise for mankind's future than all. 265. The esoteric data locked in classified, top-secret files, or even published cautiously in scientific journals. Yet to achieve such an integration of specialized knowledge, something more than a desire for interdisciplinary cooperation was necessary, nothing less than a transformation of the classic scientific Weltanschauung, which imputed objectivity only to measurable data and repeatable experiments and denied the constant interplay between the world of nature and the world of human culture, as both come to a focus in a human person. Ality. The penalty for producing nuclear bombs sufficient to destroy the human race was that it put these genocidal and suicidal weapons in the hands of demonstrably fallible human beings whose astounding scientific achievements blinded their contemporaries to the human limitations of the culture that had produced them. Power of this magnitude had never been in human hands before. Hardly even in fantasy. But even power on a comparatively minute scale has, all through history, notoriously produced distortions and aberrations in the human personality, and the observed results of such power in inflating pride had made Christian theology, with acute perception, treat pride as the gravest of sins. Among the rulers of the United States and Soviet Russia, inflamed by the possession of absolute weapons, ideological aberrations soon hardened into fixed ideas. These ideas fomented pathological suspicion and relentless hostility similar to that recorded on the walls of the tomb of Seti, a text dating from the 14th to the 12th centuries BC but, according to Pritchard, showing signs of a much older original. In this text the sun god, fancies that mankind is secretly plotting against him, and in return he plots the destruction of mankind. Almost from the beginning the military wielders of nuclear weapons strutted, boasted, threatened, and exterminated in the manner of Bronze Age gods, and their official soothsayers and fortune-tellers, reinforced by the greatly magnified destructiveness of the hydrogen bomb, confirmed their plans and confidently announced imminent crises and showdowns. Despite their provocative efforts, these predictions have proved no more accurate than those of their archaic prototypes, even if they still tend by their very nature to bring on eventually the calamity for which they zealously make ready. These pathological reactions, studiously nurtured by research organizations in officially patronized think tanks, have magnified all the destructive potentialities of thermonuclear weapons, and led to gratuitous secret experiments with equally diabolical bacterial and chemical weapons, even less controllable in nature once released. Lord Acton's famous dictum about power has been repeated too often to have retained its original force, but it still holds its significance. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. In our age this corruption has sprung alike from the nature of the nuclear weapons themselves, from the agencies that have promoted them, and from the general demoralization brought on by the archaic military megamachines, widened, indeed universalized, by the democratic governments that blindly copied their methods. The Second World War was formally halted by the Axis surrender in 1945, but the modernized megamachine which had emerged by the end of it did not give up its absolute weapons or the scheme for universal domination by threat of total destruction that had given a coalition of scientific and military agencies such inordinate power. Far from it, though. Nominally the older organs of industry and government resumed their diverse activities, the militarized elite fortified themselves in an inner citadel so beautifully symbolized by the architecturally archaic Pentagon cut off from inspection or control by the rest of the community. With the pusillanimous aid of Congress, they extended their tentacles throughout the industrial and the academic world, through fat subsidies for research and development, that is, for weapons expansion, which made these once independent institutions willing accomplices in the whole totalitarian process. Thus the area of this self-enclosed citadel has widened steadily, while the walls around it have grown thicker and more impenetrable. By the simple expedient of creating new emergencies, fomenting new fears, singling out new enemies, or magnifying by free use of fantasy the evil intentions of the enemy, the megamachines of the United States and Soviet Russia, instead of being dismantled as a regrettable temporary wartime necessity, were elevated into permanent institutions in what has now become a permanent war, the so-called Cold War. As it has turned out, this form of war, with its ever-expanding demands for scientific ingenuity and technological innovations, is by far the most effective device invented for keeping this overproductive technology in full operation. In the course of this development the two dominant megamachines exchanged characteristics. The Russian machine departed from the obsolete original model by relying ever more heavily on its scientific and technological arm, while the American machine took over the most regressive features of the Tsarist-Stalinist system, vastly augmenting both its military force and its agents of centralized control, the Atomic Energy Commission, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, all secret agencies whose methods and policies have never been openly discussed or effectively challenged, still less curtailed by the national legislative authority. So deeply entrenched are these agents that they dare to flout and disobey the authority of both the President and the Congress. This enlarged establishment has proved as immune to public criticism, correction, and control as any dynastic establishment of the Pyramid Age. 267. And though like every other machine, the contemporary megamachine is an agent for performing work, the work that has occupied the huge scientific and technical staff it has assembled, in both the United States and Russia, the work that supposedly justifies its existence and lightens the heavy sacrifices it calls for, is nothing less than elaborating the mechanism of total destruction. The only question the megamachine leaves open is whether this destruction shall be swift or slow. The negative goal is incorporated in the basic ideological assumptions that govern the system. The artists of the present generation, who have exposed this goal in their anti-art and their non-art, have been more honest, as we shall soon see, than the inventors of this collective man-trap. The generation that has permitted the new megamachine to be installed as a permanent feature of national existence has been reluctant to confront the evidence of this radical miscarriage of human purpose. They accepted the goal of total extermination as a mere extension of war, without perceiving that the prospective increase of quantity was a far more frightful aberration than war itself. Paralyzed like a monkey in the coil of a python, the immediate post-Hiroshima generation, unable to utter a rational sound, shut its eyes and waited for the end. Until now, human violence had been limited by the meager physical resources at the disposal of governments. Insofar as earlier megamachines were forced to rely upon manpower to exercise control, they were kept to the human scale, and were, what is more, open both to attack from without and to corruption from within. But the new megamachine knows no such limitations. It can command obedience and exert control through a vast battery of efficient machines, with fewer human intermediaries than ever before. To a degree hitherto impossible, the megamachine wears the magic cloak of invisibility. Even its human servitors are emotionally protected by their remoteness from the human target they incinerate or obliterate. This high degree of dehumanization increases the lethal automatism of the megamachine. Those who plan its strategic objectives contemplate the extermination of 100 million human beings in a single day with less aversion than the killing of a few hundred bedbugs. For them, the sacrifice of an equivalent number of their own countrymen has become equally acceptable, once the balance of terror fails. In plain words, the religion of the megamachine demands wholesale human sacrifice, to restore in negative form the missing dimension of life. Thus the cult of the sun god turns out, in its final scientific celebration, to be no less savage and irrational than that of the Aztecs, though infinitely more deadly. After all, the Aztec priests disemboweled their victims by hand, one by one, and human nausea at this spectacle was so great that the priests were compelled to insure themselves against unfavorable reactions by threatening a similar fate for those who even turned their eyes away. 268. The priests of the Pentagon and the Kremlin have no need for such threats. In their underground control centers they can do their job more neatly, merely by pressing a button. Untouchable, unchallengeable, inviolable. Such are these new controllers of human destiny. 2. Abdication of higher priesthood. Among the first of the many casualties already produced by the megamachine was the honor of the scientific guild that had helped to bring it into existence. For their success as members of this growing totalitarian establishment threatened the loss of the scientist's most conspicuous virtue, the disinterested pursuit of knowledge, experimentally verifiable, shareable by their peers, accessible to public inspection, testing, and correction. No one could serve the new megamachine and hold to the scientific ideal of uncensored, unimpeded thought, for total secrecy, necessitated by war, became incorporated as a permanent feature of the peacetime, Cold War, regime. In return for this loss of independence and disinterestedness, the new priesthood has exercised an authority they had never dreamed of exercising before. And they have buttressed their new position by regarding as fixed and beyond challenge the crass assumptions on which the Cold War was based. Thus, one of its spokesmen, Herman Kahn, in a reputedly objective survey of the theoretic possibilities of thermonuclear strategy, refused to consider even the possibility of achieving peace. Here his objective inquiry disclosed the typical trick of the new scientific establishment: to give answers only to carefully loaded questions that in themselves dictate the nature of the answer. Those who rejected the megamachine's absolutism, notably many of the original scientists on the nuclear bomb project, withdrew from active atomic research. they had been raised in an atmosphere of relative intellectual freedom and moral choice, so that once they were awakened to the fact that, as Henry Adams had predicted, morality had become police, they threw their energies into criticizing and resisting the mega-machine. Einstein, Szilard, and Wiener, to mention only the dead, belonged conspicuously to this honorable company. But neither the United States nor the Russian government had any difficulty in enlisting less enlightened or less morally sensitive minds, particularly among a new generation that had 269 been studiously bred to indifference both to moral values and to autonomous activity. To their shame, the subservient scientists of both countries accepted the mega-machine on the same terms, for the same unspeakable ultimate purposes. This new generation disappeared from the open world of traditional science, they withdrew into an underworld of secret activities instigated by the military forces. This was the new elite, a contemporary name for the old priesthood, masters of the secret knowledge of the temple, willing servants of the pharaoh and sharers of his power. In return for unlimited funds for apparatus and assistance, a privileged status, with large salaries and perquisites, this new generation surrendered its scientific birthright, the unrestricted pursuit of knowledge. Less than a decade after the explosion of the first atom bomb, the mega-machine had expanded to a point where it began to dominate key areas of the whole economy of the United States. Its system of control reached beyond the airfields, the rocket sites, the bomb factories, the universities, to 100 other related areas, tying the once separate and independent enterprises to a central organization whose irrational and humanly subversive policies ensured the still further expansion of the mega-machine. Financial subventions, research grants, educational subsidies, all worked unceasingly for the life, prosperity, health of the new rulers, headed by Goliaths in brass armor bellowing threats of defiance and destruction at the entire world. In a short time, the original military-industrial scientific elite became the supreme pentagon of power, for it incorporated likewise both the bureaucratic and the educational establishments. In 20 years, the expenditure upon the atomic energy program came to $35 billion, more than the total amount of American military expenditures on the Second World War. The subsequent Cold War itself, that essential device for expanding the mega-machine, has demanded in the United States an expenditure of more than $50 billion a year. Of this, the annual outlay for research and development, according to Ralph Lapp, came to $16 billion annually. In the case of the effort to build an atom-powered plane, the Air Force spent $1 billion. Merely to prove that the idea was unworkable, though at the very time this money was being wasted, the development of the rocket had made such a plane, for any conceivable military purpose, unnecessary. Minds not committed to the mega-machine's technological obsessions could have saved the country $1 billion before a single blueprint was made. Obviously, these misdirected absolute powers demand absolute immunity to independent investigation, and absolute conformity upon the part of those who operate the machine. Otherwise, such life-threatening strategies themselves would be subject to open public discussion. Critical. 270. Appraisal, democratic control. Those who possess sufficient knowledge to challenge the prevailing policies are therefore excluded or extruded from the totalitarian establishment. So it was only after resigning his post as scientific advisor to the Pentagon that it was possible for Dr. Herbert York to say publicly, if the great powers continue to look for solutions in the area of science and technology only, the results will be to worsen the situation. Though in the quarter century since 1945 much has been accomplished, the construction of a mega-machine capable of operation on a worldwide basis has been impeded not only by unexpected eruptions of counter-forces of an extremely primitive order, but by the fact that by the 1950s not one but two mutually antagonistic mega-machines had come into existence with equally absolute one powers, that of Soviet Russia and that of the United States, with still another older one, China's passing from a state of complete dilapidation to one remodeled on quasi-scientific lines. In the first two examples, the nuclear reactor, the hydrogen bomb, the space rocket, television, chemical tranquilizers, and the computer have already provided the essential equipment for total control. Politically speaking, however, the Russian megamachine had a head start, since it was based on the still operative Tsarist establishment. The American megamachine, on the other hand, was slightly retarded by the necessity of keeping up a pretense of representative government and voluntary participation. In addition, older traditions, favoring personal, regional, and corporate autonomy had not yet been altogether wiped out. Despite the growing centralized control exerted by the 200-odd supercorporations that dominated the entire national economy and had gained a foothold in many foreign territories. Steel, motor cars, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, oil, electronics, planes, rockets, cybernetics, television, and many subsidiary industries, to say nothing of banking, insurance, and advertising, were all conceived on the same unitary principle and consisted, corporately speaking, of interchangeable parts, so that even the most diverse industries could be scrambled into a single conglomerate system. This situation was shrewdly appraised more than a century ago by the British sociologist Benjamin Kidd. He saw that the current liberal doctrines of progress were leading in quite another direction than their advocates supposed. He foresaw that a formidable struggle would take place, not between nations as such, but between two rival systems, to settle which system should dominate the earth. We can now, with added experience, carry this analysis one step further, for though the American megamachine identifies itself as the guardian of the free world, it has become plain that such freedom as still exists is a holdover from an earlier state, a few pockets of resistance, to characterize it in military terms, and that all the 271 innovations that have been made with increasing rapidity and increasing compulsiveness are making the hostile systems converge. To ensure its own autonomy, and maintain the status of its manipulators, the megamachine must destroy all the alternatives, historical, traditional, or prospective. What Clinton Rossiter has demonstrated in his analysis of a single aspect of its transformation, the political, in his study of constitutional dictatorship, is now inherent in every operation of the megamachine. Each megamachine has displayed the same common features, the tendency to become self-sufficient, to draw into its structure organizations and institutions that would otherwise divert the energy it commands or divide loyalties, and thus curb its automatic expansion. In both Russia and the United States, centralized governmental agencies, unchecked by public opinion, uncontrolled by elected bodies, have perfected the techniques of the permanent crisis in order to consolidate the powers that were originally designed solely to meet a passing threat. The Soviet blockade of Berlin was an obvious instance of this tendency, but so, equally, was the Central Intelligence Agency's provocative continuance of U-2 flights over Russia, despite Russian protests, as an effective means of wrecking the approaching summit meeting in Paris in 1960. Consistently, the agents of the megamachine act as if their only responsibility were to the power system itself. The interests and demands of the population subjected to the megamachine are not only unheeded but deliberately flouted. The great issues of nuclear strategy, as Professor Hans J. Morgenthau has observed, cannot even be the subject of meaningful debate, whether in Congress or among the people at large, because there can be no competent judgment without meaningful knowledge. Thus the great national decisions of life and death are rendered by technological elites. In every field from atomic energy to medicine, policies that will permanently affect the destiny, and possibly bring to an end the whole adventure, of human life have been formulated and carried through by self-appointed and self-regulating experts and specialists, immune to human confrontation, whose very willingness to make these decisions on their own responsibility is proof positive of their total unfitness to do so. The illusions and magical hallucinations of these ruling groups, visible in their reckless acts, their incompetent forecasts, one Bay of Pigs after another, and their published statements can have only one possible terminus. To conceal this eventual goal, they have reached out in every direction to enlarge the number of accessories in their tacit conspiracy against mankind. Beginning first in the development of nuclear 272 megamachine reactors, a self-assured technological elite has begun professionally to assume control over every human activity, from artificial insemination to space exploration. Not the least menacing aspect of the new megamachine, then, is the fact that it has already produced a formidable and still growing ruling caste. In the United States and Soviet Russia, a caste comparable to the Janissaries in the heyday of Turkish despotism. The next logical step, as with the Janissaries, would be to select the elite in their cradles and deliberately deform them for the purpose in hand, so that no inconvenient human attributes will lessen their unconditional loyalty to the megamachine. John Hersey suggested this further development in his satiric novel, The Child Buyer, a work that deserved more serious discussion than it received. But already a step well beyond this is in view, nothing less than the selection of the elite from a bank of frozen spermatozoa and ova for gestation, under control, in an artificial womb. The first bold theoretic steps toward this consummation have already been put forward, as an inevitable advance of science, by more than one priest of the megamachine. Once again, it can be done, therefore it must be done. But a further move in the consolidation of the megamachine looms ahead, and it is not too early to anticipate its outcome in order to awaken, if possible, the counter forces necessary to overcome it. If the first step in the rule of the Sun God was the unification of power and authority in the person of a divine king, the second was the displacement of the actual king, who was still a living person, by a bureaucratic military organization. But the third step, the fabrication of the all-embracing megamachine itself, could not be completed until an equivalent supreme ruler wholly of a mechanical nature, without human parts or attributes, could be invented. In mid-19th century the great Basel historian, Jacob Burckhardt, foresaw a new kind of control would be the expression of a civilization that was already driving again toward an absolute despotism, without law or right, more absolute than any past system. This despotic regime, he noted, will not be practiced any longer by dynasties. They are too soft and kind-hearted. The new tyrannies will be in the hands of military commandos who will call themselves Republican. I am still reluctant to imagine a world the rulers of which will be completely indifferent to law, well-being, profit, able labor, industry, credit, etc., and will govern with absolute brutality. That world need no longer be imagined, it is almost here. And if Burckhardt's prediction is at fault at any point, it is because he endowed these despots with more human traits than they actually promise to exhibit. Because of their objectivity, neutrality, and impersonality they have already proved capable of even more absolute modes of calculated terror and criminality than any old-fashioned military commandos. The new megamachine, in the act of being made over on an advanced 273 technological model, also brought into existence the ultimate decision-maker and divine king, in a transcendent, electronic form, the central computer. As the true earthly representative of the sun god, the computer had first been invented, as we have seen, to facilitate astronomical calculations. In the conversion of Babbage's clumsy half-built model into a fantastically rapid electromechanism, whose movable parts are electric charges, celestial electronics replaced celestial mechanics and gave this exquisite device its authentic divine characteristics, omnipresence and invisibility. In taking this form the computer achieved a higher level of performance in the storing of information and the solving of problems that demanded the almost instantaneous integration of a multitude of variables, with larger quantities of data than the human brain could handle in a lifetime. if one forgets that it is the human brain that invented this quasi-divine instrument and that must feed it with the data and pose the problems that are to be solved, the lowly human agent may be excused for worshipping this deity. On the other hand, those who have identified themselves with this new instrument are subject to the opposite kind of hallucination that they in fact are God, or at least co-partners in omnipotence. The special merit of the omni-computer, which sets it high above all merely human decision-makers, is its lightning operation, and accidents apart, its infallibility, given the partial information and the instructions provided by far from infallible human agents. While all these marvelous aptitudes must be freely granted, at least 3 crippling disabilities must be noted. The computer still suffers from the same radical weaknesses that undermine the decisions of kings and emperors. The only information it heeds is that which is fed into it by its grand viziers and courtiers, and as usually happened with kingship, the courtiers read mathematical model makers and programmers ask the king only for such answers as can be based on the inadequate information they supply. That information must ignore many significant aspects of human experience in order to conform to His Majesty's peculiar limitations. Unfortunately, computer knowledge, because it must be processed and programmed, cannot remain constantly in touch, like the human brain, with the unceasing flow of reality, for only a small part of experience can be arrested for extraction and expression in abstract symbols. Changes that cannot be quantitatively measured or objectively observed, such changes as take place constantly all the way from the atom to the living organism, are outside the scope of the computer. For all its fantastic rapidity of operation, its components remain incapable of making qualitative responses to constant organic changes. 274. 3. All-seeing eye. In Egyptian theology, the most singular organ of the sun god, Re, was the eye, for the eye of Re had an independent existence and played a creative and directive part in all cosmic and human activities. The computer turns out to be the eye of the reinstated sun god, that is, the eye of the mega-machine, serving as its private eye or detective, as well as the omnipresent executive eye, he who exacts absolute conformity to his commands, because no secret can be hidden from him, and no disobedience can go unpunished. The principal means needed to operate the mega-machine correctly and efficiently were a concentration of power, political and economic, instantaneous communication, rapid transportation, and a system of information storage capable of keeping track of every event within the province of the Divine King. Once these accessories were available, the central establishment would also have a monopoly of both energy and knowledge. No such complete assemblage had been available to the rulers of the pre-scientific ages, transportation was slow, communication over a distance remained erratic, confined to written messages carried by human messengers, while information storage, apart from tax records and books, was sporadic and subject to fire and military assault. With each successive king, essential parts would require reconstruction or replacement. Only in heaven could there exist the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful, omnipresent gods who truly commanded the system. With nuclear energy, electric communication, and the computer, all the necessary components of a modernized mega-machine at last became available. Heaven had at last been brought near. Theoretically, at the present moment, and actually soon in the future, God, that is, the computer, will be able to find, to locate, and to address instantly, by voice and image, via the priesthood, any individual on the planet, exercising control over every detail of the subject's daily life by commanding a dossier which would include his parentage and birth, his complete educational record, an account of his illnesses and his mental breakdowns, if treated, his marriage, his sperm bank account, his income, loans, security payments, his taxes and pensions, and finally the disposition of such further organs as may be surgically extracted from him just prior to the moment of his official death. In the end, no action, no conversation, and possibly in time no dream or thought would escape the wakeful and relentless eye of this deity. Every manifestation of life would be processed into the computer and brought under its all-pervading system of control. This would mean, not just the All-seeing eye 275. Invasion of privacy, but the total destruction of autonomy, indeed the dissolution of the human soul. Half a century ago, the foregoing description would have seemed too crude and overwrought to be accepted even as satire. H. G. Wells' modern utopia, which tentatively provided for a central identification system, did not dare carry the method through into every detail of life. Even 20 years ago, only the first faint outlines of this modern version of the Eye of Re could be detected by such a prescient mind as that of Norbert Wiener. But today the grim outlines of the whole system have been laid down, with the corroborative evidence, by a legal observer, Alan F. Weston, as an incidental feature of a survey of the numerous public agencies and technological devices that are now encroaching on the domain of private freedom. What Weston demonstrates, also in passing, is that the countless record files, compiled by individual bureaucracies for their special purposes, can already be assembled in a single central computer, thanks to the fantastic technological progress made through electrochemical miniaturization, not merely the few I have just picked out, but civil defense records, loyalty security clearance records, land and housing records, licensing applications, trade union cards, social security records, passports, criminal records, automobile registrations, driver's licenses, telephone records, church records, job records. Indeed, the list becomes finally as large as life, at least of abstracted, symbolically attenuated, recordable life. The means for such total monitoring came about through the quantum jump from macro to micro mechanics, so that the seemingly compact microfilm of earlier decades, to quote Weston's words, has now given way to photochromatic microimages that make it possible to reproduce the complete Bible on a thin sheet of plastic less than 2 inches square, or to store page-by-page copies of all books in the Library of Congress in 6 4-drawer filing cabinets. The ironic fact that this truly colossal leap was a product of research by the National Cash Register Company does not detract from the miraculous nature of this invention, it merely confirms the previous description of the power pentagon. If anything could testify to the magical powers of the priesthood of science and their technical acolytes, or declare unto mankind the supreme qualifications for absolute rulership held by the divine computer, this new invention alone should suffice. So the final purpose of life in terms of the mega machine at last becomes clear: it is to furnish and process an endless quantity of data, in order to expand the role and ensure the domination of the power system. Here, if anywhere, lies the source of that invisible ultimate power capable of governing the modern world. Here is the mysterium tremendum, exercising unlimited power and knowledge, beside which all other forms of magic are clumsy fakes, and all other forms of control. 276 Mega Machine. Without charismatic authority. Who dares to laugh at potencies of such magnitude? Who can possibly escape the relentless and unflagging supervision of this supreme ruler? What hideout so remote that it would conceal the rebellious? A decade before these possibilities for the unlimited storage of information in this electronically etherealized form were realized, the further steps of technological process that loomed ahead if no brakes were applied and if no natural deceleration came about were extrapolated by a Jesuit father, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Even before the mega machine was identified, and well before the computer had perfected the system of control that is now being installed with breathless haste, he interpreted the billions of years of physical and biological evolution as leading, or, rather, being drawn ineluctably toward this ultimate result. Since one of the main purposes of this book is to show that such an outcome, though possible, is not predetermined, still less an ideal consummation of human development, I shall deal more extensively with this thesis at a later point. Here I will venture only a tentative but reassuring prediction, that planetary supermechanism will disintegrate long before the phenomenon of man reaches the omega point. 4. Organization man. Neither the ancient nor the modern mega-machine, however automatic its separate mechanisms and operations, could have come into existence except through deliberate human invention, and most of the attributes of This large collective unit were first incarnated in an ancient, archetypal figure, organization man. From the most primitive expression of tribal conformity to that of the highest political authority, the system itself is an extension of organization man, he who stands at once as the creator and the creature, the originator and the ultimate victim, of the mega-machine. Whether the labor machine or the military machine came first, whether the general pattern of regimentation was first evolved by the priest, the bureaucrat, or the soldier are idle questions, since no firm data are available for judgment. We must confine our description of organization man to the point at which, through documents and symbolic evidence, he becomes visible. Since the first definite records, after the Paleolithic caves, are temple accounts, tabulating the quantities of grain received or dispersed, it seems likely that the meticulous order that characterizes bureaucracy in every phase derives originally from the ritual observances of 277. The temple, for this kind of order, is incompatible with the hazardous events of the hunt, or the chance happenings of organized war. Yet even in the latter occupation, we find remarkably early records, in definite figures, of prisoners captured, animals rounded up, loot taken. Even at that early stage, organization man can be identified by his concern with quantitative accountancy. Behind every later process of organization and mechanization one must, however, recognize primordial aptitudes, deeply ingrained in the human organism, indeed, shared with many other species, for ritualizing behavior and finding satisfaction in a repetitive order that establishes a human connection with organic rhythms and cosmic events. Out of this original cluster of repetitive, standardized acts, increasingly isolated from other bodily and mental functions, organization man seems to have sprung. Or to put it the other way round, when one has detached, one by one, the organs and functions of the human body, and along with this all the historic accretions of art and culture, what one is left with is their common mechanical skeleton and muscle power, essential for vertebrate life but functionless and meaningless when treated as a separate entity. The present age has reinvented this ideal creature as the robot, but as a recognizable part of the human organism, and as an integral and indispensable aspect of all human culture, organization itself has always been present. It is precisely because mechanical order can be traced back to these primal beginnings, because mechanization itself has played a constant role in human development, that we can now understand the danger of isolating organization man as a self-constituted personality, detached from the natural habitats and cultural traits, with their limitations and inhibitions, that ensure a fully human character. Organization man, then, may be defined briefly as that part of the human personality whose further potentialities for life and growth have been suppressed for the purpose of controlling the fractional energies that are left, and feeding them into a mechanically ordered collective system. Organization man is the common link between the ancient and the modern type of mega-machine. That is perhaps why the specialized functionaries, with their supporting layer of slaves, conscripts, and subjects, in short, the controllers and the controlled, have changed so little in the last 5,000 years. Like any other cultural type, organization man is a human artifact, though the materials out of which he has been fashioned belong to the system of animate nature. Historically, it is an anachronism to picture organization man as a purely modern product, or as solely the product of an advanced technology. He is, rather, an extremely primitive ideal type, carved out of the far richer potentialities of the living organism, with most 278 of the living organs either extracted or embalmed and desiccated, and the brain itself shrunken to meet the requirements of the mega-machine. The current epithet for such reduction of human potentialities, head shrinking, is all too deadly in its accuracy. Within the limited setting of large-scale corporate economic organizations in the United States, T.H. White has given a classic picture of the selection, training, and discipline of organization man at the higher levels of command, the transformation of the fortunate or at least fortune-seeking minority into smoothly working components of the bigger mechanism. But this is only a small part of the conditioning that begins with the infant's toilet training and, through its equation of the welfare state with the warfare state, finally covers every aspect of life through to death and organ transplantation. The degree of external pressure necessary to model organization man is probably no greater than that needed by any tribal society to secure conformity to ancient traditions and rituals. Indeed, through compulsory elementary education, military conscription, and mass communication, the same stamp can be imprinted on millions of individuals in modern society quite as easily as upon a few hundred who meet face to face. What the sociologist Max Weber called the bureaucratic personality was destined, he thought, to be the ideal type prevailing in the modern world. If the present constellation of forces should continue to operate without abatement or change of direction, his prediction may be easily satisfied. The characteristic virtues of organization man correspond as nearly as possible to the machine that he serves, thus the part of his personality that was projected in mechanical instruments in turn reinforces that projection by eliminating any non-conforming organic or human functions. The stamp of mechanical regularity lies on the face of every human unit. To follow the program, to obey instructions, to pass the buck, to be uninvolved as a person in the needs of other persons, to limit responses to what lies immediately, so to say, on the desk, to heed no relevant human considerations, however vital, never to question the origin of an order or inquire as to its ultimate destination, to follow through every command, however irrational, to make no judgments of value or relevance about the work in hand, finally to eliminate feelings or emotions or rational moral misgivings that might interfere with the immediate dispatch of work. These are the standard duties of the bureaucrat, and these are the conditions under which organization man flourishes, a virtual automaton within a collective system of automation. The model for organization man is the machine itself. And as the mechanism grows more perfect, the residue of life needed to carry on the process becomes more minute and meaningless. Ultimately, organization man has no reason for existence except as a depersonalized servo mechanism in the mega-machine. On those terms. 279. Adolf Eichmann, the obedient exterminator, who carried out Hitler's policy and Himmler's orders with unswerving fidelity, should be hailed as the hero of our time. But unfortunately our time has produced many such heroes who have been willing to do at a safe distance, with napalm or atom bombs, by a mere press of the release button, what the exterminators at Belsen and Auschwitz did by old-fashioned handicraft methods. The latter were slower in execution, but far more thrifty in carefully conserving the byproducts, the human wastes, the gold from the teeth, the fat, the bone meal for fertilizers, even the skin for lampshades. In every country there are now countless Eichmanns in administrative offices, in business corporations, in universities, in laboratories, in the armed forces, orderly obedient people, ready to carry out any officially sanctioned fantasy, however dehumanized and debased. The more power entrusted to organization man, the fewer qualms he has against using it. And what makes this ideal type even more menacing is his successful use of the human disguise. His robot mechanism simulates flesh and blood, and except for a few troglodyte specimens there is nothing to distinguish him outwardly from a reasonable human being, smooth-mannered, low-keyed, presumably amiable. Like Himmler, he may even be a good family man. This type was not unknown in earlier cultures. Even within our own era these servo mechanisms arranged gladiatorial combats in the Roman arena and manipulated the bone-racking machines used by the Holy Inquisition. But before megatechnics invaded every department, organization man had fewer opportunities. He was once in a minority, largely confined to the bureaucracy or the army. What makes the difference today is that his name is Legion, and since he beholds only his own image when he looks around him, he regards himself as a normal specimen of humanity. How effectively the blindly obedient responses required of organization man have been built into the modern personality has come out in a psychological experiment performed under Dr. Stanley Milgram at Yale, as reported in the Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology. The experimenters sought to find out what sort of people, slavishly obeying orders, would be capable of sending their fellow humans into gas chambers, or would commit similar atrocities, as in Vietnam. 40 subjects of various ages were recruited and told that the experiment was a scientific investigation of the effect of punishment, by electric shock, upon the learning process. The subjects were seated at a console with 30 switches. Visible in the next room, separated by a glass wall, was seated a voluntary learner, duly coached to act his specified part, supposedly in an electric chair but actually unconnected with any current. According to the label on the switches used by the subjects, each switch gave a predetermined shock. 280. Ranging from mild to severe, as a penalty for making a mistake. After the switch labeled danger, severe shock, there were 2 other switches bearing the ominous marks XXX. By instruction, the pseudo-learner reacted by crying out as if in pain when the 300-volt switch was flipped, though he banged on the wall demanding that the teacher continue. At this point 10 more switches remained, indicating increased intensity of voltage and pain. Out of 40 subjects only 14 defied the experiment's instructions and refused to cooperate further when the response registered showed intense pain or torture. To their credit as human beings, some of the subjects who continued were emotionally disturbed by the experience, yet, in the interests of science, 65% of them continued beyond the danger point. Though an experiment performed on only 40 subjects is not decisive, it nevertheless helps explain the conduct of supposedly civilized people at various points in history when, with the backing of the highest authorities, royal, priestly, military, or as today scientific, they witnessed or actually committed hideous tortures. This proves all the easier in a culture like ours, conditioned, as an essential for achieving objectivity, to believe that feelings, emotions, indeed any kind of subjective reaction must be eliminated from purely scientific experiments. Under this test, the participants ceased to be sympathetic, compassionate human beings. A majority were ready not only to witness torture but to bring it about under authoritative direction by acts of their own. This experiment possibly explains why sadistic practices first introduced under supposedly austere scientific discourse in the vivisection of animals have now spread far beyond these limits. If this characterization seems like the grossest sort of distortion, it is only because the reality has become so commonplace that we cannot even identify it. Let me therefore place in evidence the words of an eminent scientist, a Nobel Prize winner, universally acclaimed by his fellow biologists as a leader in his field. On the evidence of his writings he seems to have been a rational, normal personality, free from any obvious neurotic pressures or aberrations. These attractive traits unfortunately throw into relief the actual proposals for human improvement he put forth as a geneticist before a group of fellow scientists. Man as a whole, this scientist observed, must rise to become worthy of his best achievement. Unless the average man can understand the world that the scientists have discovered, unless he can learn to comprehend the techniques he now uses, and their remote and larger effects, unless he can enter into the thrill of being a conscious participant in the great human enterprise and find genuine fulfillment in playing a constructive part in it, he will fall into the position of an ever less important cog in a vast machine. In this situation, his own powers of determining his fate and his 281 very will to do so will dwindle, and the minority who rule over him will eventually find ways of doing without him. I have not invented the scientist, his name was Hermann Müller. Before Muller described the assumptions and purposes of the new megamachine, I had already identified both the ancient and the modern types. What is remarkable is that after 10 years' study I can support Muller's statement with a long list from other scientific exponents, some no less eminent than Muller. What is disconcerting is the fact that it was on the very same grounds that Muller used that the Jews were rejected by Hitler as unfit to participate in Hitler's great enterprise and find genuine fulfillment in playing a constructive part in it. It was to carry out this final solution for these unworthy non-Aryans that Eichmann and his colleagues were ordered to herd their victims into the gas chambers. Find ways of doing without him seems like a quiet phrase, but is not. Its quietness ominous. Would it not have been more honest to say do away with him? Already these faithful servants of the megamachine have taken for granted that there is only one acceptable view of the world, that which they stand for, only one kind of knowledge, only one type of human enterprise has value their own, or that which derives directly from their own. Ultimately they mean that only one kind of personality can be considered desirable, that established as such by the military-industrial scientific elite which will operate the megamachine. So unchallengeable does this position seem to these leaders that they already possess in their own eyes the right to establish personality types, on their own poorly qualified say-so, and to intimidate and coerce, if necessary. Do without those who may challenge their methods or deny the validity of their ends. This, then, is the final demand of organization man, the authority to make the world over in his own shrunken image. 5. Technique of total control. Up to now human culture, in its transformations, has shown many of the characteristics discovered in the evolution of species, the tendency toward species identification and individuated development in adaptive give and take with the environment has been counterbalanced by explorations and migrations that widen the possibilities of intercourse, interbreeding, and intercommunication. Though for convenience one may talk about man. This is only a trick of speech, for except in a statistical sense no such 282 uniform and universal creature exists. Up to now, no single political structure, no single ideology, no single technology, no single type of personality has ever prevailed over the entire planet. Man has never yet been homogenized. What is true for human habitats and human cultures holds equally for man's historic affiliations. Just as no single region or culture can possibly offer fulfillment of all the potentialities for human development, so no single generation can embody these potentialities. And in fact no generation before our own has ever been so fatuous as to imagine it possible to live exclusively within its own narrow time band, guided only by information recently discovered, nor has it ever before this accepted as final and absolute the demands of the present generation alone, without relating these demands to past experience or future projects and ideal possibilities. The shibboleths of the now generation do not apply even to animal existence, for all higher organisms provide for their future by mating and nurturing the young, and some even anticipate future needs by storing food. For the sake of continuity and cultural accumulation, previous cultures have usually overvalued custom and tradition and have even preserved their errors, lest in extirpating them they forfeit their achievements. But the notion that the past, instead of being respected, must be liquidated is a peculiar mark of the megatechnic power system. On this matter, the anthropologist Raglan has spoken sobering words. It is often assumed that decay is due to the dead hand of conservatism, and it is of course the fact that religious or political theories which involve a belief in the infallibility of the ancients must often lead to decay. It is less often realized, on the other hand, that decay of culture can be brought about even more rapidly by breaking away from the past. For a culture like the present one to cultivate its transience and ephemerality, as if dynamism were an absolute value and stability of any kind a handicap, is to ignore the plain facts not only of organic continuity but of physical existence. If all the chemical elements were as unstable as the radioactive group, organic life would never have appeared on this planet, nor would there have been such a planet as ours, predisposed, as Lawrence Henderson demonstrated, to life. Despite many fixations and arrests, setbacks and losses, the cumulative results of human development during the last 100,000s of years have been comparable in their richness and variety to those nature was able to achieve at only a crawling pace in the evolution of species. Each race, each culture, each tribe, each city, even each village has been turning out new specimens of man, always sufficiently similar to be identifiable in terms of the genus Homo sapiens, yet sufficiently different to provide the possibility of perhaps higher and richer achievements, even in those traits. 283. That are common to all breeds of men, such as language, social organization, moral standards. There has been from the beginning a bipolar development, one stressing individuation and autonomy, the other wider association and homogeneity, the first self-centered, localized, directed from within, the other tending toward uniformity, universality, globalism. From time to time these developments have entered into man's reflective consciousness, sometimes reaching remarkable depths of perception among primitive peoples. But it is only in the last few centuries that even a beginning has been made in describing the conditions under which human cultures have developed, and in distinguishing favorable modes of growth from those that are pathological and have resulted in lapses of function and in death. No one can pretend that the archaeological, anthropological, and historical knowledge so far available is sufficiently wide or well attested to provide more than promising suggestions of valid truths. But we have already a sufficiently clear picture of both biological and social evolution to see that the factors making for variety, selectivity, and change must be counterpoised by those making for continuity, regularity, stability, and universality, and that when either set is lacking, life and growth are threatened. Though we are too close to it to make a completely objective judgment, it has become obvious that our own culture has fallen into a dangerously unbalanced state, and is now producing warped and unbalanced minds. One part of our civilization that dedicated to technology has usurped authority over all the other components, geographical, biological, anthropological. Indeed, the most frenetic advocates of this process are proclaiming that the whole biological world is now being supplanted by technology, and that man will either become a willing creature of his technology or cease to exist. Not merely does technology claim priority in human affairs, it places the demand for constant technological change above any considerations of its own efficiency, its own continuity, or even, ironically enough, its own capacity to survive. To maintain such a system, whose postulates contradict those that underlie all living organisms, it requires for self-protection absolute conformity by the human community, and to achieve that conformity it proposes to institute a system of total control, starting with the human organism itself, even before conception has taken place. The means for establishing this control is the ultimate gift of the mega-machine, and without submergence in the subjective myth of the machine, as omnipotent, omniscient, and omnicompetent, it would not already have advanced to the point it has now reached. Let us go back again to the table of probable future inventions that those who have surrendered to the myth of the machine are now so busily propagating. Such a plausible table as Arthur Clarke, for instance, has 284 offered. Of more than a dozen technical exploits he lists, from lunar landings to weather control, from suspended animation to artificial life, no one of them has the slightest relation to man's central historic task, more imperative today than ever, the task of becoming human. The failure to perform that task for a single generation might set the erring community back a whole geological epoch. Indeed, there is reason to suspect that this has actually begun to happen in our time. The one set of discoveries and inventions that these prophets of technology will not allow for are those internal human devices that would eventually bring technics itself under constant human evaluation and direction. On the contrary, to meet any such counterattack, before it begins, they have propagated the belief that technology provides the only conceivable and acceptable way of life today. The business of creating a limited, docile, scientifically conditioned human animal, completely adjusted to a purely technological environment, has kept pace with the rapid transformation of that environment itself. Partly this has been effected, as already noted, by reinforcing conformity with tangible rewards, partly by denying any real opportunities for choices outside the range of the megatechnic system. American children, who, on statistical evidence, spend from 3 to 6 hours a day absorbing the contents of television, whose nursery songs are advertisements, and whose sense of reality is blunted by a world dominated by daily intercourse with Superman, Batman, and their monstrous relatives, will be able only by heroic effort to disengage themselves from this system sufficiently to recover some measure of autonomy. The megamachine has them under its remote control, conditioned to its stereotypes, far more effectively than the most authoritative parent. No wonder the first generation brought up under this tutelage faces an identity crisis. Already this mode of conditioning has created a new psychological type, one bearing almost from birth the imprint of megatechnics in all its forms, a type unable to react directly to sights or sounds, to patterns or concrete objects, unable to function in any capacity without anxiety, indeed, unable to feel alive, except by permission or command of the machine and with the aid of the extra-organic apparatus that the machine god provides. In a multitude of cases, this conditioning has already reached the point of total dependence, and this state of submissive conformity has been hailed, by the more ominous prophets of this regime, as man's ultimate liberation. But liberation from what? Liberation from the conditions under which man has flourished, namely, in an active, give and take, mutually rewarding relationship with a varied and responsive unprogrammed environment, human and natural, an environment full of difficulties, temptations, hard choices, challenges, lovely surprises, and unexpected rewards. 285. Here again, the first steps in establishing control seemed innocent. Consider B. F. Skinner's learning machine. For instruction in subjects such as languages, requiring much repetition and correction for accurate memorizing, such a machine can perhaps lighten the burden of the teacher and enable the student to go forward more rapidly to a point where the teacher may give him active help in matters that cannot be programmed on a machine. Conceivably, though not necessarily, this might work to their common advantage. Like so many other mechanical devices, learning machines may be helpful auxiliaries. But the tendency of megatechnics, with its overriding interest in earning the maximum possible profits for the corporations exploiting these machines, is to turn such occasional minor aids into major permanent fixtures, and to extend the offices of the machine to every subject in the curriculum at every age. This means giving mechanical and electronic equipment the time, effort, money, and emotional involvement that should be given to human relations and human agents. In the end, good learning habits, established early, along with deliberate memory training, would provide better instruction than great batteries of machines and be of far wider application. But such human devices do not produce financial dividends. Such programmed pseudo-education is in fact the perfect instrument of political absolutism, and the general acceptance of this system would be fatal to the exercise of independent judgment, critical dissent, or creative thought. In France, under the post-Napoleonic bureaucracy, the Minister of Education could boast that he knew exactly what every teacher was teaching at a given hour in every school. But that mode of control still was unable completely to suppress the human dialogue and eliminate every spontaneous human reaction, for the teacher was still a visible personality, who could be challenged, defied, disobeyed, while the pupils in a class, however strict the discipline, still were reassured by one another's presence, and were capable of exerting an effect if only by mischief and disorder upon their teacher. Such contacts mocked the minister's boast of uniform Ity. It is to remove these last traces of human intercourse, that is, to ensure isolation and total submission, that current techniques now addresses. Itself threatened with a shortage of trained teachers, bureaucratic educational experts eagerly seek elaborate mechanical solutions for every difficulty, instead of bending their efforts to persuade more qualified poor sons to enter the educational system, and to reduce the sterile procedures that vitiate human energy and interest. Not alone do they favor the wider use of teaching machines and computers, they have eagerly sought to exploit other methods of one-way communication, such as television broadcasts from a satellite for the entire system, to supplant such relics of 286 way intercourse and active participation as exist in some measure even in the poorest classroom where teachers and students meet face to face. This reliance upon mechanical solutions for the problem of quantity, when what is actually required is mechanical simplification and human amplification, solidifies the system introduced by the archaic modern megamachine. Today the simple learning machine is already outmoded. At the 1964 World's Fair in New York, the School of the Future was presented in its final space capsule form, whereby each student is turned into a kind of solitary learning grub / spending his whole day in a closed compartment, appropriately egg-shaped, in which information would be processed and fed to him from a central station. Thus the motto of the collective bakery or food processing plant, "Nothing touched by human hands," now gives way to the bolder one of mechanistic behaviorism, "Nothing touched by the human personality." The isolation cell, one of the cruelest forms of punishment ever devised short of mutilation, is now proposed as the standard school equipment. The purpose of this equipment is not merely to remove the student from reciprocal human contacts, but likewise to isolate him from intercourse with any part of the real world except that which has been programmed for him by a higher authority, so that he will be more completely under the control of the megamachine. Once this system is firmly established, not merely learning but all other human transactions would take place through official channels, and under the constant surveillance of a central authority. This is not education but animal training. Since man is the most adaptable of animals, a considerable number of people have already submitted, at least in their minds, to such a sterile conception of learning. Apparently they have no suspicion that this sort of technological progress does violence to the human personality, in fact, is a disturbing sign of human regression. Our contemporaries are already so conditioned to accept technological progress as absolute and irresistible, however painful, ugly, mentally cramping, or physiologically damaging its results, that they accept the latest technical offering, whether a supersonic plane or a learning cell, with smiling consent, particularly if the equipment is accompanied by a scientific explanation and seems technologically an advanced type. This general aberration was long ago satirized by Tolstoy in his treatise, What is Art? There he pictured modern man ingeniously sealing up the windows of his house and mechanically exhausting the air so that he might, by utilizing a still more extravagant mechanical apparatus, pump air back again instead of merely opening the window. Tolstoy did not suspect that within a generation this folly would actually be committed, not only as a permissible dodge for screening out dust and poisonous gas 287 exhausts, or for tempering excessive heat, but it would even be used by the designers of houses and college buildings in the midst of open country, where fresh air is available, and where the natural noises are at a lower level than that of the exhaust fans used by a ventilating system. By now, unfortunately, Tolstoy's satire has lost its point. For something even more indefensible has happened: every part of the environment is being reconstructed on the same principles, in order to ensure that at no part of a man's life shall he be free from external control. In past ages human growth was often impeded by lack of technical equipment, by lack of carefully sifted information or theoretic knowledge, by the absence of the physical means for sufficiently wide intercourse and cooperation. Strangely, many people still behave as if there were a dearth of these agencies. But just the opposite is true. No part of modern man's environment or organization as yet shows any signs of fixation or overstability, except automation itself. On the contrary, technology has produced a state of torrential dynamism, since the only form of control effectively exercised is that of making every part undergo still more rapid change, whilst the system itself becomes more immobile and rigid. Man himself is thus losing hold on any personal life that can be called his own. He is now being turned into a thing destined to be processed and reconstructed collectively by the same methods that have produced the atomic pile and the computer. Modern man's readiness to accept this external control, even after having tasted and enjoyed in the last few centuries a considerable measure of municipal, corporate, and personal freedom, has been facilitated by both external pressures and internal anxieties. The mere growth of numbers. Not only the total increase of population but the increase in the size of all social units from cities to armies and bureaucracies has made the individual soul timid and self-distrustful. He feels incapable of coping with events that lie so far beyond his range of vision or his active muscular controls. A stranger and afraid in a world I never made. Once his intimate, small-scale modes of association are either eliminated or paralyzed, he seeks security in great impersonal organizations. Not only the state, but his insurance societies or his trade unions, which also function as essential parts of the same power system. Unfortunately, the prosperity of these corporate units imposes the need for still further regimentation and further centralization of control. Thus the escape from freedom, as Erich Fromm pointed out a generation ago, produces a new form of liberation, permanent liberation from responsibility and active choice. In the final stage of technical development, as various science fiction writers have been quick to perceive, the organized sciences will attempt to do directly, mainly by physical and chemical devices, what other human institutions, religion, morals, law sought to do more indirectly, with only 288 partial success, by exhortation, persuasion, or warning threat, namely, to transform the nature of man. Science confidently proposes to alter his potentialities at the source through genetic intervention and through further programming his existence so as to permit no unforeseen departures or rebellions. Radical alterations that kings and priests never succeeded in performing except by evisceration, scientists now confidently propose to do on the living corpse by surgical alteration, chemotherapy, and electronic control. But so obsessive is the drive to exert control that these experiments have received financial backing from philanthropic national foundations, so that even before these words are printed, radical decisions that may imperil the possibilities for further human development may well have been made. The most cogent forewarning of the dismal destiny of man, once he submits completely to the mega-machine, comes from the group that now holds all the strategic positions of authority in the modern state, the scientists. One might draw on 100 examples of similar subjective aberrations coming forth in seemingly rational form as next steps in progress, but I shall confine myself to a few typical examples, and first, an illuminating scientific symposium on the future of life, organized as a public service by an international pharmaceutical corporation and attended by a distinguished array of scientists. See Gordon Wolstenholme. The papers presented led to a discussion over what forms of control were possible in order to raise the genetic level of the population and eliminate unfavorable genes no longer suppressed by natural selection. This brought up the question of artificial breeding from superior stocks, and that in turn led to an argument as to whether human beings have a natural right to beget their own children. On this point, the statement of one of the participants, an historian of science, was illuminating, taking up Crick's point about the humanist argument whether one has a right to have children. I would say that in a society in which the community is responsible for people's welfare, health, hospitals, unemployment insurance, etc., the answer is no. It might seem unfair to hold a scholar strictly to a casual statement expressed in discussion, even if he has allowed this to appear in print. But the fact that his answer was so unhesitating, so unqualified, would indicate that it is one that is widely held. Too many of these self-elected rulers have already asserted that, in return for benefits received, obedience and strict conformity to instructions. Their instructions must be officially imposed. Much as they are imposed by current bureaucratic routines upon helpless patients in modern hospitals. This obligation involves something more than listening to medical advice, such as may properly be given to those who on the record have 289 serious inheritable defects. It involves, as further discussion indicated, the scientist's right to establish ideal human types in terms of his own proven Chale, time-limited criteria, and on this basis to select spermatozoa and ova for reproduction. Sir Francis Crick indeed went further, and advocated freedom for experimentally altering the human genes, even though by bad luck he might, on his own admission, produce monsters. One thing was notably absent among some of the participants in this discussion, any sense that those who might be in possession of the knowledge and techniques needed for exercising such controls should be obliged to produce some positive evidence of their special fitness for determining the future of the human race. The lack of such credentials, or rather the naive belief that scientific achievement was the only credential needed, seemed to give no embarrassment. One would hardly have guessed from such a discussion that thousands of the wisest minds have meditated for thousands of years over what are the most desirable characteristics in human beings, what traits should be modified or repressed, what composite character or indeed what assortment of characters is desirable to produce the highest order of human being. One culture after another has framed its own answer to this problem, by bringing forth ideal types and incarnating them in an endless succession of models in their gods, heroes, saints, sages. But as it has turned out, none of these models or their variants has ever been quite successful, never universally applicable. To speak only of the Greeks, neither Jove nor Apollo, neither Prometheus, nor Hephaestus nor Heracles, neither Achilles nor Odysseus meets every requirement. If we turn to the more conscious efforts of religion and philosophy to body forth an ideal human type, we are equally baffled in our choice. The Confucian, the Taoist, the Zoroastrian, the Buddhist, the Platonist, the Stoic, the Cynic, the Christian, the Mohammedan have all produced their own conceptions of the perfect man, often in defensive opposition to grosser types that had dominated earlier civilization. But one and all these ideal forms have fallen short, even when in individual personalities they seem as close as were Socrates or Francis of Assisi, to achieving perfection within their own chosen framework. In one of the most highly developed cultures on record, the Hellenic, no consensus was ever reached. What this means, I conclude, is that the only effective approach to this problem is that long ago taken by nature, to provide the possibility of an endless variety of biological and cultural types, since no single one, however rich and rewarding, is capable of encompassing all the latent potentialities of man. No one culture, no one race, no one period can do more than produce fresh variations on this inexhaustible theme. Many biologists whose knowledge of evolution is not confined to 290 molecular phenomena are convinced that the notion of improving any significant portion of the human stock by the specific selection of genes in individual specimens, even granting its dubious technical feasibility, is a mirage. In breeding cattle, the results of too specific selection, as in the notorious case of dwarfism in the Black Angus, have often proved self-defeating. But the fact that such distinguished geneticists as Muller and Crick persuaded themselves that direct intervention is not only possible but desirable, we can, therefore we must, shows how far the insolent pharaonic notion of total control has seized possession of such minds. As with the deep freezing of corpses for future resuscitation, which is the modern equivalent of mummification to ensure immortality. These proposals relate to the same archaic fantasies that burst forth with the success of the first mega-machines in the Pyramid Age. The conclusion seems inescapable: the one part of the human personality that so far evades rational control is that which produces these fantasies. What is most suspicious about this discussion, however, is not just the defect in scientific insight, but the absence of prudent self-awareness and self-criticism. Never more clearly has the dismissal of history, that is, the cumulative evidences of human experience, showed itself more plainly as a source of error. I am not talking only of human history but of organic evolution. Those species of ants that have achieved firm control in breeding special types have remained fixed for some 60 million years. They foretell the ultimate fate of a human population similarly constituted. Ah! Brave new world! In this new scientific hierarchy only one-way communication is observed. Those who speak with the highest authority upon some minute section of exact knowledge too often unblushingly claim the right to speak for mankind upon matters of general human experience upon which they can testify only on the same lowly basis as other human beings. In many discussions of the science-governed future, the right of popular resistance is not even mentioned, whereas, even in feudal society, as Mark Bloch pointed out, vassal homage, however humble, was a genuine contract and a bilateral one, and the right of resistance to unjust or arbitrary authority was not only implied but often specified. The sovereign himself was held responsible to the people, like the swineherd to the master who employs him, as an Alsatian monk wrote about 1090. By one measure or another, often under the guise of public good, that precious right, the right of nonconformity, and counteraction, is now covertly being denied. What is most suspicious in all these discussions of possible technological futures, mainly by the extrapolation of visible tendencies or incipient inventions, is the ingrained fatalism they display. They refuse to allow the possibility of a complete reversal of existing trends. This fatalism, Carrick 291. Terrorizes sociological observers like Professor Jacques Ellul, who plainly detests the evils of megatechnics, as well as those who are impatient to hasten the pace even if many precious human achievements are defaced and destroyed. Let me give a final example, selected only because it is regrettably typical. In Genetics and the Future of Man, a social scientist, highly respected as a population expert, has declared that deliberate genetic control is bound to occur, and once begun, it would soon benefit science and technology, which in turn would facilitate further hereditary improvement, which in turn would extend science, and so on in a self-enforcing spiral without limit. He concludes that when man has conquered his own biological evolution, he will have laid the basis for conquering everything else. The universe will be his, at last. This is a museum specimen of archaic scientific thinking, and circular thinking at that, for the original premise of automatism it is bound to occur. S asserted as if unchallengeable. This scientist ignores the fact that every item in his deduction is unproved and unprovable, beginning with the notion that human development itself can be equated with the unconditional support of science and technology. But even if scientists were able to identify the specific traits predisposing the embryo to these vocations, by what rational criterion could one say that the magnification, intensification, or wider distribution of these traits would constitute a desirable human goal? There is sounder ground for believing that a much richer genetic pool must be drawn on in the human future as in the pre-human past to realize further improvements, and that quite different character traits and human types are now needed to overcome mankind's present cultural disequilibrium. As for settling on scientists and technologists as the supreme product of human evolution, the final incarnations of the just man made perfect, what a happy solution that is! But so naive in its narcissistic admiration of the scientific image that it is actually embarrassing to read. Such self-adulation would be laughable were it not so widely shared, and if this now Common belief did not constitute a formidable barrier to the emergence of different personality constellations that do not fit into the power system and conform to the prescribed technical scientific formulae. This proposal for genetic control exposes the idea of control itself in its ultimate absurdity, the arrogant notion that finite minds, operating with the limited equipment of their particular culture and historic moment, will ever be qualified to exercise absolute control over the infinite future possibilities of human development. One final term nevertheless demands exegesis, the idea of conquest itself. In what sense does the notion of conquest have the slightest mean? 292. In relation to man's place in nature? What bearing does this have on the cooperative transactions and interactions of species, or to man's own attempt to transcend his own biological limitations by superorganic modes of life? The very term conquest is an obsolete military term, however reinforced by our whole power system. Actually it is an ideological fossil left over from the traumatic original episodes in civilization which brought forth war, slavery, organized destruction, and genocide. Conquest and cultivation are historic enemies, they stand at opposite poles. In short, conquest is in no sense a necessary sign of higher human development, though conquistadors have always thought otherwise. Any valid concept of organic development must use the primary terms of ecology, cooperation and symbiosis as well as struggle and conflict, for even predators are part of a food chain, and do not conquer their prey except to eat them. The idea of total conquest is an extrapolation from the existing power system, it indicates, not a desirable end, accommodation, but a pathological aberration, reinforced by such rewards as this system bestows. As for the climactic notion that the universe will be man's at last, what is this but a paranoid fantasy, comparable to the claims of an asylum inmate who imagines that he is emperor of the world? Such a claim is countless light years away from reality. The decisive factor of safety in human development lies in the fact that man's many specific experimental errors and subjective aberrations have not been deliberately fixed in the genes. To an extent that no other species enjoys, each fresh generation shakes the genetic dice and rolls out fresh combinations, leaving it open to new human factors to repair past errors and embark on fresh experiments. Many mistakes have been made in the development of every known culture, and some of them, like war, slavery, and class exploitation, have seriously crippled human development. Yet none of these aberrations is so deeply embedded in the flesh that it is unalterable or immortal. If in future fresh human possibilities should be closed off, it would be because the dominant power system had deliberately closed them, in the very fashion that technocratic spokesmen advocate. Insofar as the illusion of technological inevitability is taken for an inescapable reality. Example: genetic control is bound to occur. This attitude only adds an inner compulsiveness to the many external compulsions imposed by the power complex. Such beliefs often prove self-fulfilling prophecies, and they make more probable the riveting together of a planetary megamachine. This superimposed power system, with its insistent compulsiveness and automatism, may prove in the end the gravest menace to man's own development. While the cultural inheritance is partly reprogrammed from generation to generation, from culture to culture, and is modified even from hour to hour by the plans and acts of individual 293 minds, genetic control might program man out of existence, and create a substitute homunculus, the fixed component of a humanly vacuous automatic system. By its cultural inventions the human species has up till now avoided such a fatal arrest. 6. Electronic entropy. But perhaps another fate is actually in store for mankind if it should continue blindly on its present course, not an arrested development, with an eventual lapse into unconsciousness, or a transmutation of all functions of the human intelligence into the planetary megamachine, nor yet the sort of venturesome selective breeding or chemical synthesis that Professors Charles C. Price and Joshua Lederberg have foreseen, with their possible production of such biological horrors as Olaf Stapledon described in the long future. Perhaps Homo sapiens will come to a quicker end by a shorter route, already indicated in many manifestations of modern art, and expressed with psychedelic extravagance by Professor Marshall McLuhan and his followers. The seemingly solid older megamachine with its rigid limitations and predictable performance might give rise to the exact antithesis, an electronic anti-megamachine program to accelerate disorder, ignorance, and entropy. In revolt against totalitarian organization and enslavement, the generation now responding to McLuhan's doctrines would seek total liberation from organization, continuity, and purpose of any sort, in systematic debuilding, dissolution, and decreation. Ironically, such a return to randomness would, according to probability theory, produce the most static and predictable state possible, that of unorganized matter. In the first stage of this liberation, as McLuhan sees it, instantaneous planetary communication will bring about a release from all previous cultures and past modes of regimentation. Machines themselves will vanish, to be replaced by electronic equivalents or substitutes. In McLuhan's trance-like vaticinations, he actually appears to believe that this has already happened, and that even the will is about to disappear, while mankind as a whole will return to the pre-primitive level, sharing mindless sensations and pre-linguistic communion. In the electronic phantasmagoria that he conjures up, not alone will old-fashioned machines be permanently outmoded, but nature itself will be replaced. The sole vestige of the multifarious world of concrete forms and ordered experience will be the sounds and 294 tactile images on the constantly present television screen, or such abstract derivative information as can be transferred to the computer. Psychiatry reveals the true nature of this promised state. What is it but the electronic equivalent of the dissociation and subjective inflation that takes place under lysergic acid and similar drugs? Insofar as McLuhan's conception corresponds to any existential reality, it is that of an electron-ically induced mass psychosis. Not surprisingly, perhaps, now that the facilities for instantaneous communication have planetary outlets, SYMP. Toms of this psychosis are already detectable in every part of the planet. In McLuhan's case, the disease poses as the diagnosis. As it happens, the proposal to confine man to a present time cage that cuts him off from both his past and his future did not originate in the present age, nor is it dependent upon an exclusive commitment to electronic communication. The ancient name for this form of exerting centralized control is the burning of the books. In the past this has been the favored method of maintaining absolute royal control, once the broadcasting of the written record threatened to give power to those who defied the official control centers. The burning of the books in China in 213 BC by the last of the Chen emperors has been repeated at intervals as the final solution when censorship and legal prohibitions such as still prevail in totalitarian countries fail. Though my generation usually associates this burning with the public bonfires lighted by the Nazis in the 1930s, that was a relatively innocent manifestation, for it disposed of only a token number of the world's store of books. But it remained for McLuhan to picture as technology's ultimate gift a more absolute mode of control, one that will achieve total illiteracy, with no permanent record except that officially committed to the computer, and open only to those permitted access to this facility. This repudiation of an independent written and printed record means nothing less than the erasure of man's diffused, multi-brained collective memory. It reduces all human experience into that of the present generation and the passing moment. The instant record is self-effacing. In effect, if not in intention, this would carry mankind back to a far more primitive state than any tribal one, for pre-literate peoples conserved a large part of their past by cultivating extraordinary memories, and maintaining by constant repetition even at the cost of creativity and invention the essential links to their own past. The bards of this oral culture could recite a whole Iliad without having recourse to a written word. For this instant revolution to be successful, the burning of the books must take place on a worldwide scale and include every form of permanent record open to public view. The shibboleth for such absolutism, like that for 19th century anarchism, is incinerate the documents. 295. McLuhan's denigration of the printed word, expressed in his hostility to typographical man itself a figment of his imagination, has nevertheless given support to purely physical assaults on books, as well as a chronic indifference to their contents. Similar insensate student demonstrations have taken place in universities on every continent. As in so many other phenomena of the power system, electronic communication has only hastened the speed, not changed the goal. The goal is total cultural dissolution, or what McLuhan characterizes as a tribal communism, though it is, in fact, the extreme antithesis of anything that can be properly called tribal or communistic. As for communism, this is McLuhan's public relations euphemism for totalitarian control. Now, electronic communication has obviously added a new dimension to human capability and practical cooperation. This is a platitude of 19th century thought that McLuhan has sought to turn into a startling private paradox. Even before television was sufficiently perfected for commercial use, it was possible to describe its valuable potentialities and to anticipate the defects that have actually, since 1945, become apparent. On this matter, I have no hesitation in putting forward the views expressed in Technics and Civilization, 1934, at a time when television was still in the experimental stage. In my interpretation of neotechnics, I said, with the invention of the telegraph a series of inventions began to bridge the gap in time between communication and response despite the handicaps of space, first the telegraph, then the telephone, then the wireless telegraph, then the wireless telephone, and finally television. As a result, communication is now on the point of returning, with the aid of mechanical devices, to that instantaneous reaction of person to person with which it began, but the possibilities of this immediate meeting, instead of being limited by space and time, will be limited only by the amount of energy available and the mechanical perfection and accessibility of the apparatus. When the radio telephone is supplemented by television, communication will differ from direct intercourse only to the extent that immediate physical contact will be impossible. Not merely did I point out the applications and implications of electronics, but unlike McLuhan I anticipated its drawbacks, not least the fact that immediate intercourse on a worldwide basis does not necessarily mean a less trivial or a less parochial personality. I suggested moreover that the maintenance of distance both in time and space was one of the conditions for rational judgment and cooperative intercourse, as against unreflective responses and snap judgments. The lifting of restrictions upon close human intercourse, I went on to say, has been, in its first stages, as dangerous as the flow of populations into new lands. It has increased the areas of friction, and has mobilized and hastened mass reactions, like those which occur on the eve of a war. 296. These pages diminish, I am afraid, the claims of priority and peculiar insight often made for McLuhan as the unique prophet of the electronic age 30 years later. But it leaves him with few rivals in the art of rationalizing the irrationalities introduced by megatechnics, so much so that by concentrating upon McLuhan's errors one can clear the board of a large mass of similar misstatements. By turns the steamboat, the railroad, the postal system, the electric telegraph, the airplane, have been described as instruments that would transcend local weaknesses, redress inequalities of natural and cultural resources, and lead to a worldwide political unity, the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World. Once technical unification was established, human solidarity, progressive minds believed, would follow. In the course of 2 centuries, these hopes have been discredited. As the technical gains have been consolidated, moral disruptions, antagonisms, and collective massacres have become more flagrant, not in local conflicts alone but on a global scale. There is no reason whatever to think that radio and television will enable us to fare better, until they themselves become the instruments of wiser human decisions, and embrace every aspect of life, not limiting themselves to those that conform to the pentagon of power. For this problem McLuhan and his technocratic contemporaries have a simple solution. It is to replace human autonomy in every form by an up-to-date electronic model of the mega-machine. The mass media, he demonstrates, are put out before they are thought out. In fact, their being put outside us tends to cancel the possibility of their being thought at all. Precisely. Here McLuhan gives the whole show away. Because all technical apparatus is an extension of man's bodily organs, including his brain, this peripheral structure, on McLuhan's analysis, must, by its very mass and ubiquity, replace all autonomous needs or desires, since now for us technology is part of our bodies, no detachment or divorce is possible. Once we have surrendered our senses and nervous systems to the private manipulation of those who would try to benefit from taking a lease of our eyes and ears and nerves, we don't really have any rights-read autonomy left. This latter point might well be taken as a warning to disengage ourselves, as soon as possible, from the power system so menacingly described. For McLuhan it leads, rather, to a demand for unconditional surrender. Under electric technology, he observes, the entire business of man becomes learning and knowing. Apart from the fact that this is a pathetically academic picture of the potentialities of man, the kind of learning and knowing that McLuhan becomes enraptured over is precisely that which can be programmed on a computer. We are now in a position, he observes, to transfer the entire show to the memory of a computer. No better formula could be found for arresting and ultimately suppressing human development. 297. So far from undermining oral intercourse, writing and print made it effective for far larger populations in time and space than any immediate world broadcast today. When the oral Odyssey became also a book, Homer spoke not to the villages where he recited his poems, but to the world, and the cry of the eloquent peasant in Egypt, once recorded on papyrus, instead of being suppressed by the dominant minority, was still heard, thousands of years later, thanks to the scribes who copied and recopied it. In communication, as in every other aspect of technology, a polytechnics that utilizes every technical accessory is superior to a monotechnics, especially one trimmed strictly to fit the needs of the power complex. But the fact is that only great poems, like Homer's, or significant events, like the eloquent peasant's challenge to absolutism, deserve worldwide circulation. Note commonplace thoughts, events, and scenes, transmitted only to keep the deprived senses from starvation, by giving the illusion of life, do not deserve such enlargement. In any quantity they destroy the personal reactions to the living moment. Audiovisual tribalism, McLuhan's global village, is a humbug. Real communication, whether oral or written, ephemeral or permanent, is possible only between people who share a common culture and speak the same language, and though this area can and should be enlarged by personally acquiring more languages and extending one's cultural horizon through travel and active personal intercourse, the notion that it is possible to throw off all these limits is an electronic illusion. This illusion ignores the most characteristic feature of all organic forms, biological or cultural: their acceptance of limitations for the sake of ensuring the best life possible. Radio actually has scored some of its most signal triumphs not in global but in local transmission, where it has proved marvelously effective in bringing about social cohesion and prompt responses. Witness the uprising of the citizens of Prague in the summer of 1968. That spontaneous mobilization of resistance, made possible by portable transmitters, brilliantly demonstrated the suppleness of this new technology when used in small units. Observe, this was not an expression of tribal culture in any sense. On the contrary, it was an evidence of the assembled intelligence of a closely organized and intimately associated historic city. This cooperation would not have been possible if Prague's population had been scattered over Czechoslovakia in a formless, incoherent megalopolis, reachable only through high-powered central radio stations, which could easily be occupied by a small military force. While superficially overcoming the effect of distance, the electronic media have shown what a heavy price must be paid for even the simulation of multidimensioned intercourse. In genuine communication, every agent has its own special role to play: the visible gesture, the direct spoken word. 298. The written message, the painting, the printed book, the radio, the phonograph record, the tape recorder, television. Instead of replacing these varied multimedia by television, radio, and the computer alone, a mature and efficient technology would strive to keep them all in existence, each for the performance of its appropriate function in the chosen situation. As with the transportation system, which cannot dispense with the free-moving and autonomous pedestrian without producing clotted urban congestion or equally baffling suburban dispersion, so with an efficient communication system. What is needed is a technology so varied, so many-sided, so flexible, so responsive to human need, that it can serve every valid human purpose. The only true multimedium remains the human organism itself. Anthropological studies have repeatedly demonstrated that the fluidity and ephemerality that McLuhan attributes to oral communication is precisely what no primitive tribal culture could tolerate except by courting dissolution. If our own complex inheritance should continue to follow McLuhan's injunctions, it would dissolve. Is it not already dissolving? Before our eyes. It is only at a high stage of individuation, made possible at first by the painted or carved image, the written symbol, and the printed book, that true freedom, the freedom to escape from the passing moment and the present visible place, to challenge past experience or modify future action, can be achieved. To be aware only of immediate stimuli and immediate sensations is a medical indication of brain injury. McLuhan's ideas about the role of electronic technology have been widely accepted, I suggest, because they magnify and vulgarize the dominant components of the power system in the very act of seeming to revolt against its regimentation. In treating the planet as a tribal village by instant electronic communication, he has, in fact, united the crippling limitations of a pre-literate culture, which made the scattered, farming population of the world an easy prey to military conquest and exploitation, with the characteristic historic mischief of civilization, the subjugation of a large population for the exclusive benefit of a ruling minority. So far from there being any spontaneous communication under this regime, these electronic media are already carefully controlled to make sure that dangerous, that is, unorthodox views do not slip through. Such a system permits neither colloquy nor dialogue, as in genuine oral intercourse, what takes place is for the greater part only a meticulously arranged monologue, even if more than one person is present on the screen. A population entirely dependent upon such controlled oral communication, even though it reached every human soul on the planet, would not merely be at the mercy of the dominant minority but would become increasingly illiterate and soon mutually unintelligible. Thus once again the parallel between the Pyramid Age and our own forces itself upon the observer, here in prospect, is actually the electronic Tower of Babel. Instant planetary. 299. Communication, conducted on these principles, would bring about eventual excommunication from any identifiable community. We have now to examine more closely the clinical picture presented by this instant revolution, with its instant knowledge, instant power, and instant destruction. Seen by itself, this picture gives cause for grave alarm. But already the system has begun to produce reactions from within that threaten its continued dominance, if not its very existence. Chapter 11. The Megatechnic Wasteland. 1. Air-conditioned pyramids. Though the Pyramid Age had a static conception of heaven, its dynamism was as methodical and relentless as that of our own technocratic age. Each pharaoh built a new capital for himself within his own lifetime, a changeover no present government has ventured to imitate. While these pyramids, with their attendant temples and priestly housing facilities, absorbed the surplus energies of the Nile Valley, they not merely kept this emerging economy of abundance in balance, but served as material evidence of the supernatural potencies of the new cosmic religion. The modernized megamachine has reproduced all the early features of the ancient form by pyramid building on an even larger scale. And just as the static physical structures supported the worshippers' belief in the validity of the pharaoh's claims to divinity and immortality, so the new dynamic forms of the pyramid complex, the skyscrapers, the atomic reactors, the nuclear weapons, the superhighways, the space rockets, the underground control centers, the collective nuclear shelters, tombs, seem equally to validate and exalt the new religion. No other religion has ever produced so many manifestations of power, has brought about such a complete system of control, has unified so many separate institutions, has suppressed so many independent ways of life, or for that matter has ever claimed so many worshippers, who by word and deed have testified to the kingdom, the power, and the glory of its nuclear and electronic gods. The miracles performed by the technocratic priesthood are genuine, only their claims of divinity are spurious. Symbolically, at the entrance to the new pyramid complexes stands the nuclear reactor, which first manifested its powers to the multitude by a typical trick of Bronze Age deities, the instant extermination of all the 300 air-conditioned pyramids, 301 inhabitants of a populous city. Of this early display of nuclear power, as of all the vastly augmented potentialities for destruction that so rapidly followed, one can say what Melville's mad captain in Moby Dick said of himself: all my means and methods are sane, my purpose is mad. For the splitting of the atom was the beautiful consummation and the confirmation of the experimental and mathematical modes of thinking that since the 17th century have inordinately increased the human command of physical forces. With the neatness of a Euclidean demonstration, the energy of the sun was now united with the smaller concentrations of energy at man's command, thus the sun god had in effect undergone a human incarnation, and his priests at last commanded a commensurate authority. Theirs is a Calvinist theology, only slightly revised, in which the mass of men are predestined to awful damnation, and only the elect, that is, the technocratic elite, will be saved. In short, the eschatology of Jehovah's Witnesses. Brought up to date. Once the secret of nuclear fission was unlocked, the construction of the new pyramids went on at such a furious rate that the United States military strategists, within a dozen years, were forced to invent a new term, overkill, to describe the superfluous powers of extermination they already possessed. On a planet holding perhaps 3 billion people, they had bombs enough to wipe out 300 billion. In this new economy of negative abundance, the means of death outpaced the means of life. The parallels with the Pyramid Age do not end here. Around this mortuary group of megamachine pyramids spread in widening circles the working quarters of the priesthood, called research centers or think tanks. Like the domestic barracks of the underlying population, these are scattered thinly over the landscape, as far as possible outside the old centers of population, centers that still contain disturbing reminders of other forms of worship and other modes of life. The ideal symbolic site indeed for the new pyramids is, as originally at Los Alamos, the desert, for that is the ultimate environment, done over and more perfectly sterilized by the machine process, which corresponds with the ideology itself. The larger complex in turn invites the construction of lesser pyramids, such as the atomic reactors for producing nuclear fuel. Except for small quantities of radioactive materials useful in further scientific investigations, which involve no colossal investment and no grandiose explosions, the chief products of the atomic reactors are long-acting, extremely poisonous wastes, and the gods are ironic hot water. The scientific knowledge that unleashed atomic energy brought genuine Insight into the structure of the entire cosmos and in recent years has broken down the gap between pre-organic matter, once regarded as fatally inert and passive, and living organisms. For centuries the intellectual 302 capital so accumulated will be yielding dividends in further knowledge that may prove of immense value, in ways still unsuspected, to our descendants if we have any. But the direct effect of this mode of pyramid building compares exactly with that of the pyramid age itself. Our present viable alternative to overkill is more hot water, that is, more energy at the service of this fatally overexpanding megasystem. Hot water is useful, but there are safer ways of producing it. The disparity between the imaginative scientific achievement of the nuclear reactor and the commonplace practical result calls attention to a similar disproportion between the incalculable disintegrating power of absolute weapons and the trivial military results. 20 years after the first atom bomb was dropped, the total military accomplishment of nuclear weapons can be briefly summed up as follows: the destruction of two medium-sized cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, with a massacre of life comparable to, but not greater than, that produced by slower but less costly methods of collective extermination and torture, such as the use of napalm bombs, Dresden, Tokyo, or, as in the Nazi German extermination camps, by poison gas. In addition, the wreck of two planes carrying a nuclear bomb has strewn atomic debris in Spain and Greenland, with still undetermined and perhaps interminable results. The subsequent testing of improved nuclear weapons by the hundreds, indulged by the two leading nuclear powers, led by the United States, has produced these further results: the heavy pollution of the soils of the whole planet with strontium-90, plus radioactive iodine with a shorter life. This has resulted in poisoning of foods, especially baby's milk, and the secondary pollution of soil and water by radioactive debris, with a higher probable incidence of cancer as a result, along with genetic deformations whose full extent it will take 2 generations to discover. Facile calculations of how many people might physically survive for a limited period in deep underground shelters give no hint of the psychological traumas awaiting those emerging into a blasted landscape whose skies would still rain poison, whose unblasted surfaces would be covered with putrefying organisms, and whose food, in places where it could still be grown, would likewise be befouled with cancer-producing substances, while if, as is likely, in the total psychosis brought on by such a nuclear encounter, the military strategists resorted to still more desperate modes of extermination, by anthrax and botulism, even the well-protected elite, governmental and military, might find, like Hitler in his terminal air raid shelter, that suicide would be preferable to facing such survivors as had escaped instant incineration. In short, up to the present it is the negative results of the great scientific achievement of splitting the atom that are colossal. As far as the nuclear bombs themselves go, the only positive benefits are those which Tempo 303 rarely accrue to the industrial, bureaucratic, and scientific establishments that have built up the new megamachine. Paradoxically, then, the greatest gains that have been achieved through command of nuclear reaction have been purely spiritual ones: an enriched conception of cosmic realities, a deeper insight into the nature of the universe and of the place that living organisms, and finally man himself, have come to occupy. In the end, the most disastrous consequence of the building of the nuclear pyramid may turn out to be not nuclear weapons themselves or some irretrievable act of extermination that they may bring about. Something even worse may be in store, and should it go far enough, be equally irretrievable, namely, the universal imposition of the megamachine, in a perfected form, as the ultimate instrument of pure intelligence, whereby every other manifestation of human potentialities will be suppressed or completely eliminated. Already the blueprints for that final structure are available, they have even been advertised as man's highest destiny. Yet happily for mankind the megamachine itself is in trouble, largely because of its early dependence upon the nuclear bomb. For the very concept of wielding absolute power has set a collective trap, so delicately balanced that its mechanism has more than once been on the point of snapping down on its appointed victims, the inhabitants of the planet. Had that happened, the megamachine would have shattered its own structure as well. Over the entire pentagon of power, thanks to the technocratic arrogance and automated intelligence of those who have built the citadel, hovers a nuclear Ragnarok, or twilight of the gods, long ago predicted in Norse mythology, a world consumed in flames, when all things human and divine would be overcome by the cunning dwarfs and the brutal giants. After the 6th dynasty, the Pyramid Age in Egypt came to an end in a violent popular uprising, even without any such cosmic disruption. And something less than the Norse nightmare, though no less ominous to the megamachine, may be in store, or is it now perhaps actually taking place? 2. Space flight from reality. The salient mark of the machines and utilities that the megamachine for its own irrational ends chooses to concentrate on is that they should draw on the largest possible stores of energy and utilize the most elaborate technical means for ends that are relevant chiefly to the power complex's restrictive purposes, the expansion of its own structure and the extension of its own mode of control, having discarded purpose and design in any other aspect. 304. From its interpretation of natural events, the megamachine emerges with a single all-dominating purpose: its replacement of natural and human potentialities by its own underdimensioned and strictly programmed SYS. TEM. All the improvements incorporated in this power structure are addressed, not to man, but to the megamachine and its auxiliaries, and what gives these feats significance is not their human value but their scientific or technological difficulty. This paltry result has been eloquently defended gratis by Marshall McLuhan, in his quintessential phrase, "The medium is the message." Since I was an amateur radio experimenter more than half a century ago, I know exactly what he means. As a youthful reader of modern electrics, the new means of wireless communication dominated my adolescent fantasies. Once I had assembled my first radio set, I was delighted when I actually got messages from nearby stations, and I kept on experimenting with new instruments and hookups in order to get still louder messages from more distant stations. But I never bothered to master the Morse code or learn what I was listening to. The medium was the message. Had I become a full-blooded technocrat or remained an arrested adolescent, I would never have demanded a more humanly valuable result. This little moral applies to 100 other technical exploits. Minds content to exploit the medium and ignore the message are the irrational end products of what has been uncritically called rationalization. Though nuclear bombs are of course the ultimate symbols of the megamachine's powers of destruction, the manned interplanetary space rocket is perhaps an even more exemplary demonstration of the principles underlying the whole system, for the space rocket makes the greatest demands for energy, is the most delicately complex in design, and is the most costly to fabricate and service, and likewise the most futile, intangible and beneficial human results, apart from the prestige and publicity that the astronaut's feat bestows on the pentagonal national establishment. With the aid of the high-powered rocket, modern man is indeed conquering space. But in the very act of making this achievement possible, the megamachine is carrying further its conquest of man. With exquisite symbolic accuracy, the first object of space exploration was a barren satellite, unfit for organic life. To say nothing of permanent human habitation. Like the supersonic plane and the intercontinental ballistic rocket, both designed to carry nuclear warheads, the space rocket is primarily a feat of imaginative military strategy. Such strategy departs from the norms of traditional warfare, directed at a limited number of human beings, in order to achieve total control by threat or actual violence over populations of continental or hemispheric magnitude. Under present psycho-pressures, a case could perhaps be made out for meeting the purely scientific demand for unmanned space vehicles, on the part of those seeking either better 305 means of intraplanetary communication or outer space exploration, or better astronomical observation. But the gigantic concentration on rocket development by the Soviet Union and the United States has quite another objective, an anti-human one, too hugely visible to be concealed, and indeed already partly achieved. This mode of rocket development began as a means of military espionage and now has come to a triumphant conclusion in a design for dropping nuclear bombs from a supposedly invulnerable space station. Man-carrying rockets and space stations are not inevitable or unavoidable innovations. They are the projection in concrete form of morbid military obsessions, and they arise solely out of the apprehension that the equally obsessed enemy might gain an advantage by establishing exclusive access to space. Our leaders seem to believe that they hide the nature of their homicidal fantasies by calling the appropriate weapons hardware. Kepler in his purely fanciful Somnium was under no obligation to count the cost of such a moon journey, but a present-day scientist, Dr. Warren Weaver, has taken pains to do so. He has pointed out that the $30 billion spent by the United States alone for the purpose of placing a man on the moon, some equivalent sum in manpower, scientific experiments, and working energy is of course likewise being spent in Soviet Russia, could have been dispersed for more significant human objectives in the following ways. It would provide a 10% raise a year for 10 years to every teacher in the United States. It would endow 200 small colleges with $10 million each. It could finance the education of 50,000 scientists, build 10 new medical colleges at $200 million each. It could build and endow more than 50 complete university cities. It could create 3 new Rockefeller foundations worth $500 million each. Note that these alternatives reflect entirely educational aims, mainly indeed scientific ones. So they cannot be dismissed as coming from a mind indifferent to the interests of science or its continued advance. Instead of keeping a team of human beings riskily alive, barely functioning, at inordinate expense, on an uninhabitable planet, in order to accomplish an empty, if not intentionally destructive feat, Dr. Weaver's alternatives would at least maintain and replenish the existing scientific establishment. This is not the place to enter any reservations of my own about Dr. Weaver's proposals, enough that one may accept their humane intentions. T2** trademark OV. What this lesson in arithmetic has done is to bring out a point that may have puzzled the reader when I cited Burckhardt predictions about the coming military commandos under whose tyrannous regime the rulers would be completely indifferent to law, well-being, profitable labor, industry, credit, etc. That characterizes the prevalent state of mind among 306. The military-industrial scientific elite. The astronomical funds squandered upon elaborating techniques of genocide and upon moon landings, with no regard to either human needs or economic consequences, are in the style that Burckhardt foresaw. 3. Space travail. Even at the risk of seeming to push the parallel between the ancient pyramid age and the modern one too far, I would suggest that the manned space capsule, as now conceived, corresponds exactly to the innermost chamber of the Great Pyramids, where the mummified body of the pharaoh, surrounded by the miniaturized equipment necessary for magical travel to heaven, was placed. Already, in preparation for explorations outside the solar system, some of the priests of science have conjured up anew the assurance of an artificially contrived immortality, necessary for transportation distances that must be measured in light years, and they assume that at such astral speed living organisms would become comatose and shrink in mass, according to Einstein's theorem, without suffering any internal damage or experiencing the passage of time, so that 1,000 years would pass as a day and vital processes would be similarly reduced and suspended. Again, this parallel between the motivations and symbolisms of the two ages is almost too precise to seem anything but a perverse invention. But fortunately the data are open to public inspection. What space technics has already achieved, within the insulated capsule, may be described as temporary mummification, a state that provides the minimal conditions for keeping the human agent alive, or rather, from decomposing in the course of his flight. If the Egyptian tomb may be properly described as a static rocket, the cosmic space rocket is in fact a mobile tomb. In each case, the most exquisite confections of technology have been provided to keep a human mannequin in a state of suspended animation. At the bottom of this whole effort lies a purpose that animates the entire mega-machine, indeed, figures as its only viable consummation, to reduce the human organism itself, its habitat, and its mode of existence, and its life purpose to just those minimal dimensions that will bring it under total external control. In the case of the Egyptian pharaoh, those who placed him in his heaven-pointed spaceship made believe that he was still alive, and capable. Space Travail 307. Of exercising all his exalted attributes. But just the opposite set of assumptions governs the preparations of an astronaut for a space voyage. While actually alive, he is forced under strict training to divest himself of every hampering attribute of life, so that what is left of human existence are just those minimal bodily and mental functions that will enable him to survive under hardships and deprivations as formidable as those encountered by the climbers who topped Mount Everest in the final ascent. Obviously only a mixture of adventurous impulses and religious convictions of the deepest sort would persuade normal, warm-hearted human beings, such as many astronauts seem to be, to take part in such a life-denying ritual. Besides high physical courage, and the promise of an early termination of the ordeal, they need a deep religious conviction, all the more serviceable if unconscious of their role as heavenly messengers. A devotion of this order made it possible for Christian hermits to wall themselves permanently within a dark fetid hut, fed only through a vent, so the mode of sacrifice is not without earlier holy precedent. But nothing more eloquently testifies to the hold the myth of the machine has established over the popular mind than the acceptance of this ritual as a desirable and laudable next step in man's denatured command of nature. But note, so unconditional is the spirit of sacrifice that the religion of the modern sun god has awakened, that 3 Russians, a physician, a microbiologist, and an engineer voluntarily submitted to a whole year's incarceration in a simulated spaceship mainly to establish the possibility of remaining alive in a limited space 12 feet square using oxygen and water regenerated from human waste products, dehydrated food, and vitamin-rich watercress and other plants grown in a minimal, 60 square foot hothouse. Physically they survived the blank life and the resulting interpersonal tensions so great that they did not dare to play chess, lest it aggravate suppressed conflicts between winner and loser. But this feat of endurance turned out to be as useless as it was meaningless, since the most formidable conditions of space travel were absent. Weightlessness, spatial isolation from the Earth, the ever-present possibility of danger from mechanical breakdown, bodily disorders, anxiety over further risks on re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. The human sacrifice was real enough, but the conditions were faked. To make this whole experiment more preposterous, Russian officials announced a month before the test ended that an experiment with live dogs in actual space flight for as little as 25 days showed serious impairment of their vital organs and a loss of immunity to disease. These efforts to determine minimal physical conditions for human survival in space are, it need hardly be emphasized, the precise opposite of an imitation of nature's exuberance and plenitude, those maximal conditions under which life has actually flourished. But the physical require 308 ments for even a short-term existence in a space capsule, however, constricting and frustrating, turn out to be easier to meet than the cycle requirements, since sensory deprivation and loss of orientation lead, all too swiftly, to cycle disintegration. Significantly, some of these requirements were anticipated in Kepler's early dream, for he supposed that the first voyagers to the moon would be given narcotics in order to make them endure a passage that he too optimistically calculated would take only 4 hours. Now the conditions for prolonged space travel: isolation from the multi-dimensioned human habitat, detachment from other human impulses and needs, except those laid down by technical necessity, a restricted opportunity for making alternative decisions and surmounting unexpected obstacles. All these had their parallel in earlier ocean voyages. Along with This went a similar apprehension of danger both from natural causes, like storms, and from human misjudgment. As with the earlier maritime explorers who faced such dangers and surmounted them, the doughty astronauts today doubtless enjoy a similar enhancement of the ego when the ordeal is over. Thus space travel, by reason of its technical and human difficulties, has promised indeed to restore some of that vital human self. Confidence in meeting emergencies which push-button automatism is making every effort to do away with. Unfortunately, the Earth dwellers may prove more gravely endangered by space travel than the chosen astronauts, and there is every prospect, if the current methods of processing and conditioning the human organism are not modified, that the mass of men will be forced to endure the penal ties of space travel for a whole lifetime without enjoying any of the rewards that are showered on a favored elite. So the ultimate gift of space technics, it now turns out, is to establish in experimental small-scale models the requirements for imprisoning, conditioning, and controlling large populations. To universalize this underdimensioned model and make it a permanent feature of human existence would be one of the grossest miscarriages of megatechnics. Perhaps this sacrifice has been more willingly made because the conquest of space has proved, if temporarily, the only substitute yet available for harnessing the immense consumptive needs and destructive powers of the mega-machine, without actually bringing about the catastrophic end of that machine itself in collective deeds of calculated genocide, which would defoliate the planet and exfoliate the human race. The rivalry between the Russian and the American mega-machines, in their race to land on the moon or explore the nearer planets, might thus be considered a sophisticated though superstitious substitute for William James' moral equivalent of war. But since such space rivalry leaves all the present weapons for annihilating mankind in existence, and in fact, Space Travail 309 increases their lethal potentialities, this form of collective competition holds forth no better promise of ensuring permanent comedy than do those international soccer matches which so frequently end in demonstrations of more intense hostility and outright violence. Nevertheless, the immediate advantages of space exploration are highly satisfactory to those dependent financially upon the power pentagon. This includes, I need not remind the reader, everyone tied directly or remotely to the industrial establishment, the labor unions and middle-class investors no less than to the financial, managerial, and scientific directors, so that space research and development has preempted funds and personnel from every secular activity. Unlike any earthbound activity, space exploration is limitless, and the technological demands it makes are insatiable. In this sense, spatial adventurism has indeed the sinister advantages of war, all the more effectively because it recovers for popular consumption the archaic sentiments that originally led to the New World exploration of the 16th century and later. Because open space, swift motion, and choice of habitat all have happy human associations in contrast to imprisonment, limitation of movement, sessile unadventurousness. Space exploration once seemed to promise a general liberation for the human spirit, which even Statham could enjoy vicariously. The day will come, H. G. Wells exulted at the opening of the 20th century, when man will stand upon the earth as on a footstool, and reach out his hands among the stars. Who was shrewd enough to guess from the start that the proposed interplanetary conquest of space and time, one of the singular triumphs of modern technics, would prove in fact to be a device for curbing the spirit of man and diverting it from the areas most in need of intensive cultivation, the human personality itself, now mocked and belittled by its technical triumphs? Even under more ingratiating conditions than rocket travel, this new conquest has already disclosed drawbacks quite as remarkable as its advantages. On a transcontinental flight by a jet plane approaching supersonic speed, the actual trip is so cramped, so dull, so vacuous, that the only attraction the airlines dare to offer are those vulgar experiences one can have by walking to the nearest cabaret, restaurant, or cinema, liquor, food, motion pictures, luscious stewardesses. Only a lurking sense of fear and the Possibility of a grisly death help restore the sense of reality. Short of a now unimaginable discovery in science for overcoming gravitation on some entirely new principle, it is unlikely that space rockets will ever be small and cheap, or that space capsules will ever be as big and comfortable as even second-class accommodations on a plane. But static space capsules can be constructed on a gigantic scale, and major steps have already been taken to produce such collective habitats. Those committed to 310. These megastructures will conduct their existence as if in interplanetary space, with no direct access to nature, no sense of the seasons or of the difference between night and day, no change of temperature or light, no contact with their fellows except through the appointed collective channels. Plainly, it is not chiefly for its human benefits that supersonic air travel and outer space technology have been so rapidly perfected. Without the pressure for military advantage, the more differentiated, reliable, safe, and humanly responsive transportation system that existed before 1940 might have remained in being long enough to absorb further technical improvements without blasting the landscape, polluting the air, and destroying one great city after another. The fact is, that unlike other forms of transportation, space travel would be impossible without the total mobilization of the megamachine. Commanding to the point of exhaustion all the resources of the state, it is both a symbol of total control and a means of popularizing it and extending it as an ineffable symbol of progress. Its ultimate goal, already cited in the estimate of Buckminster Fuller, is to reduce this great round globe to the dimensions, so to say, of a billiard ball. But it has other characteristics which a contributor to a recent treatise on space technology emphasizes. Space is a project which is clearly limitless. It requires the best efforts of the engineer's art, it possesses all the attractions of physical exploration, it is bound up with the protection of the style of our existence. Italics mine. The last of these three specifications is clearly the most significant, for the style of our existence the writer refers to is that of the ancient power complex, that conglomerate style based on the incessant manufacture and the consumption of technological novelties, consumptive superfluities, and vacuous pleasures. Humanly speaking, space technics offers a new style of non-existence, that of the fastest possible locomotion in a uniform environment, under uniform conditions, to an equally undistinguishable uniform destination. A world franchised exclusively for Howard Johnson restaurants and Hilton hotels. If this is already true of jet travel on Earth, it applies even more accurately to outer space travel, for both the space capsule itself and the possible destinations bear the least possible resemblance to those organically rich habitats in which life and mind have actually flourished. To justify space travel, its exponents must brazenly vilify earthly life. And this is precisely what the technocratic intelligentsia do not hesitate to do. In order to justify their unconditional commitment to the megamachine. It may well be, says Arthur Clarke, that only in space, confronted with environments fiercer and more complex than any to be found upon this planet, will intelligence be able to reach its fullest stature. The Post-Historic Culture 311. Dullards may remain on placid Earth, and real genius will nourish only in space the realm of the machine, not of flesh and blood. To Earth-conditioned dullards such praise of the megamachine and its servitors may seem fulsome to the point of being fatuous. On Dr. Clarke's own admission, real genius will lack human attributes. But what is more important is that there is no scientific evidence whatever to indicate that the 90-odd stable elements on Earth are not in fact a fair sample of the state of matter in every other part of the universe, and that if other minds and other capabilities have developed elsewhere, it will have been the result, not of their having carried spatial exploration farther than the inhabitants of the Earth have yet done in fiercer and more complex environments, but because they have been engaged even more intensively than we have, and possibly for a longer period of time, in plumbing the miracle of life in the only place where that miracle can be fully confronted. In the consciousness of superior living beings. No comatose space travel, no millennial hibernation, however interminable, promise even a scintilla of what earthbound man has already accomplished. Our own planet still holds countless unlocked mysteries as great as any that lie beyond our own Milky Way. And even that knowledge, however deeply it penetrates, is only a part of the total manifestation of life in millions of living species. The actual genius that will flourish only in space, in the realm of the machine, is the genius of entropy and anti-life. With space exploration, the traditional enemy of God and man has already reappeared, in post-Faustian form. And as of old, if one is willing to sell one's soul to him, he offers his ancient bribe unlimited power of control, control absolute, not only over all other kingdoms and principalities, but over life itself. 4. Post-historic culture. All the parts of the mega-machine were independently invented with little conscious anticipation of the human results, except in utopias and science fiction fantasies. Those specific and limited purposes entered into every stage of this scientific and technical development, the coalescence of these purposes into an increasingly coherent structure, self-organizing and self-expanding in seemingly automatic fashion, was in fact the outcome of the many conscious intelligences that had brought it into existence. In this respect both its purposefulness and its highly complex ultimate character. 312. The composition of the mega-machine resembles language, it is only in the final stage of organized complexity that one can even guess in what direction the whole evolutionary process had increasingly been tending. To understand fully what happened earlier one must read backward from the present to the past. Yet since technics is, at every point, a function of life, the excessive overgrowth and over-integration of technical processes must threaten, like any other organic imbalance, many equally essential functions of life. So at odds is the ultimate unitary organization of the mega-machine with the diverse requirements and prerogatives of the originally independent and autonomous human groups that fashioned it, that even before the mega-machine could transform itself into a gigantic self-sufficient unit, from which the human parts have been extruded, a reaction has begun to set in, of which the present critical analysis is itself an example. Fortunately, the mega-machine has not yet been fully assembled. Fortunately, too, it has already exposed itself as subject to miscalculations and ignominious breakdowns that lower the authority of its official caste and call into question both their basic assumptions and their ultimate objectives. In appraising these results one is drawn back once more to the observations of Henry Adams. Analyzing the constant acceleration of scientific knowledge and extra-organic sources of energy since the 13th century, he observed, but if, in the prodigiously rapid vibrations of its last phases, thought should continue to act as the universal solvent which it is, and should reduce the forces of the molecule, the atom, and the electron to that costless servitude to which it has reduced the old elements of earth and air, fire, and water, if man should continue to set free the infinite forces of nature, and attain control of cosmic forces on a cosmic scale, the consequences may be as surprising as the change of water to vapor, of the worm to the butterfly, of radium to electrons. That prediction has, even at this early stage, proved sounder than any of Adam's immediate contemporaries were prepared to believe. Such a retrogressive transformation of man was first explicitly analyzed in Roderick Seidenberg's disturbing but acute analysis, Post-Historic Man as pictured by Seidenberg. This mindless creature would be the ironic end product of evolution, achieved through a hypertrophy of man's dominant trait, his intelligence. As science and techniques advanced, Seidenberg pointed out, man alone appeared a wayward and unpredictable entity in an otherwise tractable universe. If science required man to look upon himself objectively as part and parcel of his own system, he, too, had to become amenable to engineering calculation. Such a situation would in time become intolerable, once intelligence turned by its own logic against the human organism itself. In short, the huge surprise already visible in the totalitarian triumph of scientific mega. 313. Technics is nothing less than man's own meek submission to the anti-human instruments that the human mind created. But that feat must bring its own nemesis, the cutting off of pure intelligence from all its self-regulating, self-protecting organic sources, since the unique property that cannot be transferred to any kind of programmed automaton is life itself. Seidenberg regarded this change as an irreversible process of biological evolution which, by favoring the development of intelligence in the hominidae and then in Homo sapiens himself, would now force man to return to a state of docile somnolence, ultimately, into unconsciousness. This would be even worse than animal lethargy, for the accidental genetic mutations, the ceaseless environmental challenges, and the purposeful subjective gropings that promoted animal evolution would now be kept from interfering with the fixed plans of a post-humanoid intelligence to ensure its own continued control on the lines established and fixed by the mega-machine. Happily this neat, all too neat, biological interpretation of man's ultimate destiny rests on abstractions and purely logical deductions that are highly questionable. Man's biological emergence during the last 2 million years has, indeed, accelerated, and it has done so mainly in one direction. In the enlargement of the nervous system, under an increasingly unified cerebral direction. But it is not intelligence alone that has been the beneficiary of this growth, the range of emotions, feelings, imaginative intuitions. As expressed in moral culture, human intercourse, and the arts, likewise has been immensely increased. Seidenberg, like Arthur Clarke, chooses to overlook that efflorescence of the human psyche. Mankind has enriched itself by the immense storage of artifacts and symbols that more than equal in meaning and value the products of the abstract intelligence, especially the limited pragmatic intelligence that has tied itself so closely to the power complex. There are already many evidences for human resistances or disintegrations that Seidenberg did not reckon with. And we shall soon have to examine the more destructive regressions that the last half-century has already disclosed. Not the least safeguard against the terminal process that Seidenberg describes, with man himself sinking into torpid universal hibernation, is the upsurgence of those primitive vitalities that unconsciously and sometimes with savage irrationality correct the misbehaviors of cold intelligence. Our present over-reliance upon the computer model intelligence might, in event of a worldwide catastrophe brought on by its lack of human demands, induce such a paroxysm of collective rage and unrestrained violence as would destroy the entire structure long before it had reached its ideal terminus of absolute control. Yet if intelligence were actually increasing, it might overcome its narcissistic love of its own abstract image and exert itself to circumvent this destiny. An alert intelligence should be capable of modifying its false current premises and overcoming its own 314 inherent limitations. Is this not indeed, I shall soon ask, what may already be beginning to happen? What gives Seidenberg's analysis some weight, however, is that the aberration he describes is not solely the work of our own generation, inflated by the success of its scientists in penetrating some of the long-hidden secrets of both atom and cosmos. The concepts that make these precipitous applications of one-generation knowledge so compulsive have had a long history. Yet even such a humane mind as that of Teilhard de Chardin, despite his training in a religious order skilled in ferreting out the temptations of pride and power, fell under the same spell. With our knowledge of hormones, he observed, we appear to be on the eve of having a hand in the development of our bodies and even of our brains. With the discovery of genes, it appears that we shall soon be able to control the mechanism of heredity. Perhaps nothing so well illustrates the fascination that the audacious pretensions of the power complex exert over the human mind than the fact that possibly the most attractive and animated version of its ultimate potentialities and its final character is that put forward by this same Jesuit father, in the series of books that began with The Phenomenon of Man. Books whose slippery logical pavement is treacherously concealed by a fresh snowfall of gleaming metaphors. Teilhard de Chardin's picture of human development rests mainly on his interpretation of organic evolution. In his approach to the future, however, he adds a new sphere to geology. Besides the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, the atmosphere, he detects another sphere, which he calls the noosphere, a film of mind that is now spreading around the earth, forming a distinct, increasingly unified layer of conscious cerebration. This process he calls the unification, technification, growing rationalization of the human earth. In effect, this is an etherealized version of the megamachine. As it happens, Teilhard de Chardin was only putting in more explicit quasi-scientific terms a thought that Nathaniel Hawthorne had uttered a century earlier through the mouth of Clifford, in The House of the Seven Gables. Then there is electricity, the demon, the angel, the mighty physical power, the all-pervading intelligence, exclaimed Clifford. Is it a fact that, by means of electricity the world of matter has become a great nerve, vibrating thousands of miles in a breathless point of time? Rather, the round globe is a vast head, a brain, instinct with intelligence. Or, shall we say, it is itself a thought, nothing but thought, and no longer the substance which we deemed it. In a few sentences, this poetic mind had identified, long before professional physicists, the new agency that would shatter the whole mechanical world picture. Teilhard de Chardin's contribution was to carry Hawthorne's intuition one stage further, but in doing so he gave it a profoundly reactionary turn. 315. By attaching it to the human motivations, the amplification of a sterile intelligence and the conquest of nature that belonged to the original power system, his etherealized megamachine was equally inimical to the autonomous, individuating, self-transcending traits disclosed in human evolution. In the final stage of development, as he envisaged it, identifiable human beings will have disappeared, reduced to mere specialized cells, like those of the heart or the kidney, with no life purpose except that which serves the noosphere. At this point conscious existence will have shifted to a kind of ectoplasmic superbrain, all-knowing, all-powerful. In creating this far from loving God, man will have decreated nature and destroyed himself. Anything like a full critical appraisal of Teilhard de Chardin's thought would be irrelevant here. As a paleontologist, the co-discoverer of Peking man, he spoke with authority in his chosen field, and he was quicker than many other scientists to come to the now almost inescapable conclusion, in the light of molecular physics, that the physical cosmos itself has experienced history, and that this historic process, beginning with the autonomous organization and specification of the atomic elements, has gone on without a break through more complex atoms and higher forms of organization, until immensely complex organic molecules became self-replicating forms of life. And with life came, at one of the latest stages of animal evolution, consciousness and purposeful organization. So far, well. Teilhard de Chardin's further description of mind, however, is what must be subjected to searching analysis, for his interpretation of man's coming evolution rests on his embracing, without a critical revision, the notion that has been current since the 17th century, namely, that consciousness is measured by intelligence, and that the intelligence, in an increasingly abstract mathematical form, is the highest manifestation of mind. William Blake might have saved him from this error, for with his anxiety over the possible consequences of Newtonian physics, the poet had written, "God forbid that truth should be confined to mathematical demonstrations." But if Teilhard de Chardin's premises were true, then this apotheosis of abstract intelligence, as embodied in the theorems of science and the magical practices of technics, would be the far-off divine event toward which all creation moves. To avoid distrust and contention, let me quote his exact words in The Future of Man. The proof of man's ultimate destiny, according to Chardin, is already visible, for in fields embracing every aspect of physical matter, life, and thought, the research workers are to be numbered in hundreds of thousands. Research, which until yesterday was a luxury pursuit, is in process of becoming a major, indeed the principal, function of humanity. As to the significance of this great event, I for my part can see only one way to account for it. It is the enormous surplus of free energy. 316. Released by the enfolding of the noosphere, destined by a natural evolutionary process to flow into the construction and functioning of what I have called its brain. Precisely. And in this narrowing of the processes of life to the pursuit and projection of organized intelligence alone, the infinite potentialities of living systems, as developed on our own planet, would be reduced to a trivial fraction, those which would further rational organization and centralized control. This whole transformation would be directed, on Teilhard de Chardin's terms, toward the point where the entire noosphere would function as a single world brain, in which individual souls would lose their identity and forfeit their uniqueness as self-directing organisms in order to exalt and magnify the process of thought itself, thought thereby turning in upon itself and becoming the sole viable manifestation of life. While Descartes had made the first step toward this, I think, therefore I am, Teilhard de Chardin exalted in the terminal process, the big brain thinks, therefore am not. At that omega point, according to him, cosmic evolution will have reached its consummation. This would indeed approach the heavenly nirvana of the now generation, electronic salvation, disguised as Christian fulfillment. Such a description of the ultimate reign of pure intelligence is not science but mythology and eschatology, and its merit, from the standpoint taken here, is that it has made explicit the underlying dogmatic premises of the metaphysics and theology of the megamachine. This extinction of the human personality, by absorption into the noosphere, under the eternal embrace of its electronic God, is for Teilhard de Chardin the ultimate destiny of man. We conceive the ego, he wrote, to be diminishing and eliminating itself, with the trend to what is most real and most lasting in the world, namely, the collective and the universal. For him, the transcendent attributes of personality will finally be manifested only in the center, where consciousness will bring together the convergent beams of millions of elementary centers dispersed over the surface of the thinking earth. In presuming that his own mind could come to any valid conclusions about the ultimate fate of the human species by extrapolating contemporary trends, this all-too-human Christian soul was committing something worse than a departure from theological orthodoxy. He was in fact presumptuously identifying his own mind with that of the new deity, playing God. In coupling both himself and the future of man with the processing of intelligence, he was, in addition, surrendering in advance to the megamachine, and hastening its triumph in the most oppressive possible totalitarian form. Though Father Teilhard's whole argument was cast within a biological frame, it rested upon a denial of what is one of the signal identifying characteristics of all life, the absolute uniqueness of each living organism. However closely the members of a species resemble each 317 other, no two specimens are actually alike, and that very trait is the source of life's amazing potentialities and its improbabilities, its startling evolutionary surprises. This fact, biologists now insist, separates living organisms from the uniformities and predictabilities of pre-organic existence on one hand, or from mechanical and electronic artifacts on the other. On a superficial view, the organismic mysticism of Teilhard de Chardin is at the opposite pole from the technocratic mysticism of, say, a Buck Minster Fuller, a Marshall McLuhan, or an Arthur Clarke, but looked at a little closer, it is just as fatally insulated against organic realities. Despite the sweetly human personality one meets in his informal biography, Chardin's view is as depersonalized, as crudely materialized, as naively autocratic as that of these other servitors of the megamachine. Thus, in speaking of human beings in planetary perspective, he habitually refers to them as particles, and human minds, in the same setting, he speaks of as grains or granules. By viewing the traits that actually identify human beings from such an astronomical distance, he ensures that the qualities and modes of behavior that distinguish them shall vanish completely, except such specialized cerebration as can be connected to a central planetary intelligence. Thus Chardin reduces life to a collection of abstract messages capable of being sorted and programmed by the noospheric computer. By his too early death in 1955, Teilhard de Chardin missed those further developments in computer design and miniaturization that would confirm with appropriate instruments his technocratic transcendentalism and religious absolutism. Where, then, is the fallacy in this religio-technocratic picture of man's future? Exactly where it was in the 17th century, when the original mechanical world picture was first put together. It leaves out of account, even more radically than any historic religion has done, the whole nature of man and the phenomena of life. The trick consists in reducing life to the abstract functions of the organized intelligence. Information is equated with existence. Such intelligence is only a limited part, but now a grossly overgrown part of the phenomenon of man. By resolutely forgetting this fact, Teilhard de Chardin makes the commands of intelligence unconditional, absolute, and therewith anti-organic. Happily he has put this putative goal in so many words: knowledge, for its own sake. But also, and perhaps still more, knowledge for power. The main duty of mankind, he says plainly, is to realize that its first function is to penetrate, intellectually unify and harness the energies that surround it, in order to further understand and master them. One could not guess from this account that life begins, even in the lowest organisms, in physical accretion and ecological association, and develops in the highest organisms into mutual support, loving reproduction, and hopeful renewal. In order to thicken the planetary layer of mind, man's first duty, 318, according to Chardin, is to do but more consciously, more powerfully, and persistently than ever before precisely what Western man is now doing. That all those creative potentialities which are not solely functions of intelligence, which often precede it and fortify it, or even transcend it, would be eliminated by this intellectual and pragmatic concentration. This does not awaken in him any misgivings over his own theoretical framework. His recoil from these conclusions is as weakly sentimental as Arthur Clarke's, and like his, it only exposes the infirmity of his reasoning. As a dedicated Christian and a passively obedient if inwardly heretical member of his monastic order, he introduces, almost as an afterthought, the concept of love as an aspect of all human association, and as life's final crown. But what place has love in a noosphere from which the body and form of love has disappeared, or has been vaporized into messages? Teilhard de Chardin deceived himself. The noosphere, as he conceived it, has no place for love, any more than it has for the emergence of more fully individuated personalities, tied to cosmic processes yet transcending them, as Christian theology depicted Jesus Christ. For all that Chardin says about love, which is a property that unites man to his mammalian ancestors and would preserve him from relapsing into the cold-blooded world of the armored lizards and the flying reptiles, he himself denies the very source of love. For he sees personality as a specifically corpuscular and ephemeral property, a prison from which we must try to escape. From this prison of the individual personality he voluntarily sought to transfer to a larger prison from which no escape would be possible, that of the totalitarian megamachine. Again his own words back up this grim conclusion. Monstrous as it is, Chardin observes again in the phenomenon of man, is not modern totalitarianism really the distortion of something magnificent, and thus quite near to the truth? There can be no doubt of it. The great human machine, this last term is Chardin's own, is designed to work and must work by producing a superabundance of mind. And the purpose of that superabundance, it becomes plain, is to increase the scope and power of the planetary machine. QED. What Chardin does not observe about the workings of the superbrain is that increasingly, in operating in its own world and on its own terms, it is feeding on itself, utilizing data, symbols, equations, theorems, that have only the most tenuous connections with the human personality or with the fullness of earthly experience, so divorced from reality as to be in every sense unbalanced. In short, it is addressed to the enlarging of the empire of a desiccated and sterilized mind, whose activated tissues are devoid of vital attributes. To this Teilhard-de-Chardin would dedicate the immense energies that modern technics has made available. One would hardly guess that love and sex and art and a pullulating dream world existed. 319. Whether presented in the concrete form I have described as the mega-machine, or in the etherealized version upon which Teilhard-de-Chardin preferred to dwell, as a planetary film of mind, or abstract intelligence, embracing all human activities, or rather reducing and concentrating those activities for the enhancement of knowledge and power, the final result would be the same, the big brain, a universal system of control from which no escape would be possible on this planet or even from this planet. And yet in one sense this whole totalitarian system, more monstrous in its final assemblage than the present more limited varieties, is an ingenious attempt to escape from the uncertainties of creative self-transformation with its attendant frustrations and inevitable tragedies. Ultimately the purpose of this planetary system, for both its present directors and for Teilhard-de-Chardin, would be to reduce the potentialities of life to those that can be conveniently processed and transmuted by its electronic god. In this the functions that could not be so processed, human histories, personal and collective artifacts, autonomous activities, transcendent ideals, would be cast aside as worthless, that is, to the mega-machine. What an anticlimax to primate evolution! To say nothing of man's own historic development. Teilhard-de-Chardin's picture of man's final destiny, completely absorbed into the autonomous planetary superorganism, hardly differs in its state of complete unconsciousness as far as the separate granules are concerned from that depicted by Roderick Seidenberg. The residual quasi-human organisms that would be left would float in a mechanical electronic void of man's own making. One by one all man's functions, creativities, and potentialities would be annihilated, or taken over in a duly sterilized form, coded for use in the self-sufficient mega-machine, and so eliminating all further possibilities of development. Thus this infinitely dynamic world would, for all its energy and effort, terminate in a completely static condition, in a ceaseless interchange of meaningless messages whose very confusion would make any real development impossible, even in thought. There is nothing so predictable, indeed so stable, as chaos, for novelty and creativity are unrecognizable unless they emerge from order. Curiously, such a vacuous, irresponsible existence has already been lovingly described by an independent Japanese study group for the life apparatus. This group has conjured up a planetary supercommunity, utilizing technical facilities still to be invented, that puts Zamiatin's We and Aldous Huxley's Brave New World to shame. I have already shown a graphic interpretation of this planetary superbeing, with an explanatory text, in the final plate of The City in History, and I only regret that the full proposal has not been made available in English. Enough to say that it imaginatively embodies Teilhard-de-Chardin's conception of the noosphere, in an electronically simulated collective life. 320. Peopled by liberated human granules. These floating particles are as functionless, as purposeless, as the mournful ghosts in Homer's Hades. Since for these human non-entities even thought would be superfluous, and only pleasure, that last abstract component of the power complex, would be left. But unlike this advanced group, Homer knew he was describing hell. If such a non-life were to be the final goal of all man's struggles, why should he spend so much effort to achieve it? Chapter 12. Promises, Bribes, Threats. 1. Beginnings of affluence. Until the 20th century the spread of machine industry was retarded by customs and institutions that belonged to an earlier era of scarcity, an age chronically threatened, in many regions, by an insufficiency of extra-human energy, of material goods, or even of daily food. Except in the form of gambling and speculation, the canons of economy still governed both the factory and the marketplace. The small margin under which even a thriving agriculture operated could always be wiped out by a succession of dry years, a plague of insects, or the spread of a virulent disease. The thrifty habits needed to ensure survival had been artificially reinforced, from the very beginning of civilization, by manufactured scarcity, the deliberate expropriation of the farmer's surplus for the benefit of the ruling minority. Natural scarcity and backward agricultural practices, plus socially enforced penury and deprivation, were the incentives to daily work. To impose the regimentation of labor demanded by the power system, common agricultural land in England was seized from the peasants, rural wages were driven down, the jobless were rounded up and imprisoned in workhouses or factories, while their wives and children were sent into mills and mines to work from 14 to 16 hours a day to earn a pittance. As if to caricature both his own philosophy and current practices, Jeremy Bentham, the fountainhead of utilitarian pragmatism, actually proposed an ideal structure, one half factory, one half prison, with both wings under central surveillance. Incredibly, something like 2 centuries passed before capitalist industry at last realized that this systematic restriction of wages and buying power was curtailing the market that new inventions and mass production had opened up to them. 321. 322. Yet the capitalist economy, for all its labor sweating, had introduced a contradictory aim. Though it preached contented penury to the poor, it sought to further industrial expansion by erecting the dogma of increasing wants as an indispensable basis for further industrial progress. This expectancy worked in the opposite direction, for the expanding economy was justified, not merely by its insurance against want or its fuller satisfaction of long-established needs, but by multiplying the number and variety of putative needs, and by raising the standard of living, or more accurately by raising the standard of expenditure throughout the whole population. That standard had once been fixed at different levels according to caste, occupation, and family status. But in accordance with this new principle, even the lowliest worker might hope in time to achieve a modicum of middle-class comforts, while the middle classes, with their increased incomes, could afford some of the luxuries and thoughtless extravagances that the aristocracy had once claimed as their exclusive privilege, not least the privilege of never counting the cost. What is today's buying on unlimited credit but the democratization of this well-established aristocratic vice? Curiously, the most notable effect at first of machine production was one that has been fully realized perhaps only today, now that the phenomenon itself has vanished. Along with the coordinate general increase of population, it released an increasing number of menial workers for domestic work, while at the same time it permitted a larger part of the labor force to go into the standing army, the new municipal police, and the civil services. Never before probably was human service so abundant and so cheap in the Western world as it was during the 19th century, indeed right up to the First World War. These were halcyon days for the rich and the middle classes, as everyone now realizes, for these classes were the chief beneficiaries of the new power system, through both cheap household services and more than ample goods. Fortunately, the organization of labor unions began a slow process of improving the working conditions, shortening the hours, and raising the income of the factory worker, and ultimately of the many remaining trades and services outside the factory. Despite fitful improvements, however, the income of the working classes remained insufficient over the long run, either to pay for decent housing or to buy back the surplus of machine production and large-scale agriculture, hence periodic gluts in the market, corrected by devaluation or valorization, artificially contrived scarcity, with its attendant losses to both investors and workers. These crises recurred often enough to be characterized as the business cycle, and though its manic depressive curves were in time smoothed out a little by unemployment insurance, social security, and 323. Old age pensions. The system itself remained unworkable until its leaders belatedly accepted the fact that the old canons of parsimony must be cast aside if the economy of abundance that mass production made possible was to achieve sufficient stability to continue its expansion. This change of outlook was too profound to take place overnight. By a series of tentative initiatives and accommodations, difficult to locate or date, yet gradually amalgamating into a general policy, the older scarcity economy has turned in advanced countries, after many recessions and depressions, into an economy of abundance, or, as it might be more correctly styled, of mal-distributed affluence. Because of the staggering potential output of mechanized industry, a multitude of products once reserved for the uppermost income groups are now available in quantity at a middle level, and this process of raising the standard and widening the market might theoretically go on indefinitely until the market system was undermined once more by its own excesses. Perhaps the salient breakthrough in passing from the old economy to the new came in the motor car industry, a classic case in every respect. To achieve a mass market for mass production, in such a complex machine as even the cheap Model T Ford, it was necessary to give additional purchasing power to a much larger income group. Henry Ford recognized this in establishing a higher wage scale on the assembly line. The workers themselves contributed their share to the machine-made abundance by stinting their families on housing or food in order to shift their spending to the motor car. The Lynn's first study of Middletown documented this shift from basic needs to mechanical gratifications. These ill-balanced consumptive outlays proved prophetic of similar misdirected expenditures in society at large. The increase in the gross national product did little to correct this distortion. Yet once the need for mass consumption was recognized as the indispensable adjunct to mass production, the way became clear for an economy based on abundance rather than parsimony. This conception was prematurely popularized in the United States before the Depression of 1929 to 1939 as the New Capitalism, and the slogan "One car for every family" replaced Henry Ford's chicken in the pot every Sunday. Yet the severe deflation and depression that followed the first recognition of the importance of a mass distribution of income indicate that something was lacking in this formula. What was needed had already been demonstrated by the First World War, and became firmly established through the leading national mega machines in the Second World War, namely, such an unlimited demand as only war or pseudo-war makes possible. Under national conscription, a nation in arms became the equivalent of Edward Bellamy's nation in overalls, and along with this went an expansion of credit, a guarantee of 324 profits in war industries, a rise in income level for all but the lowest third of the population, and, best of all, a swift disposition of the product by ceaseless destruction. This was mass consumption with a vengeance. As a result of war itself, the economic center of gravity shifted to the state, that is, the national mega-machine, and between repairing the destruct ions of the war itself, and inventing and manufacturing new weapons of destruction, more complex and costly than ever, the necessary condition for full employment, full production, full research and development, and full consumption was for the first time approached. Given these ideal conditions, power machines, centralized control, and unlimited waste and destruction, there is no doubt about the immense productivity of megatechnics, or about the fact that a larger part of the population than ever before stands to benefit from its methods, for industry itself can compensate for higher wages by passing on the increase in costs to the expanding body of consumers, sedulously conditioned by advertising and education to ask only for those mass products that can be profitably supplied. Judged purely in terms of fabricated goods, there is no doubt that an economy of abundance is already in partial operation. But the gain seems on paper to be larger than it actually is, for this reckoning leaves out the negative abundance that has accompanied this feat, the depleted soils and mineral supplies, the polluted air and water, the rusting auto graveyards, the mountains of waste paper and other rubbish, the poisoned organisms, the millions of dead and injured on the highways. All of which are inevitable byproducts of the system. These are the poisonous effluents, as it were, of our affluent society. Though the total result of the economy of abundance leaves a far smaller net gain than its proud exponents are usually willing to admit, it has nevertheless introduced one significant factor that outweighs many of its deficiencies. This factor is doubtless responsible for the unguarded way in which it has been embraced, namely, in order to work at all, the megatechnic system must not merely increase the rewards but distribute them throughout the whole population. Implicit in mass production are two notions that have the effect, if not the intention, of a humane moral principle. First, the basic goods of production, being a product of our total culture, should, once they exist in abundance, be distributed equally to every member of the community, and second, efficiency should be maintained, whenever work depends upon human effort, not by deprivation, coercion, and punishment, but mainly by adequate differential rewards. These are not small achievements, actually they have revolutionary consequences. Before striking a balance, let us give this system its due. In contrast to the prevailing state of the working classes throughout the 19th century, indeed almost up to the present generation in the United States, the democratization of the whole economy would seem to bring many 325 tangible social benefits. Even the fact that mass production cannot be efficient in small quantities, or in large quantities that are in uncertain or irregular demand, did not at first seem a serious drawback. Such surpluses as are now available to vast populations, numbering tens of millions, were indeed known on a small scale to scattered primitive societies through occasional outbursts of natural abundance, as in a heavy run of salmon in the Pacific Northwest, and these communities had even resorted to social balancing devices like the potlatch, or the free bestowal of gifts by chiefs to the less privileged members of the group. Whatever success the Incas of Peru had in governing their far-flung empire was due to the fact that their system of regimentation, though often arbitrary and harsh in the destruction of local communal ties, nevertheless provided material security, with the widest distribution of their systematically garnered surpluses. Those in control of capitalist enterprises have been slow to grasp the logic of this economy of gifts as a compensatory device for their own profit economy. Strangely, the chief literature on this subject comes not from the United States but France. But the slogan "Fair Shares for All" was not uttered for the first time by the British Labour Party in their 1945 election campaign, it was the theme of all socialist thought throughout the 19th century. The feats of organization and mechanization performed in industry after industry, reaching a climax in war production, momentarily made the most sanguine socialist expectations credible, yes, and partly realizable. By now the effective results are so patent and so familiar in advanced industrial countries that they hardly need to be statistically documented, or even recounted except in the most general terms. Suffice it to note that most of the new revolutionary demands set forth in the name of the working class in the Communist Manifesto of 1848, have now become commonplace achievements, even in countries supposedly still committed to monopolistic security capitalism alias free enterprise. Though monotony and drudgery have not been banished, they have been reduced, at least by a shortening of the hours and days of work, not to speak of coffee breaks, sick pay, legalized absenteeism, and longer regular vacations. If in the highest strata property, privilege, political patronage, and military power still exact an exorbitant economic tribute from the community, below that level there is nonetheless a growing equalization of goods, medical care, education, security against unemployment and want, support. In old age all these human benefits have become increasingly available. Not mainly through individual effort, but through the total productivity of industry and agriculture. This enormous change from a savagely restrictive economy to an Expansive hedonistic one can be summed up in a single contrast. More than 326. A century ago Macaulay could write, in the midst of a severe economic depression, that it was better for unemployed workers to die of starvation than that the rights of property be in any wise curtailed as by imposing an income tax for the relief of unemployment and starvation. Today, in contrast, the unemployed in the United States have begun to demand, not just the right to work, but a guaranteed annual income whether they work or not. So far from this being considered a shocking proposal, it has been advanced independently by middle-class reformers under the somewhat specious label of the negative income tax. I myself put forward a similar idea in Technics and Civilization, under the more forthright designation of basic communism, though I then envisaged and still do a lower minimum than that now demanded by those who have taken over Bellamy's idea without critically examining the serious limitations that experience with the welfare state's relief and anti-poverty programs has already disclosed. Yet once the idea was accepted that mass production entails mass consumption, two factors were introduced whose consequences have still to be adequately appraised. One was the withering away of many essential industries and services that can no longer compete with the wage scales established in the productive and financially opulent megatechnic indus. Tries. Human labor has not merely been progressively eliminated by automation, it has become exiled through its prohibitive costs in every other department, since the worker now demands for his services an hourly wage that only mechanized production can afford to pay. Though efforts are being made to invent multifunctional robots for domestic service, there is so little prospect of their being either cheap or self-operating, that already predictions for the 21st century include quaint but ominous forecasts of increasing the intelligence and servile usefulness of chimpanzees, to take on jobs once performed by human slaves. But an even more serious consequence follows, once the ancient evils of civilization, back-breaking manual labor, and servile labor for the benefit of coercive ruling groups disappears. We now begin to find that we have exchanged the new burden of compulsory consumption for that of compulsory production. But unfortunately the principle of compulsion remains written into the system, and is the fixed condition for receiving its benefits. Instead of the duty to work, we now have the duty to consume. Instead of being admonished to practice thrift, we are now coaxed incessantly urged to practice waste and wanton destruction. Meanwhile an ever larger portion of the population finds itself faced with a workless, effortless, physically coddled but increasingly vacuous life. The emancipated masses now confront precisely the same problem that every privileged minority sooner or later has been forced to face: how to 327. Make use of its surplus of goods and its free time without being surfeited by one and corrupted by the other. With the enlargement of the benefits of mass production has come an enlargement of the unexpected penalties, of which perhaps the most deadly is boredom. What Thorstein Veblen ironically called the performance of leisure is fast becoming the tedious obligatory substitute for the performance of work. Thus mankind is now in process of changing its quarters only by moving to a modern wing in the same archaic prison whose foundations were laid in the Pyramid Age, better ventilated and more sanitary, with a pleasanter outlook but still a prison, and even more difficult to escape from than ever before because it now threatens to incarcerate a much larger part of the human race. But whereas the earlier modes of achieving productivity and conformity were largely external, abetted by magnificent religious rituals and palatial displays, those now applied to consumption are becoming internalized, and therefore harder to throw off. To estimate quantitatively the increase of these psychological pressures, Potter's figures on advertising are significant. By 1900 in the United States, $95 million a year were spent in advertising. By 1929 it had reached $1,120 million. By 1951 it had reached $6,548 million, and has been going up steadily since, even after correcting for increases in population and productivity. This is an inordinate advance. 2. In advanced industrial countries, where the welfare state is firmly established, many of the premises of megatechnics have been fulfilled in such a flow of goods as Telecleides pictured in the ancient verse I quoted earlier. Some of these products are not merely desirable, but have reached a high degree of technical perfection. In my own household, for example, an electric refrigerator has been in service for 19 years, with only a single minor repair, an admirable job. Both automatic refrigerators for daily use and deep freeze preservation are inventions of permanent value. Though one cannot bestow any such unqualified commendation upon the design of the contemporary motor car, one can hardly doubt that if biotechnic criteria were heeded, rather than those of market analysts and fashion experts, an equally good product might come forth from Detroit, with an equally long prospect of continued use. But what would become of mass production and its system of financial expansion if technical perfection, durability, social efficiency, and human 328 satisfaction were the guiding aims? The very condition for current financial success, constantly expanding production and replacement works. Against these ends, to ensure the rapid absorption of its immense productivity, Megatechnics resorts to a score of different devices: consumer credit, installment buying, multiple packaging, non-functional designs, meretricious novelties, shoddy materials, defective workmanship, built-in fragility, or forced obsolescence through frequent arbitrary changes of fashion. Without constant enticement and inveiglement by advertising, production would slow down and level off to normal replacement demand. Otherwise, many products could reach a plateau of efficient design which would call for only minimal changes from year to year. Under megatechnics, the pecuniary motive dominates every class in a way unknown in agricultural societies. The aim of industry is not primarily to satisfy essential human needs with a minimal productive effort, but to multiply the number of needs, factitious or fictitious, and accommodate them to the maximum mechanical capacity to produce profits. These are the sacred principles of the power complex. The avant-garde artists like Ting-Yu Ely, who have exhibited sculptures that are designed to explode or collapse, have only translated into pseudo-aesthetic terms the barely disguised animus of megatechnics. The extension of new areas for technical exploitation and the multiplication of new products now yield the highest profits. Not the least effort of this system is that of replacing selectivity and quantitative restriction by indiscriminate and incontinent consumption. No one has yet calculated the thousands of miles of film and the acres of sensitized paper that are consumed every year to make random snapshots that will never be looked at more than once when they have been returned from the developer, as if the vital pleasure of making instantaneous pictures with one's eyes lacked value until it was translated into a technical equivalent. Nor yet can one calculate the planet-girdling miles of sound recording tape, to preserve non-selectively the results of business or academic conferences whose memorable contents, apart from the residue left in the minds of the participants, might usually be reduced to at most a few typed sheets. The flammability of film and paper slightly soften this unfavorable judgment, for unlike poisonous chemicals and battered motor cars, they are in fact actually disposable without serious injury to the environment. But their main virtue is that they justify and sanctify the inventions themselves by providing heavy returns on the investment. Selectively used, I hasten to add, motion pictures and taped records and photographs are all potentially valuable contributions to human felicity. It is only against the implacable rituals of automated consumption, imposed by the pecuniary pleasure complex, that this criticism is directed. 329. But unfortunately not all the products of megatechnics are so effectively self-destroying or self-eliminating as paper drinking cups or exploding sculptures, nor can their excessive use so lightly be condoned. In order to keep the megatechnic economy running smoothly with a steady expansion of all its facilities and the greatest possible gross national product, two conditions must be met. First of all, every member of the community must, in duty bound, acquire, use, devour, waste, and finally destroy a sufficient quantity of goods to keep its increasingly productive mechanism in operation. Since the productivity of this system is immense, this turns out to be not quite so light a duty as might seem. For not merely does megatechnics ignore many vital needs and interests, like that for housing lower income groups which cannot be supplied without massive state subvention, but in order to perform the duty of consumption, the worker himself must increase his own productive commitment. Thus the shorter working day promised by the system is already turning into a cheat. In order to achieve the higher level of consumption required, the members of the family must take on extra jobs. The practice of the double job, known in the United States as moonlighting, is becoming common, and if present consumptive pressures continue, will probably increase. The effect, ironically, is to turn the newly won 6 or 7 hour day to 12 or 14 hours, so in effect, the worker is back where he started, with more material goods than ever before, but with less time to enjoy them or the promised leisure. The same need may draw the housewife, even during the childbearing period, away from the care of her home and her children, in order to ensure the proper gush of status-maintaining superfluities. The second requirement is no less strict. The majority of the population must forego all modes of activity except those that call for the unremitting use of the machine or its products. Under the first head goes the abandonment of manual work and craft skill, even on the simplest domestic and personal scale. To indulge in any form of bodily exertion, wielding an axe or a saw, digging and hoeing a garden by hand, walking, rowing, or sailing. When a motor car or motor boat is available, even opening a single can or sharpening a pencil or cutting a slice of bread without benefit of a mechanical, preferably motorized agent, is simply not playing the game. In so far as a minimum of bodily activity is necessary for health, it must be acquired by purchasing such exercising machines as stationary bicycles and mechanical masseurs. Thus the ancient aristocratic contempt for manual labor of any kind has now been democratized. Such overuse of the machine flouts any practical test of efficiency. It has the force of an obligatory religious ritual, a genuflection before a holy object. What cannot be done by or with or for a machine must not be done at all. This has reached a climax in the elaborations of outdoor camping. 330. Equipment, whereby an experience whose whole value consists in a return to a more rough and primitive relation with nature becomes a caricature by importing into the wilderness a close replication of all the familiar artifacts needed for living in a crowded city, from cooking stoves to television sets. These tendencies have already gone far enough to permit one to forecast their ultimate consequences if no counter-movement takes place. The final triumph of technocratic society would be the consolidation of every human activity into an autocratic and monolithic system. This would produce a mode of existence in which functions that cannot be canalized into the system would be suppressed or extirpated. Considered by itself, this prospect, once its outlines were publicly visible, would seem sufficiently dismaying to cause an overwhelming human reaction. And if this reaction has still to come, the reason is not far to seek. Once these terms are duly accepted, megatechnics, even in its present half-baked form, offers an immense bribe, which is bound to become bigger and more seductive as the mega-machine itself proliferates, conglomerates, and consolidates. This loss of autonomy in order to maximize the services of megatechnics, carries with it one further condition: one must not demand any goods other than those that the machine offers in the current year, nor must one seek to retain, beyond the appointed half-life, any goods that have proved sufficiently durable and attractive to be preferable to those offered. This means that one must not demand any other kind of life than that which can be lived, as directed, within the current fashionable frame. To have a life that is in any way detached from the megatechnic complex, to say nothing of being cockily independent of it, or recalcitrant to its demands, is regarded as nothing less than a form of sabotage. Hence the fury evoked by the hippies, quite apart from any objectionable behavior. On megatechnic terms, complete withdrawal is heresy and treason, if not evidence of unsound mind. The arch-enemy of the affluent economy would not be Karl Marx but Henry Thoreau. 3. Megatechnic bribe. If one does not examine the megatechnic bribe too circumspectly, it would appear to be a generous bargain. Provided the consumer agrees to accept what megatechnics offers, in quantities favorable to the continued expansion of the whole power system, he will be granted all the perquisites, privileges, seductions, and pleasures of the affluent society. If only he 331 demands no goods or services except those that can be organized or manufactured by megatechnics, he will without doubt enjoy a higher standard of material culture, at least of a certain specialized kind, than any other society has ever achieved before. If anything, the luxuries will be more plentiful than the comforts, though many basic human necessities that do not lend themselves to megatechnics will in fact be starved out of existence. In Fun City one is not supposed to notice their absence. For many members of the American community, which has been hastily subscribing to the system under the specious title of the Great Society, or the economy of megalopolis, the further development of this process-centered technology seems not merely inevitable but desirable, the next step in progress. And who dares resist progress? Given the proper reward, a population sufficiently coddled by the welfare state asks for nothing better than what the market offers. Those already conditioned from infancy by school training and television tutelage to regard megatechnics as the highest point in man's conquest of nature, will accept this totalitarian control of their own development not as a horrid sacrifice but as a highly desirable fulfillment, looking forward to being constantly attached to the big brain, as they are now attached to radio stations by portable transistor sets even while walking the streets. By accepting these means they expect that every human problem will be solved for them, and the only human sin will be that of failing to obey instructions. Their real life will be confined within the frame of a television screen. Is this a gross exaggeration of current achievements, projects, promises? Are these only silly fantasies that no person of normal intelligence would seriously entertain? Unfortunately no. It is impossible to exaggerate. Consider the current lists of technological and scientific probabilities offered for the year 2000 by such spokesmen for this regime as Herman Kahn, B. F. Skinner, Glenn Seaborg, Daniel Bell, to say nothing of even more untrammeled technocratic minds. To many credulous people, this whole prospect seems entrancing, indeed irresistible. Like those who have become helplessly addicted to cigarettes, they are now so committed to technological progress, that they ignore the actual threat to their health, their mental development, or their freedom. Already a life that calls for assuming personal responsibility and exerting personal effort seems to them a utopian unreality, not, as it actually is, the normal state of all living organisms, one reaching a climax of conscious purpose in man. By holding up effortless abundance as the ultimate goal of automation, with constant acquisition and consumption as a patriotic duty, this new economy has frayed the customary tie between possessions and meritorious personal effort. Theoretically, everything will soon be available for the ask. 332 bribes, threats. Without waiting for that millennial day, an increasing number of moral dropouts, responding to the advertisers' frantic incitements to instant affluence, have begun to help themselves to whatever goods they can lay their hands on. Shoplifting, theft, looting, burglary, crimes once committed only by antisocial types or by the desperately poor, have become a growing practice among people who are poor and deprived in the peculiar sense that they will never be able to possess, either by purchase or free gift, all the goods that the affluent society insists are essential for their happiness. Only theft will satisfy their insatiable needs. Such moral disintegration must wreck even the most equitable system of distribution. For the sake of material and symbolic abundance through automated superfluity, these machine addicts are ready to give up their prerogatives as living beings, the right to be alive, to exercise all their organs without officious interference, to see through their own eyes, hear with their own ears, to work with their own hands, to move on their own legs, to think with their own minds, to experience erotic gratification and to beget children in direct sexual intercourse, in short, reacting as whole human beings to other whole human beings, in constant engagement with both the visible environment and the immense heritage of historic culture, whereof technology itself is only a part. To enjoy total automation, a significant part of the population is already willing to become automatons, or so it would seem if an increasing number of breakdowns and retreats did not indicate that this apparently irresistible process is actually being resisted, on a scale that should well before this have shaken the confidence of the priests and prophets of this regime. At least one thing should soon become clear: once the majority of any nation opts for megatechnics, or passively accepts the system without further question, no other choices will remain. But if people are willing to surrender their life completely at source, this authoritarian system promises generously to give back as much of it as can be mechanically graded, quantitatively multiplied, scientifically sorted, technically conditioned, manipulated, directed, and socially distributed under supervision of a centralized bureaucracy. What held at first only for increasing the quantity of goods, now applies to every aspect of life. The willing member of megatechnic society can have everything the system produces provided he and his group have no private wishes of their own, and will make no attempt personally to alter its quality or reduce its quantity or question the competence of its decision makers. In such a society the two unforgivable sins, or rather punishable vices, would be continence and selectivity. But is not this a fair bargain? Those who speak for the system ask. Does not megatechnics offer by its own increasingly prodigious magic the cornucopia of plenty that mankind has always dreamed of? Quite true. 333. Many of the goods that megatechnics now provides, and still more those it promises to spread more widely in the future, are real goods, standardized at a high level, mechanically efficient, embodying at least in the best examples that immense store of scientific knowledge, organized, collated, tested, which in our period has endowed mankind with powers it never before possessed or even dared to dream of. And if this knowledge can be fully understood and applied only by a highly endowed minority, adepts in abstract thinking though often babies in terms of well-salted human experience, what of the benefits that even the most limited souls now enjoy? Has there not already been an equalization of goods hitherto almost unknown in civilized communities, though common, despite poverty, in more primitive cultures? Are not refrigerators, private motor cars and planes, automatic heating systems, telephones and television sets, electrically driven washing machines worth having? And what of the drudgery eliminating achievements of the bulldozer, the forklift truck, the electric hoist, the conveyor belt, and 1,000 other serviceable inventions? What of the appalling mental burdens in bookkeeping that have been lifted by the computer? What of the exquisite arts of the surgeon and the dentist? Are these not colossal gains? Why weep if some of the old goods and enjoyments have fallen through this electromechanical mesh? Does any sensible person mourn the passing of the old Stone Age? If all these goods are in themselves sound and individually desirable, on what grounds can we condemn the system that totalizes them? So say the official spokesman. Yes, if one examines separately only the immediate products of megatechnics, these claims, these promises, are valid, and these achievements are genuine. The separate benefits, if detached from the long-term human purposes and a meaningful pattern of life, are indisputable. None of megatechnics' efficient modes of organization, none of its labor-saving devices, none of its new products, however daring in their departures from old forms, should be arbitrarily disparaged or neglected, still less rejected out of hand. Only one proviso must be made, which the apologists for the power complex studiously have failed to recognize. All these goods remain valuable only if more important human concerns are not overlooked or eradicated. Many of the promises that Francis Bacon held out are still valid and will be further validated. All that I seek here to bring out is the fact that these promises are not unconditional. On the contrary, they're one-sided. Fulfillment, in terms that satisfy only the demands of megatechnics, and lessly stimulating the purposeless human pleasure center of profit, without respect to other human functions and projects, carry heavy penalties that must be recognized and deliberately lifted. The mischiefs that have issued from megatechnics are not due to its failures and breakdowns but to its 334 unqualified successes in over-quantification. These defects were present in the very conception of the mechanical world picture, which turned its back on organic needs and organic processes of feedback and overemphasized quantity and speed, as if quantity in itself guaranteed value in the product quantified. Plainly, then, it is not the mechanical or electronic products as such that intelligent minds question, but the system that produces them without constant reference to human needs and without sensitive rectification when these needs are not satisfied. By now, fortunately, this qualifying judgment has been slowly seeping back into the system itself, in the form of cost-benefit appraisals, applied by engineers and administrators, a formal recognition of the fact that mechanical gains have often been achieved at great social losses, and that before one accepts unconditionally the gifts that megatechnics offers one must examine the accompanying deficits and decide whether the benefits justify them, and if immediately desirable, whether they are actually so in the long run. In a biotechnic economy, purely financial criteria would have only a limited place in such estimates. 4. Quantification without qualification. The most serious flaw in megatechnics, uncorrectable on the principles historically embodied in the power complex, springs directly out of its astounding performances. Human life is being suffocated and surfeited at 100 places by sheer quantitative excess, beginning with an excess of births. This excess, we now can see, brings not only positive gains but heavy costs and disastrous penalties, and what is worse, the power complex prospers quite as well in producing negative goods like cigarettes and pesticides as in growing nutritious foods. Indeed, the profits from such deleterious products are often far higher. Now, the discovery that quantification is not in itself beneficial was made ages ago, at a time when only a favored minority could command goods and services in relatively unlimited quantity. As I showed earlier, the first real challenge to the ancient civilized power system, which was the forerunner of our modern economy of abundance, came between the 8th and the 6th centuries BC, when a succession of prophets and philos offers, perceiving the deleterious human results of an unrestricted pursuit of unlimited quantities of food, drink, sexual pleasure, money, and power. Quantification without qualification. 335. Introduced a new system of voluntary control. The exhibitionist modes of consumption that had identified the rich and the powerful were no longer accepted as desirable patterns of human achievement. Instead, the axial religions and philosophies advocated abstention, moderation, the reduction of superfluous wants and capricious, ego-driven desires, for the sake of both internal equilibrium and spiritual exaltation. Though civilization has been in some degree under the influence of these axial religions and ideologies for roughly 2,500 years, they failed even at their moments of greatest acceptance and achievement to replace completely the earlier power systems or to forestall the present one. This for two reasons. For one thing, none of these new modes of thought themselves ever became firmly enough established to abolish the dominant institutions of ancient society: war, slavery, and economic expropriation, or to overcome the social aberrations upon which they were based. But no less disabling was the fact that their systems of abstention were designed, not to bring rewards in this life, but either to make the believer content despite their absence, or to look forward to compensation at compound interest in an imagined eternal life hereafter. In consequence, the axial religions did little except in an unreliable remedial way, mainly through voluntary charity, to ensure that goods in sufficient quantity were distributed justly to the entire community. Their exclusive emphasis upon the quality of life, upon internal and subjective rewards, thus merely reversed the older tendency to overstress materialistic power, whereas in all higher organisms a balance of quantitative and qualitative ingredients, of power and love, is necessary in order to ensure the best life possible. Neither unqualified power nor impotent virtue gives an adequate answer to the human problem. With respect to an economy of abundance, there is a curious parallel between the dilemma modern man now faces through his technology and that which long ago occurred in nature, through excess of fertility in the reproduction of individual species. It has long been apparent to biologists that the reproductive capacity of any species, even of some that now occupy a modest niche, would be sufficient to overrun the planet with their offspring if it continued unchecked. Fortunately, nature employs a whole series of limiting devices which, over any sufficient period of time, would check inordinate quantitative increase and establish an equilibrium. Faced with similar threats in the past, human populations were kept in line not only by the standard depletions of disease, war, and starvation, but by infanticide, incomplete coitus, homosexuality, voluntary continence supplemented occasionally by empirical contraceptives. During the last 3 centuries there is evidence of a continued if irregular increase in population throughout the world, lore reasons that are still difficult to account for, since it has taken place even in areas where 336. There has been no notable increase in either natural resources or industrial productivity, and no serious changes, seemingly, in sexual habits or bodily hygiene. Whatever the diverse causes and circumstances, the so-called population explosion was matched by the technological explosion of Western civilization, and they both have a common terminus: the deterioration of life. The perception that such prolific human breeding cannot continue indefinitely has been slow to awaken, yet the first consciousness of the dangers, as in Thomas Malthus' essay on population, coupled with the invention of the first cheap, popular contraceptives, mainly the sterilizing douche, slowed down the rate of increase to such an extent in countries like France and England that population experts, as late as 1940, looked forward to reaching an equilibrium in another generation, or even, in countries like France, a recession. These predictions have not been fulfilled, but the fact that a slowdown actually took place demonstrated that, with sufficient applied intelligence, biological overquantification was and is avoidable. At a relatively trivial cost, the various contraceptive devices needed to reduce population increase throughout the planet to a socially and economically desirable optimum are at hand. The obstacles that remain are psychological and ideological, not technical. Technology, unfortunately, has not yet developed from within, nor in terms of its favored economic incentives does it look forward to any limit. In the proliferation of machines or machine products, both power and profit depend upon producing more goods for more consumers, and inserting their consumption in the shortest possible time span. So in the long run, and by the long run one means a period of probably less than a century, our expanding megatechnic system, if it continues unaltered on its present course, will probably make the whole planet uninhabitable for anything like its present population, and eventually, if the same insensate forces now at work are not halted, even a thinned-out population will be doomed. When a scientist in good repute, like Dr. Lee Dubridge, can defend the wholesale immediate use of pesticides, bactericides, and possibly equally dangerous pharmaceuticals, by saying that it would take 10 years to test them sufficiently to certify their value and innocuousness, and that industry cannot wait. It is obvious that his rational commitments to science are secondary to financial pressures, and that the safeguarding of human life is for industry not a matter of major concern. Not that ample warnings about the misapplications of both science and techniques have been lacking during the last century. Before the sudden shock of concern that has been recorded in the banning of DDT took place, the Wenner-Gren Symposium, in 1955, in its survey of man's role in changing the face of the earth, took due note of the vast environmental quantification without qualification 337 damage being done by an irresponsible misapplication of techniques, and the later analyses by many other competent biologists, notably Rachel Carson and Barry Commoner, have with amazing swiftness brought the situation home. Even those who see no personal threat from quantification must be prepared to recognize its statistically demonstrable results in the many forms of environmental degradation and ecological unbalance that have resulted from the byproducts of our megatechnic economy. The ironic effect of quantification is that many of the most desirable gifts of modern techniques disappear when distributed en masse, or when, as with television, they are used too constantly and too automatically. The productivity that could offer a wide margin of choice at every point, with greater respect for individual needs and preferences, becomes instead a system that limits its offerings to those for which a mass demand can be created. So, too, when 10,000 people converge by car on a wild scenic area in a single day to get close to nature, the wilderness disappears and megalopolis takes its place. In short, megatechnics, so far from having solved the problem of scarcity, has only presented it in a new form even more difficult of solution. Result, a serious deficiency of life, directly stemming from unusable and unendurable abundance. But the scarcity remains, admittedly not of machine-fabricated material goods or of mechanical services, but of anything that suggests the possibility of a richer personal development based upon other values than productivity, speed, power, prestige, pecuniary profit. Neither in the environment as a whole, nor in the individual community or its typical personalities, is there any regard for the necessary conditions favoring balance, growth, and purposeful expression. The defects we have examined lie not in the individual products but in the system itself. It lacks the sensitive responses, the alert evaluations and adaptations, the built-in controls, the nice balance between action and reaction, expressions and inhibitions, that all organic systems display above all man's own nature. By his restrictions, Goethe wrote, the master proclaims himself, and this truth applies not only to writers of genius but to all organisms. To speak of organisms is to speak of selective organization and quantitative limitation. All life exists within a narrow margin of heat and cold, nourishment and starvation, water or thirst. 3 minutes without breathing causes the death of a human being, and a few days without water, a month without food, and he is gone. Yet too much is as bad as too little. Though excess quantity, held in reserve, does in fact play an essential part in maintaining the organism's balance and makes possible freedom and exuberance, it is not by constantly using unlimited quantities that man flourishes. In sum, what has been lacking from the most brilliant feats of 338 modern technology are precisely those specific organic features that Galileo, Descartes, and their later followers first systematically disregarded and then threw away. 5. Under the economy of abundance, even on the limited scale so far established in the United States, the huge bribe held out of security, leisure, affluence unfortunately also carries with it an equally huge penalty, the prospect of universal parasitism. Earlier cultures have had skirmishes with this enemy. Odysseus' scouts among the lotos eaters were so beguiled by their honeyed fare and dreamy ease that they had to be rescued by force. more than one emperor or despot discovered that permissiveness in the form of sensual inducements and enticements might be even more effective than coercion in securing compliance. Once established, the parasite identifies himself with his host and seeks to further the host's prosperity. Since parasitism has been widely observed in the animal kingdom, we have sufficient data to make a shrewd guess as to its ultimate human consequences. Now Megatechnics offers, in return for its unquestioning acceptance, the gift of an effortless life, a plethora of prefabricated goods, achieved with a minimum of physical activity, without painful conflicts or harsh sacrifices, life on the installment plan, as it were, yet with an unlimited credit card, and with the final reckoning existential nausea and despair. Readable only in the fine print. If the favored human specimen is ready to give up a free-moving, self-reliant, autonomous existence, he may, by being permanently attached to his Leviathan host, receive many of the goods he was once forced to exert himself to secure, along with a large bonus of dazzling superfluities, to be consumed without selection or restriction but of course under the iron dictatorship of fashion. The final consequences of such submission might well be what Roderick Seidenberg has anticipated, a falling back into a primordial state of unconsciousness, forfeiting even the limited awareness other animals must retain in order to survive. With the aid of hallucinatory drugs, this state might even be described by the official manipulators and conditioners as an expansion of consciousness or some equivalent tranquilizing phrase that would be provided by public relations experts. If proof were needed of the real nature of electronic control, no less a promulger of the system than McLuhan has supplied it. Electro 339. Magnetic technology, he observes in Understanding Media, requires utter human docility italics mind and quiescence of meditation such as befits an organism that now wears its brain outside its skull and its nerves outside its hide. Man must serve his electric technology with the same servo-mechanistic fidelity with which he served his coracle, his canoe, his typography, and all other extensions of his physical organs. To make his point, McLuhan is driven brazenly to deny the original office of tools and utensils as direct servants of human purpose. By the same kind of slippery falsification, McLuhan would reinstate the compulsions of the Pyramid Age as a desirable feature of the totalitarian electronic complex. The big bribe turns out to be little better than the kidnapper's candy. Such a parasitic existence as Megatechnics offers would in effect be a return to the womb, now a collective womb. Fortunately, the mammalian embryo is the only parasite that has proved capable of overcoming this condition. Once it has been established, the baby's birth cry triumphantly announces his escape. But note, once a human being has left the womb, the conditions that were there propitious to his growth become impediments. No mode of arresting development could be so effective as the effortless instant satisfaction of every need, every desire, every random impulse, by means of mechanical, electronic, or chemical equipment. All through the organic world, development depends upon effort, interest, active participation, not least upon stimulating resistances, conflicts, inhibitions, and delays. Even among rats, courtship precedes copulation. So essential is this condition to human development that in the area of games, where man has been able arbitrarily to lay down all the conditions, boundaries are fixed in time and space, and the strict rules of the game, reinforced by penalties, are independent of the whim or will of the players. The very essence of the game itself lies in the tension and struggle of the human encounter, not alone in the winning or losing. In fact, too easy winning spoils the pleasure of the game, even for the winner. If the sole object of football, as William James once pointed out, were to get the football to the goal post, the simplest way to win would be to carry it there privately on some dark night. Under this same meretricious canon of easy success, solitary masturbation has lately been suggested as superior to sexual intercourse. Thus the effortless, automatic, push-button, sleekly secure existence promised by Megatechnics, conceived exclusively on the pleasure principle, would lack the quickening sense of reality that even a game provides. In Egypt and Greece, slavery probably provided a far happier existence for the slave in terms of his organic needs, at least for those who practiced the arts and crafts. On this matter, one can add further animal testimony. Zookeepers have found that their animals keep in better condition when they have a whole carcass to dissect, as they do in nature, than when they 340 are given meat already cut into chunks. If interest promotes effort, effort in turn sustains interest. For short periods, in illness or convalescence, or to offset extreme fatigue, one may profitably fall back into a quasi-parasitic routine, as one does as a patient in a sanatorium or a passenger on shipboard. But to make this condition the permanent goal of life and the justification of all man's earlier life and death efforts is to forget the conditions under which man originally emerged from animalhood, by living a more varied and strenuous life than other animals, for the most part, find necessary. No umbilical cord attached man to nature, neither security nor adjustment were the guidelines to human development, and if tropical conditions of life were sometimes unduly favorable to indolence and somnolence, it was in regions of difficulty, at the edge of the desert, or along the flooding banks of rivers, in seemingly defective, insufficient, or half-hostile environments, that the spirit of man soared highest above its animal limitations, achieving not only equilibrium and growth but the ultimate, if rare, attribute of the human personality, transcendence. Though domestication does not result in the wholesale deterioration brought about by complete parasitism, recent studies of the Norway rat by Kurt P. Richter indicate that something more serious than a loss of autonomy takes place under such conditions. The Norway rat first became domesticated around 1800, to provide victims for the vulgar sport of rat baiting, and by the middle of the century a definite domestic breed of albino rats had been established, with various genetic variations, toothlessness, hairlessness, wobbliness, congenital eye cataracts, not found in the wild species. Richter compares the conditions of rat domestication with those now provided by the welfare state: ample food, no danger, no stress, uniform environment and climate, and so forth. But he notes that, under these seemingly favorable conditions, organic deterioration has taken place, a decrease in the size of the adrenal glands, which help the organism meet stress or fatigue and forfend certain diseases, while the thyroid gland, the regulator of metabolism, becomes less active. Not strangely, perhaps, the brains of the domestic rat, and perhaps their mental ability, are smaller. At the same time, the sex glands mature earlier, become bigger, show more activity, and result in a higher rate of fertility. How human? Richter notes parallel ailments in an overprotected human population. The increased incidence of arthritis, skin diseases, diabetes, and circulatory diseases, while tumorous conditions have been aggravated, seemingly, by an excessive secretion of sex hormones. Not least notable is the depletion of vitality and the increase of neurotic and psychotic disorders. This evidence is not conclusive, but it at least strongly suggests that any definition of a favorable economy in terms only of providing the maximum facilities. 17. Technological intuitions. An early model in stone for a screw propeller or a turbine. No, there is no record of any such invention anywhere at the time this figure was executed in the 9th century before Christ. Anthropologists identify this geometric object as the head of a mace in the Cupasnique phase of the Chavin horizon, Peru. Though the mace in many other forms served as both a deadly hand weapon and an emblem of political authority, this particular form, rare if not unique, has as yet no understandable military use or symbolic significance. But even more than with early anticipations of human flight, this mace head seems to testily to technological apparitions or intuitions that preceded any complex machine, but waited thousands of years for realization. If so, this would put technical invention on the same subjective footing as ritual, art, and language, all basic contributions to rationality and creativity whose practical applications and elaborations took place at a later stage. 18 to 19, Technological Exhibitionism. As indicated in Techniques and Human Development, Volume I, cerebral control over the organs of his body was man's earliest technical triumph, which distinguished him from other tool-using and nest-building animals. Athletic exhibitionism ranges from the feats of Hindu yogins in regulating human breathing and heartbeat to Charles Blondin's performance in crossing the Niagara Falls on a tightrope in 1859. When Blondin reached the middle, 160 feet above the boiling waters, he set up a stove carried on his back, and fried some eggs, which he ate before passing to the other side. This fabulous act established a high point of perfection in cool-headed bodily control, technically a breathtaking feat. Only one further point need be noted: it was utterly without human significance or consequence. So with much current technical exhibitionism. Though the moon landings are so far the most consummate example of this tendency, a museum devoted to such technological feats would soon be overcrowded. Some examples, like the jet-powered hovercraft, were originally designed for limited military application, but such air-cushioned transportation, even if generally practicable, would only through its widened use raise pollution closer to a lethal level. An even more alarms example of technological exhibitionism is the lately developed cyborg. Here illustrated, an up-to-date mechanical white elephant, promoted by the tax-proud military arm at a vast expense to perform services similar to those of a living elephant if anyone could think up a plausible reason for doing so. While many admirable inventions have sprung from children's playthings, the telephone, the motion picture, the helicopter, current technological exhibitionism reverses the creative process by turning elaborate and costly technical innovations into trivial toys. Every feat that the clumsy cyborg achieves, as the General Electric brochure on this robot tacitly admits, can be effected by machines and apparatus already in existence, with greater facility, at a fractional cost. Indeed, from the fourth millennium onward they were performed by organized gangs of workmen with no mechanical apparatus at all. As further mechanization and automation solve the practical problems of standardized mass production, it is likely that the area liberated for technological exhibitionism will steadily widen. Not a few of the publicized biological and medical innovations today, from heart transplants to medical diagnosis by two-way television, are largely responses to non-technical motivations: profit, publicity, prestige, ego inflation. To do everything that is technically possible, as von Weizsäcker has shrewdly observed, is non-technical behavior, not worthy of a technical age. As so often, Jonathan Swift anticipated this technical avant-gardism in his Voyage to Laputa. There the tailor did his office in a different manner from those of his trade in Europe. He first took my altitude by a gradient, and then, with a rule and compasses, described the outlines and dimensions of my whole body, all which he entered upon paper, and in 6 days brought my clothes very ill-made and quite out of shape, by happening to mistake a figure in the calculation. But my comfort was, that I observed such accidents were frequent and little regarded. Dash. *1 H. 20, Homage to Giantism. Tingwali's sculptural happening. Homage to New York presents the subjective urban disintegration that Waldo Frank penetrated in the American jungle a generation ago. This formalized expression of megatechnic chaos is the negative counterpart of the outward drill and discipline of the daily round. The Port of New York Authority's World Trade Center, 110 stories high, is a characteristic example of the purposeless giantism and technological exhibitionism that are now eviscerating the living tissue of every great city. The Port Authority, a quasi-governmental corporation, was in origin a happy political invention, first installed in London, but unfortunately its social functions have been subordinated. to pecuniary motivations, and its executives have conceived it their duty to funnel more motor traffic into the city, through new bridges and tunnels, than its streets and its parking spaces can handle, while contributing to the lapse of a more adequate substantive of public transportation that included railroad, subway, and ferry. This policy has resulted in mounting traffic congestion, economic waste, and human deterioration, though with a constant rise in land values and speculative profits. These baneful results were anticipated and graphically depicted by V. Clarence S. Stein, then chairman of the New York State Housing and Regional Planning Commission, in his article on Dinosaur Cities * in the Survey. Graphic, May 1925. Stein there described the breakdowns already quite visible resulting from housing congestion, water shortage, sewage pollution, street clogging, traffic jams, and municipal bankruptcy. But dinosaurs were handicapped by insufficient brains, and the World Trade Center is only another dinosaur. 21. Environmental desiccation. The agents of the pecuniary power complex, under the guise of technical progress, feel obliged for both pecuniary advantage and self-protection to erase every vestige of a more humane past. Though Frank Lloyd Wright's Imperial Hotel in Tokyo did not count among his finest works, it showed his happy, characteristic fusion of the mechanical, the organic, and the personal. Placement of this historic building with a structure that might have been designed by a computer summarizes a change that Mega-Uknix is imposing everywhere, the suppression of personal, communal, and regional individuality by a kind of tasteless homogenized universalism, so that the faster and the farther one travels, the less the actual scene changes, and the poorer the psychological stimulus that travel itself provides. This was caricatured in the film 2001, in which the spaceship is served by a Howard Johnson's restaurant. 22. Organized destruction. The overexpansion of motor and air transportation has not merely ruined the varied and flexible system of transportation that existed even a quarter of a century ago, but is in process of transforming cities and rural areas into deserts, airfields, expressways, junkyards, and parking lots. The illustrated intersection of the Pasadena and Hollywood freeways is a classic example of the highway engineers' monstrous sacrifice of precious urban land to the accommodation of increasing traffic. Fortunately, in the United States, where the damage has been greatest, there has been a belated reaction against the technocratic arrogance and ecological ignorance exhibited by current highway engineering. U.S. road plans perilled by rising urban hostility, read the newspaper headlines. Though these challenges and stoppages are imperative, they can be effective only if they lead to a constructive policy of integrated urban and regional organization aimed at ecological and human balance. 23. Industrial pollution, commercial fallout. The end products of megatechnic dynamism, which lacks human dimensions, rational feedback, or a social destination, are necessarily negative and life-damaging. As the pace of consumption rises, the result is more and more worse and worse. Only our present one-sided system of bookkeeping, which takes account only of profits, surfeits, and benefits, and ignores environmental damages and human deficits, could have so long remained oblivious to the massive miscarriages of the power system. The explanation of our present difficulties as mainly due to overpopulation applies only to local concentrations. 4. Immediate ecological improvements, power control, mass production control, rubbish control, and pollution control are more imperative than birth control. 25. The academic establishment. More than a generation before the current student challenges, confrontations, and rebellions shook education systems throughout the world, the Mexican painter José Clemente Orozco produced this grisly comment on higher education: its desiccation and dehumanization, its sterile over-specialization, its indifference to human values and needs other than those that serve to support or embellish the establishment. Note the likeness between the academic witnesses to this accouchement of alma mater and the Aztec gods and priests who battened on human sacrifices. Yet before Orozco painted this savage mural, Ernest Hopkins, then president of Dartmouth College, had in fact anticipated its lesson and taken steps to correct this divorce of learning from life, for he attempted to break down departmental barriers by introducing, before Harvard did, a roving professorship licensed to lecture in any field, while he devaluated the PhD as a prerequisite for teaching, and placed the quality of instruction above the quantitative production of scholarly papers as a condition to promotion. Characteristically, Mr. Hopkins chose a one-time teacher OT English, Artemus Packard, to head a new department of art, and not strangely it was Packard who brought Orozco to Dartmouth, as professor, to paint the Baker Library murals, a contribution to the college teaching of art. Even before this, in April 1923, Alexander Meiklejohn, president of Amherst College, had presided over a symposium on the student renaissance, which discussed the role of the college student in administrative and curricular reform and what importance that the student have a social political mission, and as NIA of the experimental college at the University of Wisconsin. 19 pioneered in putting some of the student demands to the acid test of practice. One, these initiatives had been heeded, many imperative educational renovations might have come about through rational cooperation, not as panic submissions to the physical threats of insolent minorities. SS 26. Mass mobilization of youth. Despite the well-founded dissatisfaction of the younger generation with the kind of life offered by the bloated affluence of megatechnic society, their very mode of rebellion too often demonstrates that the power system still has them in its grip. They, too, mistake indolence for leisure and irresponsibility for liberation. The so-called Woodstock Festival was no spontaneous manifestation of joyous youth, but a strictly money-making enterprise, shrewdly calculated to exploit their rebellions, their adulations, and their illusions. The success of the festival was based on the tropismic attraction of big-name singers and groups, the counterculture's personality cult, idols who command colossal financial rewards from personal appearances and the sales of their discs and films. With its mass mobilization of private cars and buses, its congestion of traffic en route, and its large-scale pollution of the environment, the Woodstock Festival mirrored and even grossly magnified the worst features of the system that many young rebels profess to reject, if not to destroy. The one positive achievement of this mass mobilization, apparently, was the warm sense of instant fellowship produced by the close physical contact of 100,000 bodies floating in the haze and days of pot. Our present mass-minded, over-regimented, depersonalized culture has nothing to fear from this kind of reaction, equally regimented, equally depersonalized, equally under external control. What is this but the negative power complex, attached by invisible electrodes to the same pecuniary pleasure center? 27. Rituals of counterculture. The depressing monotony of megatechnic society, with its standardized environment, its standardized foods, its standardized invitations to commercialized amusement, its standardized daily routines, produces a counter-drive in overstimulation and overexcitement in order to achieve a simulation of light. Hence, speed in all its forms, from drag races to drugs. With its narcotics and hallucinogens, its electrically amplified noise and stroboscopic lights and supersonic flights from nowhere to nowhere, modern technology has helped to create a counterculture whose very disorder serves admirably to stabilize the power system. Contrast this multimedia delirium with the intelligent, emotionally healthy plans of the peace moratorium, which reached a brief climax in the national peace mobilization at Washington in November 1969. Tens of thousands of people, young and old, braving inclement weather, marched with dignity before the White House all through the night, each reciting the name of an American killed in the Vietnam War, and a similar demonstration was held in Washington Square in New York City. Note the use of the lighted candle, an ancient religious symbol, carrying human echoes that go back to the Paleolithic caves. Though this demonstration did not win its immediate political objective, effect upon the participants may yet be recorded in a more vital count. Culture, centered in alert, clear-minded, articulate human beings in Fuyu posses. Zion of all their faculties, ready to act, in the words of ancient Athens HPN. Both, single-handed or with the support of all. FL. I*1. Francis Bacon, Painting, 1946. Oil and Tempera on Canvas, 77% Museum of Modern Art, New York. Purchase. 28, The ASE of Monsters. X52. Collection, The Francis Bacon, setting out to paint a bird alighting on a field, found that the lines of the bird's wing turned into this monster. From Warsaw to Hiroshima, from Auschwitz to Song Mai, the monster has left his imprint on our minds and begotten a horde of lesser monsters, ready to enact degrading orgies of violence. 29, Passage to Biotechnics. Marcel Duchamp's nude descending a staircase, left, counts as one of the most brilliant specimens of Cubism, the representation of bodily movement in a mechanically conceived abstraction. In this work, as in many of Fernand Léger's paintings of the human figure, the specifically organic qualities are reduced to mechanical equivalents. The reverse process, of utilizing the machine itself to represent and express life, began with those brilliant studies of animal motion which resulted in the motion picture. With the invention of the stroboscope camera, it became possible, as in Jean Mealy's photograph, right, to show successive motions on a single film. This is a more biotechnic equivalent of Duchamp's nude, for it does justice to the mobile beauty of woman's body. 1. Lffi. I. M. MB*M. 30. Etherealization of the world picture, GABA. 31. The renewal of life, Moore. 32. Noam Gaba and Henry Moore. 30. In this constructivist form by Gaba, the 17th century world picture becomes completely dematerialized, and the old breach between the subjective and the objective, the inner and the outer, the vital and the mechanical, is resolved in a unified image which restores and recreates the organic realities that were eliminated in the classic conceptions of mechanics and physics. Here, one of the highest functions of mind, the capacity for abstraction, realizes in the act of carrying further its own discipline, the perfect symbol of etherealization, released from mechanistic constrictions. 31. Henry Moore's work derives from two sources, the living earth and the body of woman, conceived primarily as the Great Mother, protecting and enfolding the life she brings forth. The stable posture of Moore's figures, firmly seated or reclining, proclaims a deep opposition to the insensate dynamism and furious disintegration of our age. Here is the beginning, on primal foundations, of organic integrity, though at first, in contrast to Gaba, with the sacrifice of the higher cerebral functions, as indicated in the diminished heads of Moore's figures. These archetypal maternal images of earth and woman are, one dares hope, making ready for the renewal of life. Picture credits. 1. Center, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, bottom, The New York Times. 2. Top, Dartmouth College. 3. Left, Tennessee Valley Authority, right, Bird. Glenn, from Magnum. 4. Both, Deutsches Museum München. 5. Wide World. 6. Top, Lawrence Rubin Gallery, bottom, IBM. 7. Ewing Galloway. 8. Both, Photo World. 9. Top, Paris Match, Pictorial Parade, Center, Theaterjucher Verlag, bottom, Savphoto. 10. Left, Fuller and Sadio, right, courtesy of the Oriental Institute, University of Chicago. 11. Left, Transamerica Corporation. Right, United Press International. 12. Left, Mirror Pic, from Galun Agency. Right, United Press International. 13. Top, Carter Hamilton, from Design Photographers International, bottom left, Danny Leon, from Magnum, bottom right, Wide World. 14. NASA. 16. Top, both, Elliot Irwit, from Magnum, bottom. International Harvester Company. 17. Courtesy of the American Museum of Natural History. 19. General Electric. 20. Left, Wide World, right, David Garr. 21. Both, United Press International. 22. Top, State of California. Department of Public Works, Division of Highways, bottom, Elliot Irwit, from Magnum. 23. Top, Burke-Uzzell, from Magnum, bottom, Paul Conklin. 24. Top, Harb Race Photo, bottom, Arthur Tress. 25. Dartmouth College. 26. Both, Burke-Uzzell, from Magnum. 27. Left, Charles Gatewood, right, The New York Times. 28. Collection, The Museum of Modern Art, New York. 29. Left, Philadelphia Museum of Art, right, Jan Mealy. 30. Collection of the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam, photographed by Rudolf Burckhardt. 31. The Phillips Collection, Washington, D.C. 341. For maintaining physical existence with a minimum of organic effort is open to the suspicion of ignoring the more complex conditions, including negative ones, needed for every kind of organic development. On this matter Patrick Geddes long ago made some observations as biologist that are still pertinent. In his analysis of the principles of economics, he noted that the conditions of degeneration in the organic world are approximately known. These conditions are often of two distinct kinds: deprivation of food, light, etc., so leading to imperfect nutrition and enervation; the other, a life of repose, with abundant supply of food and decreased exposure to the dangers of the environment. It is noteworthy that while the former only depresses, or at most extinguishes the specific type, the latter, through the disuse of the nervous and other structures, etc., which such simplification of life involves, brings about that far more insidious and thorough degeneration seen in the life history of myriads of parasites. The personality changes that will result in many areas they are already visible from an attempt to produce through the megamachine an existence that calls for as little thought and exertion and personal interest as possible, have still to be measured and appraised, yet the extremes to which this movement tends are now obvious: infantilism or senility. Psychoanalysts have long been aware of a latent tendency in human beings to seek a return to the womb. Even after emerging from this perfect environment, the infant retains an illusion of omnipotence, for he has only to cry to have his wishes fulfilled. By bawling loudly he gets an immediate response from the environment: a face reassuringly appears, a hand strokes him, a breast offers him food. To carry this magical effortless existence into maturity has been the tacit effort of the system of automation modern man has perfected. But the state that the infant begins with, in which he is not able to discriminate between his own body and any other part of the immediate environment, becomes at a later stage an inability to identify himself or to have any desires that are not immediately satisfiable in the given environment. The price of this magic wish fulfillment is utter dependence, and if no further growth took place, separating the demanding child from his yielding parent, this would lead to the progressive disuse of essential organs and a relapse into a state of utter mindlessness. If automation begins by establishing infantile dependence, it ends, to the extent that its regimen is successfully imposed upon the whole community, by producing senile alienation and deterioration, marked by the lapse of such faculties and functions as have developed. In its final workings, then, automatism artificially induces premature old age, for it reduces the human organism to that state of helplessness, feeble-mindedness, and vocational uselessness, which is the worst curse that may befall the aged. The current wave of ostentatious pornography is perhaps a final. 342. Evidence of such senility, this inevitably concentrates on abstract images. Or what is left of sex when the active capacity to make love vanishes. Now, the traumatic experience that often overtakes the aged when they have reached the retirement age, though they are often still capable of functioning efficiently, is the realization that they are no longer needed. The most cruel ordeal of the retired worker is to face a future when he no longer has any function to perform, any place to occupy, any responsibilities to fulfill. Those who face old age intelligently seek to avert this final period of deprivation, alienation, and paralysis as long as possible. But megatechnic automation, precisely to the extent that it becomes successful and universal, will import these terminal disabilities into ever earlier stages of life, until at some ideal point the traits of infantilism will dissolve into those of senility, without leaving a gap to be filled with anything that can properly be called a mature, self-directed, self-fulfilling life. If one had any doubts about the reality of this compulsive approach to collective parasitism once the mega-machine is in full operation, there is plenty of admonitory evidence, almost from the time that written records are available. Nothing is more striking throughout history than the chronic disaffection, the malaise, the anxiety, and the psychotic self-destructiveness of the ruling classes, once they are in command of all that the heart can desire. For the dominant minority, the privileged few, have always been faced with the ultimate curse of such a meaningless existence, sheer boredom. Witness the Mesopotamian dialogue on suicide cited in Pritchard's texts, or in the intellectual adventure of ancient man. Kings have always boasted that their slightest wishes were commands. The classic proof of their power and their success was their command of limitless amounts of food and drink, limitless quantities of clothes and jewels, the services of innumerable slaves, servants, and officials, limitless sensual stimulations, and not least, limitless opportunities for sexual intercourse, for even here erotic delight was measured in gross quantitative terms. The affluence that once was monopolized by the king and his court is now being held up as the ultimate gift of the power system to mankind at large. Yet mark the serious difference between the two modes. In the older system there was a saving challenge that will no longer exist once the present tendencies become universal. For the parasitism of the archaic minorities came about in fact as the ambivalent reward for their originally predatory mode of life. Only by fierce exertions and by running the risk of being slain did these rulers and their warriors conquer and exploit the far more numerous peasant populations. Even after the successful monarchs had achieved sufficient control and tribute to relapse into a parasitic mode of life, they still had to be on guard against the attacks of envious rivals, the assaults of other predatory governors and princes seeking to extend 343 their taxable domains, or even mass uprisings on the part of the exploited peoples and slaves, as in the Jewish exodus from Egypt. At the first rumors of revolt, or even in preventive anticipation, the ruling class would take up the mace and the sword to re-establish its authority. This tension kept the main beneficiaries of the parasitic regime in a state of animal alertness and fitness, and they habitually resharpened their predatory edge by hunting lions and tigers. Those who lost their edge and sank into parasitic inertia were speedily displaced by more able and active rivals. Old-fashioned war, then, was not merely the standard means of absorbing the excess energies of the archaic economy, it likewise kept the dominant minority in contact with the underlying realities of organic existence, realities that an economy of abundance, based solely on the power-pleasure principle, tacitly denied or openly flouted. As our present military mega-machines are constructed, even these personal risks and strains will soon cease to exist. The one group that will be safe, unless their malign strategy includes active germ warfare, will be the military caste, safe in its underground control centers or its mobile underwater hideouts. If once anything like planetary control were firmly effected, as it might be, by a coalition of now hostile military mega-machines, the condition for complete parasitism, that is, for the wholesale deterioration of human potentialities, would be established. In endeavoring to answer the question, is life worth living? William James pointed out that the psychological conditions that supplement the biologist's observations upon parasitism show that organic activities of the highest sort oscillate between two poles, positive and negative, pleasure and pain, good and bad, and that an attempt to live in terms of the positive, the pleasurable, and the plentiful alone destroys the very polarity needed for the full expression of life. It is, indeed, a remarkable fact, observed James, that sufferings and hardships do not, as a rule, abate love of life, they seem on the contrary to give it a keener zest. The sovereign source of melancholy is repletion. Need and struggle are what excite ms. Our hour of triumph is what brings a void. Not the Jews of the captivity, but those of the days of Solomon's glory are those from whom the pessimistic utterances in our Bible come. Even primitive peoples, whom one might reasonably suspect of having to endure too many hardships, have recognized this fundamental paradox. The interchangeable roles, within limits, of pleasure and pain, so they have invented rites of passage and ordeals of initiation, often accompanied by bodily mutilation that demanded stoic fortitude. When physical effort, stress, danger, strenuous exertion are no longer necessary in order to gain a living, what will sustain modern man in health? Already, at the push of a button or the turn of a switch, a whole retinue of mechanical servants takes 344 bribes, threats. Over. Under these conditions, sport may serve as temporary substitute for work, but for the most part sport, under the usual canons of the power complex, is turned over to highly paid professionals, and watched by thousands of overfed and under-exercised spectators whose only way of taking active part in the game is to assault the umpire. The young in such a semi-parasitic culture now improvise their own rites of passage in murderous gang assaults, sadistic hazings, random destruction of property, or death-inviting motor races, unregulated by the customs of the tribe or the wisdom of parental authority. The culture of Rome, which practiced parasitism on the largest scale as the Roman way of life, provided vicarious trials and dangers in the arena, prolonged orgies of violence culminating in mass exterminations. Before we accept the promised economy of abundance as inevitable on the terms that it is now presenting itself to us, we had better examine more closely, as I shall do in the next chapter, the evidences of disintegration and demoralization, which are already visible in every culture that the renovated power system has even remotely touched. Here again, as in the city in history, I should be uneasy about my own interpretation of the evidence before us if I had not been anticipated more than a century ago by one of the most prescient political interpreters that Europe has ever produced, Alexis de Tocqueville. He was not unaware, in his observation of the New World democracy in the United States, of the many promises that the new technology already held out. Indeed, he said in so many words that the history of the last 700 years was a history of progressive economic and social equalization. But he was also aware of the terrible price that might be paid for these improvements. I seek, he said, to trace the novel features under which despotism may appear in the world among a multitude of men, all equal and alike, incessantly endeavoring to procure the petty and paltry pleasures that glut their lives. Above this race of men stands an immense and tutelary power, which takes upon itself to secure their gratifications and to watch over their fate. That power is absolute, minute, regular, provident, and mild. It would be like the authority of a parent if, like that authority, its object was to prepare men for manhood, but it seeks, on the contrary, to keep them in a perpetual state of childhood. It is well content that people should rejoice, provided they think of nothing but rejoicing. For their happiness such a government willingly labors, but it chooses to be the sole agent and the only arbiter of that happiness. It provides for their security, increases and supplies their necessities, facilitates their pleasures, manages their principal concerns, directs their industry, regulates the descent of property, and subdivides their inheritances. What remains but to spare them all the care of thinking and all the trouble of living? 345. After having thus successively taken each member of the community in its powerful grasp and fashioned him at will, the supreme power then extends its arm over the whole community. It covers the surface of society with a network of small complicated rules, minute and uniform, through which the most original minds and the most energetic characters cannot penetrate, to rise above the crowd. The will of men is not shattered, but softened, bent, and guided. Men are seldom forced by it to act, but they are constantly restrained from acting. I have always thought that servitude of the regular, quiet, and gentle kind which I have just described might be combined more easily than is commonly believed with some of the outward forms of freedom, and that it might even establish itself under the wing of the sovereignty of the people. No one else has better described either the bribe or the threat that the very success of megatechnics, culminating in the final assemblage of a planetary megamachine, would bring about. What was once pure speculation in the utopian and scientific fiction writers, is now uncomfortably close to the point of materialization. Chapter 13. Demoralization and Insurgence. 1. Cracking monolith. There is little doubt that at least in most industrially developed countries the megatechnic complex is now at the height of its power and authority, or is fast approaching it. In objectively measurable physical terms, units of energy, output of goods, input of bads, capabilities for mass coercion and mass destruction, the system has nearly fulfilled its theoretic dimensions and possibilities, and if not judged by a more human measure, it is an overwhelming success. In many fields the megamachine complex in both the United States and Soviet Russia has begun to exercise virtually total control, though possibly the American system remains more efficient because it still draws in an emergency upon the older polytechnic tradition of its pioneer days. Along with the habits of independent initiation and invention so fostered. Apart from their mutual rivalry and overt antagonism, these two regimes seem increasingly unassailable and invincible, and the habits of mind and the irrational proposals they have promoted are being transmitted by the mass media to an ever larger portion of mankind. Schumpeter pointed out a generation ago that capitalism generated by its own forces the practices that would cause its replacement by some form of impersonal collectivism that has no place for private property, private judgments of value, private contracts, and eventually even of private gains and emoluments, except in the ancient forms of status and privilege. What applies to the capitalist economy applies now to the entire power complex. The confusions and demoralizations expressed in avant-garde art are fast approaching the point where the medium not only replaces the message but likewise the subject to whom the message was once addressed. Like the sanatorium and its inmates and doctors in Thomas Mann's The 346. 347. Magic Mountain, our whole power system has become fraudulent, its goods have become evils, its benefits deficits, its useful inventions are becoming useless and destructive, and instead of rational goals and predictable order it has now created a maximum possibility for disorder. We need not be surprised, then, that in more than one area the power complex has been undergoing severe strain. Though immune to any frontal assault except by another power system of equal size, these giants are particularly vulnerable to localized guerrilla assaults and raids, against which Their mass formations are as helpless as was heavily armored Goliath against a nimble David who did not choose to use the same weapons or attack the same part of the anatomy. The present tensions all over the world reveal the inability of the military, bureaucratic, and educational elite to understand the human reactions that the smooth success of their system has already brought about. Still less are they able to cope with them, except by bringing to bear a larger measure of the dehumanized processes that are now producing these hostile responses. Though desertions and dropouts are still insignificant in quantity, something like a large-scale withdrawal and reversal may actually be in the offing. The very dynamism of megatechnics, its seemingly endless resourcefulness in concocting technocratic answers to human problems, has blinded its governors to the nature of these contrary reactions. Hence the orthodox remedy for discontent, the welfare state's variance of bread and circuses, only aggravates the disease. Unfortunately, just as in the body, there is no tissue that shows a more extraordinary capacity for rapid growth than cancer cells, so in the body politic, the disintegration and destruction that has been going on with cumulative force for half a century now threaten to outpace the productive mechanism and even undermine the principles of cosmic order and rational cooperation upon which its genuine constructive achievements have in fact been based. Though I shall approach the concrete evidence of the social disintegrations and regressions of our megatechnic regimes mainly by examining the subjective reactions that have long been visible, let me first point out briefly the obvious cracks in this seemingly monolithic structure. Probably the majority in any industrial country, sedulously conditioned to accept and overvalue the more profitable products of megatechnics, will continue eagerly to demand its material rewards. Yet these beneficiaries show an increasing unwillingness to keep the system in operation by willing efforts. Instead they seek to wring from it ever larger gifts and bonuses and poor quisites, whilst performing ever more reluctantly a minimal amount of work, and accepting an equally minimal degree of responsibility. Characteristically, the parting salute of one American worker to another is, "Take it easy." The reason for this general letdown should be plain. With most of the 348 old skills and decisions taken out of the workers' hands by automatism and centralized control, what human qualities remain are mostly negative ones: balkiness, mindless indifference, resentment, foot-dragging, or, to sum it up in a single phrase, psychological absenteeism. Even when the worker remains physically present, he is no longer all there. To compensate for their inability to guide the work process or to mold its products, even the most favored members of a megatechnic organization, like the great unions of industrial workers, do not hesitate to disrupt or paralyze the essential activities of a whole nation in order to enforce compliance with their sometimes arbitrary demands. Since profit-making expansion, not rational distribution and social justice, is the criterion of megatechnic success, the establishment can present no appealing moral alternative. The persistence of slowdowns, sit-ins, wildcat strikes, often for trivial reasons, would seem to be an unconscious effort to restore by spasmodic disruption some of the human initiatives that the system has suppressed. Hence labor revolts are often directed against the workers' elected leaders, who correctly enough are identified with the established order. Admittedly, the professional elite by whom and for whom the whole system is increasingly run have never been more fully engaged, more demandingly overworked, more handsomely rewarded, more esteemed and exalted, flattered and publicized, than they are today. Like their ancient priestly predecessors, they feed well on the burnt offerings sacrificed on the holy altars of the sun god. For all those who are still committed to the archaic myth of the machine, and who are accredited members of the new Pentagon of Power, the sacrifices that the sun god exacts only confirm the intensity of their commitment. Astronauts, we have seen, submit to the severest bodily ordeals in order to satisfy the ritual demands for space travel to distant parts of the solar system. To a certain degree, Vicarious participation in these rights by the earthbound inhabitants of the planet, made possible through film, television, and radio, restores the waning sense of high adventure, and the ever-present possibility of death in a cosmic setting augments. As in motor racing, the daily doses of untrammeled gladiatorial violence faithfully provided by the mass media. The point to be grasped has been staring Western civilization in the face for the last half-century, namely, that a predominantly megatechnic economy can be kept in profitable operation only by systematic and constant expansion. Instead of a balanced economy, dedicated to the enhancement of life, megatechnics demands limitless expansion on a colossal scale, a feat that only war or mock war rocket building and space exploration can supply. Now the more highly organized the power structure becomes, the fewer 349 non-conforming factors can be admitted, and the more open the whole system is to breakdowns from mechanical defects and natural accidents. But even more from the counter-assaults of those classes and groups that are excluded from the system or partly deprived of its boasted benefits. With war itself in one form or another as the dynamic core of this structure, no part of the periphery is immune to attack. Without war the megatechnic system in its present spatially enlarged planetary and cosmic form would be choked by its own purposeless productivity. Hence the peculiarly apt title of Herman Kahn's book, Thinking the Unthinkable. As he makes plain at the beginning, what is unthinkable is not totalitarian genocide. His book only elaborates various statistical guesses on that subject, but any attempt to invest equivalent amounts of mind energy and material resources toward creating a worldwide equilibrium favorable to justice and peace. To place any limits upon the expansion of the power system is what has become unthinkable. While the megatechnic economy was being built up, it was possible for progressive thinkers to regard its social deficiencies and its physical degradations as due solely to the decayed social residue from technically cruder earlier regimes. Thus the Victorian philosopher of evolution, Herbert Spencer, like Auguste Comte and the Saint-Simonians, looked upon militarism and war, along with all forms of supernatural religion, as the relics of a barbarous society soon to be replaced by sensible utilitarian goals and more rational business and engineering practices. Comte's law of three states. Before the 19th century was over, Spencer himself was honest enough to recognize the dismaying contrary evidence of imperialism, but the specious attempt to account for the magnitude of present evils without reference to the amplifications of modern technology throws away an important historic key. As we have seen, what modern technology has done is not to replace the decrepit institutional complex one can trace back at least to the Pyramid Age, but to rehabilitate it, perfect it, and give it a global distribution. The potential benefits of this system, under more humane direction, are still immense. But its inherent defects, through its complete divorce from ecological moderations and human norms, have already cancelled out its advantages and weighted it heavily against the very survival of living species. For who can doubt that the destructions and massacres, the environmental depletions and the human degradations that have become prevalent during the last half-century have been in direct proportion to the dynamism, power, speed, and instantaneous control that megatechnics has promoted. By now, then, even the most salutary achievements in technics are closely tied to coeval negative manifestations. On a national scale, the total amount of material destruction and human extermination that has 350 demoralization and insurgents taken place in the last 50 years far outpasses in insensate brutality and purposeless destruction the most sustained efforts of the Assyrians, the Mongols, or the Aztecs. And this aberration is not confined to war. The most typical triumph of mass production today, the motor car, has since 1900, statistics show, slaughtered vastly more human beings than have been killed in all the wars ever fought by the United States, while the total number of those injured or permanently maimed is probably much higher. That callous public indifference to the results of our daily commitment to power and speed helps explain our tolerance of massive technological assaults in every other area of life. So two generations have grown up for whom every variety of mindless violence has become the constant accompaniment to civilized life, sanctified by other equally debased but modish customs and institutions. 2. Vanished safeguards. Looking back upon the period we have been living through, one is puzzled not over the protests and challenges that are now taking place, but at the fact that they did not occur more promptly, and even more intransigently. There are doubtless many reasons for this delayed response, and first of all, the obvious one was the actual advance of technology itself, which, despite the desperate rearguard fight of the old handicraft workers, encouraged even among the working classes the hope that a better day was at hand. During the 19th century many timely warnings challenged these hopes, but since they came mainly from those outside the system they were dismissed as old-fashioned, hopelessly idealistic, or absurdly escapist. But the fact was that the power system, which began by discarding the traditional social and moral values that had made human understanding and cooperation possible as it had discarded traditional explanations of natural phenomena, could continue in operation only so long as an active residuum of these values remained, supported by the forms of art and ritual that had created a more lovable, life-sustaining world. Once power was stripped of these historic clothes, what was left of man were two components no longer recognizably human, the automaton and the ID, the first a product of scientific and technical abstractions, the other a manifestation of gross organic vitality over whose often destructive impulses the mind has not yet assumed control. This lack of human dimensions cannot. Vanished safeguards 351. Unfortunately, be recognized by minds formed and strictly conditioned by the power system. Hence the present human situation, one that steadily approaches total demoralization. There were still other conditions that for over a century kept more or less in abeyance the internal forces of barbarism generated by the system itself. One of these is the fact that until the beginning of the present century, some 4/5 of the population of the planet still lived in relatively isolated villages and farmsteads, hardly touched in any basic way by the new technology. Until upset by mechanization and urbanization, that rural and communal underlayer, however exploited by the power system, remained outside it. What is more important, its archaic moral culture held the rest of society together, for though it still maintained many effete, irrational customs, it also kept close to the ultimate realities of life, human and divine, birth and death, sex and love, family devotion and mutual aid, sacrifice and transcendence, human pride and cosmic awe. Even the lowliest tribes, no less than major national groups, retained a sense of their own importance and value as conscious beings, participating in a social scheme that did not depend for its significance solely upon their tools or their bodily comforts. This cultural reservoir retained by its very backwardness some of the essential organic components that megatechnics, concerned only with removing all limitations on productivity and power, neglected or contemptuously extirpated. For a while Romanticism, as both idea and act, played a counterbalancing role in affirming and in some degree rehabilitating conceptions of nature and modes of life that had been excluded from the mechanistic and utilitarian world picture. This movement was in every sense a vital one, and made salutary contributions even to science, for the same ideas that were formulated by Rousseau incited Humboldt and Goethe and a whole generation of 19th-century naturalists, headed by Darwin and Wallace. But in the long run it was ineffective because it could not be attached to the power complex without forfeiting its own principles and ideals. Unlike the situation in Defoe's fable, Robinson Crusoe, the ship abandoned by the romantic castaways had not been wrecked, but became increasingly seaworthy and was headed for more distant ports. Yet an even more important factor in protecting the power system from internal assault was the presence of many surviving historic institutions, whose customs and folkways and active beliefs supplied an essential structure of values. These vital social patterns were lacking in the basic 17th century ideology, and even more in its later technocratic and pragmatic equivalents. But who can say how much the exaltation of Christian meekness, Christian otherworldliness, and Christian hope, along 352. With the pious moral account-keeping of the Protestant sects, counteracted the worst humiliations imposed on the pottery workers of Stoke, the cotton operatives of Manchester and Lowell, or the coal miners of Wales and Pennsylvania, and ensured their stolid endurance. For many pious souls the ancestral forms of religion still gave at least a perspective value in eternity to what was otherwise an utterly miserable and meaningless existence. With the erosion of this traditional heritage, megatechnics lost a social ingredient essential for its full working efficiency: self-respect, loyalty to a common moral code, a readiness to sacrifice immediate rewards to a more desirable future. As long as this basic morality, with its taboos, its inhibitions, its restrictions and abnegations remained second nature in the community, the power complex had a stability and continuity that it no longer possesses. This means, we now begin to see, that in order to remain in effective operation, the dominant minority must, as in Soviet Russia and China, resort to the same system of ruthless coercion their predecessors established back in the 4th millennium BC. Otherwise, in order to ensure obedience and subdue counter-aggression, they must use more scientific modes of control, such as the proposal recently made by one scientist to introduce tranquilizers and sedatives into the water supply. Now that religion is no longer the opium of the people, opium, pot, hashish, heroin, LSD, is fast becoming the religion of the people. The two factors that protected the power system from internal rebellion and external disruption are now lacking: the escape hatch, by migration, has closed, and the internal modes of social control, based on widely shared values, orderly rituals, and supernatural hopes, have broken down. Under these conditions the most highly mechanized system will soon cease to function, for it has no values of its own, except its own absolute, the support of the power complex. Hence the only effective way of conserving the genuine achievements of this technology is to alter the ideological basis of the whole system. This is a human, not a technical, problem, and it admits only a human solution. Many ancient rituals and dogmas are now plainly empty of meaning. But what significance can be attached to the current routines of the office, the factory, the laboratory, the school, or the university, founded as they so largely are on the sterile, life-inhibiting postulates of the power system? What difference is there between a working day spent on programming and monitoring computers, and a day spent on sentry duty or on the assembly line? What plethora of material goods can possibly atone for a waking life? So humanly belittling, if not degrading, as the push-button tasks left to human performers actually are? And if power and freakish pleasure, not fullness of life, be mistaken for ultimate goods, why should not those who seek to bypass the mega-machine reach them by a more direct route? Revolutionary Backwash 353. 3. Revolutionary Backwash. Despite the fact that from the 4th millennium BC onward and possibly earlier the odds against a successful revolution were always in favor of the armed minority who held the actual citadels of power, an underlying fear of such a revolution seems throughout history to have haunted the ruling classes. And not without reason, since we have documentary witness from ancient Egypt that such a revolt actually occurred and brought the mighty Pyramid Age itself to an ignominious end. In the 18th century, the popular promotion of democracy, with its demand for the abolition of privilege and the equalization of opportunity, had culminated in the French Revolution, and the fear of such an attack upon the power complex was reinforced, after the outbreaks of 1848, by the rise of socialism, which threatened to overthrow the existing economic structure. Even in its most laissez-faire mode, capitalism relied heavily on the police and the military to put down riots and to imprison, exile, or shoot the leaders of such protests. Now socialism, as formulated by the influential succession of thinkers from Saint-Simon and Enfantin to Marx and Engels and their latter-day disciples, was an ingenious compound of utopian dreams, realistic concessions, and hopeful technological proposals. Insofar as it sought a wholesale transformation of the power system, once the working class had seized the military and bureaucratic apparatus of the state, it intensified the counter-efforts of the ruling classes to rebuild the mega-machine by imperialist military conquests and by total conscription. On one famous occasion a general railroad strike was averted in France by calling men of military age to the colors. As the threat of violent revolution developed further, the tactics of preventive counter-revolution through war offset it. But there was an even more effective safeguard for the power system, which only such humane anarchist communists as Peter Kropotkin recognized, namely, that the working class revolutionary movement had naively accepted the ideological premises of the power complex. Socialism, through its Marxian notion that mechanical progress was inevitable and virtually automatic, was only proposing a transfer of power from one ruling class to another. The overall mechanism remained the same. Its most realizable utopia was the revolutionary process itself, and once revolution has taken place, as we now see in countries like Soviet Russia, it is difficult to distinguish the new order from that which has been installed by legislation and corporate agreement in other countries, for everywhere the once revolutionary demands summarized in the Communist Manifesto of 1848, 354, have gradually been absorbed into daily practice and often carried further. Thus the fears of the older capitalist establishment have proved unfounded. The welfare provisions, the pensions, insurance against illness, accident, unemployment, higher incomes, and a larger share of mass production, all these once revolutionary demands have in fact stabilized the power system, not overthrown it. What is more, in the United States no less than in Soviet Russia or China, these accommodations have only served to bind the entire population to the official agencies of power. What did not, in fact, take place anywhere, not even in the earliest stage of the Russian Revolution, was fulfillment of the romantic fantasy of an instant revolution, a spontaneous transformation from which the new man, the new woman, the new education, the new community, the new world would suddenly appear, a bright flutter of liberated communist butterflies emerging from the ugly chrysalis of capitalism. To account for many of the regressive phenomena we now witness, we must remember both the ironic fulfillment and the sordid collapse of the unbridled utopian hopes of the 19th century. That dismal collective letdown was at an early moment symbolized in the transformation of the utopian dreamer, Barthélemy Enfantin, who had concocted a new socialist religion, with appropriate rituals, costumes, forms of address, all heralding the coming of a female messiah who would divinely crown the new order into a successful civil engineer engrossed in railroad building. The only visible female messiah of the 19th century, Mrs. Mary Baker Eddy, did not somehow correspond to Enfantin's prescription. That particular disillusionment was more comic than pathetic, but a similar loss of faith met, not merely avowed utopians like the Owenites, the Fourierites, the Hutterites, the many scattered kindred groups like the Mormons, but also, sadly, the masses of people who had rallied to socialism, for when the First World War broke out, those who most eagerly supported the national military machine were the more revolutionary leaders of France and Germany. The old catchwords and slogans of both mechanical progress and dictatorial revolution are still repeated most vociferously at present among adolescents under and over 30 whose minds are so insulated from the past that they have learned nothing whatever from its mistakes, its frustrations, and its defeats. The price of imposing the ruthless will of an ideological minority upon a large population is massacre, and the ultimate victim of that massacre is the revolution itself. As it happens, both romantic utopianism and revolutionary utopianism were expressed with singular clarity in the life and work of William Morris, all the better because the internal conflict between them was never fully resolved. His inherited fortune, derived from mining investments. Revolutionary backwash 355. Enabled him to devote a large part of his life to the writing of poetry and the practice of the arts and crafts, whereby single-handed he renovated the practice of the handicrafts in block printing, stained glass, rug making, wallpaper design, and typography. The lesson of this example has still to be soberly appraised and applied to contemporary society, a society now debilitated by its lack of engrossing manual work, and its increasing resistance to active work of any kind. Part of Morris' life was transfigured in his idyllic utopia, News from Nowhere, written after he had been converted through his hatred of ugliness, poverty, and injustice to revolutionary Marxian socialism. Though Morris had come to value the machine as a reliever of physical drudgery, he never accepted, rather he vehemently detested the power system itself, even though he felt that the changeover to a new society could not be achieved without physical violence. But which picture has proved more realistic, the revolutionary transformation or the sweet bucolic idyll? Morris well knew that the England of the future he pictured in News from Nowhere was a figment of his imagination, an embellishment of his personal experience as a householder at Kelmscott Manor. But was his dream actually more naive than Nikolai Lenin's belief on the very eve of the Russian Revolution that money would be abolished, and that the state would, as Marx had confidently predicted, wither away and the dialectic process itself come to an end? Neither Marx nor Lenin seems to have had any anticipation that once the revolution succeeded, the old hierarchy of power would be re-established, with the elevation of a new privileged minority, and that the original features of the mega-machine would be restored in the strict classic form already described. What official bureaucratic communism said in effect was, "Do not fear the revolution. Nothing essential to the power complex will change." Alongside these disastrous miscarriages, William Morris' revivalist dream had one sober virtue: he based it on human traits that are still active. The form in which his utopia was cast was archaic, and the life that it pictured was too free from tensions, frustrations, restrictions, and conflicts to be favorable to human creativity. In this idyllic mood Morris weakly ignored the lessons of his own tragic personal life. But mourns. News from Nowhere was good news, for it indicated a return to the human center, the liquidation of the power complex and the institutional fixations which, since the Pyramid Age, have helped to cripple and abort human development. In presenting this picture Morris exposed his disillusion, not merely with contemporary industrialism, but with the sort of revolutionary ideology that hoped to displace it. That disillusion has now spread to an ever larger portion of the population in Western countries, and it partly explains 356. The inner disruption that has taken place among part of the younger generation. This disruption, if it does not abate, must eventually undermine all the prevalent power systems, whether reactionary, progressive, or revolutionary. 4. Without keeping in view the ideas and events I have all too briefly noted, one can hardly have any insight into the outward disturbances and inner disintegrations now visible everywhere. It is against this background that the disillusion, cynicism, and existential nihilism now visible must be gauged. It is the threatened annihilation of man by his favored technological and institutional automatisms that has in turn brought about an equally devastating counterattack, an attack against civilization itself, and even against the basic order essential for organic continuity, as in the disintegration of the Hellenistic power complex from the 4th century BC on. Chance has become the ruling deity and chaos the new heaven. Yet the results we see today were not unanticipated during the 19th century by those who were sufficiently alert. I could smile, wrote John Ruskin, when I hear the hopeful exultation of many, at the new reach of worldly science and vigor of worldly effort, as if we were again at the beginning of new days. There is thunder on the horizon as well as dawn. Delacroix saw in the new agricultural machinery on exhibition at Paris the terrible engines of future wars, as the tractor, in the form of the military tank, actually turned out to be, while Tennyson foresaw airy navies raining death down from the heavens. The sensitive intuitions of poets and painters had a closer grip upon the coming realities than the supposedly shrewd pragmatic calculations of engineers, scientists, soldiers, statesmen. Had the subjective life itself not been eviscerated and mummified in the churches, schools, and universities of the Western world, the collective reaction to this unbalanced technological scheme might have come more promptly, and taken a more rational course. What has been happening so swiftly during the last half-century was anticipated at a much earlier moment by Dostoevsky in the P.O.S. Cest, in Crime and Punishment, in his scarifiingly prophetic letters from the underworld. In that latter story, in the person of a snivelling beatnik narrator, a prototype, almost a pre-incarnation, of Hitler, he predicted that the whole organization of modern society, with its laws, its conventions of respectability, its technological progress, would be kicked 357 to smithereens some fine day, so that life would be lived again according to our own stupid whims on the same defiantly irresponsible terms that proliferating groups of beatniks and hippies have recently been trying to live them. In this apotheosis of destruction, Dostoevsky went beyond even the nihilism of the nihilists, which Turgenev had portrayed in Fathers and Sons. In that novel, more than a century ago, Turgenev had exposed the generation gap of his day, almost an exact parallel to our own. As a philosophical nihilist, his anti-hero, Bazarov, will have nothing to do with the traditional values of society. Not merely does he reject the institutions of state and church, he rejects equally the hypocritic liberalism of his father's generation, with its ambivalent but anxious efforts to improve the lives of their fellow men without essentially altering their own self-indulgent routines. So sweeping was this nihilist rejection that Bazarov likewise contemptuously cast the poet and the artist out of his ideal society. He was ready, he said, to trade them all for good chemists. But note, despite Bazarov's readiness to destroy the entire social structure and begin anew, he nevertheless retained an undiminished faith in the orthodox post-17th century absolute, science and technology. He lacked any sense that his own scientific rationalism might be quite as questionable, quite as vulnerable to searching criticism, as the more hoary dogmas he rejected. What he did not allow for was that if the funded heritage of human values and purposes was destroyed, the values of the scientific order might dissolve, to or even worse, become the ready instrument for terrible aberrations that had hitherto been under partial moral control. Again, it was Dostoevsky's Raskolnikov, who murders an old woman so as to experience a fresh sensation, who foretold the juvenile and adult delinquencies of our time. These delinquencies have now been consolidated and reinforced by the conscious cult of anti-life. The heroes of this cult, from the Marquis de Sade to Celine and Jean Genet, have elevated sadism, perversion, pornography, madness, and self-destruction into the ultimate expressions of both life and art. On their negative scale of values, there is no moral limit to the forces of anti-life. Thus in practical effect this cult gives countenance to the infamous military plans now in readiness for total extermination. Already the climactic triumph of the cult of anti-life has taken place, the perfect incarnation in outwardly human form of two creatures that have descended, not just to a subhuman but to a sub-animal level. The primal Adam and Eve of this cult are the male and female in England who not merely tortured two little children to death, but with admirable technocratic foresight made a tape recording of their agonized pleas and cries for their future enjoyment. Only one final act of this diabolic ritual was left to some future apostle of the cult, the instant refrigeration of their 358 demoralization and insurgents. Victims' remains for future enjoyment at private cannibal feasts. There is no principle in the cult of anti-life that would counsel stopping short before this final delight. In 100 avant-garde theaters all over the world, the Scenario for this ugly ritual has already been written, yes, and partly enacted. What Bazarav's comparatively humane nihilists only began, the savage nihilists of our own day are attempting to carry to its conclusion, an insensate attack against life itself, and all those organized creations of the mind, old and new, that preserve and explore, encourage and enhance man's creative potentialities. Though these regressive reactions have been taking place with increasing frequency, and in many different guises, all over the world, they do not seem as yet to convey any message to the bland prophets of megatechnics. Still less to disturb them. Neither have these negative reactions nor the positive ones I shall dwell on later indicated to them the need to make at least a theoretic allowance for a possible reversal of the trend toward total technological control that the spokesmen for the power system assume is the final destiny of human society. While the dominant minority often displays marvelously liberated imaginations in the abstract mathematical, technical sphere, their style of thinking, when they approach the concrete, the organic, and the human, is singularly fettered. As yet the technocratic elite cannot conceive that their own system is not a final one. Or that an attack from the rear, the so-called avant-garde, on the entire human tradition is now taking place. Though they believe that change is a law of existence, they curiously believe that the power system itself is exempt from this process. 5. Symptoms of regression. Ever since Émile Durkheim opened the discussion of anomie, the awareness of alienation and self-destruction as a contemporary human problem has been growing. As with similar manifestations in other cultures, both Hellenistic and Roman society have left no little literary evidence. We confront a mass society whose typical interests, pursuits, and products do not provide a sufficiently meaningful life even for its most prosperous beneficiaries, still less of course for those who are exploited or, even worse, neglected. What is more, the whole apparatus of life has become so complex and the processes of production, distribution, and consumption have become so. Symptoms of regression 359. Specialized and subdivided, that the individual person loses confidence in his own unaided capacities, he is increasingly subject to commands he does not understand, at the mercy of forces over which he exercises no effective control, moving to a destination he has not chosen. Unlike the taboo-ridden savage, who is often childishly overconfident in the powers of his shaman or magician to control formidable natural forces, however inimical, the machine-conditioned individual feels lost and helpless as day by day he metaphorically punches his time card, takes his place on the assembly line, and at the end draws a paycheck that proves worthless for obtaining any of the genuine goods of life. This lack of close personal involvement in the daily routine brings a general loss of contact with reality, instead of continuous interplay between the inner and the outer world, with constant feedback or readjustment and with stimulus to fresh creativity. Only the outer world, and mainly the collectively organized outer world of the power system, exercises authority. Even private dreams must be channeled through television, film, and disc, in order to become acceptable. With this feeling of alienation goes the typical psychological problem of our time, characterized in classic terms by Erik Erikson as the identity crisis. In a world of transitory family nurture, transitory human contacts, transitory jobs and places of residence, transitory sexual and family relations, the basic conditions for maintaining continuity and establishing personal equilibrium disappear. The individual suddenly awakens, as Tolstoy did in a famous crisis in his own life at Arzamaz, to find himself in a strange, dark room, far from home, threatened by obscure hostile forces, unable to discover where he is or who he is, appalled by the prospect of a meaningless death at the end of a meaningless life. In primitive cultures, before individuated minds and individual identities had been achieved, it was the persona of the tribe that necessarily established and maintained the identity of its members. Some of this early form of identification happily still survives in families and vocational groups, in neighborhoods, cities, and nations, though in all these places a homogenized mass culture associated with the continued spread of megalopolis itself, a disintegrated and unidentifiable urbanoid nonentity, threatens even these residual supports for the human ego. The changes taking place in every kind of large collective organization, just because of the relentless dynamism of megatechnics, create still other identity crises. Though I am a born and bred New Yorker, familiar of old with every neighborhood in my city, so many changes in the physical habitat and the human population have taken place there in a brief 20 years that I can no longer recognize the city as my own or feel my identity as a New Yorker. Tolstoy felt that the strange dark room he had awakened in, far from home, was a coffin. As in the womb dream of childhood, he 360 felt himself floating in an oppressive nothingness. No better image could be found for the state of modern man. That collective coffin is now the envelope of our whole civilization, not only materialized but accurately symbolized in underground shelters and military control centers, the technocratic tomb of tombs. In surrendering unconditionally to the power system, with its automation of automation, modern man has forfeited some of the inner resources necessary to keep him alive, above all, animal faith in his own capacity to survive and to reproduce his kind, biologically, historically, and culturally. In the act of dismissing the past he has undermined his faith in the future, for it is only by their convergence in his present consciousness that he can preserve continuity through change and embrace change without forfeiting continuity. This and nothing less is the way of life. The psychiatrist Viktor Frankl, who survived the penultimate horror of a Nazi concentration camp, in accounting for the existential vacuum of our time, points out that if no instinct tells man what he has to do, and no tradition tells him what he ought to do, soon he will not know what he wants to do. Empty affluence, empty idleness, empty excitement, empty sexuality are not the occasional vices or misfortunes of our machine-oriented society but its boasted final products. Once life is reduced to the state of helpless inertness, what good reason can be offered for keeping alive? At such a pass suicide could be pardoned, if not commended, as a last desperate assertion of autonomy. We have to confront, then, a culture that is over-organized, over-mechanized, over-directed, over-predictable. In the course of playing the empty economic and social games that serve this automatic process, human beings become things or counters to be treated in the same fashion as any random sample of brute matter. As the system approaches perfection, the residual human components are further absorbed into the mechanism, so only non-life, which soon turns with its residual energies into a resentful negation of life, remains. The concrete manifestation of this process lies within everyone's experience, for the cult of anti-life, anti-order, anti-intelligence, anti-design now dominates the arts. Unless a response takes place sufficient to bring about a reconstitution of our dominant ideology, its institutional structures, and its ideal person, ultis, mere withdrawal, even on the scale achieved by Christianity in the 4th century, will not suffice. As in Herman Melville's Bartleby, passive withdrawal can only result, collectively speaking, in death. Yet those who choose this course can say truly with Bartleby, "Know where I am." Bartleby realized that a life sentence as a copying clerk was in fact not life, in any real sense at all. The rebellious unemployables today, who resent dull jobs, bureaucratized scholarship, or degrading military duties, are on the side of life. By making a sort of last-ditch attempt to restore their 361 identity and their native life plan, if only by defiantly growing long hair, or by rejecting the fashionable goods and pecuniary rewards offered to those who conform, they prove themselves more alive than those who merely try to make the best of it. Unfortunately, this negative reaction to the megamachine is partly conditioned by the very forces it reacts against, as in A.E.'s aphorism, a man becomes the image of the thing he hates. Indeed, it already threatens to become a negative power system, equally arbitrary and absolute. So the increasingly violent current reactions show many of the same symptoms of pathological aggression and frantic dynamism that have marked the triumphs of megatechnics. What began as a counter-movement to the power complex has turned into deliberately defacing and debuilding, not only the power structure, but all organized structures, all objective criteria, all rational direction. In short, a cult of anti-life. By perhaps something more than a mere coincidence, if only as a startling example of Jung's hypothesis of synchronicity, this cult of anti-life has arisen at the same moment as the physicist's concept of antimatter, a theoretic force that annihilates matter on contact. To give even a summary account of these mass reactions, interactions, and transactions, which by now have spread over a large part of the planet, is probably beyond the scope of any single mind. But fortunately every aspect of the cult of anti-life has been symbolically recorded in the art of our time. If we confine our examination to these symbols, seeking to make not an aesthetic appraisal but an assessment of their meaning, which is often radically different from the artist's own description, we shall have a better understanding of the political and technical irrationalities of our time. Often so implacably rational in form, but, like nuclear genocide, desperately irrational in actual content and purpose. 6. Cult of anti-life. Until recently both the inner and outer disorders of megatechnic civilization were successfully covered by its massive constructive achievements. Despite two world-enveloping wars, despite the virtually total devastation of scores of big cities, the evidences of destruction have up to now been so speedily repaired that within half a generation they soon became invisible and almost forgotten, like a bad dream even by eyewitnesses who had grievously suffered. Outwardly this capacity to recover so swiftly from a series of shattering blows would seem to indicate a state of bounding social health. But the quick reappearance of solid structures and familiar routines, which momentarily quiet anxiety, has only contributed to further disintegration on an even greater scale, for it has delayed the public reaction to the swift, relentless expansion of the power complex, whose destructive potentialities increased in direct proportion to its technological inventiveness and financial profitability. Now the place where such a collective disintegration is first recorded is in deeper levels of the mind. Yet any attempt to make a quantitative estimate of the deterioration that has taken place here by compiling current statistics of crime, mental illness, drug addiction, homicide, and suicide, can give but a partial and superficial account of what is actually happening, even to the extent of roughly estimating its volume. Only one fact is clear: the area of violence and irrationality, both private and institutionalized, has steadily widened during the last half-century. The fact that these imponderables cannot be weighed does not mean they have no weight. Who can describe the massive collective impact of two world wars, with their orgies of hate, sadism, wanton extermination? Who shall appraise the damage already done by nuclear bombs, not only those actually dropped on Japan or exploded in military tests, but even more those bombs of greater violence that have exploded in the mind, leading to legally sanctioned experiments in nuclear, bacterial, and chemical genocide, protected from critical attack by secrecy, systematic misinformation, and insolent official falsifications. Yet the millions of inmates of asylums and prisons offer an insignificant threat to mankind compared with the official terrorists whose costly plans for total collective extermination are still lavishly subsidized by national governments and passively approved as a guarantee of stability and peace by their citizens. These projects for extermination are not less morbid because they have materialized under precise official direction, nor are they less demented because they have broken out from the dream world and taken possession of scientific laboratories, military headquarters, and government offices. None of these pathological data can be adequately handled in quantitative terms, except in gross estimates of the number of past or prospective victims incapacitated by illness, injury, or death. If we wish to examine the disintegrations and regressions that now threaten to undermine the existence of mankind, making mock of our genuine technological advances, we must rather interpret purely qualitative evidence, best drawn from the world of art, for it is first of all in the graphic and plastic arts, in literature and in music that distant tremors of the psyche are faintly recorded, as on a seismograph, often a whole century before they become visible and tangible. After the Russian nihilists, the first definite indication of the present cult 363 of anti-life came from the Italian futurists, headed by Marinetti, reacting passionately and not without reason against Italy's entombment under its ancient traditions, which turned its inhabitants into mere museum curators and guards. Characteristically, as with Turgenev's nihilist hero, this total rejection of the past was combined with a naively uncritical and over-enthusiastic response to technology, its power and dynamism, which Marinetti coupled with physical violence in every form, with strife and aggressiveness, with war, militarism, incendiarism, with the blow on the ear, the fisticuff, as if to combine the most primitive manifestations of power with the most sophisticated. Symptomatically, his futurist manifesto was not only a celebration of new mechanical potentialities but a paean to unrestrained violence in every form. Marinetti had already intuitively grasped the ultimate destination of the mega-machine. Marinetti's proclamation of 1909 served as the advance notice of the more than half-century of war, fascism, barbarism, and extermination that actually followed. Admittedly, there was a positive side to this movement, as there is to megatechnics itself. Futurism was part of a general movement of thought between 1890 and 1915 which included Art Nouveau, and the subsequent manifestations of Cubism, all of which welcomed the machine as an active ingredient in modern culture and a new source of form. For a while modern artists carried through consciously, with a kind of puritanic severity, a program that had already been embodied in the work of engineers like Rennie, Paxton, and Eiffel, and had been given earlier intellectual expression in the writings of Horatio Greenough and Louis Sullivan. This aesthetic espousal of techniques was in fact an effort to widen the range of human responses. If at times the artist might be tempted to exaggerate the functions of science and the machine, or to assign value exclusively to their abstract derivatives, the general intention nevertheless was to raise the human potential. Such positive responses to techniques must not, let me emphasize, be confused with Marinetti's sentimental dynamism and violence, and still less with a whole series of assaults on historic culture, even in its most beneficent and vital forms, which began with Dadaism and has sunk into an ultimate pit of vacuous imbecility in pop art. Anyone who examined the new images of Dadaism in the 1920s would have had a first glimpse of the world today. Beginning among the Dadaists with mock art, this movement would soon turn into anti-art, and before long become the underlayer of a more general cult of anti-life. If the observer had likewise noted the lavatory wall obscenities and chamber pot sculpture of the early Dadaists, he would have been equally prepared for the characteristic hallmarks of avant-garde infantilism. Not without irony, this movement, which began with a total rejection 364 of the past, has been content to live within its own strictly limited segment of the past, that of the last half-century. So it still clings pathetically to once advanced experiments that have in fact become archaicisms and academicisms already as moribund as those mediocre sentimental images which the more robust artists of the 19th century reacted against. At first Dadaism with its sometimes imaginative surprises seemed only a hilarious mockery of the establishment, deflating the pompous platitudes of patriotism, glory, and service that had covered over the stubborn ineptitudes and insensate human sacrifices of the 1914 war, that war which no government had the intelligence to prevent, the moral courage to withdraw from, or the magnanimity to bring to an end until all sides were hopelessly exhausted. Like a loud fart in a polite salon, Dadaism called the attention of its contemporaries to the sordid human condition. Even before the fascist communist dictatorships, before the economic depression of the 30s, before the Second World War, with its aerial genocide, before the Stalinist and Nazi extermination camps, these coming events were prefigured in the blasted landscapes and deformed images of the Dadaists and the Surrealists. From 1930 on, the inner world of art and the outer world of techniques and government alternated in oscillations of mounting violence and compulsive destruction. With every fresh increment of megatechnic order and regimentation came a subjective counterblast of rejection and rebellion. To give anything like a detailed description of this subjective defacement and destruction would require an encyclopedic volume in itself. So out of a vast welter of evidence I shall select a scattering of contemporary samples, mere reminders of a much huger mass of purposeful irrationality, paranoid inflation, cultivated idiocy, and mindless destruction. The order in which the evidence is presented is as random as the events. Exhibit A. An orchestral concert, held in a hall where music is usually performed. The members of the orchestra take their seats. One of them begins to saw a violin in two. Others follow suit with axes. Loud noises, electronically produced, accompany this performance. In the end nothing is left. The audience that has tolerated these insults has allegedly participated in the new music, while those who have indignantly left the hall have, by their justifiable anger or contempt, testified to the success of the anti-musicians. Exhibit B. Performance of 433, composed by John Cage. A human dummy is seated at a piano on a concert hall stage. For 4 minutes and 33 seconds no sound is made. The decomposition is finished. Exhibit C. Explanation by a contemporary music critic. When composer John Cage wrote 433 he opened a door to the new music. This work was first performed in 1952. The music consisted of the coughs and creaks that arose from the audience during the performance. 365. Thus Cage endowed unintentional noise with the status of intentionally produced music and broke the last connection with traditional definitions of musical structure. Today, the composer considers the piece archaic because of its prearranged, or determinate length. Exhibit D. A happening. A group of women build a nest. A group of men erect a tower. Then each destroys the other's work. At the end, the actors surround an automobile covered with strawberry jam and lick it off. This performance takes place at an American university. Exhibit E. Newspaper clipping reporting a new seminar at the University Society of Oregon, an educational institution. The students in Morris Yaroski's class destroyed everything they could get their hands on recently. It was part of a seminar on destruction as a process in art in a visual semantics class. One girl lathered herself with red soap and shaved off an eyebrow, and a man put a goldfish in a mixing bowl and poured some table salt into the bowl. A student stood on a chair and threw a cake at the ground, a sledgehammer was slammed into a television set and a man donned a crash helmet and jumped on clay sculpture. Exhibit F. An assistant to the New York Administrator of Recreation and Cultural Affairs presides over a sculptural happening. Two gravediggers, hired at union rates, $50 a day, dig a grave in Central Park. After a lunchtime break, they shovel the dirt back into the hole. Claes Oldenburg, the conceiver of this imbecile performance, is known for his happenings and pop art, such as a huge plaster hamburger and a towering phallic lipstick. The city's consultant on sculpture with due solemnity supports his hooks. Everything is art if it is chosen by the artist to be art. Where is the irreverent laughter? Where the indignant demands that the municipal authorities involved apologize publicly for this insult to their citizens' intelligence and this misuse of public funds? Only respectful silence follows. These tedious monkey shines have become the mass substitute for genuine aesthetic creativity. Anti-art has become in fact the new establishment, evoking glib encomiums from art critics, grave rationalization from art historians, favored exhibition space and effusive catalogs. From important museum directors. The reasons for this success should be obvious. Both non-art and anti-art meet the exact specifications of the power complex, unrestricted productivity, instant achievement, large profits, immense fashionable prestige, blatant self-advertisement. Under this banner, regression and demoralization become authentic marks of progress. Psychiatrists, a generation ago, discovered that painting was one of the many manual crafts through which patients could work their way back to reality. Fashionable non-art and anti-art now perform precisely the opposite function. They are methods of inducing large numbers of educated 366 demoralization and insurgence people to loosen their already weak grip on reality and abandon themselves freely to adult subjectivity, or at least to express their current preference for going with the forces of disintegration by joining the licensed madmen in their antics. This cultural nihilism, which began as a reaction against regimentation, has become in turn a mode of counter-regimentation, with its ritualized destruction and its denial of all the cultural processes that have sublimated man's irrational impulses and released his constructive energies. Historically speaking, the program for anti-art was given a classic formulation by Louis Aragon at the beginning of the 1920s, in his famous declaration of Dada. No more painters, no more writers, no more musicians, no more sculptors, no more religious, no more republicans, no more royalists, no more imperialists, no more anarchists, no more socialists, no more Bolsheviks, no more politicians, no more proletarians, no more Democrats, no more bourgeois, no more aristocrats, no more armies, no more police, no more fatherlands. Enough of all these imbecilities, no more of anything, nothing at all, nothing, nothing, nothing. Only one thing was curiously lacking in this total denial: no more Dada. Dada refused to obey its own original credo: all true Dadas are anti-Dada. Just the opposite happened. Dada now claims to be all. In every country today, a large part of the population, literate or sub-literate, indoctrinated by the mass media, reinforced by the more fashion-able leaders in schools, colleges, and museums, accepts this madhouse art, not only as a valid expression of our meaningless and purposeless life as in one sense it actually is, but as the only acceptable existential approach to reality. Unfortunately, the effect of this publicity and indoctrination is to intensify the underlying irrationality of the power system, by eliminating every possible reminder of those cumulative human traditions which, energetically recultivated and renewed, are still needed to transform it. The mark of authentic experience, accordingly, is the systematic elimination of the good, the true, the beautiful, in both their past and their possible future forms. Along with this goes an aggressive attack on whatever is healthy, balanced, sane, rational, disciplined, purposeful. In this world of inverted values, evil becomes the supreme good, and the capacity to make moral discriminations and personal choices, to inhibit destructive or murderous impulses, to pursue distant ends for humane purposes, becomes an offense against the rehabilitated God of lawlessness and disorder. An inverted moralism. In all its modes, then, from sculpture junk to junkie fantasies, from 367. The ear-shattering thump of rock music to the cagey emptiness of accidental noises trapped in a concert hall, from the studious vacancy of blank canvases to the confusions of drug-clouded minds, anti-art draws its financial and its technological resources from the very agencies it professedly defies. The means used by those who seek to drop out from megatechnics demonstrate this close affiliation: heroin, lysergic acid, stroboscope lights, electronic amplifiers, speed in both its chemical and mechanical forms, are all tied to scientific discovery and profit motivation. The chronic users of marijuana have already prepared the ground for the extension of the cigarette industry into pot manufacture, with even greater financial profits, according to report, the seductive rappers and advertising slogans are already prepared. What seems like a withdrawal is only another form of active participation and submergence in the power system. Ironically, even hippie costumes have offered a new market for mass production. What perhaps accounts for this eager espousal of anti-art is precisely the fact that it performs a dual but contradictory role. Professedly it is a revolt against our over-mechanized, over-regimented megatechnic culture. But as it turns out, it also serves anti-art equally to justify the power systems and products. It acclimates modern man to the habitat that megatechnics is bringing into existence, an environment degraded by garbage dumps, auto cemeteries, slag heaps, nuclear piles, superhighways, and megastructured conglomerates, all destined to be architecturally homogenized in a planetary megalopolis. By making the subjective annihilation threatened by the megamachine his own object, the anti-artist gains the illusion of overcoming that fate through an act of personal choice. In the course of seeming to defy the power complex and to negate its orderly routines, anti-art obediently accepts its programmed outcome. Consider the meaning of junk sculpture. What the fabricators of this sculpture are perhaps telling us is that, even after a nuclear holocaust, life at some abysmal subhuman level might go on, and that artists, foraging for materials in the ruins, might still be able to simulate, with the aid of rusted engines, cracked toilet bowls, twisted pipes and wires, broken crockery, disemboweled alarm clocks, something that, however wryly deformed, would still express a residue of the creative will. If this be indeed the unconscious motive that underlies anti-art, one can understand it and, with severe reservations, honor it as a prophetic warning against a future that must be circumvented. In this light, society owes a debt to the anti-art of our period, for it revealed, more than a generation before our scientific instruments of destruction had proliferated and escalated, the irrational promptings and 368. The sterile goals that now characterize Western civilization. If the prophetic nature of this art had been widely understood, it might, taken in sufficiently diluted doses, have served as a timely inoculation to protect us against the disease that is now taking hold of the entire social organism. 7. Addled subjectivity. Unfortunately, the anti-art of our day has not merely exposed the underlying irrationalities of our society, but it has reinforced them, using popular media like the film and the television screen to provide magnified models for destructive collective fantasies, piling monster upon monster, horror upon horror, violence upon violence, and thereby obliterating in the mind even the bare animal faith in existence. In the past, these psychotic impulses had repeatedly erupted among the ruling classes and been enacted in grisly rituals of torture and slaughter. The rest of the human race happily was tethered too close to the daily realities of working and eating, of mating and rearing the young, to be so completely cut off from reality. Now that the binding ties of habit, custom, and moral code have been loosened, an increasing portion of the human race is going out of its mind. One has only to read the Black Manifesto, published in 1969, to realize that an educated portion of the Negro population of the United States has surrendered at least temporarily to the same sort of fatal hallucinations as almost wiped out the Xhosa people in Africa during the 19th century. Yet these fantasies are essentially no more insane than the statement publicly uttered by a United States senator from Georgia, who did not flinch from the prospect of atomic genocide which would wipe out most of the human race, provided that an American Adam and Eve of course white were left to repopulate the planet. To account for the fact that the dementia has spread so rapidly, I must go back to a basic reinterpretation explicitly stated in Volume 1 of The Myth of the Machine. This view was indirectly approached by other interpreters before sufficient data were available, notably by Alfred Russel Wallace. Wallace pointed out that man's overgrown brain, from the very point where Homo sapiens left his primate and hominid ancestors behind him, was far in excess of his needs for animal survival. For long this has been a threat to man's inner balance and further development. His ever-active mind, sensitively responding through all his organs to the environment, overstimulated by his liberated, non-seasonal, sexual activities, has too often been at the mercy of his unconscious, since he has thrown off the 369 genetic fixations and instinctual controls that restrict the behavior of other organisms. Before man had created a firm overlayer of culture, through ritual and language, he was dangerously open to the random, often destructive and suicidal promptings of his own unconscious. That danger still remains. These subjective forces, erupting in dream images and motor impulses, too often proved hard to distinguish from the public objects of his waking consciousness, all the more when other members of the community suffered the same hallucinations. Apart from repeated setbacks and THIRDs, which must have eliminated those chronically incapable of distinguishing fantasy from fact, man seems to have been saved by a special trait, still visible in infants and children, a positive need for repeating experiences, accompanied by equally positive delight in repetitive bodily movements and vocal expressions. Thus habit and custom and ritual restored the order that man's excessive cerebral development, which divorced him from his instincts, had taken away. From the beginning, if this hypothesis holds, the great problem for man was to utilize the magnificent creative potentialities of his large brain and complex sensorium without becoming dangerously unbalanced by the pre-rational, and often destructively irrational, impulses welling up from the depths of his being. Because primitive man's special gift for enjoying exact repetition lies at the bottom of human culture, man has been able to build up a firm inner structure of meaning and an orderly, internally consistent routine of life. While habit and custom have notoriously tended to curb inventiveness and resist even beneficent change, they more than atoned for this by curbing the subhuman promptings of the unconscious. But so dangerously infantile are man's untutored and undisciplined impulses that even the most stable cultures have not been able to prevent life-threatening explosions of irrationality going berserk, running amok, practicing systematic torture and human sacrifice, or, often with pseudo-rational religious support, embarking on the insensate slaughters and destructions of war. These erratic manifestations of human nature have been widely recognized. From Homer and Sophocles down to Shakespeare and Dostoevsky. Poetic minds, at home with their own unconscious sources, were acutely aware of this chronic streak of madness, or at least a potentiality for madness, long before Freud. But mankind's ability to recover its balance after massive outbreaks of irrationality has in the past and once again today limited the effort to come more effectively to grips with his own nature. Many of his most menacing irrationalities have themselves been insisted in custom and piously regarded as part of an intelligible moral order, God's will. During the last 3 centuries this disturbing factor has been magnified. 370 Demoralization and insurgence, rather than diminished. For the power complex has not merely deliberately disrupted salutary customs and undermined traditional moral values, what is even more serious, it has transferred all the stabilizing repetitive processes from the organism to the machine, leaving man himself more exposed than ever to his own disordered subjectivity. No longer does daily work and religious ritual demand that active participation which serves to incorporate the diverse ingredients needed for balance in the human psyche. As a result, the unconscious has now resumed its early dominion over man. What is worse, the pre-human properties of the unconscious now command powerful technological resources they never before had at their disposal. In a culture where only the machine embodies order and rationality, the liberation of man does not mean an increase of choice, it means only the liberation of his unconscious, and his submission to demonic impulses and drives. By funneling all order into the machine, man has cut himself off from those very repetitive acts and rituals which so long proved useful. in maintaining some degree of internal balance, some prospect of creativity. The order that was once embodied in the patterns of culture and the structure of the human personality, has been sacrificed to mere technological achievement. And by now it should be clear that there is no technological solution for this perilous state. Only if a sufficiently passionate human reaction takes place will it be possible to reverse this process, and give back to the depleted human organism the autonomous functions, orderly processes, and cooperative associations it has almost relinquished. Here Dr. C.G. Jung, in his Memories, Dreams, Reflections, has given valuable personal testimony. There was a moment in his working on the role of fantasies when, he confessed, he found it absolutely essential to have a point of support in this world, lest the unconscious should drive him out of his wits. The fact that he had a medical diploma at a Swiss university, that he had an obligation to his patients and had a family and 5 children to support, that he lived in an identifiable house in an identifiable place, these were actualities which made demands upon me and proved again and again that I really existed, that I was not a blank page whirling about in the winds of the spirit. This hold upon solid realities and daily continuities is exactly what our present overheated technology, in which every plausible technological fantasy is at once translated into saleable hardware, patently lacks. A culture that boasts of its uncontrollable dynamism is in a state of nightmarish disintegration, and before mankind throws off that nightmare, the very bed in which one sleeps, the earth itself, may disappear, like any other disposable container. Thus the basic conditions for mental stability, accepted criteria of values, accepted norms of conduct, recognizable faces, buildings, landmarks, recurrent vocational duties and rituals are optimism of pathology 371. Constantly being undermined, and as a result our whole power-driven civilization is turning into a blank page, torn to shreds from within by psychotic violence. This analysis exposes the superficiality of the panicky remedies now being offered for overcoming our present social disintegration and regression. The kind of mental aberration I have exposed via the products of anti-art has been matched and magnified in an increasing number of individuals and groups both inside and outside mental hospitals. But that cannot be corrected by any of the institutional means at our disposal. This state is too universal to be treated in sanatoria, even if many more were to be built, nor can the victims be handled through group therapy or by increasing the number of psychiatrists and physicians, for the pathological conditions that affect the patients are equally discernible in many of those who have been certified as professionally competent to advise or treat them. What is involved if the human race is not to lose its grip on reality entirely is something like a profound and ultimately planet-wide reorientation of modern culture, above all the formidable recent culture of civilized man. My Transformations of Man attempts to outline the historic setting for such a change. 8. Optimism of pathology. As physicians have learned from the study of the body, a disease often indicates, not a permanent deterioration, but an attempt to restore an equilibrium that has been disturbed, and to recover natural functions that have been thwarted or suppressed. Without some overt manifestation of pathological symptoms, permanent damage might result before the disease could be detected and adequate measures taken to overcome it. Admittedly, this reaction has been slow, and it is too early to give, from present signs, an altogether favorable prognosis, for some of the proffered alternatives have the same lack of human dimensions as the system they seek to replace. Still, it is significant that an underlying anxiety about the course of mechanical progress has long been present, even among those who have regarded themselves as active prophets of the new technical order. As early as 1909, H. G. Wells wrote in an article in the New World, "Perhaps, after all, the 20th century isn't going restlessly onward, we are going to have a setback to learn again, under simpler conditions. Some of these necessary fundamental lessons our race has learned as yet insufficiently well: honesty and brotherhood, social collectivism, and the need t. 372. For some common peace-preserving counsel for the whole world. That was written by the same but different Wells who earlier in the decade had written his optimistic anticipation of the effects of mechanical progress. The most palpable evidence of an awakening is that of the student movement, and what is most significant about it is the fact that it is worldwide, and that the immediate motives, grievances, and proposals are so diverse that the underlying reasons for its existence must be common to all countries, no matter how different their traditions or their immediate problems. Though this conjecture is not open to positive proof, I suggest that the only characteristic that is actually so universal, and that embraces so wide a span of differences, is the power system itself, in its present technologically expansive and compulsive form. In short, this is nothing less than a revolt against a power-centered civilization. That revolt had long been overdue, something like 5,000 years overdue. Beneath this revolt is a deep and, as one need hardly emphasize, a well-justified fear, that the next step in technological progress may bring about the annihilation of man. With good reason the young regard the atrocious methods used in conducting American military operations in Vietnam not only as a threat against their own existence but as an ominous prelude to the whole human future. If the post-nuclear generation rejects the past, it is perhaps because its members believe that the future has already rejected them, hence only the existential now is real. Paradoxically, it required the advanced instruments of technology to bring about this realization and to make the revolt itself spread so swiftly, and with such methodical uniformity. It is the very generation that came into the world after the modernized, nuclear-powered mega-machine had been put together, the generation many of whose immediate predecessors were passive, cowed, silent, that has suddenly awakened with a loud cry of horror and dismay. And that horror and dismay are justified, likewise the fury with which the young are attacking the combination of forces that have undermined their future. Yes, at least the youth of our time have awakened. They are in the shock state of young Goodman Brown in Hawthorne's fable. They realize that their elders have participated, despite their sanctimonious avowals, in the obscene rites of a witch's Sabbath terminating in a series of collective blood sacrifices, those same irrational sacrifices that have monotonously punctuated the annals of human history and have desecrated man's highest achievements. More alert in their responses than the older generation to what is going on before their eyes, an active minority among the young are behaving as if a nuclear catastrophe had already in fact occurred. In their minds they are now living among the ruins, without any permanent shelter, without any regular supply of food, without any customs or habits except those they Optimism of Pathology 373. Improvise from day to day, without books, without academic credentials, without any fixed vocation or career, without any source of knowledge except the inexperience of their own peers. Unfortunately, the revolt is not merely against their elders, it has become, in fact, a revolt against all historic culture, not merely against an overpowered technology and an over-specialized, misapplied intelligence, but against any higher manifestations of the mind. In their unconscious, the young are living in a post-catastrophic world, and their conduct would be rational in terms of that world. Only by massing together and touching each other's bodies do they have any sense of security and continuity. So, many of them escape to the open country, form temporary pads, communes, and encampments, anesthetize themselves to cold, rain, mud, hardship, repulsive sanitary conditions, accept poverty and deprivation. But, in compensation, they recover an elemental animal faith, perform acts of mutual aid, hospitality, and love, share freely whatever food or drink they can get hold of, and get pleasure simply out of each other's physical presence and out of the reduction of life to the most elemental bodily exercises and expressions. Since the ruins are still imaginary, these would-be dropouts draw upon the very order they reject. They journey long distances by motor car in tens of thousands to their collective rock festivals, actively magnifying their egos by participating in radio and television happenings, and deliberately obliterate consciousness with drugs and drug-like music electrically amplified. And so, despite their gestures of revolt against the established goods of civilization, the young are in fact addicted to its most decadent mass prod. Ucts. This is a purely megatechnic primitivism. By reducing their world to a series of adult happenings, they invite the ultimate happening against which they supposedly protest. This, fortunately, is only part of the picture. At the moment of composing this passage, I received a form letter addressed by 3 young students to some 200 intellectuals whose help they sought to enlist. These students, starting where their elders left off, have identified the typical megatechnic insanities of the present age with those of the ancient power complex, and they hopefully proposed a meeting with their elders and mentors to formulate a more active, unified opposition. But the most important meeting was that which had already brought them together, for it took place in a course on the irrational man. There they had studied the ultimate enemy, not our predatory animal ancestry but a more elusive enemy in the human soul, the blind will to power, that eyeless monster, which must be hauled to the surface of consciousness before man can bring all his other spiritual and cultural resources to bear on it. That task plainly takes precedence over further technological improvements. Unfortunately, as the youth revolt has widened, it has become plain. 374. That the ambivalences and contradictions of present-day civilization have willy-nilly entered into it. On one hand, vital proposals for dissociating the university from its commitments to the power system, for overcoming the bureaucratization of learning, for deflating the business economy of points and credits and purely formalistic degrees, the Ph.D. Octopus William James warned against, and on the positive side, for more active individual participation in the daily life of the community, in devotion to moral and social ends not in accord with the demands of the power complex. That change was advocated by Patrick Geddes, more than half a century ago, under the rubric of the university militant. Under this new regime, if followed to its conclusion, the university would no longer be restricted to the detached pursuit of higher learning, divorced from art, politics, and religion, but would apply all its special resources for intellectual cooperation to revitalizing the whole life of the community. But on the other hand, the power complex has left its mark on the method of revolt, and has deformed the ideal aims of the student movement. Witness the physical occupation of buildings, the manhandling of responsible university officers, the presentation of rigid non-negotiable demands, backed by guns and threats of more extensive violence, the resegregation of racial minorities, to say nothing of the sponsoring of reactionary ideological and social fashions, McLuhanism, black power, witchcraft, compulsive pornography, sexual exhibitionism, stoning, drug-taking. This is only the reverse image of the Pentagon of power. As for the open attempt in some quarters to destroy the university itself, what is this but an effort to destroy the authority of superior minds, by attacking the highest point in the hierarchy of education, one of the main repositories of human culture, as incarnated and personified and activated in living men and women. The vital impulse the young have happily discovered in themselves is the facility for direct, immediate human association. Using that power at its lowest levels of neighborly feeling, they were able to confront the system, challenge it, and break with it, if not to destabilize it. That confidence-breeding demonstration was more important than any concrete results that came from it. It proved the ability of the human spirit to take the initiative and to lay down the terms for its ultimate deliverance. This was a genuine liberation, and a permanently valuable one, for even though the immediate effort might be balked, it gave spiritual support to similar acts of defiance. and resistance on the part of many neighborhood groups and regional habitats that had hitherto seemed doomed to be swallowed up and annihilated by the inexorable spread of megalopolis. In a score of different forms, this spirit is now making itself felt. The revolt of the younger generation is only the most recent and most conspicuous of the assaults upon the power complex, but similar optimism of pathology 375. Lengs have long been in existence, attacking alike archaic and modern structures. Both the nationalist and the regionalist movements, as I pointed out in Technics and Civilization, are necessary counter-efforts to re-establish cultural identities and autonomies, restoring literatures and languages that had been neglected, or virtually wiped out, and these movements, far from diminishing, have gained strength during the last half-century with the re-establishment of Gaelic and Hebrew as national languages, to say nothing of similar challenges and rehabilitations among the Norwegians, the Bretons, the Welsh, the Basques, the Czechs, the Catalonians. Yet nowhere is this more in evidence than in the racial revolts. In Africa and Asia, where it has led to a reconquest of European colonial possessions by the peoples whose countries had been overrun and whose tribal or national traditions had been disrupted. In the realm of nature, the conservation movement has played a similar role, which is now entering a dynamic stage, not merely to preserve residual resources but to maintain ecological variety and regional integrity in every habitat of man. The same kind of attack upon the one-sided universalism of megatechnics and upon political governments irresponsive to the needs and claims of reciprocal intercourse has now taken place in what seemed an unassailable stronghold, the Roman Catholic Church. The sudden weakening of Catholic orthodoxy and strict hierarchical control, which had become more dogmatic, more authoritative, more self-confident under rationalist attacks during the 19th century, even to the point of asserting the infallibility of the Pope in questions of dogma and morals, is significant. Is it not another proof of the deep dissatisfaction that the megamachine, even in its most etherealized form, had taken no account of, and had done nothing to alleviate? The fact that this revolt has taken place within the once anti-liberal Catholic Church, and even more surprisingly among the bishops and within the monastic orders, indicates an intransi gens quite as radical as that of the student movement. Even more effective than an organized physical assault upon the power structure are these scattered acts of detachment and withdrawal, preludes to renewal and replenishment. There are many signs, both on the surface and beneath it, that a similar reaction more or less spontaneous has been taking place at many points. But now the forces challenging the power complex have a special advantage that derives from the advances of technology. Its members, however separated in space, are united in time by a network of communication systems, and however separated in time, are united in space through books, discs, taped records, and frequent, quickly arranged face-to-face meet.ngs. Hence resistance to the megamachine is no longer pathetically sporad.c, but increasingly coordinated through constant interviewing as well as intercommunication. 376. As the network of Roman roads, with itineraries, meant for official use, helped Paul to unify the doctrines and practices of Christian congregations, so the electronic communication and record systems, even when operating mainly under centralized control, have given confidence and mutual support to otherwise isolated and seemingly lonely groups. Witness the way in which even the fundamentally dissolute hippie movement has spread, through mimeographed underground papers, teletape records, and personal television appearances, throughout the world, even behind the Iron Curtain, without any extraneous organization. These amorphous demonstrations have shown that the most solid megatechnic carapace is permeable. In widely scattered movements, then, the decentralization of power has already begun. The dismantling of the entire megamachine is plainly the order of the day. Though these signs of an awakening to the actual condition of modern man have only lately become fully visible, they have actually been erupting in images, myths, and disordered forms of conduct, at first as enigmatic as a dream, for well over a century. Whatever Moby Dick may have meant in Melville's unconscious, whether the white whale was God or devil, Calvinist predestination or Cartesian determinism, the body-denying superego or the soul-denying ID, Moby Dick the novel admirably symbolized that collocation of institutional and technological forces that were laming the spirit of man and threatening to deprive him of his rightful heritage as a full-bodied being, with all his organs intact, none withered or amputated. In Captain Ahab's blind anger, his relentless animosity, and his satanic pride, Melville was expressing the common spirit of desperate nihilist defiance, ready to destroy the world itself if necessary in order to vindicate the tortured spirit of man. In Ahab and in his beatnik, quasi-criminal prototype, Jackson, in Redburn, Melville gave expression both to the megatechnicons of the global Pentagon and to the counter-forces they had brought into being. And the fact that Ahab's torment and hatred had gone so far that he had lost control of himself and, through his own mad reliance upon power, had become dominated completely by the creature that had disabled him, only makes Melville's story a central parable in the interpretation of modern man's destiny. In Ahab's throwing away compass and sextant at the height of the chase, Melville even anticipated the casting out of the orderly instruments of intelligence, so characteristic of the counterculture and anti-life happenings of today. Similarly, by his maniacal concentration, Ahab rejects the interchange that might have saved the ship and the crew, when he turns a deaf ear to the pleas of love uttered by sober Starbuck in words and by Pip, a fright-shocked child and an African primitive, in dumb gesture. Outwardly mankind is still committed to the grim chase. Melville. Optimism of Pathology 377. Described, lured by the adventure, the prospect of oil and whalebone, the promptings of pride, and above all by a love-rejecting pursuit of power. But it has also begun consciously to face the prospect of total annihilation, which may be brought about by the captains who now have command of the ship. Against that senseless fate every act of rebellion, every exhibition of group defiance, every assertion of the will to live, every display of autonomy and self-direction, at however primitive a level, diminishes the headway of the doom-threatened ship and delays the fatal moment when the white whale will shatter its planks and drown the crew. All the infantile, criminal, and imbecile manifestations in the arts today, everything that now expresses only murderous hatred and alienation, might still find justification if they performed their only conceivable rational function, that of awakening modern man sufficiently to his actual plight, so that he seizes the wheel and, guided by the stars, heads the ship to a friendlier shore. Chapter 14. The New Organism. 1. Plants, Mammals, and Man. In the opening pages of this book we followed the two parallel paths of exploration that beckoned modern man, the exploration of the earth, hitherto never encompassed as a whole, and the exploration of the skies, and of all the physical phenomena, cosmic and earthbound, that could be interpreted and controlled without direct reference to man's own biological and cultural antecedents. We saw how the period of exploration and colonization gave the primal vitalities of Western man fresh outlets, at the very moment that the new mechanical order began to curb and contain them more completely than ever. I propose here to emphasize, not only the heavy debt that modern technology has owed from the very start to terrestrial exploration, but how this exploration in turn laid the basis for a change that is only now beginning to pass from the initial phase of ideation, incarnation, and rational formulation into one widely organizing and incorporating a new mode of life, radically different from that of the power system. The human insufficiency of that system has grown in direct proportion with its technical efficiency, while its present threat to all organic life on this planet turns out to be the ultimate irony of its unqualified successes in mastering all the forces of nature except those demonic and irrational forces within man which have unbalanced the technological mind. Terrestrial exploration, plainly, began a gigantic revolution which was both a quantitative and a qualitative one. It established contacts between the entire population of the planet, and brought about an increase in energy resources and a circulation of goods, plants, peoples, and ideas on a global basis, breaking down adaptations, like that of the Negroid races to tropical Africa, that had taken hundreds of thousands of years to effect. The trans. 378. Plants, mammals, and man 379. Plantation of the Negro from the continent to which he had so completely adapted himself, and the reverse transplantation of the European to the Americas and to Africa, were only the first of a series of wanton displacements in which the profit and convenience of the governing groups outstripped both biological knowledge and social prudence. Never was the ecological balance of nature, and even more the integrity of cultures, so violently upset as during the last 2 centuries. By now this exploration has reached a natural terminus, the last frontier is closed. The landing of the first 2 astronauts on the moon was not the beginning of a new age of cosmic exploration but the end. The scientific technological revolution that began in the 16th century therewith reached its appropriately sterile terminus. A satellite as uninhabitable as the Earth itself will all too soon become unless by a massive expenditure of imagination and courageous political effort the peoples of the world challenge the age-old power complex. Without a counter-movement to slow down or reverse these automatic processes, mankind comes closer, year by year, to what is in more than one sense a dead end. Though the effect of the terrestrial exploration in offsetting the constraints of technical invention and organization was only temporary, it actually laid the foundations for a new world order, one which would alter the original mechanical world picture by superimposing upon it a more complex model derived, not from matter and energy in their pre-organic states, but from the living organism. The geographic frontier is now closed, but a less superficial exploration is taking place. This is an exploration in time as well as space, and into subjective as well as objective phenomena. This new exploration deals not with cause and effect alone, but with patterns of almost inextricable and indescribable complexity, flowing through time and constantly interacting in one field after another. This organic world picture is already unfolding. In his introduction to Darwin's Origin of Species, George Gaylord Simpson points to this AP Crouching transformation. The astronomical and physical revolutions were already well advanced in the early 19th century, he noted, but the biological revolution, destined to change the world even more profoundly, was still to come. Unfortunately, this biological revolution has already been recognized and eagerly hailed by the exponents of the power system as the next step in one-sided technocratic control. Carried out on their own peculiar terms, this revolution would lead, not to a fuller development of man but to his progress into a quite different kind of organism, or series of organisms, genetically transformed in the laboratory or modified in an artificial womb. Man in any recognizable historic sense would be thrown on the scrap heap. This series of changes would give to the power system, itself a segregated 380 time abbreviated product of human intelligence, an authority that man, by the virtue of his own constitution, has always declined to give to nature. To what rational end? On this matter, a poet of our day has spoken wise and timely words, an admonition that might be specially directed to the priests of the mega-machine, now sharpening their nano-needles, so to say, in preparation for permanently altering the nature of man. Reshaping life, exclaimed Boris Pasternak in Dr. Zhivago. People who can say that have never understood a thing about life. They have never felt its breath, its heartbeat, however much they have seen or done. They look on it as a lump of raw material that needs to be processed by them, to be ennobled by their touch. But life is never a material, a substance to be molded. If you want to know, life is the principle of self-renewal, it is constantly renewing and remaking and changing and transfiguring itself. Happily for early man's development, his own mind seems to have made an even greater impression on him than the physical environment, and even in that environment he was more aware of the edibility of plants and the activities of birds and animals than he was of purely physical manifestations of nature, except when they occurred violently, as in storms, floods, and volcanic eruptions. Nature itself spoke to him as an animate being. In exhibiting malice or friendliness, stones might be lifelike, but organisms were not petrified. Even after Neolithic grinding and polishing had introduced people to regular industry, the improved environment was mainly one belonging to living organisms, though copiously invaded by gods, demons, and sprites more lively than man dared yet to be. Although systematic industry and enforced drudgery had been introduced by the early civilizations, the greater part of the human race largely escaped complete subservience to the power system. Under the prevailing hunting and agricultural economies, a good part of mankind remained dispersed in villages outside the province of the megamachine, never rising to the heights it achieved in reshaping the habitat or enlarging the mind, yet never sinking to its depths, except when under the calamitous external pressures of civilized war. Until our own day, human culture as a whole developed in an organic, subjectively modified environment, not in a sterile machine-made enclosure. In a confused, unfocused way, the criteria of life prevailed everywhere, and man's own existence prospered or failed in so far as a balance favorable to life was preserved among all organisms. It is only in the worst degradation of ancient slavery, namely, in the working of underground mines, that human existence has been conceived as possible in an environment devoid of life. Man lived in active partnership with plants and animals for whole plants, mammals, and man 381 geological periods before he fabricated machines. His mental involvement with the world of life began with the consciousness of his own existence. Many of his basic qualities he shares with other animals: prolonged sexual pairing and nurturing the young, social companionship and erotic delight, playfulness and joy. His deep love of life was fostered by finding himself in an environment prepared, not merely to maintain life with the requisite amount of physical nourishment, but to promote its unceasing self-transformation. On these matters, even the simplest organisms have something essential to teach us beyond the range of our most sophisticated technology. If we were dependent for our instructions and our material sustenance upon machines alone, the human race would long ago have died of malnutrition, boredom, and hopeless despair. Remember Lauren Isoletti's observation in The Immense Journey about that turning point in organic development when the age of reptiles gave way to the age of mammals, those warm-blooded beasts that suckled their young. He pointed out that the age of mammals was accompanied by an explosion of flowers, and that the reproductive system of the angiosperms was responsible, not only for covering the whole earth with a green carpet composed of many different species of grass, over 4,000, but for intensifying vital activity of every kind, since their nectars and pollens and seeds and fruits and succulent leaves dilated the senses, quickened the appetite, exhilarated the mind, and immensely increased the total food supply. Not merely was this explosion of flowers a cunning device of reproduction, but the flowers themselves assumed a variety of forms and colors that, in most cases, cannot possibly be accounted for as having survival value in the struggle for existence. It may add to the attraction of a lily to have all its sexual organs displayed among teasingly open petals, but the huge success of so many compositae, like the daisy and the goldenrod, with their insignificant florets, shows that biological prosperity might have been purchased without any such floral richness and inventiveness. Efflorescence is an archetypal example of nature's untrammeled creativity, and the fact that floral beauty cannot be explained or justified on purely utilitarian grounds is precisely what makes this explosion so wonderful and so typical of other life processes. Biological creativity and the aesthetic creativity that so often accompanies it exist for their own sake and transcend the organism's earlier limitations. If survival were all that mattered, life might have remained in the primal ooze or crept no further upward than the lichens. Though one may abstractly conceive a world with neither colors nor any richness of living structures, that muted world is not the actual world of life. Long before man himself became conscious of beauty and desirous of cultivating it, beauty existed in an endless variety of forms in the flowering 382 plants, and man's own nature was progressively altered, with his increasing sensitiveness to sight and touch and odor, through his further symbolic expression of beautiful form in his ornaments, his cosmetics, his costume, his painted and graven images, all byproducts of his enriched social and sexual life. In this sense, we are all flower children. For at least 12,000 years, possibly far longer, man's existence has depended upon the close symbiotic partnership between man and plants, rooted in thousands of small village communities spread over the entire earth. All the higher achievements of civilization have rested on this partnership, one devoted to the constructive improvement of the habitat and the loving and knowing care of plants, their selection, their nurture, their breeding, their enjoyment, in a routine of life that punctuated and heightened the delights of human sexuality. That culture, as Edgar Anderson has suggested, made some of its best discoveries in plant breeding by being equally concerned with the color, the odor, the taste, the flower and leaf pattern, and the nutritive qualities of plants, valuing them not only for food and medicine but for aesthetic delight. In our machine-dominated world, there are plenty of people working in scientific laboratories today who, though they may still call themselves biologists, have no intimate contact with this organic culture and no respect for its achievements. They have already begun to regulate the creative process in accordance with the market demands of the power complex. One of the latest triumphs in plant breeding, for example, has been to develop a variety of tomato which not merely grows to uniform size but ripens in quantity at the same time, in order that the crop may be garnered by an automatic picking and packing machine. From such preconceptions flow further dreams of an even more tightly ordered world from which all more primitive or non-profitable species and varieties will be eliminated, even though primitive stocks remain essential for creative hybridization. Perhaps only the residual wildness left in man himself, still stirring in his dream life, will now save him from submission to such deadly conformity. Admittedly, in the earlier stages of human development the relation between man and plants had been a one-sided one, not an effective relation of mutual aid. Though plants, birds, and insects have been man's active partners as well as his chief food for most of his history, he did little at first to modify the natural vegetation, still less to assist in the cultivation of favored plants. Man's attachment to the existing plant life was parasitic rather than symbiotic. But first by preservation and selection, and then by active cultivation, man found himself able, when the last glacial period ended, to make his own environment more habitable, more edible, and, what was no less important, more stimulating and lovable. In the very act of establishing a new role for plants, man both deepened his roots in the plants, mammals, and man 383 landscape and gave himself a new leisure and a new security. It was in the garden that man, thanks largely to woman's efforts, found himself completely at home, at peace, if only fleetingly and precariously, with the world around him. The prolonged tending of plants began with the fruit and nut trees, the mango and the durian, the olive and walnut and palm, the orange and not least, if Henry Bailey Stevens prove right, the apple. Here in orchard and garden, a world in which life prospered without inordinate effort or systematic carnage, man had his first glimpse perhaps of paradise, for paradise is only the original Persian name for a walled garden. Significantly, it was in another garden, according to fable, the Garden of Eden, that man, by eating an apple, lost the innocence of animals and gained the consciousness of good and evil, of life and death. All those selective discriminations that aim to promote life and to reduce or counter the forces that would diminish it must be alert to the presence of evil in its many forms, from fixation to wanton violence and destruction. Though Walt Whitman might, in Song of Myself, praise the innocence of animals, he was sufficiently aware of the realities of human existence to proclaim that he was the poet of evil as well as the poet of good, and he knew the difference. The capacity for growth, exuberant expression, and transcendence, symbolized aesthetically as well as sexually by the flowering plants, this is the primal gift of life, and in man it flourishes best when living creatures and equally living symbols are constantly present, to stir his imagination and encourage him in further acts of expression both in the mind and in his daily performances of life-sustaining work and human nurture. Love begets. Love as life begets life, and eventually every part of the environment should be open to this response, even if, under the command of love, one some time serves it best by withdrawing and allowing it, like a redwood forest or an ancient monument, to remain itself, simply mirrored in man's mind, without more than the faintest sign of man's own presence. A day without such contacts and emotional stirrings, responses to the perfume of a flower or an herb, to the flight or the song of a bird, to the flash of a human smile or the warm touch of a human hand, that is, a day such as millions spend in factories, in offices, on the highway, is a day empty of organic contents and human rewards. There are no mechanical or electronic or chemical substitutes for whole living organisms, though one may have frequent need for symbolic enlargements and reinforcements of actual experience. To be condemned for any length of time to a devitalized megalopolitan habitat, in WH.ch human beings are isolated not merely from each other but from all other organisms, and may even be forbidden by housing regulations. To keep a dog or a cat for company, is to unlearn and discard all the lessons learned in 384. Cooperation by living organisms during some 3 billion years on Earth, and by man, especially, during the last 100,000 years. We live by helping one another, a soldier in combat wrote. This applies to all creatures at all times, and it holds not only for survival but for further human development. For man to restrict his social activities and his personal fulfillments solely to those that conform to external megatechnic requirements would be a form of collective suicide, and that suicide, or more accurately biocide, is in fact taking place before our eyes. Our elaborate mechanical equipment may be a useful supplement to organic existence, but it is not, except in grave emergencies as with a mechanical kidney, an acceptable permanent alternative. It is from the organic world in its entirety, not merely from a swollen fragment of man's mind, his technique for handling abstract symbols, that the materials for further development are to be drawn. Once the new organic world picture becomes intelligible and acceptable, the ancient myth of the machine, from which our compulsive technocratic errors and misdirect ions are largely derived, will no longer keep its grip on modern man. 2. Organic world picture. At the risk of carrying a valid Egyptian analogy too far, let me point out that the return of the sun god was accompanied figuratively by the resurrection of Osiris, the god of vegetation, he who taught man the arts and crafts, and who in his own person, unlike the sun god, went like men through the experience of birth and death. As the practices of the mega-machine became more embedded in Egyptian society, and here again we anticipate a modern parallel, the cult of Osiris transferred attention from life to an afterlife, fastening on the drama of death and bending its efforts toward the preservation of the body in mummified form, with magical spells and prayers, all duly paid for according to rank and income. This arrest turned the god of life, which includes death, into a god of death, preparing for a mock life, a life devoid of its specific earthly characteristics, its fragility, its instability, its constant self-transformation, its potentialities for self-transcendence. A similar miscarriage took place in the biological sciences, only faintly visible in the 16th century, but now glaringly evident today. The great step in putting biology on a scientific basis, comparable to that made by Copernicus, was taken by Andreas Vesalius in his systematic description of Organic World Picture 385. The human body, as disclosed by post-mortem dissection. Many vital truths were learned by this about the structure, the composition, and even the functional relations of the living organs, and in time this was further buttressed by microscopic and chemical examination of equally dead tissues. So eager were medical men for such knowledge that, when the law intervened, corpses were snatched from the grave for dissection. Vesalius himself was indeed so voracious for first-hand data, his biographer informs us, that he attended the drawing and quartering of a criminal so that he might snatch the heart, still palpitating, from the opened body, in order to perfect his description. In thought, accordingly, the corpse replaced the living organism, for it lent itself to more accurate objective description. What remained indescribable by this method was the dynamic, multifunctional living organism. The realization that organic forms have produced a model for man's own development, immensely richer than any provided by the mechanical world picture, is itself perhaps the greatest gift that science has made, greater than any of the discoveries of physics from Archimedes to Newton and Einstein, though made possible, in part, by these discoveries. The delay in the development of the biological sciences, the study of organisms itself, did not receive the name biology until 1813 was believed, by Auguste Comte and others, to be due to the fact that the sciences appeared in a logical order, beginning with the most abstract, preliminary sciences, logic and mathematics, and going on through physics to chemistry, thence to biology, psychology, and sociology, increasing in complexity and richness with each ascent of the latter. This scheme is neat logically and plausible, but history records that the biological knowledge needed for plant and animal domestication preceded astronomical measurement and the calendar which later served it, and the same holds true in medicine. The fact is that organic models yielded to mechanical models in interpreting living phenomena mainly for two reasons: organisms could not be connected to the power complex until they were reduced, in thought, even more than in practice, to purely mechanical units, and it was only through their attachment to the power system, which, as Comte noted, came in with the employment of the engineers as the key figures in advanced industries, that the physical sciences had, from the 16th century on, flourished. One day a book will be written that will expose the contradictory workings of mechanism and vitalism as profound religious influences from the 16th century onward. This book will show that even while the mechanical complex was consolidating its control, it was being modified willy-nilly by the growing appreciation of organic nature in every aspect. Witness the better regimen of child care, hygiene, and diet introduced by the Romantic movement, mainly through Rousseau's writings, if not his. 386. Practice. Witness the growing interest in play and sport which modified the harsh attitude towards such relaxation introduced by Calvinism and utilitarianism. Witness the kindly teaching practices introduced by Froebel's children's garden, kindergarten, the precise antithesis of Comenius' mass-organized drill school, while at the same time the growing love of nature expressed itself in zealous amateur gardening, in landscape design, in rural sports, and outdoor exercises: hunting, fishing, rambling, mountain climbing. In some degree these activities cushioned the impact of mechanization, and for over a century they have been opening the way for a more organic culture. When that book is written it will show further how this growing appreciation of all that distinguishes the world of organisms from the world of machines gave rise, at a given point in the 19th century, to a fresh vision of the entire cosmic process. This vision was profoundly different from the one offered by those who left out of their world picture the essential qualitative attribute of life, its expectancy, its inner impetus, its insurgency, its creativity, its ability at singular points to transcend either physical or organic limitations. The name given to this new vision of life was bestowed belatedly, only when it began to be systematically pursued. It is now known as ecology. but at first it was identified solely with the principle of organic evolution, and confined to a single aspect of that evolution, adaptation and survival through natural selection. This transformation is properly associated with the work of Charles Darwin, though by the very nature of organic change one would know without other evidence that he was not alone. The significance of this new vision and the nature of Darwin's contribution have long been obscured by his own misinterpretation of his role, for Darwin believed that the basis of his claim to originality and priority was his establishing the probability of organic evolution. When The Origin of Species came out, he was annoyed to be reminded by Lyell of his predecessor, Lamarck, yet his own grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, had similar evolutionary views, and it was only with some reluctance that in a later edition he added a chapter on his many earlier precursors. But if Darwin deserves the high place alongside Copernicus and Newton accorded him by a consensus of his peers, it is not because he had discovered the principle of evolution or even of natural selection. The latter idea both he and Alfred Russel Wallace had derived directly from Malthus' theory that population increased geometrically while food supply increased arithmetically, so that, if no restraints are imposed, this produces a savage struggle for existence, ending with the physical elimination of the weaker stocks. Darwin was in fact imputing to nature the ugly characteristics of Victorian capitalism and colonialism. So far from offsetting the effects of Organic World Picture 387. The Mechanical World Picture, this doctrine only unhappily offered a further touch of cold-blooded brutality, for it justified, in Darwin's own words, the extermination of the less intellectual lower races by the more intelligent higher races. See his letter to Lyell, 1 October 1859. What finally gave immense authority to The Origin of Species and its successor, The Descent of Man, was something far more significant. Darwin, on the basis of his personal experience during the voyage of the Beagle, had assembled a great quantity of scattered data pointing toward the continuous modification of species, starting from the very simplest organisms. Not content with the subjective impression of vast evolutionary transformations, he had devoted himself to patiently gathering from varying sources every possible scrap of concrete evidence, or even suggestive information. This master idea of organic unity had been in the air for over a century, in the minds of Buffon, Diderot, Lamarck, Goethe, Saint-Hilaire, Chambers, and Herbert Spencer. Darwin gave substance to all these observant intuitions by incorporating in his own person all the diverse modes of available knowledge apart from mathematics and the exact sciences needed to explain organic existence, organic change, and organic development. In making himself ready for this great ecological contribution, Darwin had not merely moved outside the mechanical world picture, gently aided by his own ineptitude for mathematics, but he had escaped from that one-sided vocational specialization which is fatal to a full understanding of organic phenomena. For this new role, the very amateurishness of his preparation proved admirable. Though he was appointed as naturalist to the Beagle, he had had no specialized university training, indeed as a biologist he had no early education whatever, except as a passionate animal hunter and beetle collector. With his lack of scholarly fixations and inhibitions, nothing prevented Darwin's awakening to every manifestation of the living environment, the geological formations, the coral reefs, the teeming seas, the diversification of species from the lowliest barnacles to the tortoises and birds and apes. That ever-broadening education occupied his whole lifetime, night and day, stirring him with ideas that could not be laid aside even to court sleep. Following up every fresh clue, wherever it might come from, Darwin had become in his own person a new kind of scientist. Even the designation biologist is almost too narrow to describe him, except on the terms he himself had created. He was an entomologist, a geologist, a botanist, a practical breeder, and even, as a natural consummation, an animal psychologist and a proto-anthropologist. In the cultivation of this ecological interpretation of life, Darwin's own qualities as a human being, as a husband, a father of 10 children, a friend, are indissolubly connected with 355. His fresh ideas, and even when he tried, as he did when he was aware of his own vanity or jealousy, he never entirely eliminated himself from the equation. In all Darwin's thinking he was there in person, not merely as an abstract intellect but as a sensitive, sympathetic human being. Darwin not merely studied organisms objectively, he loved living creatures almost as warmly as St. Francis did, grieved even over the cruel training of performing dogs, and sturdily opposed the current practice of vivisection. In his alliance with all forms of life, Darwin was in the noble line of a succession of similar naturalists, from Gilbert White and Linnaeus to Humboldt and Audubon. Darwin himself, as a person, made an even more important contribution to the organic world picture than Darwinism, the hypothesis that the struggle for existence and the natural selection of the fittest account for the modification of species. It was not his theoretic attempt to explain the evolutionary process that alone establishes his greatness. What mattered more was his living example, as the first and perhaps the greatest of ecologists. No one else had so thoroughly described the constant and inseparable interplay between organism, function, and environment. Symbolically, in the person of Charles Darwin, the post-mechanistic world picture, based on the observed nature of living organisms, was robustly incarnated, and so brought fully into consciousness, for more definitive formulation and activation. Viewed in this light, it is hardly an accident that Darwin completely lacked mechanical interests, and what is more, even disdained to use available mechanical facilities. Through no lack of money, he refused to buy a compound microscope and continued to use his simple old-fashioned magnifier, and he laughed at his own original clumsiness in making sections for microscopic examination till he belatedly acquired a microtome. So, too, Darwin shrank from killing and dissecting the pigeons he bred, and he would have shrunk even more from contemporary high school courses in biology, whose first lesson is how to kill a frog. Finding himself losing his early taste for poetry and painting, he lamented this as a loss of happiness, and observed that it may possibly be injurious to the intellect, and more probably to the moral character, by enfeebling the emotional part of our nature. Thus Darwin was disposed to take account of those very vital reactions that differentiate organic behavior from pre-organic changes produced by temperature, pressure, or purely chemical and electrical reactions. In his treatise on emotional expression in animals, he restored to the scientific description of organisms the subjective responses that Galileo and later scientists had ruled out as being beyond the possibility of objective description. Darwin himself, though increasingly confined to systematic organic world picture 389 intellectual studies, was still so enamored of life that my master, Patrick Geddes, could report his dancing for joy over a slide under his microscope where paramecia were swimming, feeling perhaps as Herbert Spencer Jennings did later, that here already was not merely incipient life but incipient mind. In Darwin's interpretation of form, color, and ornamental excrescences as factors in sexual selection, he recognized aesthetic expression, whatever its meaning, as an organic trait. Wallace, his friendly rival, shared Darwin's delight, pursuing birds of paradise and brilliant tropical butterflies in the islands of the Coral Sea. Before Darwin, the concept of organic evolution had floated through many minds. What made his contribution so convincing was not his specific theories about the formation and modification of species, but his singular ability to assemble a great mass of observations about particular events of the most varied nature. Despite the insufficiency of any one set of observations to account for the evolution of life, the total mass, when Darwin put it together, revealed a concrete pattern of utmost complexity, in which every aspect of the whole in space and time was theoretically necessary to account for the smallest part or the most fleeting event. For the first time nature could be rationally contemplated, not as a fortuitous concourse of atoms, but as a self-organizing system from which man himself had finally emerged through a singular neural development that provided images and symbols for his conscious understanding. In classic scientific thinking, the whole must be interpreted in terms of the part, deliberately isolated, carefully observed, precisely measured. But in Darwin's complementary ecological approach, it is the whole that reveals the nature and function and purpose of the part. Though threads in the pattern may need to be replaced, and parts of the pattern modified or completely redrawn as new evidence accumulates, it is important to take in the whole, even at some cost of sharp definition, and to carry that whole through time, since some of the transformations effected by time can only be experienced, not measured. The feat of putting together the outlines of this intricate ecological pattern was Darwin's magnificent contribution. And because he was ready to take account of every fresh thread or color that further investigation might reveal, he himself in later editions of The Origin of Species on occasion was driven to adopt the Lamarckian explanation he had at first rejected, much to the scandal of more orthodox Darwinists. Thus the very absence of a rigorously systematic, geometrizing mind permitted Darwin to entertain evidence that contradicted or at least modified his original notion about the creative role of elimination, or natural selection. Through the concept of evolution, Western man at last began to recognize himself as the frail topmost shoot of a branching and towering family tree, rather than as a favored being given a divine patent of nobility. 390. Some 6,000 years ago, when he and his fellow creatures were created by a single act of God. This new version of Genesis, it became plain, was not only truer to life, but it proved quite as miraculous as any single act of creation. The greatest lesson of the new natural history was the lesson of history itself, the lesson of life's cumulative domination over the non-living. If astronomical and terrestrial exploration had revealed new worlds in space, evolutionary exploration revealed an even more significant new world in time. Lawrence J. Henderson's analysis, The Fitness of the Environment, completed this evolutionary interpretation by showing that physical nature, so far from being inherently hostile to life, was by the very chemical and physical properties found on Earth predisposed in its favor. This new time perspective stood in such contrast to the brief millennial period of biblical history, as well as to the blank, static eternity that Christian theology attached to the hereafter, that even the most daring thinkers of the 19th century could hardly entertain it. Thus Hegel, who is often given credit for evolutionary views, had held that change was an attribute of the spirit alone, and that the world of nature was only a self-repeating cycle, so that the multiform play of its phenomena so far induces a feeling of ennui. Ennui indeed. Just the contrary holds, thanks to the evolutionists' fresh insight, freedom and novelty, purposive adaptation and emergent design could be detected within the entire world of life, not as the result of a single, original divine plan, but as the outcome of an interminable success. Zion of limited efforts and improvisations that in time reinforced each other and became more coherent and purposeful. Though subject to impediments and diversions, to regressions and retreats, the evolutionary process holds a promise of a more benign dominance by the mind of man, not merely through his intelligence but through his sensitive emotional reactions and his increasing ability to unify, both in symbol and in action, his objective and subjective experiences, without sacrificing one to the other. Such a unification should correct some of the painful aberrations and frustrating mischances that have accompanied the upward movement of life. In this organic world picture, time held a new meaning, for it was now correlated not just with motion and succession, but with organic growth both in species and in the individual. The past, so far from being left behind, remained vividly present in the individual memory, in the genetic inheritance, in the actual structure of the whole organism, while similarly, an anticipatory, directive, forward thrust became equally visible, engrained in every organic function, carrying those species capable of further opened into new situations which demanded new strategies, and opened up new functions and fresh lines of growth. Therewith the central idea of progressive or avant-garde thought. The past must be destroyed, revealed itself as a perverse fantasy, born of ignorance or indifference to the organic world picture. 391 Phenomenon of life. Leaving the past behind is the equivalent of leaving life behind, and with this, any desirable or durable future. Perhaps the greatest handicap to human development was the relegation of the past to the unconscious, without any effort at the revaluation and selection that is needed to give form to the future. This wholesale repression of the past accounts for the fact that the traumas that warped the development of civilization from the 4th millennium onward, if not before, have persisted from century to century, and from culture to culture: war, slavery, organized collective destruction and extermination. The conception of time as the flux of organic continuity, experienced as duration, as memory, as recorded history, as potentiality and prospective achievement, stands in frontal opposition to the mechanistic notion of time simply as a function of the motion of bodies in space, along with its spurious imperative of saving time by accelerating motion, and of making such acceleration in every possible department the highest triumph of the power complex. Let us not be deceived by surviving mechanistic illusions. From conception and gestation to death all living functions have their appointed time, only the destructive processes are swift, only entropy comes easy. On this rereading of time, in terms of organic experience, the formulations of C. Lloyd Morgan, Bergson, Geddes, and Whitehead remain as essential for the biological revolution as those of Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton were for the mechanical revolution. Darwin himself, for all his exemplary expositions, never perhaps fully realized that his own combination of evolutionary perspective and ecological method carried important applications to every part of daily life, if only because they undermine the conceptual framework of the dominant power system. Darwin had not merely broken down the static picture of a single act of creation, with fixed species, fixed boundaries, tending toward a fixed final end, duly appointed from the beginning. He had revealed something far more wonderful, that the creative process was not over but was constantly going on, reaching back into a cosmic evolution, which, as physicists now interpret it, began with the differentiation of the elements from a primordial hydrogen atom. The mode of evolution was neither random nor predetermined, yet some basic tendency toward self-organization, unrecognizable until billions of years had passed, increasingly gave direction to the process. Insofar as the organism has achieved the necessary preconditions for stability, continuity, dynamic balance, and self-replenishment, further creativity is assured, and the ability to transcend these conditions, at extremely rare intervals, becomes possible. It is in those moments, and in the personalities through whom such flashes of divinity become visible, that organic existence reaches a brief, but utterly satisfying, climax. When, on 392, the other hand, chance events multiply and a dehumanized social regimentation leaves no place for an organic response, disintegration and wanton destruction gain, as now, the upper hand. Unfortunately, Darwinism, in the form popularized by Thomas Henry Huxley, the St. Paul of Darwinism, with his picture of nature red in tooth and claw, triumphed over Darwin's deeper vision of life, and for long distorted the emerging organic world picture. For reasons too complex to be analyzed here, Darwin's thought had taken on at the very beginning the color of his Victorian habitat, in which the industrial imperialist modes of exploitation were dominant. The very subtitle of The Origin of Species, the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life, displays that animus. Darwinism in this crude sense not merely expelled value and purpose from organic evolution, it withdrew from its exponents Darwin's own best qualities: his sensitiveness, his tenderness, his direct emotional response to every manifestation of organic activity. Darwin's contribution to evolutionary doctrine and ecological insight gave the pursuit of biology an immense impetus, all the more because coeval developments in chemistry made it possible to identify the special combination of elements, principally carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, that mainly constituted protoplasm. How is it then that the organic world picture was so slow to emerge, and is still not dominant? Mainly for two reasons, it would seem. Organic evolution, which is by no means uniform, automatic, or consistent, was mistakenly identified with mechanical progress. This misidentification made it easy to turn the struggle for existence into an inhuman auxiliary of the myth of the machine. In turn, mechanical processes were treated as more objective than organic behavior, so that the machine model remained a criterion for scientific accuracy and adequacy even in dealing with subjectively conditioned organisms. For all this, the sanguine belief in continued evolutionary advance itself was still very much alive as late as half a century ago. Both John Dewey and Woodrow Wilson hailed Darwinian thinking as superseding the non-historic Newtonian mode. But the next 50 years retarded the development of an organic world picture. The all-too-obvious national struggles for existence, grimly illustrated in 2 world wars and a multitude of civilized massacres, destroyed the hopeful message of evolution, and except for specialists in phylogeny, or a few philosophic minds like Henry Bergson and Leonard Hobhouse, the idea of evolution fell into general discredit, as unfashionable if not false, though in the meanwhile the principles of ecology were being carried into many departments. Patrick Geddes, in his study of cities, sought to apply them even to the higher life of the mind. With the celebration of the centenary of the origin of species, the neglect of evolution was arrested, and a more comprehensive picture of the From Power to Plenitude 393 whole process is now again in the act of being developed. Julian Huxley, the grandson of Darwin's old ally, was one of those who rallied the counterforces of biologic humanism. Not by accident the isolationism and reductionism of orthodox science, following too studiously the conditions laid down by the power system for accelerating all forms of power, is under indictment, because of the catastrophic results of applying such anti-organic concepts to exploiting and controlling living species. All thinking worthy of the name now must be ecological, in the sense of appreciating and utilizing organic complexity, and in adapting every kind of change to the requirements not of man alone, or of any single generation, but of all his organic partners and every part of his habitat. If during the next generation the destructive forces accelerated by science can be brought under control before they have permanently damaged the planet, it will be because the new organic model of ecological association and self-organization, autonomy and teleonomy, which was first assembled by Darwin, will have at last begun to prevail. 3. From Power to Plenitude. Now, in terms of the available knowledge about organic evolution, about the ascent of man, about the development of culture and personality in sufficient and imperfect though these new insights still are, it has become obvious that both the mechanical world picture and its technological components are hopelessly backward in their human commitments. The more firmly we get attached to the power system, the more alienated we become from those vital sources that are essential to further human development. The collective failure to recognize these ancient traumatic imprints and to correct their aberrations has led one civilization after another to repeat, to the point of exhaustion, the errors originally made. As the scope of the power system widens, however, the once genuine possibility of making a fresh start in another place, through another people, with a different culture, becomes less likely, for the very success of mass production and the mass media has spread and solidified civilization's ancient errors. The great revolution needed to save mankind from the projected assaults against life by the controllers of the mega-machine demands first of all a displacement of the mechanical world picture with an organic world picture, in the center of which stands man himself, in person cool and composed, as Whitman says, before a million universes. In taking an 394 Organic model. One must renounce the paranoid claims and foolish hopes of the power complex, and accept finiteness, limitation, incompleteness, uncertainty, and eventual death as necessary attributes of life, and more than this, as the condition for achieving wholeness, autonomy, and creative ity. Perhaps the implications of this changeover from a cosmic mechanical model to an earth-centered, organic, and human model can be most clearly followed in technics itself. Though far from complete and in universal use, the organic model is already partly in being, so well established that it has been in operation for almost a century, even within the domain of technics. Yet so insistent is the mechanical stereotype that even an otherwise excellent history of technology described the invention of the telephone without any reference to the fact that it had its origin in an attempt to create a speaking automaton, and that the receiver was deliberately modeled by Alexander Graham Bell on the anatomy of the human ear. But this was only the first striking invention based on an organic model to simulate life, not, like Vaucanson's clockwork duck or flute player, through fabricating crude mechanical equivalents, but through drawing on a pre-existing biological solution. So, too, the careful study of the flight of birds, from Borelli and Pettigrew to the brothers Wright, made possible the mechanical simulation of winged creatures. In an even higher order of machine, the computer, no serious advance was made until the mechanical components were replaced by electric charges, as in the transmission of information by the nervous system, a change first prefigured in Galvani's experiment with the reflexes of a frog. By now the debt to organic phenomena is so palpable that advanced computer research teams recruit physiologists, brain specialists, and linguists, no less than mathematicians, electrophysicists, and engineers. Helmholtz once made disparaging remarks about the human eye and suggested specific mechanical improvements, but no machine in existence is anything but a clumsy fake, no more lifelike except for motion, than a mummy, in comparison with any living vertebrate. This holds more particularly true for the higher human functions, in which sensitivity, imagination, emotional responsiveness, feeling, sexual passion, love, with all their associated symbols, provide an otherwise unattainable enrichment that no machine can even feebly utilize or duplicate. Above all, only organisms that can reproduce and renew themselves have stood the test of time, maintaining continuity, exhibiting creativity, and temporarily reversing entropy. As for automation and cybernation, which technologists now boast of as the highest product of their art, what are they but the most ancient of organic devices, rather than the most modern, equivalent to the reflexes, not the cerebral cortex. In this From Power to Plenitude 395. Sense automation, if treated as a goal of human development, would be a backward step, as in some areas it already is. There is nothing essentially new in these observations, but the point of them has still to be taken in. Not merely were man's crude original tools derived from the organs of the body, the hammer, a fist, the scraper, fingernails, the stick that knocked down fruit, an extended arm, but even more astonishingly, earliest man's most complex instrument, far outrivaling any mechanical organization in complexity and flexibility, was the symbolic structure of language, built solely out of gestures, sounds, images, whose parts have both stability as units and virtually infinite capacities for reassemblage in unique but intelligible structures. Both in its dynamic continuity and its productivity, language is in fact a far more perfect prototype for an economy of abundance than any system concocted on a mathematical model, just because it stores a variety of human experiences for which there is no mathematical or logical counterpart. Insofar as an organic model implicitly pervades all human activities, unless supplanted for practical reasons by a simpler and more limited scheme, it has saved mechanization from many embarrassments, just as humane village customs and traditions and even older animal loyalties have often modified harsh legal codes that left no merciful loopholes. As technics in future becomes more open to organic criteria, the idea of quantitative productivity will give way to a different objective, that which will increase variety and establish plenitude. We now come back to the basic idea that underlies this book. If we are to prevent megatechnics from further controlling and deforming every aspect of human culture, we shall be able to do so only with the aid of a radically different model derived directly, not from machines, but from living organisms and organic complexes, ecosystems. What can be known about life only through the process of living, and so is part of the experience of even the humblest of organisms, must be added to all the other aspects that can be observed, abstracted, measured. This new model will in time replace megatechnics with biotechnics, and that is the first step toward passing from power to plenitude. Once an organic world picture is in the ascendant, the working aim of an economy of plenitude will be, not to feed more human functions into the machine, but to develop further man's incalculable potentialities for self-actualization and self-transcendence, taking back into himself deliberately many of the activities he has too supinely surrendered to the mechanical system. Under the power complex, the purely quantitative concept of unlimited abundance, not merely material but symbolic abundance, has served as the guiding principle. As opposed to this, an organic system directs itself to 396. Qualitative richness, amplitude, spaciousness, free from quantitative pressure and crowding, since self-regulation, self-correction, and self-propulsion are as much an integral property of organisms as nutrition, reproduction, growth, and repair. Balance, wholeness, completeness, continuous interplay between the inner and the outer, the subjective and the objective aspects of existence are identifying characteristics of the organic model, and the general name for an economy based on such a model is an economy of plenitude. Such plenitude is distinct from mere quantitative affluence or unqualified abundance. As soon as this organic standard prevails, that which is small, quantitatively insignificant, or unrepeatable may turn out to be highly significant and valuable, just as a minute trace element in the soil or the diet, once left out in nutrition tables based on calories, may make the difference between health and disease. On these terms, the old folk saying "enough is plenty" turns out to be wisdom. This indeed is reinforced by Blake's pregnant aphorism, more is the cry of a mistaken soul, less than all will not satisfy man. But all means a whole, not everything. Now the notion of plenitude, as a necessary condition for satisfying organic development, and above all as an indispensable condition for the good life, was common long before it was open to scientific statement through the investigation of organic evolution and ecological balance. As Arthur Lovejoy demonstrated, in The Great Chain of Being, there are many traditional versions of the principle of plenitude, first formulated, it seems, by religious minds, contemplating with wonder the riotous abundance of nature and the incessant creativity of God. Even when species were still regarded as static and final, the result of a single Magi's true fiat, it was not just the abundance of species, or their gradation from the lowest organisms up to man himself, that was taken as the most satisfactory proof of the intelligent and providential ordering of all existence. Plenitude indicated more than abundance, it was the condition for organic variety, diversification, selectivity, in a word, freedom, which reached its climax in man. Though one part of the biological principle of natural plenitude was embodied in the doctrine of natural selection, the prevalent Victorian power ideology gave to the negative processes an ambiguous role that confused extermination with selectivity and survival with development, and so lost sight of the principle of plenitude as the basic condition for autonomous activity and self-directed transformation. Fortunately for our present purpose, the doctrine of organic plenitude was restated by Dr. Walter Cannon in his treatise on the wisdom of the body. His conclusions issued from a close experimental investigation of the organs and functions of the human body, particularly those autonomic processes relating to the feelings and emotions, thus carrying further the From Power to Plenitude 397. Original investigations of Claude Bernard, John Scott Haldane, and Charles Sherrington, not to mention Darwin himself. Cannon's study of the body centered on the marvelous apparatus that animal organisms have developed to maintain their dynamic equilibrium, especially on those coordinated interchanges of information and response, operating with extreme sensitiveness and promptness in matters like maintaining the essential acid-alkaline balance of the blood. The same homeostatic balance preserves the organism against any impairment of its wholeness, whether through excess or deficiency, for it is precisely this wholeness that is almost a definition of organic competence and health. In the elemental emotions of fear and rage associated with the most primitive parts of the brain, this swift response without conscious intervention or direction is a condition of survival, but something more than survival comes forth from it, for this very automatism freed the growing brain and ramifying nervous system for more important services, detached from the immediate pressure for survival, performed by the new brain. Here by his conscious symbolic activities man created a second realm that conforms more closely to his higher personal and social needs. To preserve wholeness in the midst of constant change, and to allow for a maximum amount of instability and variability, for adventurous effort, pushing beyond immediate needs and stimuli while retaining a sufficiently constant structure and a dynamic pattern of wholeness defines the nature of living organisms as opposed to random samples of molecules. Even more significantly, it describes the difference between higher and lower organisms. Though all organisms undergo unceasing changes, these changes take place within more or less definable boundaries in time and space, for indefinite extensions in time are all restricted by the organism's inherited lifespan and by the ecological complex of which it is, willy-nilly, an integral part. Thus the chief properties of a power economy, the magnification and overexpansion of power alone, and the lack of qualifications, limits, and boundaries are antithetic to those of an organic system. In organisms power is always related to function and purpose. Life does not flourish under a regime of compulsive dynamism, where uncontrolled change only for the sake of further change such as megatechnics now imposes removes the possibility of maintaining a dynamic equilibrium or going on with an autonomous development. What holds in general for any organism holds even more significantly for man. It is in terms of a future that transcends and outlasts his present self that all his past achievements in mind and collective culture become significant. If cut off from that future, he becomes as distraught as if he were cut off from his needed supply of water and air. Man's vital prosperity rests on establishing a balance between self-maintenance and growth. 398. Between external proposals and internal responses, between activity and recuperation, yet always with the need for a surplus sufficient to make good depletions, to meet unexpected demands, and to permit the exercise of choice. To preserve its identity as a member of a species and a group, and likewise as a unique individual, to remain true to character, to establish the minimal conditions needed for traversing the whole life cycle. This is the basic condition for organisms, communities, cultures, and above all for man. Walter Cannon's special contribution was to give an experimental physiological basis for the fundamental doctrine of Greek paideia, the idea of balance or the golden mean. Cannon demonstrated that the human body's automatic self-balancing organization, note that I do not call it mechanism, is what makes possible its purposive self-direction, increasingly free from external constraints. This balance is no mere matter of quantity, it involves not merely the right measure but the right mixture of qualities and the right pattern of organization. As Cannon pointed out, insofar as our internal environment is kept constant, we are freed from the limitations imposed by both internal and external agencies or conditions that could be disturbing. Freedom for what? Cannon answers, freedom for the activities of the higher nervous system and the muscles which they govern. In summary then, we find the organism liberated for its more complicated and socially important tasks because it lives in a fluid matrix, which is automatically kept in a constant condition. We shall return in a moment to consider these important tasks. In addition to recognizing the need for a dynamic inner equilibrium, Cannon pointed to another characteristic that was essential for the full functioning of the body: organized superfluity. The body has at its command a far larger store of energy and a greater number of organs than it actually requires to maintain itself under ordinary conditions. Many of the essential organs, eyes, ears, lungs, kidneys, arms, legs, hands, testicles, are paired. If one of these organs should be injured or destroyed, the other remains in operation and is capable of maintaining the whole organism, though perhaps falling short of its highest levels. Now there is still another important mode of organization at hand for coping with sudden emergencies that demand heavy muscular exertion. This lies in the supply of sugar that is automatically unlocked by the adrenal glands under the stimulus of fear or anger, when extra energy is needed for flight or attack. This largest contrasts with the principle of economy appropriate to the design and operation of a machine, though even here prudent designers have learned to provide extra energy or structural strength, the so-called factor of safety, to meet unusual demands, and more than one bridge or from power to plenitude 399. Building or plane has fallen to pieces when this organic principle was ignored. Cannon's exposition of the wisdom of the body is not, of course, definitive for all organic functions. For one thing, the principle of homeostasis deals mainly with self-maintenance, and all the work processes dependent upon it, but it does not incorporate the demands of bodily growth, which often temporarily upset the overall equilibrium, nor does it take into account all those superfluous activities of play and work and thought without which even animal life would remain at a vegetative level. What Cannon's study mainly did was to demonstrate that millions of years before our present technology was assembled, nature had produced its own economy of abundance and its own system of automation. But he fully realized that the ultimate significance of his researches was to indicate how the internal equilibrium of the body made it possible for man to develop his superior functions. At the same time, Cannon's description of organic homeostasis reveals the inherent limitation of any automatic system as it approaches perfection. This is a point I made independently in discussing mass production and automation, namely, that it tends to become rigid and static unless it leaves room for factors outside the system and provides a means for growth by drawing on a larger environment and a richer fund of experience than that which has been programmed in the automatic system itself. Cannon realized, as our contemporary technocrats do not, that automation lies at the beginning, not the end of human evolution, that the need to escape from this low level of organic perfection was expressed in the remarkable neural development of the primate stocks, and particularly by the continued growth of the brain, out of all proportion to immediate exigencies, which marked the ascent of man from other ancestral anthropoids. Though Cannon's study serves to sanction on biological grounds the principle of automation, it also exposes the limitation of an economy that seeks to translate man's higher functions into an automatic system that will finally be capable of making decisions and plans of action without calling upon anticipatory mental processes or memories except those that can be programmed on a computer. The path of human advance is not toward such collective automation but toward the increase of personal and communal autonomy, and any system that reverses this direction not merely turns man's most highly developed organ, his brain, into a virtual non-entity, but cuts itself off from the most precious products of the human mind, that vast storehouse and powerhouse of images, forms, ideas, institutions, and structures, through which man rises above the conditions of his immediate environment. To reduce or destroy this heritage is to inflict brain damage on the human race. 400. Instead of accepting total automation, then, as the only possible terminus of a mature economy, we must replace quantified power with qualified plenitude, and to do this one must begin with man's higher functions, especially those that enable him to detach himself from both his biological and institutional fixations. With the natural caution of a scientist venturing outside his field, Dr. Cannon concluded his study of the wisdom of the body with the suggestion that the model of the living organism might be applied with advantage to the larger human community. Since technologies and economic systems are themselves products of life, it is not strange that, to the degree that they work effectively at all, they have incorporated many organic devices not in line with their own abstract ideological or institutional premises. But because brain physiology, dream exploration, and linguistic analysis were all outside his area of high competence, Dr. Cannon never faced the central problem that arose, at a very early point, I suspect, once the enlargement of man's neural functions enabled him to escape the automatism of his reflexes and hormones. How under those conditions to prevent the brain from succumbing to its own disorderly hyperactivity, once liberated from the bodily functions and environmental contacts and social pressures necessary for its existence. The need to recognize this special source of instability coming from the extraordinary powers of the mind, and to take measures for overcoming it, is not the least lesson to be drawn from man's historic development. Insofar as automatic systems become more lifelike as well as more powerful, they carry with them the threat of increasing human irrationality at higher levels. To follow an organic model, then, not only the system as a whole must be kept in view, but each individual part must be in a state of alertness, ready to intervene at any point in the process and take over. 4. Invitation to plenitude. The tendency of the present power system, it is obvious, goes directly contrary to the ideal of plenitude. With the perfection of automation and cybernation, it seeks to draw more and more of man's higher functions into an automatic system, and therefore deprive him of the very powers of exercising control over automatism that the development of man's superabundant nervous system gave him. Under an organic economy that sought the advantages of plenitude, more and more of the automatic functions would be restored to conscious control, decentralized, and brought back. Invitation to plenitude 401. Often for the first time, under the full sway of the whole personality, reinforced by a culture no longer confined either to a petrified past or a deliquescent here and now. Hitherto, the human advantages of plenitude have been explored but only sporadically and selfishly through their forced expropriation of the economic surplus by a privileged minority. For the greater part of history, the personal freedom and the cultural stimuli open to such groups exposed both the advantages of plenitude and the possibilities for corruption that an economy of profit-conditioned abundance, often confused with plenitude, carries with it. The rewards of such a life have often been undeniable. Out of the surplus came confident, full-blooded personalities, well-fed and brimming with vitality, ready to conceive and execute imaginative designs, whether in architecture, in government, or in religion, whose achievement would have remained impossible, indeed inconceivable, with the pinched facilities and limited horizons of a small community. But apart from the wealth achieved by such coercion, the best examples of plenitude are those that exist in quite primitive communities. In many areas, before Neolithic horticulture and agriculture came under a coercive centralization that imposed taxes and forced labor, a modest level of plenitude had in fact been achieved without insistent expropriation. Neither the Malthusian struggle for existence nor the Marxian class war characterized such simple communities. This was specially the case in favorable tropical habitats, often still in existence when the 19th century explorer visited them. The fragility of such an economy is obvious, the gifts of nature are too uncertain, the margin too narrow, the balance too delicate. Hence primitive cultures, in order to be sure of continuity, tend to be restrictive and parsimonious, unready to welcome innovations or take risks, even reluctant to profit by the existence of their neighbors. This weakness was summed up by Lao Tzu in a passage curiously meant to praise the advantages of such an economy. There might still be boats and carriages, and no one would go in them. The next place might be so near at hand that one could hear the cocks crowing in it, the dogs barking, but people would grow old and die without ever being there. In so far as the power complex has overcome that species of fossilization, we owe it a debt. Plenitude on such a solitary, meager, unadventurous basis too easily sinks into torpid penury and stupefaction. Thoreau tested out that possibility for himself during his 2 years at Walden, but he realized that it was not good for a lifetime, nor attractive, either, except as a vacation from a more demanding economy that denied him the leisure he needed for his true life as a feeling, thinking, reflecting observer. It is not to go back towards such a primitive plenitude, but forward to a more generous regimen, far more generous than the most affluent society. 402. Now affords, that the coming generations must lay their plans. Many of the most desirable features of an economy of plenitude, including the luxury of turning one's back upon specious luxuries, are lacking almost by definition from the power system. If we dare to forestall the ugly future that the prophets of megatechnics predict, if we reject their sterile bureaucratic utopias, it is because we propose to base our alternative economy on a more adequate model, one derived not from the solar system or its mechanical derivatives, but from the nature of its so far ultimate product. Life itself, as embodied in living organisms, as reflected, magnified, and enhanced in the mind of man. The ideal of an organic system, seeking plenitude, not material or symbolic abundance alone, is to release human vitalities and to leave a fresh imprint of meaning and value upon every phase of existence, past, present, or possible. Note the difference between the ideal of quantitative magnification, the mass production of inventions, goods, money, knowledge, messages, pleasures, and the ideal of organic plenitude. Not the least difference is that a regime that seeks to establish plenitude must provide for contraction, as well as expansion, for restrictive discipline as well as liberation, for inhibition as well as expression, for continuity as well as change. Organic plenitude, then, is in no wise definable as mere quantitative abundance, still less as relentless productivity, unabridged expenditure, and thoughtless consumption. Under a regime of plenitude, abundance is permissive, not compulsive. It allows for extravagant expenditures to satisfy man's higher needs for knowledge, beauty, or love, as in the parable of the oil with which Jesus was anointed, while it may exact the severest economy for less worthy purposes. Emerson's advice, to save on the low levels and spend on the high ones, lies at the very core of this conception. Yet paradoxically, only through such a power system as has been coming into existence during the last 3 centuries shall we be capable of extending the blessings of plenitude, not just to scattered minorities and favored habitats, but to the whole human race, billions of whom are still too close to starvation. This benign transformation can happen only on one condition, and that a hard one, namely that the life-negating ideals and methods of the power system be renounced, and that a conscious effort be made, at every level and in every kind of community, to live not for the sake of exalting power, but for reclaiming this planet for life through mutual aid, loving association, and biotechnic cultivation. Not the advancement of learning or the advancement of power, but the advancement of life and mind is the goal. That organic ideal has often taken root in many cultures, only to be repeatedly mocked, despised, and flouted all through recorded civilized history, and there is no guarantee that it will not be suppressed and thrown aside again. So the promise of plenitude is not an easy promise to fulfill. Invitation to Plenitude 403 would be much safer to predict that the destructive forces now in operation will drive on without swerving to their inevitable self-destruction. But one saving grace may still work for mankind, for it has been under the threat of total extinction that the unconscious forces of life have repeatedly rallied and turned total defeat into a partial victory. That may yet happen again. Obviously, the potentiality for achieving plenitude, which is the chief economic gift of the power complex, cannot be realized on the terms that govern this system. So long as the ideals of unqualified power remain prevalent, governing the activities of those who seek to change the system as well as those who proudly associate themselves with it, no organic transformation is possible. Nevertheless, it is an error to believe that the impetus behind the system is unchangeable, because it represents a cosmic force that can neither be defied nor controlled. What law of nature has singled out the increased application of energy as the law of organic existence? The answer is, no such law exists. In the complex interactions that made life possible on Earth, energy in all its forms is of course an indispensable component, but not the sole factor. Organisms may almost be defined as so many diverse inventions for regulating energy, reversing its tendency to dissipation, and keeping it within limits favorable to the organism's own needs and purposes. This screening process began, before organisms could make their appearance, in the atmospheric layer that tempers the direct heat of the sun and filters out lethal rays. Too much energy is as fatal to life as too little, hence the regulation of energy input and output, not its unlimited expansion, is in fact one of the main laws of life. In contrast, any excessive concentration of energy, even for seemingly valid purposes, must be closely scrutinized, and often rejected as a threat to ecological equilibrium. The notion that the megamachine is in fact omnipotent and irresistible came in, as we have seen, with the cult of divine kingship, the primal myth of the machine. At the entrance of the great palaces in Mesopotamia and Egypt, from which the ancient system was governed, there were stationed gigantic statues of lions or bulls, whose main object was to fill those who approached the royal presence with a paralyzing sense of their own littleness and impotence, as a tomb text from the 14th to 12th century BC said of the intentions of the sun god, I shall prevail over them as a king and diminish them. In more devious symbolic ways these same awe-inspiring creatures still stand at the portals of the power pentagon today, though the God they represent, whose secret knowledge cannot be challenged and whose divine commands cannot be questioned, turns out actually to be, when one tears aside the curtain, only the latest model IBM computer, zealously programmed by Dr. Stranglove and his assistants. But there is another error, the reverse of magnifying the role of power. That it would be equally fatal to make, one that now treacherously tempts. 404. The younger generation, the notion that in order to avoid the predictable calamities that the power complex is bringing about, one must destroy the whole fabric of historic civilization and begin all over again on an entirely fresh foundation. Unfortunately, that fresh foundation, as envisaged by such revolutionary groups, includes the forms of mass communication, mass transportation, and mass indoctrination abetted by violence that favor, not human liberation, but a mass dictatorship, possibly even more dehumanized than the present affluent establishment, since it renounces as worthless and irrelevant our immense cultural accumulations. As if ignorance and impotence were viable solutions. As if human institutions could be improvised overnight. What applies to ancient Bronze Age civilizations, and partly atones for their misuse of power, applies equally to our modern equivalents. The negative institutions would never have endured so long but for the fact that their positive goods, even though they were arrogated to the use of the dominant minority, were ultimately of service to the whole community, and tended to produce a universal society of far higher potentialities, by reason of its size and diversity. If that observation held true at the beginning, it remains even more true today, now that this remarkable technology has spread over the whole planet. The only way effectively to overcome the power system is to transfer its more helpful agents to an organic complex. And it is in and through the human person that the invitation to plenitude begins and ends. 5. Emerging cultural prospects. To work out in detail the economic and social implications of a regime of plenitude lies far beyond the scope of this book or of any single mind. Yet since the principle of plenitude, as distinguished from affluence, abundance, or even plenty, is not generally understood, I shall attempt to trace out a few of its many possible consequences, results that future generations, if once an organic world picture prevails, will work out in their own way. In flashes, some of the best minds of the 19th century anticipated some of these developments, minds as different in other respects as those of Comte, Marx, Mill, Thoreau, Kropotkin, William Morris, and Patrick Geddes. And a few of these leaders carried into personal practice some of the most fundamental changes, already touched on in my estimate of Leonardo da Vinci, indifference to money incentives, the liberation from 405. Self-inflating publicity, the diversification of vocational activities, the deliberate slowing down of the tempo of production, whether industrial or intellectual, the renewed concentration on superior human functions and cultural values, not least the active resorption of government. One of the most favorable outcomes of plenitude, possible only because of a potential surplus of energy and goods, is the abandonment of a lifetime concentration upon a single occupation or task, even if such concentration produces goods as valuable and durable as the Persian rug I have cited, for such confinement is in fact a slave's existence, not worthy of a fully developed human being. To open up more than one occupational activity does not, however, mean that special aptitudes need be unused or neglected, quite the contrary. What it does mean is that in pursuing the daily routine, and even more the whole life course, no one interest will be considered sufficiently cultivated unless it is accompanied by an awareness of the other interests and activities needed to maintain psychological and ecological balance. Karl Marx foresaw this result as the radical human change to be brought about by socialism, namely, that the same man might fish without becoming a fisherman, or write literary criticism without becoming a literary critic, in short, that vocational pigeonholes would become increasingly meaningless as the vocation of man became the focus of all activity. In this respect William Morris' life was as exemplary as Leonardo's. To become a full human being is nothing less than a lifetime's task. Unlike some of Marx's other beliefs, this was not a romantic youthful hope he left behind. As late as 1875 in his critique of the Gotha program, Marx regarded the desired goal of communism as the end of the subordination of individuals to the division of labor, and with it the contradiction between intellectual and physical work. Therewith labor would become not only a means of life but the prime necessity of living. Thus the amateur who works for love with no more tangible incentive, and the dedicated craftsman in any field whose work is for him the most fascinating occupation possible, would be indistinguishable. From my own life experience, I can testify to the soundness of that critique, for I would be hard put to it to tell which I enjoy more, the hours I spend at writing or at gardening. Without the opportunity for such active, varied work I would, like William Morris, feel desperate. More than one recent observer has pointed out that the prospective achievement of universal leisure, with the 6-hour day and the 5-day week, carries the threat of intolerable emptiness and boredom. The hope expressed by Julian Huxley and others that this vacancy will be profitably filled by continued studies in the school and the university, to use the time once occupied by office or factory work, overrates both the attract.on and 406. The nutritive value of such fare, and fails to take note of the ominous rebellion against it already manifested by those college students who find no joy in exercising their minds, and who would rather dull them by drugs or stone them by violent sounds. There is no substitute for work except other serious work. Nothing proves this better than the fact that the work of one culture, Paleolithic hunting for example, usually becomes the favorite sport of the culture that succeeds it. The economy of plenitude which now beckons suggests an entirely different approach from that of the old-fashioned division of labor, no less than from the upper-class freedom to avoid labor. That new possibility was outlined more than a century ago by that singular if mad genius Charles Fourier. This is what Fourier called the butterfly principle. Instead of working a whole day at a single occupation, still less a whole lifetime, Fourier proposed that the working day should be enlivened by moving at intervals from one task to another. As so often happened with him, he weakened a good idea by stretching it to absurdity, in this case by making the work periods too brief. But again I can testify from my own experience, and here happily I find backing from a behaviorist opponent, Professor B. F. Skinner, that a 4-hour work period, or a little less in the case of writing, produces the best results, and the alternation of intellectual activity with other forms of work, like gardening, wood chopping, food garnering, carpentry, or machine tinkering, animates and raises to a higher pitch every other part of the day. At a humble level, the butterfly principle is what so long made the life of farmers rewarding, except when exploited or environmentally impoverished, so much so that its typical routines and seasonal celebrations underwent no radical changes for thousands of years. As against the segregated activities, the regimented discipline, the bleak environment of the factory, farm work favored many hour-to-hour, day-to-day, and season-to-season variations. The boast of the psychologist Stanley Hall, in his autobiography, was not a vain one, that as a New England farm boy in mid-19th century he was versed in a score of different occupations, and was master of many of them. The economy of plenitude, in achieving briefer work periods, would make it possible to restore initiative on a voluntary basis in many forms of work now denied to the beneficiaries of affluence who are chained to the demand for compulsory consumption. Precisely because of the productive technical advances made during the last 2 centuries, the lifetime division of labor has become irrelevant. The classic treatise that Émile Durkheim wrote expounding the advantages of the division of labor, not least its intellectual advantages, have become in view of the present invitation to plenitude a set of instructions on what to avoid. In so far as Durkheim took the division of labor to be an essential 407 feature of civilization, that is, of the power complex, he was correct, not merely correct, but in good company, from Plato to Adam Smith. But curiously none of these thinkers realized that mechanical efficiency has no necessary relation to life efficiency, to say nothing of life fulfillments. Power machines have so vastly multiplied the number of mechanical slaves that it would be absurd to retain the ancient lifetime division of labor or the present obsolete craft divisions, and the bureaucratic and police controls that have gone with them. But the leisure now available is waiting to be filled not just with sport and television and tourism. The happy alternative open to us is for more varied forms of work, private and public. Such work will be increasingly voluntary and gratuitous, without the meretricious incentives of money or publicity. Many of the social problems, like the care of the sick and aged, which, because the upward equalization of incomes makes such services prohibitive, will continue to grow more formidable until an ever larger portion of human services and handmade goods are produced either as public duties or as individual gifts as between neighbors and friends. Some of the underlying spirit generated by an economy of plenitude, with its indifference to pecuniary incitements, has already come forth in a spontaneous if somewhat feckless sharing of their goods among the younger generation. Curiously, one of the best modern examples of the feasibility of multiple occupations and of a diversified, rather than a specialized, life comes from the break in standard peacetime routines brought about on a large scale by the First World War and demonstrated again in the Second. In those crises, with only the most limited time in which to effect the transformation, people not merely changed occupations but even altered their own characters. Men who had previously chosen safe occupations faced danger and torture in the underground resistance. Untrained girls who had never even operated a sewing machine became efficient operators of lathes and punches. Housewives who had never worked outside their homes became hospital nurses or aides, and coped with bedpans, repulsive diseases, and severe bodily injuries, while middle-aged men who had always edged away from danger became air raid wardens and ambulance drivers, comforting the frightened, and pulling the maimed and the dead out of the ruins. Nothing could have shown up better the needless stultification of lifetime specialization than these rapid adaptations. In many cases, if I may judge by later contact with such people, this change of roles gave an increased sense of self-confidence and capability. the reward was not power or profit or prestige, but an intensification of life. That collective experience disposes of all the old caste stratifications and fixations. It shows that there is a deep reservoir of human resources that the power system has never drawn on except in moments of crisis. 408. The obstacle to achieving such vocational diversification and general aptitude does not lie in the human character as such, but rather in the mass of qualifying educational and vocational restrictions imposed by every privileged group in order to maintain its special status, emoluments, and perquisites. Though the reputed object of these regulations is often laudable, as measures to ensure competence and protect members from unqualified rivals, the underlying aim is to prevent fresh activities and organizations from arising in competition with the power system. As a result, the scope of human initiative through direct action becomes limited. Today the smallest new measure must run a gauntlet of licensing laws, professional codes, trades union regulations, wage schedules, promotion priorities, bureaucratic restrictions, and inspections. Even the exigencies of war were only partly able to break down or bypass these barriers, for where are they more deeply entrenched than in the military machine itself? This explains, perhaps, why there is so little prospect of overcoming the defects of the power system by any attack that employs mass organizations and mass efforts at persuasion, for these mass methods support the very system they attack. The changes that have so far been effective, and that give promise of further success, are those that have been initiated by animated individual minds, small groups, and local communities nibbling at the edges of the power structure by breaking routines and defying regulations. Such an attack seeks, not to capture the citadel of power, but to withdraw from it and quietly paralyze it. Once such initiatives become widespread, as they at last show signs of becoming, it will restore power and confident authority to its proper source, the human personality and the small face-to-face community. Only through encouraging decentralized communal agents will such a worldwide organization as an effectively reconstituted United Nations find the massive human backing needed for banishing all weapons of genocide and biocide, and ensuring justice and comity among its members. To assemble peacemaking power in a world authority without such a revitalizing of autonomous smaller units capable of exercising local and regional initiatives, would be to rivet together the ultimate mega-machine. Before the power system had made plenitude possible, the great objection to vocational diversification would have been that it would decrease the necessary supply of goods, lower profits, and slow down the pace of production. But this slowdown would apply mainly to superficial and meretricious goods. This is precisely what an economy of plenitude demands if it is to foster a selective use of goods, and due rejection of bads. A slowdown in many areas of production has become imperative, so as to curtail the overstimulation of the profit-pleasure centers. But a slowdown, sometimes even a stoppage, is no less imperative in order to provide the leisure necessary for fostering more intimate human relations. 409. Let me put the contrast in a single concrete example. The physician who finds time to give personal attention to his patients and listen to them, carefully probing inner conditions that may be more significant than any laboratory reports, has become a rarity. Where the power complex is dominant, a visit to a physician is paced, not to fit the patient's needs, but mainly to perform the succession of physical tests upon which the diagnosis will be based. Yet if there were a sufficient number of competent physicians on hand whose inner resources were as available as their laboratory aids, a more subtle diagnosis might be possible, and the patient's subjective response might in many cases effectively supplement the treatment. Thoreau expressed this to perfection when he observed in his journal that the really efficient laborer will be found not to crowd his day with work, but will saunter to his task surrounded by a wide halo of ease and leisure. Without this slowing of the tempo of all activities, the positive advantages of plenitude could not be sufficiently enjoyed, for the congestion of time is as threatening to the good life as the congestion of space or people, and produces stresses and tensions that equally undermine human The inner stability that such a slowdown brings about is essential to the highest uses of the mind, through opening up that second life which one lives in reflection and contemplation and self-scrutiny. The means to escape from the noisy crowding up of things and whatsoever wars on the divine was one of the vital offerings of the classic religions, hence their emphasis was not on technological productivity but on personal poise. The old slogan of New York subway guards in handling a crush of passengers applies with even greater force to the tempo of megatechnic society. What's your hurry? Watch your step. 6. If sleepers awaken, the stoppages and breakdowns that have occurred have a certain potential educational value, for they disclose the susceptibility of the whole system to human intervention, if only of a negative kind. Disobedience is the infant's first step toward autonomy, and even infantile destruction may temporarily awaken confidence in the individual's capacity to change H's environment. But the well-publicized devastations of a world war or the threat of greater nuclear catastrophes still did not shock mankind into taking sufficient steps for its own self-protection. Witness the present pitiful substitute for a responsible world organization, the United Nations purposely crippled advance by the great powers. 410. The realization that the entire system is now breaking down might have come about more swiftly if the professional bodies that should have been monitoring our technology, the engineers, the biologists, the physicians, had not so completely identified themselves with the power system's objectives. So until lately they have been criminally negligent in anticipating or even reporting what has actually been taking place, and in the case of nuclear fallout and nuclear wastes have often deliberately, in conformity to the national policy, minimized their dangers. Not that occasional warning voices were absent, even at an early date. I have already cited the examples of Henry Adams and Frederick Soddy, to say nothing of H.G. Wells. But when an eminent British engineer, Sir Alfred Ewing, suggested in 1933 that there might well be a moratorium on invention, in order to assimilate and integrate the existing mass of inventions and evaluate further proposals, he was hooted at as a crank, demanding a foolish and impossible sacrifice. Few of Ewing's contemporaries realized then that a purely mechanical system whose processes can neither be retarded nor redirected nor halted, that has no internal mechanism for warning of defects or correcting them, feedback, and that can only be accelerated is, as we have all too late found out, a menace to mankind. Yet anyone familiar with the history of inventions would know that great industrial corporations have frequently bought up patents like the early one for an automatic telephone system, in order to suppress them, or have diverted research from areas where new inventions might threaten capital investment or reduce inordinate profits. Note the studious indifference to developing more efficient accumulators essential to the electric motor car and the use of wind power. There was nothing unrealistic in Ewing's proposal except the hope that it might be carried out by those still spellbound by the myth of the machine. Had Ewing's warning been generally heeded, the world would now be a healthier and safer place. During the past 3 decades, the involuntary failures of the power system have become increasingly lethal, and they have been occurring with a frequency and a force that corresponds to the dynamism of the individual parts. As these brownouts and blackouts and breakdowns continue to occur, with disastrous consequences to both the habitat and the human population, such a change may take place as was noted in London during the Blitz, a comparable ordeal. At that time psychiatrists observed that their anxious, neurotic patients, when confronted by a real danger they could neither evade in fantasy nor flee from, began to function as competent human beings, able at last to face up to their difficulties. The situation that mankind now faces collectively shows a certain resemblance to that confronted by the individual in the midst of a neurosis. Before his disturbance comes into the open, various events, unrecognized, 411, by the patient, have paved the way for his illness. but as long as he is able to conceal his condition from himself and perform his daily tasks without exhibiting suicidal depression or uncontrollable hostility to those around him, he may be unwilling to consult a physician, or re-examine his life. The first step toward recognizing his state and seeking help usually begins with a visible collapse, bodily or mental, often both. At this point, the method of psychoanalysis offers a clue that may be of value in handling the present collective breakdown. This lies in the effort to trace present symptoms back to earlier mishaps or injuries, deeply buried in the psyche, difficult to uncover, which deflected the organism from its normal path of growth. By bringing such traumas into consciousness, the patient may better understand his own nature and acquire insight into the conditions under which he can, through his own efforts, make the most of the potentialities that his personal life and his culture offer him. The unbarring of man's historic past during the last 2 centuries may well prove a more important contribution to man's survival than all his other scientific knowledge. This reclamation of human history will involve, as Eric Newman has emphasized, absorbing into man's conscious existence the evils that, if unidentified and unrecognized, will otherwise continue to thwart him. Our megatechnic culture, based as it is on the strange supposition that subjective malice has no reality and that evils do not exist, except in the sense of reparable mechanical defects, has proved itself incompetent to take on such responsibilities. The realization that the physical breakdowns and subjective demoralizations of Western civilization derive from the same ideological failures is now at last taking hold. But for a dynamic response to this situation, something like a universal awakening sufficient to produce an internal readiness for a profounder transformation, must take place. Such a re-action, one must honestly confess, has never yet occurred in history solely as a result of rational thinking and educational indoctrination, nor is it likely to occur in this way now, at least within the narrow time limits one must allow, if greater breakdowns and demoralizations are to be circumvented. Half a century ago H.G. Wells observed, correctly enough, that mankind faced a race between education and catastrophe. But what he failed to recognize was that something like catastrophe has become the condition for an effective education. This might seem like a dismal and hopeless conclusion, were it not for the fact that the power system, through its own overwhelming achievements, has proved expert in creating breakdowns and catastrophes. Today's technological breakdowns are no less ominous than the growing resistance of the personnel to performing the unrewarding labor necessary to keep the system in operation, but they may bring compensatory rec. 412 tions, for they give the human personality a chance to function. This stunningly took place during the Northeast power breakdown of November 1965. Suddenly, as in E.M. Forster's fable, the machine stops. Millions of people, caught without either power or light, immobilized in railroad trains, subways, skyscraper elevators, moved spontaneously into action, without waiting for the system to recover or for orders to come from above. While the city of bricks and mortar was dead, the New Yorker reported, the people were more alive than ever. For many the stoppage proved an exhilarating experience. Autos, which can function by their own power and light, kept moving, citizens supplemented policemen in directing traffic, trucks took on passengers, strangers helped one another, people found that their legs would transport them efficiently when wheels failed. One set of young men and women gaily formed a procession, carrying candles, chanting in mock solemnity, "Hark the herald angels sing." All the latent human powers that a perfect, smooth-running mechanical organization suppresses began to function again. What seemed a calamity turned into an opportunity. When the machine stopped, life recovered. The kind of self-confidence and self-reliance generated by such an experience is what is needed to cut the power complex down to human size, and bring it under control. Let man take over. Admittedly, the partial disasters of war, though no longer locally limited, had through the ages grown too familiar to bring about a sufficient reaction. During the last decade, fortunately, there has been a sudden, quite unpredictable awakening to prospects of a total catastrophe. The unrestricted increase of population, the overexploitation of megatechnical inventions, the inordinate wastages of compulsory consumption, and the consequent deterioration of the environment through wholesale pollution, poisoning, bulldozing, to say nothing of the more irremediable waste products of atomic energy, have at last begun to create the reaction needed to overcome them. This awakening has become planet-wide. The experiences of congestion, environmental degradation, and human demoralization now fall within the compass of everyone's daily life. Even in the open country, small communities are now forced to take political action against canny enterprisers seeking to dump wastes from distant cities in rural areas that already have difficulties enough in coping with their own rubbish and sewage. The extent of the approaching catastrophe, its visible nearness, and its dire inevitability unless countermeasures are rapidly taken, have done far more than the vivid prospects of sudden nuclear extinction to bring on a sufficient psychological response. In this respect, the swifter the degradation, the more likely effective measures against it will be sought. Yet even granting that, in the first shock of realizing mankind's plight, hitherto unthinkable political measures may be proposed, the question 413 remains whether the massive human participation needed will actually occur. Any program sufficient to reverse the destructive success of technological affluence will demand not merely drastic restrictions, it will demand economic and social changes directed toward producing goods and services, modes of work and education and recreation, profoundly different from those offered by the power complex. Reformers who would treat the campaign against environmental and human degradation solely in terms of improved technological facilities, like the reduction of gasoline exhaust in motor cars, see only a small part of the problem. Nothing less than a profound reorientation of our vaunted technological way of life will save this planet from becoming a lifeless desert. And without such a wide-ranging preliminary alteration of personal desires, habits, and ideals, the necessary physical measures for mankind's protection, to say nothing of its further development, cannot conceivably be carried out. On this matter, one dare not become over-optimistic, even though the first stir of a human awakening seems actually to be taking place. The unwillingness of millions of cigarette smokers to free themselves from their addiction to cigarettes, despite the incontestable evidence of the probable consequences in lung cancer, gives a hint of the difficulties we shall face in redeeming the planet and ourselves for life. Our present addiction to private motor transportation alone may prove equally hard to break until every traffic artery is permanently clogged and every city is ruined. For its effective salvation, mankind will need to undergo something like a spontaneous religious conversion, one that will replace the mechanical world picture with an organic world picture, and give to the human personality, as the highest known manifestation of life, the precedence it now gives to its machines and computers. This order of change is as hard for most people to conceive as was the change from the classic power complex of imperial Rome to that of Christianity, or, later, from supernatural medieval Christianity to the machine-modeled ideology of the 17th century. But such changes have repeatedly occurred all through history. And under catastrophic pressure they may occur again. Of only one thing we may be confident. If mankind is to escape its programmed self-extinction, the God who saves us will not descend from the machine, he will rise up again in the human soul. Epilogue: the advancement of life. Mere power and mere knowledge exalt human nature but do not bless it. We must gather from the whole store of things such as make most for the uses of life. Francis Bacon. Advancement of learning. In earlier books I have sought to describe the formative processes of nature and culture through which man has emerged as the apex so far of organic development. Human life, in its historic manifoldness and purposefulness, is our starting point. No single being can embrace that life, no single lifetime contains it, no single culture can encompass all its potentialities. One cannot even partly understand the nature of man, unless one realizes that its roots lie buried in the debris of countless invisible lives and that its topmost branches must by their very frailty defy the most daring climber. Man lives in history, he lives through history, and in a certain sense, he lives for history, since no small part of his activities goes toward preparation for an undisclosed future. The conduct of life. Man's existence in all its dimensions is perhaps best understood in terms of the theater, as a drama unfolding in action. If I have repeated this metaphor more than once, it is because I know no more scientific analysis that does such justice to every aspect of human development. In his earthly theater, man is by turns architect and scenic designer, director and stagehand, playwright and spectator, and above all he is an actor whose whole life is such stuff as dreams are made on. Yet he is so formed and shaped by the nature of the stage, by the roles that he assumes, by the plots that he superimposes, that every aspect of the drama has substance and takes on some measure of significance. Though in the dim beginnings of man's emergence the scenario was improvised from moment to moment, from scene to scene, he himself has become increasingly conscious of his own special roles, and now, with more than Prospero's magic spells, he occupies the center of the stage. On many occasions the plot has been misdirected and the play has seemed little better than a wry comedy of errors. At other moments, it rises to a 414. Epilogue, the advancement of life. 415. Brief, soul-searching climax, amid which even the properties and costumes cease to be trivial accessories and actively sustain the drama, only to fall back, as in the final act of King Lear, into lacerating confusion. This drama takes place in a cosmic setting, and its beginning and ending must remain forever outside the boundaries of actual human experience. Whatever the defects of this metaphor, of one thing one may be sure: the empty building, the stage properties, or the apparatus for manipulating the scenery and the lights do not in any sense constitute the drama, or justify the immense collective effort necessary to assemble and train the cast. By themselves, none of the physical constituents, not even the human bodies, are important. It is only through illumination by the mind of man that either the cosmic or the human drama makes sense. In so far as the universal religions, and not a few more primitive cults and myths, have had some sense of the all-enveloping cosmic process as more significant than anything that is immediately visible and intelligible on the stage, they have had a firmer hold on reality than those delimited, factual descriptions that remain unaware of the wonder and mystery of the whole performance. Cosmodrama, biodrama, technodrama, politodrama, autodrama, to use Patrick Geddes' terms, provide the scenario and setting of human existence. And if in this study of the myth of the machine I have emphasized the technodrama, it is not because I have accepted the technocratic belief that the command of nature is man's most important task, but because I regard technology as a formative part of human culture as a whole. As such, technics has been deeply modified at every stage of its development by dreams, wishes, impulses, religious motives that spring directly, not from the practical needs of daily life, but from the recesses of man's unconscious. It is in the human mind that these dramas take form, and it is there that they culminate from time to time in flashes that suddenly light up the wide landscape of human existence. From the mountains of rubble, slag, rubbish, bones, dust, excrement, that bear witness to the works and days of each passing generation, a few milligrams of radioactive mind energy have in the course of history been extracted, and from them, only a fractional amount has been preserved. That fraction, passing from mind to mind, has the property of irradiating the rest of existence with meaning and value. Like the radioactive elements themselves, these dynamic and formative attributes of mind are extremely powerful, but evanescent, yet their half-life, as with the ancient Egyptian organization of the mega-machine, may last for thousands of years. So far, nonetheless, these activating manifestations of mind are the ultimate witnesses to the cosmos itself, whose potentialities remained invisible and undetectable for billions of years until man himself, through the massive growth of his brain, achieved his greatest technological triumph, the invention of symbols and complex symbolic structures. That 416 Epilogue, the advancement of life. Enhance consciousness. For it was initially through the fabrications of the mind, through dream and symbol, not alone through the cunning of his hands, that man learned to command his own bodily organs, to communicate and cooperate with his kind, and to master so much of the natural environment as would serve his actual needs and ideal purposes. The sober, day-to-day descriptions of human existence take man's subjective activities for granted. They reflect the preoccupation of the workshop with materials and tools, the preoccupation of the merchant with buying and selling, or the preoccupation with quantitative measurements necessary for every kind of large-scale organization. All these pragmatic interests refer to an existence in which the creative role of mind, though always present, may for practical purposes be disregarded. As Galileo put it, and as the exponents of the power complex agreed, counting and measuring are the attributes of mind that have objective reality, and whatever cannot be accounted for mathematically, or quantitatively described, may be ignored as rationally unimportant and virtually non-existent. As long as older manifestations of mind, variously embodied in religion and art, in ritual and social custom, gave a coherent symbolic organization to support other aspects of life, the belief that material objects exist and function by themselves did no immediate damage. In daily life, all that was deliberately left out in the mechanical world picture still remained actively present and gave play to other parts of man's nature besides those that subserved technics. Whatever Bacon and Galileo omitted from their account of nature, Shakespeare and Pascal brilliantly kept in existence. Even Bacon, though no Shakespeare, had a vivid sense of the empty spaces that were left unaccounted for, no matter how accurately this or that part of the objective picture might be faithfully delineated, or brought under technological control. Unfortunately, those who equated reality with objective, mechanical, quantitatively measurable modes of thought, not merely disregarded the immense creativity of the human mind in other areas but remained increasingly indifferent to the wonder of the whole cosmic performance. Newton, still deeply steeped in religious culture, was humble before the mystery that his own prodigious intellectual performance had only magnified, and continued to ask questions he could not answer about the nature of the beauty and order his mind recognized in those physical forces that are remote from human passions. But those materialist philosophers who, as they supposed, had left art and religion, values and purposes, behind them, who gave precedence to unminded matter, denied the source of their own creativity, for the very idea of quantitative measurement or mathematical interpretation is a subjective one, known only to man. In so far as modern technology operated on these limited terms, so contrary to Epilogue, the advancement of life 417. Those that created all earlier forms of polytechnics, it could only muffle up and isolate the human presence as a source of contamination. The translation of brute experience into significant cultural forms, so that every aspect of existence will ultimately bear some impress of mind, is surely the central fact of human development. This is what distinguishes a higher culture from a lower one, a vacuous existence from a purposeful one, a superior, mentally activated, fully developed human being from one who has barely risen above a dull animal state of being. Through man's prolonged efforts at minding and making, he who was originally speechless, workless, houseless, artless, took on his supreme task, that of making himself human. To this end he utilized his specific bodily functions for other purposes than those that served reproduction and survival. By shaping and directing his own organs, beginning with the control of his bowels and his bladder, deliberately inhibiting or releasing, curtailing or enlarging every other organic function, even learning the most difficult art of effectively canalizing his once random mental activities, man did some thing more important than conquer nature. For in time he reorganized every part of nature, his own body as well as his habitat, for purposes that transcended animal existence. From the beginning, technics had an active part to play in this self-transformation, but it neither instituted these activities by itself nor, until our own age, did it seek to narrow man's capacities to those that could be confined to a technological outlet. Man is his own supreme artifact. But this passage from animal to human has been no easy one, and it is far from finished. Many further developments still loom ahead. All through history there have been fissions, regressions, degradations, monotonous cyclical repetitions, institutionalist errors and horrors, and terminal disintegrations. On all these negative aspects A. J. Toynbee's study of history presents voluminous evidence. Yet despite these blockages, there have been intermittent if not incessant, evidences of high creativity and genuine development culminating in symbolic personalities, mythical and natural, human and divine, that still set a standard for further human development. Without these possibilities for subjective transcendence, which are basic to man's whole development, it is doubtful if such a hypersensitive organism as man's could have survived the terrors and ordeals that were painfully magnified by the sweep and depth of his own consciousness. Disease, bodily injury, senseless accident, human malignity, institutional corruption. An age like our own, whose subjectivity trusts only one channel that through science and technology, is ill-prepared to face the stark realities of life. Even those who still cling to the ancient heritage of religion and art, rich and nourishing though that still is, have become so acclimated to the dehumanized assumptions of technology that only a scattering of faithful souls have dared to challenge even its grossest perversions. 418 Epilogue, the advancement of life, the existence in man of a dynamic internal world, whose essential nature cannot be probed by any instrument, and can be known only when it finds expression in gestures and symbols and constructive activities, is a mystery as profound as the forces that bind together the components of the atom and account for the character and behavior of the elements. In man that mystery can be experienced, but not described, still less explained, for the mind cannot mirror itself from within. Only by getting outside itself does it become conscious of its inwardness. The effort to eliminate the formative role of the mind, making the artifact more important than the artificer, reduces mystery to absurdity, and that affirmation of absurdity is the life heresy of the present generation. This reductionism turns at last into the drooling blankness of waiting for Godot or Krapp's last tape, with their representation of boredom and tedium as the inevitable climax of human existence. This in itself is a sardonic final commentary on the mechanical world picture, the power system, and the subjective non-values derived from them. For a technology that denies reality to the subjective life cannot claim any human value for even its own highest products. An organic world picture cannot, however, deny entropy. It must accept as given the breaking down processes that accompany all vital activity. Indeed, they are no less an integral part of life, no less a contrapuntal contribution to its creativity than the orderly, constructive, upbuilding functions, for the two processes can no more be separated than body and soul, brain and mind, until they are arrested in death. But there is latent energy in the mind that in rare moments bypasses these organic limitations and ignores or defies the ultimate terminus of death. This reveals itself as the impulse to transcendence. The recognition as a species that man possesses a deep longing to overcome his organic limitations, and that this aspiration may give significance even to the most distressing moments of existence, has been the benign gift of religion, and accounts, surely, for the hold it has had over the mass of mankind. This office is all the more singular because it frequently flouts the requirements for organic maintenance, reproduction, and survival, hence it cannot be derived from animal needs as so many other human functions, not least those of technics, can be derived. Despite the elimination of subjectivity from the mechanical world picture, the desire for perfection, the need to defy and circumvent fate, the impulse to transcendence, can be observed in technology, too, along with other manifestations common to religion, like the readiness to accept sacrifice and premature death. Consider the ancient dream of effecting the transmutation of the baser metals into gold. That may be easily dismissed with contempt as a childish effort to get rich quickly, but if riches alone had been the object there were. Epilogue, the advancement of life 419. 100 demonstrably better ways at hand. The desire to overcome physical limitations by magic manipulations owed as much to the mind as chemistry did to the alchemist's furnace, so impetuous, so willful, so insistent was this desire that it sometimes tempted the alchemists to fake the results by hiding a pellet of gold in the ashes. But this subjective impulse to transcend the limitations of matter has turned out to be closer to reality than the well-grounded inhibitions against it. The alchemist's dream, we now realize, pointed to the ultimate miracle of nuclear fission. Though large areas of human culture have died out or been destroyed in the course of history, especially during the last 4 centuries, the unformed, unorganized apparitions of the mind have retained as much scope as ever, or rather, they have grown stronger because they have been canalized into science and techniques. Strangely, the very existence of these preconscious sources of technology have been ignored on the supposition that science and techniques have no subjective attachments. Nothing could be further from the truth. This great oversimplification and self-deception was originally bolstered up by the mechanical world picture, and it still remains in effect even though that world picture now influences only the more backward areas of science. As I showed earlier, the idea of time is more important than any physical instrument invented for recording time, and this idea took form in the human mind, with no other instrument than the naked human eye observing planetary motions and calculating them with the aid of abstract mathematical symbols that likewise existed only in the human mind. The idea of time did not come from either the sundial or the hour glass, neither would any direct improvement of these instruments by the human hand have produced the mechanical clock. As Newton astutely observed in his Optics, it is through tracing the causes of phenomena from their physical effects that we come to the first cause, and this, he added, is certainly not mechanical. If I dare amend that statement in order to apply it, not to the physical universe but to human affairs, it would be by finding the first cause, not alone in Newton's all-pervading divine organizer, but in the human mind. To hold that man's subjective impulses and fantasies must be given as much weight as formative influences in culture, indeed as prime movers, as either the impressions made on his senses by the physical world or by the varied tools and machines he has contrived in order to modify that world, may seem to many, even today, a somewhat daring hypothesis. In our one-sided picture of the universe, man himself has become the displaced person. Out of sight and therefore out of mind, an exile and a starving prisoner in a concentration camp he himself has laid out. In reacting against the uncontrolled subjectivism of he world pictures, our Western culture has gone to the opposite extreme. Once upon 420 Epilogue, the advancement of life. A time people gave far too much authority to their uncorrected and insurrigible fantasies, and they ignored the fact that men cannot by exclusive concentration upon their inner life survive and reproduce except by the charity and grace of others who do not suffer from such delusions, a truth that the hippies will in time find out. The failure to create a coherent transcendental world picture that did sufficient justice to the existential and subjectively unalterable facts of human experience has been the fatal weakness of all religions. But this subjective error has now been overcorrected, and has in turn produced a notion that is equally false, namely, that the organization of physical and corporeal activities can prosper in a mindless world. The present analysis of techniques and human development rests on belief in the imperative need for reconciling and fusing together the subjective and the objective aspects of human experience, by a methodology that will ultimately embrace both. This can come about, not by dismissing either religion or science, but first by detaching them from the obsolete ideological matrix that has distorted their respective developments and limited their field of interaction. Man's marvelous achievements in projecting his subjective impulses into institutional forms, aesthetic symbols, mechanical organizations, and architectural structures have been vastly augmented by the orderly cooperative methods that science has exemplified and universalized. But at the same time, to reduce acceptable subjectivity to the ideal level of a computer would only sever rationality and order from their own deepest sources in the organism. If we are to save technology itself from the aberrations of its present leaders and putative gods, we must, in both our thinking and our acting, come back to the human center, for it is here that all significant transformations begin and terminate. The nature of this interplay and this union between the subjective and objective aspects of existence defies any extensive description, since it involves nothing less than the entire history of mankind. So it was left for a poet to sum up this underlying reality in a few words. What Goethe said about nature applies equally to every manifestation of culture and person. Ality. Nature has neither core nor skin, she's both at once outside and in. It is on that assumption that I have given equal weight, in describing man's technological advances, to every part of his organism, not to the hand and its derivative tools alone. And this is why, too, I have emphasized the part played by wishes and projects, by symbols and fantasies, upon even the most practical applications of technology. For it is through all the activities of the mind, not alone the intelligence and the dynamic instruments of intelligence, that radical departures from conventional practices are made. In techniques itself, this approach, if sound, carries with it a conclusion that challenges those who imagine that the forces and institutions now in existence will go. Epilogue, the advancement of life 421. On indefinitely, becoming bigger and more powerful, even though their very bigness and power threaten to nullify the benefits originally sought. If human culture in fact arises, develops, and renews itself through fresh activities in the mind, it may be modified and transformed by the same processes. What the human mind has created, it can also destroy. Neglect or withdrawal of interest works as effectively as physical assault. This is a lesson that our machine-oriented world must quickly assimilate, if it is to preserve even its own successful innovations. In order summarily to describe the active part man has played in his technical development as contrasted with the view that he is the fated victim of external forces and external institutions over which he has little or no control, I purpose to follow the interplay of man's subjective and objective life in two complementary movements, materialization and etherealization. Paradoxically, the process of materialization begins in the mind, while that of etherealization proceeds from the visible and external world to the inner personality, finally taking form in the mind, through words and other symbols, as a more or less coherent worldview. The following account of the modes of human development must not be confused, because of the verbal resemblance, with either Hegelian idealism or Marxian materialism, though there is a modicum of abstract truth in both those philosophies, with their recognition of dynamic and contradictory processes, which I seek to reconcile with concrete historic realities. An organic concept of cultural and personal change must treat both inner and outer aspects as coeval, not mutually exclusive. Emerson, in his essay on war, came near to formulating my own view when he said, "Observe how every truth, every error, each a thought of some man's mind, clothes itself in societies, houses, cities, language, ceremonies, newspapers. I am grateful to Emerson for realizing, contrary to both Hegel and Marx, that error as well as truth, evil as well as good, may play a part, for, as he noted in Uriel, evil will bless, and ice will burn. Both etherealization and materialization go through a series of distinguishable but not always successive phases, and if they take place at the same time, they move in opposite directions, though not always at the same pace or with the same impact in different areas of the same culture. If etherealization begins originally in the direct impression that the external habitat and its inhabitants make on man's mind, materialization begins rather in the human mind itself, at a stage prior to abstraction and symbolization, the stage of dreams and preconscious activities whose stimulus comes mainly from within, through the hormones and endocrines, notably those connected with sex, hunger, and fear. The first phase of materialization springs from neural ACT.V.T.Es, to which the term mind can hardly yet be attached. What later will come? 422 Epilogue, the advancement of life. Fourth, as an idea might with greater accuracy be called an apparition, more impalpable than the traditional ghost. This apparition is, by definition, an entirely private experience, unformed, wordless, incommunicable, and therefore more difficult to lay hold of than even a nocturnal dream. Obviously, such an intuitive process cannot be investigated scientifically, its existence can only be deduced by a backward reading from its later developments. But the constant flow of stimuli from the internal organs of the body, including the brain itself, which shows activity even in sleep, must be posited as the starting point for all formalized and organized mental life. The existence of these formless subjective activities might remain questionable were it not for the fact that they have a tendency, if heeded, and especially if frequently repeated, to take on a stable character. Thus the nascent idea of courage, before it can be called an idea, may assume the recallable image of a lion. To pass from what is internal, unconscious, and private, to a public world which can be shared by other men is the next stage in materialization. At this point, the nascent idea, well before it can find words to express itself, first does so in the language of the body. It is by this process that formative ideas that may eventually dominate a whole society take possession of a living person, and in time become visible to other men. These horses was Alfred Fouilly's happy term for such dynamic and formative ideas. Most germinal ideas die a borning, they never pass beyond the stage of apparition. Even an idea viable enough and lucky enough to survive must undergo a long period of incubation and experimental testing, before it becomes sufficiently palpable as an idea to get lodged, like a windblown seed, in a niche favorable to its growth. That niche must be a living person, though not always the originator and only begetter. This is the phase of incarnation. Even before an idea can be transmitted in speech, it becomes, if one may use the classic New Testament description, incarnate in the flesh, and makes itself known by appropriate bodily changes. Do not suppose that the preliminary phases of intuition and ideation are in any sense mystical, they are commonplaces of everyday experience. Nor does the concept of incarnation refer necessarily to the particular theological epiphany from which we derive the term. In Volume 1 of The Myth of the Machine, I showed how the idea of kingship arose as a transcendental image of power and authority derived from a fusion of the commanding experience of a mighty hunting chief with the worship of a solar deity, Adum-Re, or in Sumer and Akkad, with an equally powerful storm god who there took precedence. But we need not look to ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, or Palestine for examples of incarnation. The yearning for a primitive counterculture. Epilogue, the advancement of life. 423. Defying the rigidly organized and depersonalized forms of Western civilization, began to float into the Western mind in the original expressions of Romanticism among the intellectual classes. That desire to return to a more primeval state took a folksy if less articulate form, in the elemental rhythms of jazz, more than half a century ago. What made this idea suddenly erupt again, with almost volcanic power, into Western society was its incarnation in the Beatles. It was not just the sudden success of the Beatles' musical records that indicated that a profound change was taking place in the minds of the young, it was their new personality, as expressed in their long, neo-medieval haircut, their unabashed sentimentality, their nonchalant posture, and their dreamlike spontaneity that opened up for the post-nuclear generation the possibility of an immediate escape from megatechnic society. In the Beatles all their repressions, and all their resentments of repression were released, by hairdo, costume, ritual, and song. All changes depending upon purely personal choice, the new counter-ideas that bound the younger generation together were at once clarified and magnified. Impulses that were still too dumbly felt for words, spread like wildfire through incarnation and imitation. The spread of a new gospel through visible personalities often characterizes the emergence of a new cultural epoch. There were many messiahs and teachers of righteousness, both genuine and false, both before and after the coming of Jesus Christ. But note, the newly incarnated personality, be it Buddhist or Liverpool Dionysian, cannot survive alone, narcissistically gazing at its own image. Like a single biological mutant, the idea would be doomed unless similar impulses were beginning to find a corporeal form in thousands of other personalities. It is only by this general readiness, in fact, that the formative idea can imprint itself, by direct contact and emulation, upon a sufficient body of disciples and followers before the idea itself in more purely verbal form can be understood. Whitman spoke for all participators in this process when he said, "I and mine do not convince by arguments, we convince by our presence." Proverbially it is by living the life that one knows the doctrine, by first taking bodily shape the idea begins to spread throughout the community by bodily imitation before it can be more effectively defined by word of mouth and in intellectual formulations. It is through the maturation of ideas, in the daily experience of living, that the gap between the original apparitions and intuitions and the realities of social life which other men participate in is bridged. This state of formulation and ideation and elaboration may be identified with the oral teachings of the great masters, the memorizing of their words by disciples, as in the Confucian Analects, Plato's Dialogues, or the Christian Gospels, and their final fixation in books. At this point the unkook ms.ghts of the incarnation become strengthened by many others' ideas that are al. 424 Epilogue, the advancement of life. Ready either part of a stable tradition, indeed a system of education, or are still in the air. As with the incarnation, the formative ideas, in order to remain alive, must be rethought and retested by fresh experience from generation to generation. The next stage, toward a wider socialization of the idea, may be called incorporation. At last the original formative impulse is reinforced by conscious rational effort throughout the whole community, manifesting itself in the habits of family life, the customs of the village, the routines of the city, the practices of the workshop, the rituals of the temple, the legal procedures of the court. Without this general social adoption and modification, the formative idea, even if widely incarnated, would lose its authority and efficacy, and indeed it was the weakness of Christianity in extending its moral principles to organized government, its reluctance to come to grips with slavery and war and class exploitation that, despite the immense energies it released in other departments, was responsible for its loss of impetus, its inner corrosion, and its failure to achieve the universal brotherly society it proclaimed. Karl Marx properly recognized how effective a role the organization of the materials of production, technology, played in molding the human personality. But he made the grave error of treating economic organization as an independent, self-evolving factor, immune to active human intervention, whereas this form of materialization is but one of the many ways in which the fermenting ideas of a culture become accepted, regularized, carried into general daily practice. In this respect, perhaps the high point of Christian social achievement came relatively late in the Middle Ages, when its monasteries, almshouses, orphanages, and hospitals were to be found in every city, on a scale hitherto unknown. It is by institutional extension that subjective impulses cease to be private, willful, contradictory, and ineffectual, and so become capable of bringing about large social changes. This transformation both releases new potentialities and may disclose, if it fails to take corporate form, unexpected defects. Matriarchy in one age, kingship in another, divine redemption and salvation in a third, must be incorporated into every institution and influence every collective action, if the formative ideas underlying a culture are to flourish sufficiently and hold their own against the mass of residues and encrusted material survivals, still tenacious and often powerful. Since the existing institutions have a past that antedated the new idea, and incorporated values and purposes of a different nature, it is in this third phase that many further modifications will be made, contributing ingredients that were lacking in the original proposals. Yet at the same time, it is only by this act of incorporation that the assent and support of a larger population can be assured. At this point of incorporation, the new cultural form, for better and epilogue, the advancement of life 425. Worse, loses some of its pristine clarity. Those who have fallen under the spell of a new vision, or who have sought to take on swiftly the mask of a new personality, often shrink from accepting this further mode of materialization. It seems at best a compromise, at worst a complete betrayal. Certainly by incorporation in existing institutions, the idea loses some of its original purity, if it does not in fact turn into its own antithesis through the very act of materialization. Thus when the Roman state was converted to Christianity under Constantine, the Christian Church was also in some degree converted to paganism, and not merely tolerated many Roman practices, but even transferred the sadistic rituals of the Roman arena to the Christian conception of hell, as an ultimate dispensation of divine justice, making the spectacle of the eternal torture of condemned sinners one of the supreme joys for the faithful in heaven. The final materialization of a formative idea, from its preconscious inception in many individual minds to a fully externalized and socialized state, shared by everyone, consists in the transformation of the physical environment, alike through practical means and symbolic expressions. This phase may be called embodiment. First the plot is outlined, then the actors are chosen, then the actors put on their makeup and their costumes. Then the scenario is outlined and the plot is developed, and finally new physical structures are built to express and support the idea. Yet it is in these reconstituted physical structures that novel possibilities are revealed that were only latent in the original conception, quite untranslatable into more easily formed verbal, graphic, or musical symbols. Could Jesus Christ, the most spontaneous and informal of personalities, have guessed that the ultimate expression of Christianity would be realized in a formalized hierarchic organization, operating uniformly over the entire continent of Europe, and that the culmination of this worldly movement would be the widespread erection of cathedrals, churches, monasteries, whose technical audacity and aesthetic vitality had no place in Jesus' intuitions? And yet paradoxically, without the Christian idea there would have been no Durham, no Chartres, no Bamberg and no Holy Inquisition. What better revelation could be offered of the unpredictability of the future as contrasted with the present method of extrapolating observable existing tendencies? Though I have used a particular episode in Western history, the rise of the Christian Church, as a convenient example, the process summarized is a general one, applicable with many variations to all cultures, not least to the triumph of the myth of the machine. In putting together the phases of materialization in a serial form in time, I have ignored simultaneous phenomena, and have treated, as point 1 they were separate and formally recognizable events, institutions, personalities. 426 Epilogue, the advancement of life. And ideas that were in fact in constant flux and interaction, undergoing both inner and outer transformations. So, for example, the incarnation of Jesus did not take place only once, for the Christian idea, to keep alive, needed further reincarnations, always with fresh modifications, in the persons of Paul, Augustine, Francis of Assisi, and countless other Christian souls. In these changes the luminous original message lost, no doubt, some of its force, for the ideas suitable to a dying culture were irrelevant to the resurgent vitalities of later periods. Yet though both the institutional organization of the Church and its wealth of physical structures smothered the original flame, it smoldered on and astonishingly flared up again in our own late day in the person of Pope John XXIII. One final aspect of materialization remains to be noted, a paradox. And this is that subjective expressions remain alive in the mind far longer than the corporate organizations and physical buildings that seem to the outward eye so solid and durable. Even when a culture disintegrates, the loss is never quite complete or final. From the total achievement much will remain and leave its imprint on later minds in the form of sport, play, language, art, customs. Though few Westerners have seen a Hindu temple, the Sanskrit root for mother and father still remains on their tongue in addressing their parents, more durable than any monument, and this symbolic debris of past cultures forms a rich compost for the mind, without which the cultural environment would be as sterile as that of the moon. Andrei Varagnak has demonstrated that an extremely ancient, orally transmitted culture, largely Neolithic, perhaps even pre-Neolithic in origin, passed on its magical beliefs, its sexual customs and marriage rites, its folklore and fairy tales to succeeding generations throughout the world. This archaic culture still forms the buried underlayer of contemporary society. The games of ball played everywhere are survivals from the temples where, in religious ritual, the ball represented the sun, and the opposing players stood for the forces of light and darkness. The notorious recrudescence of astrology and witchcraft today is only the latest example of this subjective persistence. Even when all the material properties needed for a worn-out drama have disappeared, some vestige of the play itself will nevertheless remain in proverbs, ballads, musical phrases, and melodies reverberating from generation to generation, more durable in the spoken word than if incised in stone. If the Great Pyramids of Egypt seem an exception, one must remember that, for all their solidity, they were symbols of the mountain of creation, of the yearning for immortality, of the desire to transcend time and organic corruption. The counter-process to materialization I have chosen to call etherealization, but since Arnold Toynbee has used the latter term in a more limited sense I should perhaps make clear a certain difference. In A Study of History Toynbee pointed to a tendency, visible in both biological and epilogue, the advancement of life 427. Social development, toward a diminution in size and increasing simplification, going along with a higher degree of internal organization and refinement. Witness the passage in evolution from the giant empty-headed reptiles to the small brainy mammals, or from the lumbering cathedral clocks of the 15th century to the exquisitely compact and accurate watches of the 20th. In a rough way, this generalization holds, yet Toynbee ignores the equally significant contrary process that I have been describing, which proceeds in the opposite direction. For that part of the process which Toynbee indicates I would prefer to use the term dematerialization. Following the mode of etherealization, the tangible visible world is translated progressively into symbols and reorganized in the mind. In Technics and Human Development I endeavored to outline the natural history of this process, so here I purpose only to describe how a once fully embodied culture becomes dematerialized, and thus opens the way for a new constellation of formative ideas, which themselves come into existence partly by reaction against the dominant culture, and yet are constantly conditioned, and even temporarily supported by the very customs and institutions they seek to replace. When the organizing idea of a culture has been fully explored, when its drama has been played out and all that is left of the original creative impulse is a soul-deadening ritual and compulsory drill, the moment for a new formative idea has come. Against such a change, however, the whole body of entrenched institutions presents a solid wall, for what is an institution but a closed society for the prevention of change? Hence the path of etherealization, so far from beginning with a new idea, starts at just the opposite end by attacking the visible structures and organizations which, so long as they remain in good working order, allow no place for a new idea to take hold. The path of etherealization, then, is often opened up by a breakdown that invites this assault. At first this is mainly a physical breakdown which exposes the technical ineptitude or human insufficiency of a seemingly prosperous society, wars and the physical impoverishment and destruction that wars produce, along with the depletion of life, epidemic diseases and environmental degradations, soil erosion, pollution, failure of crops, outbreaks of criminal violence and psychotic malevolence. All these are symptoms of such disorganization, and they produce further social lapses. For the people affected, feeling cheated and oppressed, refuse then to perform their old duties or make the daily efforts and sacrifices always needed for keeping the mechanism of society moving. What has brought on these breakdowns usually turns out to be due to a radical failure in feedback, an inability to acknowledge errors, an unwillingness to correct them, a resistance to introducing new ideas and methods. 428 Epilogue, the advancement of life that would provide the means for a constructively human transformation. If once recognized, many of the defects that eventually undermine a society could be corrected, provided that prompt action were taken with the agents already at hand, but failing this, a more dire pathological situation, demanding surgery rather than diet, comes into existence. For these reasons the first manifestation of etherealization, though it issues from subjective disillusion and disenchantment, does not take place on the level of ideas. It begins rather with an assault upon visible buildings, in acts of iconoclasm and destruction. Sometimes this takes the form of an organized physical attack, sometimes, as was the case with the Christian rejection of the great Roman monuments, it shows itself by a desertion of the old structures, as the Christians deserted the arenas and public baths and established themselves in other buildings on other sites. Obviously the visible forms of a society are easier to identify and to demolish than the underlying ideas and doctrines, which may be maintained in the mind, as the Jews secretly kept to their ancient rites even in Catholic Spain. But the burning of books and the tearing down of sound buildings undermine confidence in continuity. Remember the Bastille. Though materialization is necessarily a slow process, dematerialization works fast. Even the cessation of work on new structures, or their rebuilding in a new style, as the daring Gothic constructions displace the ponderous Romanesque forms, constitutes an action that, as in the proverb, notoriously speaks louder than words. When the dismantlement has gone far enough, the way is open for the positive forces of etherealization, for the ground is sufficiently cleared. At this point the furnishings and draperies of the existing society will begin, for all their shiny newness, to seem old-fashioned, and the apartments that were once reserved for the elite will be advertised for occupancy by new tenants who ironically will either build different quarters for themselves elsewhere, or will take possession of even more ancient structures and convert them to their new purposes, as the mansions of the aristocracy in London, Paris, and Rome have been converted into business offices, hotels, establishments for the higher bureaucracy. There is no need to provide further specific historic examples of etherealization. Again, as in the behavior of organisms, the integrating and disintegrating processes take place side by side, not without affecting each other. To follow the course of etherealization one has only to read the serial analysis of materialization backward, beginning with debuilding and dismantling, and finally returning to the initial stage where a change of character and lifestyle becomes visible, to reach the point at which a formative idea again emerges. For when the negative phase of etherealization has gone far enough, a new constellation of ideas, a new world picture, a new vision of human possibilities, will take possession of a whole culture. Epilogue, the advancement of life 429. And a different cast of characters will occupy the center of the stage and present a new drama. If, on the other hand, the processes of dissolution, alienation, dismantlement, and destruction go further, if no counterbalancing modes of etherealization become effective, disintegration will, it seems probable, go on with increasing swiftness until no restorative measures are possible. In this case, the forces of anti-life will be in the ascendant, and the actors who seize the center of the stage and profess to represent the living theater will be incarnations of the absurd, the sadistic, the cruel, and the paranoid, whose mission will be to give the final sanction of their own insanity to the dehumanization achieved by the power complex. Fortunately, there already are many indications, though scattered, faint, and often contradictory, that a fresh cultural transformation is in the making, one which will recognize that the money economy is bankrupt, and the power complex has become, through its very excesses and exaggerations, impotent. Whether this change is as yet sufficient to arrest further disintegration, still more whether it can successfully dismantle the nuclear megamachine before it brings on a total human catastrophe, are matters that may long remain in doubt. But if mankind overcomes the myth of the machine, one thing may be safely predicted: the repressed components of our old culture will become the dominance of the new one, and similarly the present megatechnic institutions and structures will be reduced to human proportions and brought under direct human control. Should this prove true, the present canvas of the existing society, its technological miscarriages and its human misdemeanors, should by implication give valid positive directions for working out a life economy. If this schematic outline of materialization and etherealization holds, it should apply equally, of course, to the formative ideas of science and technics, and their subsequent translation into our present power complex. What were only fleeting intuitions of new mechanical inventions in the mind of Roger Bacon's contemporaries in the 13th century became a well-defined group of ideas in the works of a galaxy of 17th century thinkers, from Campanella and Francis Bacon to Gilbert, Galileo, and Descartes. In the archetypal figure of Isaac Newton, whose mathematical language was so novel and abstruse that it could be understood only by initiates, the new mechanical world picture appeared in its most clarified and glorified form. On this new ideological basis, the richer polytechnics of the Middle Ages, which always kept a place for subjective expressions, was restricted and diminished. The dreams of Kepler, Bishop Wilkins John Glanville, which extruded this human factor, were early projections of man's conquest over time and space. If incarnation played only a minor part in the transformation of 430 epilogue, the advancement of life, science and technics, this was perhaps because the very idea of personality was excluded from the automatons that served as models for the new world vision. In this mechanical realm, the human personality was an embarrassment to the new conception of objectivity. To eliminate this irrational human factor was the common aim of both theoretic science and advanced technology. In compensation, techniques passed swiftly into the further stages of materialization. In a multitude of new inventions and modes of organization, the novel formative ideas of the power system became visible and operative. From the 18th century on, the ideal of mechanical regularity and mechanical perfection entered into every human activity, from the observation of the heavens to the winding of clocks, from the drilling of soldiers to the drilling of seeds in fields, from keeping commercial accounts to establishing the routine of study in schools. In every department these habits were validated by enormous quantitative gains in productivity, provided the qualitative results were taken for granted. In our own time, the mechanical world picture at last reached the state of complete embodiment in a multitude of machines, laboratories, factories, office buildings, rocket platforms, underground shelters, control centers. But now that the idea has been completely embodied, we can recognize that it had left no place for man. He is reduced to a standardized servo mechanism, a leftover part from a more organic world. If technics and civilization and the myth of the machine could lay no claim to originality in any other department, they at least have radically challenged, if not yet successfully undermined, the idea that the power complex evolved by itself through the action of external forces over which man had no control, and which his own subjective life could not affect. If machines alone were sufficient to produce machines, if technological systems automatically proliferated by reasons of inherent forces similar to those that account for the growth and development of organisms, the outlook for mankind in the near future would be even blacker than that pictured either in Samuel Butler's quoted letter or in Henry Adams' later analysis. But if the power system itself was, to begin with, a product of the human mind, the materialization of ideas that had organic and human roots, then the future holds many open possibilities, some of which lie entirely outside the range of our existing institutions. If the fashionable technocratic prescriptions for extending the present system of control to the whole organic world are not acceptable to rational men, they need not be accepted. The pressing human task today is not to endure further misapplications of the power system, but to detach ourselves from it, and cultivate our subjective resources as never before. If this seems an all but impossible demand, with the odds heavily in epilogue, the advancement of life 431. Favor of the power system and against the human personality, one need only remember how absurd such a withdrawal, such a rejection, such a challenge seemed to most intelligent Romans before Christianity presented an alternative. In the period of the first Roman Emperor, Augustus, 63 B.C.A.D14, the Roman power system, supported and extended by its massive engineering and military machines, had reached the height of its authority and influence. Who then guessed that the law and order of the Pax Romana were not so solidly established as to be virtually impregnable? Despite the earlier warnings of the historian Polybius, the Henry Adams of his day, the Romans expected that their way of life would last indefinitely. So well entrenched was their economy that educated Romans for long regarded with contempt the insignificant Christian minority who deliberately withdrew from this system, who rejected their goods and disparaged their massive achievements in road building and sewage disposal no less than their dedication to gluttony and pornography. What educated Roman guessed, at the time of Marcus Aurelius, that only 2 centuries later one of their best educated minds, Augustine, a lecturer of note, thoroughly at home in the culture of the past, would write The City of God to expose the iniquities of the whole Roman establishment and castigate even its virtues? And who then, in his wildest fancies, could guess that a while later Paulinus of Nola, a patrician, born to be a Roman consul, the highest political office open, would retire to a distant Spanish monastery at the height of his career, to cultivate his faith in the divine order and eternal life promised by Jesus, and so believing, would eventually sell himself into slavery in order to ransom from captivity the only son of a widowed mother? Yet that unthinkable ideological transformation took place and those unthinkable deeds actually happened. If such renunciation and detachment could begin in the proud Roman Empire, it can take place anywhere, even here and now, all the more easily today after more than half a century of economic depressions, world wars, revolutions, and systematic programs of extermination have ground the moral foundations of modern civilization to rubble and dust. If the power system itself seemed never so formidable as now, with one brilliant technological feat following another, its negative life-mutilating counterpart has never been so threatening, for unqualified violence and crime in every form, pattern after the dehumanized examples of the power pentagon, have invaded what were once the most secure and inviolable human activity. THIS. This is not a prophecy, it is a factual description of what is already happening before our eyes, with murderous confrontations and infantile tantrums taking the place of rational demands and cooperative efforts. 432 Epilogue, The Advancement of Life. Yes, the physical structure of the power system was never more closely articulated, but its human supports were never more frail, more morally indecisive, more vulnerable to attack. How long, those who are now awake must ask themselves, how long can the physical structure of an advanced technology hold together when all its human foundations are crumbling away? All this has happened so suddenly that many people are hardly aware that it has happened at all, yet during the last generation the very bottom has dropped out of our life. The human institutions and moral convictions that have taken thousands of years to achieve even a minimal efficacy have disappeared before our eyes, so completely that the next generation will scarcely believe they ever existed. Let us take a dramatic example of this collapse. What would the great proconsuls of the British Empire, the Curtsons and the Cromers, have said if, in 1914, they had been informed that, despite all the statistical reports in the yearbooks, their empire would, within a single generation, fall to pieces, though at that very moment Sir Edward Lutyens was designing the imposing buildings of the new capital at Delhi and a great viceregal mansion, as if the empire would hold together for countless centuries. Only Kipling, though the poet of imperialism, foresaw that ominous possibility in his recessional. Could these empire builders have guessed, what is now so plain, that the most lasting effect of British imperialism, in its most humane expression as a commonwealth of nations, would be to open the way for a counter-colonialism and a counter-invasion of England by its once subject peoples? Yet all this has happened, with parallel reversals and humiliations already visible everywhere else, not least in the United States. If these outer bastions of the Pentagon of power have been taken, how long will it be before the center itself surrenders or blows up? The Roman Empire in the East won a new lease on life for 1,000 years by coming to terms with Christianity. If the power system is to continue in existence as a working partner in a more organic complex dedicated to the renewal of life, it will only be if its dynamic leaders, and those larger groups that they influence, have undergone a profound change of heart and mind, of ideal and purpose, as great as that which for so long arrested the decay of the Eastern Empire established in Byzantium. But it must be remembered that this intermixture of Roman and Christian institutions was achieved at the expense of creativity. So until the disintegration of our own society has gone even further, there is reason to look for a more vigorous life-promoting solution. Whether such a response is possible depends upon an unknown factor: how viable are the formative ideas that are now in the air, and how ready are our contemporaries to undertake the efforts and sacrifices that are essential for human renewal? There are no purely technological answers. Has Western civilization yet reached the point in etherealization where detachment and withdrawal will lead to the assemblage of an organic world picture, in which the human personality in all its dimensions will have primacy over its biological needs and technological pressures? That question cannot be answered except in action. But the evidences for such a transformation have already been put forward. To describe even in the barest outline the multitude of changes necessary to turn the power complex into an organic complex, and a money economy into a life economy, lies beyond the capacities of any individual mind. Any attempt at a detailed picture would be presumptuous. And this is so for two reasons: genuine novelty is unpredictable, except in such features as are recognizable in another form in past cultures. But even more because the materialization of the organic ideology, though already well begun, will take as long to replace the existing establishment as the power system itself required to displace the feudal and municipal and ecclesiastical economy of the Middle Ages. The first evidences of such a transformation will present themselves in an inner change, and inner changes often strike suddenly and work swiftly. Each one of us, as long as life stirs in him, may play a part in extricating himself from the power system by asserting his primacy as a person in quiet acts of mental or physical withdrawal, in gestures of nonconformity, in abstentions, restrictions, inhibitions, which will liberate him from the domination of the pentagon of power. In 100 different places, the marks of such dematerialization and etherealization are already visible, many more than I have felt it necessary to cite. If I dare to foresee a promising future other than that which the technocrats, the power elite, have been confidently extrapolating, it is because I have found by personal experience that it is far easier to detach oneself from the system and to make a selective use of its facilities than the promoters of the affluent society would have their docile subjects believe. Though no immediate and complete escape from the ongoing power system is possible, least of all through mass violence, the changes that will restore autonomy and initiative to the human person all lie within the province of each individual soul, once it is roused. Nothing could be more damaging to the myth of the machine, and to the dehumanized social order it has brought into existence, than a steady withdrawal of interest, a slowing down of tempo, a stoppage of senseless routines and mindless acts. And has not all this in fact begun to happen? When the moment comes to replace power with plenitude, compulsive external rituals with internal, self-imposed discipline pound with individuation, automation with autonomy, we shall find that the necessary change of attitude and purpose has been going on beneath the surface during the last century, and the long-buried seeds of a richer human culture are now ready to strike root and grow, as soon as the ice breaks up and the sun reaches them. If that growth is to prosper, it will draw freely on the compost from many previous cultures. When the power complex itself becomes sufficiently etherealized, its formative universal ideas will become usable again, passing on its intellectual vigor and its discipline, once applied mainly to the management of things, to the management and enrichment of man's whole subjective existence. As long as man's life prospers, there is no limit to its possibilities, no terminus to its creativity, for it is part of the essential nature of man to transcend the limits of his own biological nature, and to be ready if necessary to die in order to make such transcendence possible. Behind the picture of fresh human possibilities I have been drawing all through the myth of the machine is a profound truth to which almost a century ago William James gave expression. When from our present advanced standpoint, he observed, we look back upon past stages of human thought, we are amazed that a universe which appears to us of so vast and mysterious a complication should ever have seemed to anyone so little and plain a thing. There is nothing in the spirit and principles of science that need hinder science from dealing successfully with a world in which personal forces are the starting point of new effects. The only form of thing we directly encounter, the only experience that we concretely have, is our own personal life. The only complete category of our thinking, our professors of philosophy tell us, is the abstract elements of that. And this systematic denial on science's part of the personality as a condition of events, this rigorous belief that in its own essential and innermost nature our world is a strictly impersonal world, may conceivably, as the whirligig of time goes round, prove to be the very defect that our descendants will be most surprised at in our boasted science, the omission that to their eyes will most tend to make it look perspectiveless and short. The whirligig of time has gone round, and what James applied to science applies equally to our compulsive, depersonalized, power-driven technology. We now have sufficient historic perspective to realize that this seemingly self-automated mechanism has, like the old automatic chess player, a man concealed in the works, and we know that the system is not directly derived from nature as we find it on earth or in the sky, but has features that at every point bear the stamp of the human mind, partly rational, partly cretinous, partly demonic. No outward tinkering will improve this overpowered civilization, now plainly in the final and fossilized stage of its materialization, nothing will produce an effective change but the fresh transformation that has already begun in the human mind. Those who are unable to accept William James' perception that the human person has always been the starting point of new effects and that the most solid seeming structures and institutions must collapse as soon as the formative ideas that have brought them into existence begin to dissolve, are the real prophets of doom. On the terms imposed by technocratic society, there is no hope for mankind except by going with its plans for accelerated technological progress, even though man's vital organs will all be cannibalized in order to prolong the megamachine's meaningless existence. But for those of us who have thrown off the myth of the machine, the next move is ours, for the gates of the technocratic prison will open automatically, despite their rusty ancient hinges, as soon as we choose to walk out.